Chapter 483 Visit Premonition. What's going on? Chinemo looked at the changed ground and frowned slightly. He instinctively felt that something was wrong with this matter. The originally bumpy ground could not have been repaired for no reason, and it seemed to be much wider than before. The vehicle was moving fast, until I saw a very large parking lot in the distance, and there were many vehicles parked in the parking lot. Chinmo's body couldn't help but tremble. What's going on with this big parking lot? It didn't exist before. Also, the pet park just opened today, and there are so many vehicles parked in the parking lot not far from the pet park. Then there is only one result. The cars parked in the parking lot were all visiting the pet park. How come so many people come to visit the pet park? Chinemo was a little confused. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Yang Dahai has parked his car in the parking lot. Mr. Chun, we've arrived. Chinemo nodded and walked out of the car expressionlessly. From the parking lot, you can already see the gate of the pet park in the distance. Chinemo looked at the endless stream of tourists at the gate of the pet park, and his face gradually became gloomy. This scene was very different from what he expected. In his expectation, the pet park should be empty at this time. What on earth is going on? Chinemo took a long breath and walked step by step towards the gate of the pet park. No matter what, he also needs to ask Pang Tao why the pet park has become like this. Mr. Chun, you are finally here. Chinemo heard the sound and looked over, and saw Pang Tao running over from a distance, with Su Jingming following him. He was very optimistic about these two people before. I came here today because I was worried that if no one came to visit the pet park, Pang Tao would be disheartened. So in order to give Pang Tao the confidence to continue managing, he specially came over to comfort him. But who would have thought? When you come to the pet park, you will see such a scene. Well, what's going on? This pet park has just opened. Logically speaking, there won't be so many people. Chinemo glanced at the gate of the pet park in the distance and the crowds coming and going. Oh, this is all thanks to AtoZ. Without their help in publicity, there would be no way so many people would come. Almost half of the people who came here today came through the promotion of AtoZ. Pang Tao had a smile on his face, and he was very grateful for the AtoZ live broadcast. Without the promotion of AtoZ, just as Mr. Chen said, there would not be so many people coming. AtoZ live broadcast. What's going on? Chinemo looked at Pang Tao doubtfully. He was deeply saddened by the name AtoZ. Without AtoZ, Demons Conquering would not have exploded so quickly. But he never thought that the opening of the pet park would be related to AtoZ live broadcast. Mr. Chun, it's like this. Pang Tao briefly told what happened this time. So, this AtoZ live broadcast is really loyal. Just after helping us promote the movie, he helped us promote the pet park. Chinemo glanced at Pang Tao lightly, and his chest couldn't help but twitch. He didn't expect that his well-planned pet park, a perfect money-losing plan, would be ruined by a AtoZ live broadcast. AtoZ live broadcast. It's AtoZ live again. This AtoZ live broadcaster has a grudge against him and does this to him every time. When Extreme Survival was put on the shelves, they promoted it. When Conquering Demons was released, they were also the ones promoting it. Now that the pet park is open, they can smell it and want to publicize it. It's true that wool comes from sheep. But please, can you please change to a sheep? Chen Montag was speechless. After a while, he secretly exhaled and looked at the gate of the pet park and the crowds of people in the distance, constantly comforting himself. This is just a good publicity effect, attracting some curious viewers. What fun can a pet park have? It's just to see a bunch of cats and dogs. I guess you won't come back after watching it once. Maybe there won't be so many people at the pet park tomorrow. Mr. Chun, let me take you to visit the pet park. Seeing that Mr. Chun didn't respond for a long time, Pang Tao asked tentatively. Well, okay. Chinemo nodded and followed Pang Tao and Su Jingming towards the gate of the pet park. By the way, we have roughly estimated the number of tourists today, and it will be more than 8,000. With 20 tickets per ticket, if it stays like this every day, it will generate almost 8 million yuan in revenue a month. This income can basically maintain a profit of more than 2 million yuan for our pet park. Pang Tao walked halfway and suddenly thought about counting the number of tourists in the morning. Listening to Pang Tao's words, Chinemo suddenly paused and then continued to move forward. In his heart, he didn't take Pang Tao's words seriously. After all, how could a park full of cats and dogs maintain so many visitors every day? Maybe in a few days, there won't be many people in this pet park. Come to the entrance of the pet park. After Pang Tao said a simple word to the staff at the door, the staff soon led the way. Instead of crowding with the tourists, he took a green channel and entered the pet park directly. As soon as he entered the pet park, Chen Mo was stunned. What caught his eye was a green patch of green, which was a little different from the pet park he imagined. This is not a pet park. This seems to be an ecological park. After taking a breath, I feel that the air here is much fresher than outside. Mr. Chun, there is a row of cat houses 50 meters ahead. Pang Tao carefully led the way and soon arrived in front of a row of wooden huts. Chen Mo stood in front of the cat house and looked inside. He saw several tourists inside the cat house, interacting with the cats, and each one of them was wearing something similar to a protective suit. What are those protective suits used for? Chen Mo turned to look at Pang Tao. From the moment he entered the pet park, he found that this pet park was very different from the pet park he expected. There was a vague premonition in my heart. The main purpose of the protective clothing is to prevent tourists from feeding food at will. In pet parks, cats are not allowed to feed food at will. The other aspect is hygiene. Pets shed hair. Wearing the protective clothing will also this prevents the hair from getting on tourists. Moreover, only 5 to 8 people can enter a cat house at one time to avoid too many people, which will cause the cat house to be overcrowded and the visitor's experience will be poor. Cats may also become afraid because of the large number of people. Pang Tao began to explain and then continued. Mr. Chun, these cat houses are currently occupied by tourists. Let's go to other places to have a look. There is a pet park in the distance, which is also quite good. We can go there and have a look. Chapter 484. Mr. Chen heard that you were doing charity work. Pate beta dice. What is this again? Chen Mo was confused and followed behind expressionlessly. About 5 minutes or so, a signboard for a pet paradise can already be seen. Mr. Chun, this is a pet paradise. There are many pet entertainment facilities inside. Visitors with pets can bring their pets here to interact with their pets. And we also have several professional pet trainers here. Some tourists can communicate with the pet trainers if they have any knowledge about pet training. Pang Tao stood at the door of the pet park and pointed into the pet park. Chun Mo ignored Pang Tao and looked at the scene in the pet paradise. Various pet obstacles, pet toys, and a pet swimming pool. At this time, there were many tourists taking their pets to play in the pet park. Seeing the tourists' happy expression, Chun Mo's heart slowly cooled down. Mr. Chun, let's go in and take a look. Seeing Mr. Chun standing still, Pang Tao asked. No, let's go take a look elsewhere. Chun Mo shook his head. The more fun the tourist had, the colder his heart became. Okay, Mr. Chun, let's go visit the cat castle. This is a major feature of our pet park. I interviewed some tourists who came to visit today. They all thought the cat castle was very good. Pang Tao smiled and took the lead in walking in the other direction. Cat castle? What is this? Chun Mo's face gradually became gloomy. The things coming out of the pet park were beyond his expectations. Didn't expect anything else. I just asked you to build an ordinary pet park, but I didn't ask you to make so many tricks. It didn't take long. Pang Tao pointed to a building in the distance. Mr. Chun, that is the cat castle. Chun Mo looked at the buildings in the distance, but he had already noticed them without Pang Tao reminding him. It won't work if you don't pay attention. Such a big pink building stands out there and is particularly conspicuous, and there is a very cute cat shape in the middle. After seeing this building, Chun Mo instantly realized that it was over. So big and such a cute look. He quickly thought of a word. A holy place for internet celebrities to check in. He has already thought of countless internet celebrities coming here to check in and take photos, thereby attracting many fans to come and play. This pet park is about to become popular. Chun Mo's heart had sunk to the bottom. He originally thought that those tourists would not come again after seeing that the pet park was just cats and dogs, and found it boring. Nowadays, pet parks have so many tricks. How can tourists find it boring? Mr. Chun, let's go in and take a look. Pang Tao took the lead towards the cat castle. Soon several people entered the cat castle. Standing inside the castle, and looking at the decoration layout inside the castle. Chinemo became more and more convinced that this place would definitely become a holy place for internet celebrities to check in. At this time, I looked up and saw that there were already 5 or 6 groups of people taking photos on the second floor stairs of the cat castle with their mobile phones. Judging from the action, it was obvious that he was sending the photo to moments after taking the photo. This pet park needs to be abandoned. How about Mr. Chin? Many people like this pet castle. Pang Tao came to Mr. Chin's side and said excitedly. Chinemo nodded expressionlessly and walked towards the outside of the cat castle without looking back. Seeing how popular this cat castle is, I feel unhappy. He found that of the 4 industries he initially established so far, only one industry, the garment factory, was developing according to his expectations. Leave the cat castle. After walking a few steps, I heard a call. Mr. Pang, you're here. Chinemo heard the sound and looked over, only to see a young woman walking over. You're not going live anymore? Pang Tao looked at Du Xiaoxiao walking over and asked. Well, I've walked around the pet park and seen everything I should see. If I continue walking around, it will be repetitive, so I just turn off the live broadcast. Du Xiaoxiao smiled and spoke. She has already seen everything that needs to be seen, and there will also be a dedicated live broadcast room at Hood to Live for the pet fashion show in the evening, so she is no longer needed. That's just right. Let me introduce to you. This is the president of our Tomorrow group, Mr. Chun. With a smile on his face, Pang Tao extended his hand to introduce Chun Mo beside him. Mr. Chun, this is the Du Xiaoxiao I was talking about before. She has a lot to contribute to the pet park having such tourists. Hello, Mr. Chun. I have heard about your deeds for a long time, and today, I finally met you in person. Du Xiaoxiao looked at Chun Mo with a surprised look on his face, feeling very surprised in his heart. She had known Mr. Chun before and knew that he was not very old. But now that she saw the real person, she couldn't help but be a little amazed. Mr. Chun was younger than she expected, and he was also very handsome. Wearing a simple set of casual clothes, he has the aura of a superior, but he feels very easygoing. Hello. Chinemo looked at the young woman in front of him, and a memory that was about to fade suddenly came to mind. Isn't this the female anchor who promoted Nanha Coffee's welfare last time? At that time, the number of customers of Nanha Coffee increased by 10%. No wonder. When Pang Tao mentioned Du Xiaoxiao's name, he felt familiar. Mr. Chun, I heard that you are still doing other public welfare. Can you tell me about it? I think this kind of thing is something worth praising and should not be unknown. Du Xiaoxiao walked aside and asked curiously. When she was in contact with Pang Tao and others in the pet park these days, she accidentally heard about this matter, but when she wanted to ask Pang Tao and others kept silent. Finally, after he asked repeatedly, he knew that this was an order from Mr. Chun. Don't let the company's employees tell people outside about doing public welfare. She didn't understand this matter very much. Doing public welfare is a good thing. How can it not be promoted? Hearing Du Xiaoxiao's words, Chen Mo was shocked and turned to look at Pang Tao. He had mentioned this matter in the meeting before and clearly stipulated that the company's charity work should not be publicized to the outside world. But now it seems that Du Xiaoxiao seems to know about his charity work. If all the charity work is known by Du Xiaoxiao and then promoted by Du Xiaoxiao Live, it will be a big trouble. Pang Tao noticed Mr. Chen's gaze and smiled a little guilty. I accidentally let it slip, but Mr. Chun, I didn't say anything about the details. Yes, Mr. Chun, Mr. Pang said that you forbid them to publicize the charity work. Why do you do this? I think charity work is a very good thing. It is worth being publicized so that more people will see it. The more people see it, maybe more people will do charity work. Du Xiaoxiao spoke with a puzzled look on his face. Chapter 485, Mr. Chen. Are you okay? I just know that I am doing charity, but I don't know what I have done specifically. Chen Mo listened to the two people's words and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If that's all, then things are not too bad. He shifted his gaze from Pang Tao to Du Xiaoxiao and cleared his throat. I never think that promoting charity will drive others to do charity. A person who is truly caring and capable of doing charity does not need others to drive them. If they want to do it, they will do it themselves. Another point is that I think publicity has no benefit to me except that people think I am making a show to gain traffic. So I will not do any publicity activities for charity. Du Xiaoxiao listened to Mr. Chen's words, thinking, and gradually there was a trace of admiration in her eyes. It turns out that this is the real charity person who does not ask for anything, but just does charity silently. This is much greater than those who do a little good, just post a video or do some publicity. It's not that it's bad to do publicity after doing charity. It's all charity, she agrees with it. But in terms of the spiritual level, Mr. Chun is undoubtedly greater. Mr. Chun is a person who really just wants to do charity and has nothing to gain. I know, Mr. Chun. Du Xiaoxiao stepped aside with some shame. Ah, Mr. Chun, let's go to the pet fashion show. Let's see the time. It's almost time to start. Pang Tao saw that the two had finished talking and hurried forward to speak. Pet fashion show? What is that? Chinemo asked doubtfully, and a very bad premonition quickly rose in his heart. It's pets wearing various styles of clothes and walking on the catwalk. This is another feature of our pet park. And pet fashion is also made by our Chongfeng garment factory. As long as a tourist likes a set of pet clothes, he can buy it here. This also indirectly increases the income of Chongfeng Garment Factory. And today's pet fashion show is still being broadcast live on the homepage of Hood to Live, which has a great publicity effect on promoting our corner pet park. Pang Tao said excitedly, and it should be said that he was very excited all day. Because before the pet park opened, he had no confidence and was afraid that Mr. Chun would invest so much money, but the pet park would end in failure. This was what he didn't want to see the most. So before the pet park opened, he was always in a state of anxiety. However, today, I saw those tourists come into the pet park and sent employees to conduct an offline census of tourists who came to play. The results of the census showed that their pet park is still very popular. 80% of people said that they would come again if they had time. Another 10% of people said that this pet park is very good, but the distance is too far. If it is not necessary, they may not have time to come again, but they will recommend it to people around them. Another 10% of people said that it was meaningless and they didn't like pets very much. They just came here out of curiosity. For those 10%, Pang Tao didn't have much gratitude. Nothing is perfect, and it is impossible to make everyone like it. The same is true for the corner pet park. But 90% of people expressed satisfaction with the pet park, which made him very satisfied. The most important thing is that on the first day of the pet park's opening, according to the current number of tourists, if it can continue to maintain, it has ensured that the pet park can make a profit. As for maintaining the number of tourists, according to the previous census results, as long as he maintains the current fund of the pet park, there is basically no problem. The most worried problem did not happen, and he was naturally relaxed. Pet clothing. Chongfeng Garment Factory. Hearing these two words, Chinmo's body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and his eyes couldn't help but darken a little. After just knowing that the corner pet park was profitable, he was still sighing that of the four industries at the beginning, only Chongfeng Garment Factory was still developing in the direction she expected. Unexpectedly, it had just passed a short while, and he was told that Chongfeng Garment Factory and the pet park had made a linkage. Pet clothing. This will be profitable if it is not done well. It's over. It's all over. The four money-losing industries that I worked so hard to build, there won't be any left. Mr. Chun, are you okay? Pang Tao felt that Mr. Chin's reaction was a little strange, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous, so he hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Chun can't be in trouble. Yeah, Chun Mo shook his head a little helplessly. Who came up with the idea of the pet show and the cat castle? Mr. Chun, this cat castle was discussed by Su Jingming and me. Pang Tao looked a little shy. In fact, the cat castle was his own idea, but he and Su Jingming have been friends for many years. Mr. Chen's inquiry was obviously considering the credit. As old friends for many years, it is naturally impossible to forget. In addition to the fact that the idea of the cat castle was his, Su Jingming put a lot of effort in the construction of the cat castle. So no matter what, it was impossible for him to take all the credit for the pet castle. Su Jingming, who had been standing aside without saying a word, was moved when he heard Pang Tao's words. What a good brother. Chen Mo looked at Pang Tao, then turned to look at Su Jingming, who was standing not far away. Seeing that Su Jingming was looking at him with a smile on his face, he looked away. He nodded slowly and continued to speak. What about the pet catwalk? Was it also the two of you who came up with it? This is not the idea of the pet catwalk, but it was proposed by Mr. Lee. Oh! When Mr. Lee proposed this idea, it seems that he was not Mr. Lee. Pang Tao sounded emotional. Li Shun's idea was crucial. Therefore, it is impossible for him to hide this credit, and he cannot do such a thing with his personality. Are you talking about Li Shun? Chen Mo was stunned for a moment. The only person in the group who could be called President Li was Li Shun. Yes, Pang Tao nodded. Okay, it's really good. Chen Mo tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart. Before he became President Li, Li Shun had already proposed the idea of pet catwalk. Really good. This is a time bomb that was planted for me a long time ago. And Pang Tao and Su Jingming, who are obviously very caring people, how can they be so capable of causing trouble? Mr. Chun, the pet catwalk will start in 10 minutes. Let's go over and have a look. We have rehearsed it. It's very good. Pang Tao couldn't help laughing when he heard Mr. Chen's praise. It seems that Mr. Chun is very satisfied with the corner pet park. Chapter 486 Opening Fashion Show. Pet catwalk? Let's go and see it. Chun Mo rubbed his swollen brows and thought for a while. Things have reached this point anyway and cannot be changed. It is better to go over and take a look at what Pang Tao has done to the pet park. However, this matter cannot be left alone. Pang Tao, Su Jingming, and Li Shun. You three can cause trouble, right? It just so happens that the second batch of poor elderly people in mountainous areas have been counted, so I will let you go. I originally wanted Luo Xiao and Wang Bin to go, but because the preparations for the second movie were already completed and I had to go, I gave up. But you guys are so presumptuous, so just go ahead. Chen Mo thought to himself and followed Pang Tao to the direction of the pet catwalk. It didn't take long. A huge T-shaped stage appeared right in front. At this time, there were many tourists waiting in the viewing area of the T-shaped stage. After counting the number of people, there must be at least more than 2,000 people. Mr. Chen, go this way. There is the best viewing area over there. Pang Tao took the lead and walked to a place in the distance that was higher than other stands. When we reached the top of the stands, we had a panoramic view of the T stage. There were already staff preparing on the edge of the stage. Every pet, whether held or held, is ready. After a few minutes, after a host came on stage and gave a speech, the pet show began. Pets walked onto the stage neatly one after another, wearing various styles of costumes and looking very interesting. The tourists below the catwalk were all looking curiously at the pets on the catwalk, or rather the clothes the pets were wearing. Hotu Live Broadcast. A live broadcast room, named Corner Pet Park Pet Fashion Show, has been recommended on the homepage of the live broadcast platform early. Pet Fashion Show, what is this? It's the first time we've met. It looks like it's about to start. I don't know what kind of costumes there are. If possible, it would be a good idea to get one for my guagua. Oh, it's finally started. It's too early to close Xiao Xiao, so I can only watch it here. Oh, I don't know if there are any pet costumes that I like, but from what I heard, there are many kinds of pet costumes that will definitely meet the needs of most people. It started. It looks like the first batch of pets on the catwalk are cats. Wow! The costume the third cat wears is so cute. I really want to get one for my cat, but how do I buy it? Oh, management. People who want to buy pet clothing can go to the official live broadcast account of Ming Pet Clothing to purchase. All the clothing that appeared on the catwalk today can be purchased there. Oh, the cat costumes look very good. I'm waiting for the dog costumes. Corner Pet Park. Chen Mo looked at the various pet costumes, and the remaining hope in his heart was shattered. There is no quality issue with these clothes, but the styles are not unsaleable. And based on his understanding of pet owners, they are willing to spend money on their pets. It is impossible to only buy pet clothing. Soon the catwalk show of 10 cats in a formation was over, and soon a group of dogs came up, also wearing various costumes. Just after the dog show ended, Chun Mo turned around and walked silently towards the bottom of the stands. Mr. Chun, please stop reading. When Pang Tao saw Mr. Chun turning around and leaving, he quickly followed him. Stop watching. Chunimo waved his hands unhappily. He had expected those pet costumes to be ugly. In that case, the pet costumes might not sell much. But during the viewing process, each of the pet costumes looked better than the last. How could he continue to watch this? Then Mr. Chun, I'll give it to you. No need, you just go about your business. It's okay. The park is open today, and there aren't many things to do. Pang Tao continued to follow behind. Mr. Chun finally came to the pet park once. How could it be justified if he didn't even give him a gift? Su Jingming and Du Xiaoxiao also followed closely. Chunimo ignored the people following him. He came here to see the depressed side of the pet park, not to see the crowds of tourists. At this time, he was already a little tired. Come to the parking lot and get on the big black G directly. Mr. Chun walked slowly. Pang Tao looked at Mr. Chun sitting in the car, smiled and waved. Su Jingming and Du Xiaoxiao also waved. Watch the vehicle slowly leave. Du Xiaoxiao finally couldn't suppress the doubts in his heart and couldn't help but speak. Mr. Chun doesn't look very happy. During the series of events just now, she always felt that Mr. Chun was not in a good mood. What you see is just the surface, not the real Mr. Chun. Pang Tao looked at Du Xiaoxiao and said indifferently, only the surface. Du Xiaoxiao was a little confused and didn't know what Mr. Pang meant by saying that. You are not from the Tomorrow Group. You don't understand. Well, even if you are from the Tomorrow Group, you may not understand. In our leadership circle, it is necessary to figure out Mr. Chen's intentions. Pang Tao spoke with a smile on his face. In terms of trying to figure out Mr. Chen's deep meaning, he thought he was not as thorough as Wei Yin and Li Shun. But he saw through Mr. Chen's performance today. It was just that the pet park entered a very hot state when it opened. Mr. Chen was worried that showing too much happiness would make them proud and complacent. He understood this matter. He had heard those managers talk about it many times in the manager group before. But Du Xiaoxiao was not a company employee after all, so he did not explain so much. He just turned around with a smile and walked into the pet park. Now that the pet park has just opened, in order to retain more tourists in the future, he must continue to improve the pet park. It just so happened that Mr. Chen added 10 million investment a few days ago, which can implement all the plans that were previously expected but not yet implemented. In the car, Chen Mo directly told Yang Dehai to go home directly. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was time to get off work at the company. Leaning back on the seat, frowning. Looking at the situation of the pet park in this corner now, it can't be changed for a while. However, the Changfeng garment factory can still be saved. Pet clothing is just one of the areas produced by the garment factory. When the time comes, a slight change can almost reduce the crisis of pet clothing. Although it can't be reduced to the original time, at least the profit of pet clothing can be reduced. It seems necessary to go to the Changfeng garment factory. It seems that I haven't been to the garment factory for a long time. Now the Changfeng garment factory has been built for nearly 8 months, and I don't know how the reconstruction is going. Chapter 487. Combine work and rest, hand and homework. Changfeng garment factory. Inside the office, Zhang Cheng and Lu Jie were looking at the data on the computer carefully. It was already time to get off work, but neither of them had any intention of leaving after get off work. After a while, Lu Jie said with excitement, Mr. Jiang, pet costumes are very popular this time. How to say? Zhang Cheng looked at the excited Lu Jie. Although he was looking at the data on the computer just now, he still couldn't understand it. Mr. Jiang, according to the sales of the account I just created, there have been sales of 30,000 yuan since the pet fashion show started half an hour ago. Lu Jie opened his mouth to explain. So much. Zhang Cheng was a little surprised when he heard Lu Jie's words. It's only been half an hour, but it's so surprising that there are so many sales. But your pet clothing is very popular with everyone, and the sales are still increasing. I don't know how much it will increase in the end. Lu Jie looked at the growing data in the background and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. He has only seen this kind of sales speed from those big anchors who carry goods. In that case, let's see tomorrow. It's getting late, so let's get off work. Hearing this, Jiang Chen got up and walked outside the office. He came to the outside of the office building and looked at the employee dormitory building, which was more than half completed, as well as the employee activity building, the employee canteen, and the office building. There are 3 workshops that have risen in the distance. According to the current project progress, these buildings will be completed in another 2 months. However, these buildings are only half of the entire industrial park. The remaining half was started after the completion of the buildings in front of them. The main reason for this is that if the entire industrial park is built together, it will be difficult to turn around the work of the garment factory. After all, Mr. Chin's request is that all factories in the park be demolished and rebuilt, including the office buildings, factories, dormitories, and canteens they are currently using. If these buildings are to be rebuilt, replacements must be found during the reconstruction, otherwise the garment factory will cease operations. So he finally decided to build replacements for these buildings first, and then let the employees move into the newly built dormitories, canteens, office buildings. Thinking about it, I couldn't help but look forward to the future clothing factory. He came to a place where electric vehicles were parked in front of the office building, rolled out an electric vehicle, and then went straight to the staff dormitory. This electric scooter clothing factory has purchased many electric scooters, which are very convenient for walking in the park. Return to the dormitory and enter the room. I'm back. The food is on the table for you. It's still warm. Eat it quickly. Huang Wan watched Jiang Qing come in and gave instructions, then continued to fold the laundry. Jiang Qing walked to the table, opened the insulated lunchbox, and started eating. After eating, I took my lunchbox to the bathroom and cleaned it up. How are the sales of pet clothing? Huang Wan looked at Jiang Qing coming out of the bathroom and put away the folded clothes. According to Lu Jie, the current sales of pet clothing are very good, but the current sales data are still growing, and we will not see the specific results until tomorrow. Jiang Qing glanced at the newly bought pajamas on his wife's body, walked to the chair beside the bed silently, sat down, and took another book from the bookshelf beside him to read. Huang Wan got out of bed and walked to the door. She locked the door first, then turned to look at Jiang Qing, who seemed to be reading a book, and spoke softly. There's no need to read today. I'll give you a day off to relax. You must know how to combine work and rest. Jiang Qing's hand holding the book shook slightly. He glanced at his wife, who was walking over from the corner of his eye, and spoke quickly. I still don't understand some parts of this book, and I will continue to read it. There is no end to learning, and there is no such thing as a holiday when it comes to reading. I am ready to stay up all night reading today. Really, are you going to read the book backwards? Huang Wan's voice sounded in her ears, and then her tone became aggressive. Stop pretending to me. Come here and hand in your homework. Didn't I just hand in my homework the day before yesterday? You haven't been studying well lately. You need tutoring. Not a coffee shop. Zhanglan, I want you to think clearly. I am not targeting you for this matter. The entertainment company is a little dissatisfied with you for raising the price to 2 million, so they treat you like that. I also blocked this matter, but you also know I just joined the entertainment company and I don't have much say. I can't help you with this matter. I hope you don't blame me. Su Lei looked at Zhang Lan sitting opposite and said helplessly. Zhang Lan smiled lightly after listening to Su Lei's words, picked up the coffee on the table, and took a gentle sip. It's okay, this is pretty good. When she received Su Lei's invitation today, she was hesitant whether to go to the appointment or not. After all, she was very clear about Su Lei and others' personalities, and didn't want to have any more interactions with them. However, after thinking about it later, she was more curious about what Su Lei wanted to do with her. Later, I agreed. Anyway, there was no problem on my side. The song was recorded yesterday. As long as it is released to the music platform, she will not worry at all even if the entertainment company is doing something behind her. After all, a good song can withstand the impact of negative reviews from the internet. And Luo also said before the shooting that after the song is released, some resources will be invested in the Music platform to allow the song to spread quickly. So she is not worried about the song at all. Su Lei was a little surprised to see Zhang Lan's reaction. She thought Zhang Lan would have a mental breakdown because of the song, or even a lack of energy. But now it seems that there is no problem. How could this be? After carefully looking at Zhang Lan's expression, I found that she was not pretending at all, and she was really relaxed. I was a little puzzled, but I didn't forget the purpose of coming here today, and I also took a sip of coffee. Zhang Lan, it won't do you any good to continue like this. Why don't you join the entertainment company with us? We can still create together like before. Isn't that a good thing? Although there are some restrictions to joining the entertainment company, there are also many resources. In fact, there are pros and cons, and I personally think that the pros outweigh the cons. So you should join the entertainment company, otherwise the entertainment company will always target you. But as long as you join our entertainment company, I can guarantee that I can give you very good resources, better than mine. Chapter 488 on the shelf. No, I have no interest in your entertainment company. Zhang Lan shook her head decisively. No matter what, she would not join Su Lei, an entertainment company, not to mention that she had already joined Lampi Film and Television. Why? Su Lei's eyes were full of doubts. She didn't understand why Zhang Lan was so insistent. It was clear that the entertainment company had failed to achieve any results when releasing new songs, and new songs released in the future might still face such a situation. In this situation, she didn't understand what Zhang Lan was still insisting on. Seeing Zhang Lan's determination, I couldn't help but feel a little anxious. She came here today not just to persuade, but with a mission, which was to recruit Zhang Lan to the entertainment company. Since joining the entertainment company during this period, I have also started composing songs with Li Xiaoxiao and Wu Jie. Only during the creative process did she know what kind of decision-making Zhang Lan had been making during the creative process. When I was creating before, it was basically her, Li Xiaoxiao, and Wu Jie who were discussing. Only at some important nodes, or when there are differences or problems, Zhang Lan will say a few words to solve the problem. At that time, she didn't think much about it, nor did she feel how important Zhang Lan's occasional words were. She even thought that Zhang Lan was fishing in troubled waters on the sidelines and did not play a big role in song creation. But when they really lost Zhang Lan to create, they discovered what a key role Zhang Lan had played in every previous creation. The more critical issue is that the entertainment company is already somewhat dissatisfied with their performance. After all, after the music studio was disbanded, Zhang Lan had already written a song and released it successfully, although the song had no success due to the intervention of the entertainment company, but in terms of song quality alone, it's still a pretty good song. The three of them only created one song, and compared with Zhang Lan's song, it was far behind. A single song may not mean much, but if all the songs in the past are like this, then the problem will be huge. Therefore, no matter what, she had to find a way to win Zhang Lan into their entertainment company. There is no reason. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Zhang Lan got up and prepared to leave as she spoke. If she had known these things, she wouldn't have wasted her time here. You are not afraid that the entertainment company will continue to mess with you, and all the songs you release in the future will be attacked by trolls. Su Lei couldn't help but speak louder when she saw Zhang Lan getting up to leave. It doesn't matter. Zhang Lan smiled and ignored Su Lei, turned around and left the coffee shop. When I arrived outside the coffee shop, I hailed a taxi and went home. Returned to Changbai Jingyuan. Just entered the house. They saw Shinro, Yang Yao Yao, and Lu Weiwei sitting in the living room chatting. Lan Lan, you are back. Shinro looked at Zhang Lan, who came in, and asked, Yeah, you guys chat. I'll go change clothes. Zhang Lan nodded, changed into slippers, and went directly into the bedroom. Soon after, Zhang Lan wore a nightgown and came to the living room and sat down on the sofa. Sister Lan, how's your song going? Yang Yao Yao looked at Zhang Lan sitting on the sofa and asked curiously. Zhang Lan has been practicing songs during this time, and she sometimes listens to them. They really sound good. I really hope the song is recorded and then put on the music platform. That way you can listen to it every day. Well, 3 songs have been recorded, but I'm going to release one song first to see what happens. Zhang Lan nodded. She was going to release a song first to test the waters. Then the other 2 songs will be put on the music platform one after another. But they won't be released together. After all, releasing them together will undoubtedly divide the traffic. She wants to maximize the benefits of these songs. Which song is it? Lu Weiwei asked curiously. It's Invisible Wings. Zhang Lan leaned on the sofa. Among the 11 songs, her favorite song was Invisible Wings. This song seemed to be singing about herself. So, she decided to make this song the first song to be released. Is this a song? I like it very much. Lu Weiwei looked happy. Now that it's recorded, when do you plan to put it on the shelves? Shinro sat aside and spoke at the right time. Probably tomorrow. Zhang Lan was smiling. She was looking forward to the moment when the song would be released. On the second day, tomorrow group, Chinemo sat in the office and handed over Shinro after finishing some basic tasks for today. Mr. Chun, do you have any arrangements? Well, please let me know later. Pang Tao, Su Jingming from the pet park, and Li Shun from the boring short video. Call Wu Yu too, and come to my office for a meeting at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chun Mo pondered for a moment and then spoke slowly. These people had done so many things for him. How could he not let them suffer a little bit? It just so happens that the poor elderly have organized a team to go, so let them go and leave the company without causing trouble for him. As for Wu Yu, Li Shun is gone, and he can get one free with a buy one. As the vice president, Wu Yu should go with him. Anyway, he has caused trouble for him before. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded and returned to her office. After watching Shinlan return to the office, Chinemo also stood up and walked out of the office. Today, he was going to Chongfeng Garment Factory. After all, he had to solve the pet clothing issue as soon as possible. In any case, he must reduce the income to the minimum. This is the only remedy he can do. Now, the first four industries, Sanshua Games, Nana Coffee, and Corner Pet Park, these three industries have been completely destroyed. Now only Chongfeng Garment Factory can be saved. Alas, a good industry was destroyed just like that. Chun Mo sighed helplessly. Nothing went well during this period. Ding dong. There was a sound from the mobile phone. Chun Mo picked up his phone and took a look. He found that it was sent by Zhang Lan. Of course, it was his Smuff account. Zhang Lan didn't know who he was yet. The content of the message was very simple. Today, a song is going to be released. Invisible Wings. Is the song going to be released? Seeing such news, Chun Mo finally smiled. This is probably the only good news among many bad news. The release of songs means that he can make money, and this money can go directly into his personal assets. Sure enough, it is better to rely on yourself than on anyone else. When those songs are released, he can also be considered a rich man. Chapter 489, You Don't Like Tea. Chongfeng Garment Factory. Manager's office. Mr. Jiang, are you okay? Lu Jie said worriedly as he looked at Jiang Cheng, who was holding his waist and walking down, in his haggard face. It's okay. Please tell me about the sales of pet clothing yesterday. Jiang Cheng placed a cup of coffee in front of Lu Jie's desk and returned to his seat to sit down. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Lu Jie nodded with a smile on his face. I just looked at the back-end sales data of pet clothing. The total sales of pet clothing is 90,000. 90,000? Is that much? Jiang Cheng was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that there would be so many sales in one night. It was really beyond his expectation. When he returned to the dormitory yesterday, the sales volume was 30,000 yuan. He thought that even if it increased a lot, it would be very good to have 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. Yes, and there is good news and bad news in this. I don't know which one Mr. Jiang wants to hear. Lu Jie showed a mysterious smile. Good news. Bad news. Jiang Qing looked confused and didn't know what Lu Jie was talking about. After thinking for a while, he spoke calmly. That's good news. Let's first hear what the good news is. The good news is that our pet apparel is very popular, and there are a lot of people wanting to buy it. Lu Jie had a smile on his face. What about the bad news? Jiang Cheng also smiled. Pet costumes are very popular, which is indeed a good thing. The bad news is that the inventory of pet clothing we have prepared has been sold out. Those who like pet clothing can't buy it even if they want to. In other words, today's sales of 90,000 yuan are just the increase in inventory, not our sales. Lu Jie showed a wry smile. When he saw this data, he was a little excited and a little helpless. Ah, is that so? Jiang Cheng was stunned for a moment. He did not expect such a result. When producing pet clothing, he and Su Yining from the design department calculated it and were worried about the audience for pet clothing, so there was no mass production. Each pet clothing style and production quantity were basically around 500 sets. I just didn't expect that the 500 sets of pet clothing produced would be sold out in one night. This is really incredible. So, Mr. Jiang, we need to increase the production of pet clothing based on the current purchasing power of those people. As long as the quantity of pet clothing is sufficient, then it is not a bad idea to sell 200,000 yuan in sales. And it may even be more, Lu Jie said with excitement. After staying in a clothing factory for so long, the live broadcast room has always been tepid. Now that the pet clothing live broadcast room suddenly became popular, he was happier than anyone else. As soon as the pet live broadcast team started the live broadcast this morning, a large number of viewers appeared in the live broadcast room, typing in the live broadcast room, asking when new pet CLO thing will be released. Well, regarding the production, I will discuss it with the workshop director and produce more batches of the pet clothes that will be put on the shelves today as soon as possible. Jiang Qing nodded. He naturally wanted to see the pet clothing sell well. Increasing the production quantity is very simple. He only needs to communicate with the workshop and produce more quantities each time. Buzz! Suddenly the phone vibrated. Jiang Qing picked up the phone and took a look. Seeing this, he quickly answered the phone. After a while, he slowly hung up the phone and looked up at Lu Jie. Mr. Chun, you'll be here in a minute. Mr. Chun, do you want to come over? Lu Jie was a little surprised. Well, it's on the way. It should be here soon. Jiang Qing nodded, feeling a little excited. Mr. Chin hasn't been to the clothing factory for a long time. It's almost time. Let's go out and greet him. Some time passed. Jiang Qing glanced at the time, got up, and walked outside the office. Lu Jie hurriedly followed behind. At the entrance of the industrial park, a big black Jeep drove in slowly and finally stopped in front of an office building. Chen Mo pushed the door open and got out of the car, looking at the surrounding environment. This place has undergone earth-shaking changes from the last time he came here. The originally messy workshops and factories have been razed to the ground, replaced by several similarly constructed buildings and several factories. While in the observation room, a shout suddenly came from beside me. Mr. Chun, turning around, he saw Jiang Chengqing running towards the door of the office building, followed by a man. He had some impression that he was the head of the live broadcast team of the clothing factory. Soon, the two of them ran closer. Chen Mo looked at the two men and nodded slightly, looking at the buildings that had been built in the distance. How long will it take to complete the office building, dormitory building, activity building, and canteen there? Mr. Chun, the project over there will be completed in about 2 months. Jiang Cheng spoke quickly. Well, after it's completed, it's better to contact Wang Yang for decoration matters. As for the decoration configuration, it should be as before. Chen Mo glanced at the buildings in the distance and stopped paying attention. This is not what he came here for today. Okay, Mr. Chun. Jiang Cheng responded quickly. Chen Mo glanced at the obedient Jiang Cheng and sighed in his heart. What an honest man he is. If it weren't for Li Shun and his men who were doing things behind the scenes, it is estimated that this garment factory could develop according to his expectations for the rest of his life. Alas, Chen Montak Zaitsikhetli. Let's go to the office. As he said, he ran directly into the office building. He had worked here for a long time. Although he hadn't been here for a long time, he was still familiar with everything. He soon found his original office. Jiang Qing followed him and hurriedly opened the door of the office. Mr. Chun, please come in. Chen Mo saw this and walked in without being polite and sat down on the sofa in the reception area. Jiang Qing picked up the tea that he had brewed before going downstairs and carefully poured a cup for Mr. Chen. Sit down, don't stand. Chen Mo picked up the coffee and took a sip. You've almost had too much of this Longjing tea. He remembered that he gave Jiang Cheng 2 boxes of Longjing tea the last time he went into Tomorrow Group. Counting the days. They're almost finished now. No, Mr. Chun, there's still 2/3. Jiang Cheng spoke quickly. Well, don't you like tea? Chen Mo paused with his hand, holding the teacup, and looked up at Jiang Cheng. No, Mr. Chun, that tea is too expensive. I've never been willing to drink it. Jiang Cheng smiled awkwardly. Since he knew that those 2 boxes of Longjing tea cost more than 20,000 yuan, he rarely drank it. Because every time he drank that tea, he felt like he was drinking money and felt very distressed. Chapter 490, Long-Term Vision. Not willing to drink it. Listening to Jiang Cheng's words, Chen Mo frowned a little, but when he thought of Jiang Cheng's honest look, he relaxed a little. But it's okay not to drink. He gave tea to people like Jiang Chung in order to let them consume the tea for him. After the drink is gone, he can replenish it. This invisibly increases another expenditure. Chinemo thought of this and spoke slightly. It's not okay if you don't want to drink it. I bought this tea just for drinking, and it's not just for you to drink alone. You can also use this longjing to entertain guests. This undoubtedly shows the strength of our company. It can also be used to entertain the company's employees. It's all fine. So, you must drink this tea, drink it every day. If you run out of tea, the group will replenish it. Well, don't you still have a lot of tea leaves left? I'll give you a month to drink the remaining longjing leaves. Chinemo looked at Jiang Chung and became slightly serious. I understand, Mr. Chun. Jiang Chung nodded, feeling a little ashamed, thinking that he was too petty. It's good to know. I'll check it out in a month. Chinemo spoke calmly, then changed his tone and talked about the purpose of his visit today. Yesterday, the pet park held a pet fashion show to promote our pet clothing. I don't know how the sales will be. Mr. Chun, don't worry, you can drink all the tea in a month. Jiang Chung spoke quickly, then showed a smile. Mr. Chun, the sales of pet clothing are very good. We had sales of 90,000 yuan last night. 90,000 sales in one night. Chinemo touched his chin lightly. This sales rate was not high at all based on the scale of the current clothing factory. If that's all it seems acceptable. Just when he thought of this, he heard Jiang Chung speak again. However, the sales of 90,000 yuan are just the amount of inventory we have. We are worried about the audience for pet clothing. During the production process, only about 500 sets of each pet clothing were produced. As for the pet clothing displayed in the pet fashion show, the inventory was cleared last night. If we ask the clothing factory here to increase the price of each pet clothing, sales volume, increase inventory, then sales will definitely increase again. Chunemo frowned tightly when he heard this. It turns out that the sales volume of 90,000 is out of stock. If I increase the inventory, it will be sold for hundreds of thousands or more than 200,000 yuan, which is not bad. No, this must be stopped. Put the teacup on the table and cough twice. Increasing the production of pet clothing still needs to be considered. I think that not only cannot it be increased, but it must be reduced. Jiang Chung looked at Mr. Chen sitting opposite him with a surprised expression. He thought that after he told this matter, Mr. Chun would at least agree to it even if he didn't show happiness. But it was completely unexpected that not only did they not agree, but they also had to reduce production. Lu Jie, who was sitting next to him, also looked puzzled. He didn't know what the young boss was thinking. From the current point of view, if we increase the production in this way, we can definitely make more money. Mr. Chun, instead of increasing, actually wanted to reduce production. He really couldn't figure this idea out. Who else has trouble with money these days? Mr. Chun, if you do this, sales will be reduced a lot. Jiang Chung quickly came back to his senses, looked at Mr. Chun, and spoke softly. It's wrong of you to think that way. Don't just look at the immediate interests of some things. We need to take a longer-term view. Chun Mo tapped his fingers on the table and continued to speak. Pet clothing is pet clothing after all. You have to consider the importance of the matter. When all your family's energy is focused on pet clothing, how should our clothing factory decide? We want to build a diversified clothing factory, but this pet clothing can only be a member of the clothing factory and cannot occupy a dominant position. Compared to those pets, we humans occupy the main position. Do you think the demand for buying clothes is higher, or the demand for pets to buy pet clothing is higher? Chunemo looked at Jiang Chung seriously. Human high? Jiang Chung replied. Chun Mo patted the table when he heard this. Isn't this right? Since humans have a high demand for clothes, why do we still pay so much attention to pet clothes? Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? We can develop pet clothing, but we must clearly distinguish which one is the main body we need to develop. Although pet clothing can currently make money, we cannot be blinded by temporary benefits. So, this pet clothing can be developed, but it must not be invested too much. The quantity you originally set was 500 sets of each pet clothing. From today on, just 300 sets of each pet clothing will be produced. After production, just don't go into labor anymore. Chinemo said seriously. There were about 500 units last night, and the sales volume was 90,000. This time it was 2/5 less, so it was almost more than 50,000 yuan. Oh, good. With this sales volume, it seems that there is not much profit after deducting the principal, and it has no great impact on the overall development strategy of Changfeng Garment Factory. Okay, Mr. Chun. Jiang Qing nodded, and his heart was already greatly shocked. Sure enough, Mr. Chen's pattern was different from theirs. He was still thinking about how to make the garment factory profitable, but Mr. Chen had been thinking about the future development direction of the garment factory and was not blinded by temporary interests. Sure enough, Mr. Chun is Mr. Chun, and they are not comparable to employees. He sighed in his heart, but soon thought of something and looked up at Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun, if this is the case, then the pressure on the design department will be much greater. They need to design many styles of pet clothing. With the current number of people in the design department, it is difficult to meet the current requirements of pet clothing. This is what he just thought of. The pet show scheduled at the Corner Pet Park is twice a week, and there are a total of 30 kinds of pet clothing displayed in each show. 15 kinds of cats and 15 kinds of dogs. And if there are 2 shows a week, then 60 styles of pet clothing are needed. This is a huge design demand. Judging from the current number of people in the design department, it is not enough to meet this design condition. The current pet clothing is accumulated over the past 2 months, which can only support 4 fashion shows. After 4 fashion shows, the design department may not be able to keep up with the design, and according to Mr. Chin's request, the design department cannot focus on designing pet fashion. Is that so? Hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Chen Mo's eyes lit up slightly. Chapter 491, Not Enough Designers. This matter is easy to talk about. You should call the person in charge of the design department here first. You also need to tell her about this matter. Chen Mo looked at Jiang Cheng and spoke calmly. Okay, Mr. Chen. Jiang Cheng nodded, took out his mobile phone, and made a call. Before long, there was a knock on the office door, and then Su Yining opened the door and walked in. Mr. Jiang, you are looking for me, Su Yining said casually, but was stunned when she saw Mr. Chen sitting in the reception area. But he quickly came to his senses and spoke quickly. Hello, Mr. Chen. Well, come and sit. Chen Mo looked at Su Yining, who came in, and waved. He knew something about this designer. After all, he recruited it himself. However, the result does not seem to be very ideal. He thought at the time that it would be difficult for interns to design something good-looking because they had little design experience. However, after seeing the pet costumes at yesterday's pet fashion show, he knew that he had made a mistake. Although these interns had little design experience, the costumes they designed were still very distinctive. Otherwise, those designed pet clothing cannot be sold out overnight. But the deal was done. According to the requirements of the system, he had no way to replace these people unless they violated any regulations or made any mistakes. Seeing Su Yining already seated in the reception area, Chen Mo turned his eyes to Jiang Cheng. Retell what happened just now. Okay, Mr. Chun. Jiang Cheng nodded, then looked at Su Yining and recounted what he had just discussed. After a while, Su Yining nodded slightly and turned to look at Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, what Mr. Jiang just said is right. If we produce it according to the limited number of 300, we will be under a lot of pressure with the number of people in our design department. What he originally negotiated with the Corner Pet Park was that the pet fashion show would need to be worn repeatedly. However, the matching is different every time they go on the catwalk. If they go on the catwalk a few times, their design can keep up. But if the changes are made now, it will be impossible for pets to wear the same clothes on the catwalk. After all, after one catwalk, the pet clothing here may be sold out, and there is no use in wearing the same clothing again. So every fashion show in the Corner Pet Park will be held in the future. You need different pet clothing. It's easy to say. The design department is under great pressure, so just add more designers. You should first estimate how many designers your design department will add so that you won't have any pressure. Chinamo said with a relaxed look. He was worried about how to spend more funds, and this was delivered to his door. Adding a designer will undoubtedly cost an extra salary. And judging from Su Yining's description just now, it can't be as simple as missing just one designer. After hearing Mr. Chen's words, Su Yining thought for a moment. After a moment, he slowly raised his head. Mr. Chen, I thought about it. The minimum is about 15 designers. The minimum is 15. Chun Mo murmured and finally tapped the table to decide. The minimum is 15, which means that May 15th still have a certain amount of pressure. In this case, to be on the safe side, let's recruit 30 designers. Mr. Chun, 30 designers may be a bit too much. Su Yining shook her head quickly. The design of pet clothing is simpler than clothing design. It does not require 30 designers at all. Not many, not many. When the clothing factory is rebuilt, clothing design will definitely involve many aspects. 30 designers is not many at all, and 100 is not necessarily many. Chun Mo shook his head firmly. Okay, Mr. Chun. When Su Yining heard Mr. Chun say this, he stopped insisting. Well, that's all about the pet costumes. Just do as I asked just now. Right. Chun Mo suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Su Yining again. You should communicate with the Human Resources Department about the recruitment of designers. We only recruit fresh graduates or interns. Regarding the recruitment of designers, he thought about it and decided that fresh graduates and interns were safer. Although he might meet outstanding designers like Su Yining and others, he didn't believe that his ideas were so memorized. He doesn't ask for much. Among those 30 designers, 25 are just ordinary, inexperienced designers. However, under the huge design requirements of pet clothing, mistakes will definitely occur, or ugly clothing will be designed. This way, it is possible that no one will buy the design clothing. So no matter what, this inexperienced intern is definitely more cost-effective than those experienced designers. Okay, Mr. Chun, I will handle the matter as soon as possible. Suzani note that. As for the intern requested by Mr. Chun, she didn't think much about it. After all, she was an intern when she entered the company. Moreover, the 4 of them were selected among several skilled designers. For this matter, she and her roommates have always been grateful. Without Mr. Chin's appreciation, they wouldn't know what to do now. Well, that's all. You can handle the rest by yourselves. Chun Mo said, got up and walked outside. Okay, Mr. Chun. Jiang Qinggang quickly stood up and followed Mr. Chun. Su Yining and Lu Jie were also following closely. This was the president of the group. How dare they neglect him? You guys go back. I'll take a walk around the park. Walk out of the office building. Chun Mo turned to look at the few people following him and waved. Mr. Chun, we are not busy here. The park is under construction now, so I will follow you. Jiang Cheng stood aside and said worriedly. Then, you can do whatever you want. Chun Mo didn't insist. He just wanted to take a step inside the park to see where there was still money to spend. That's all. Several people started walking around the park, and soon they reached the company canteen. Chun Mo went in and took a look, then turned to look at Jiang Cheng. The food in the cafeteria is still the same as before, 6 dishes per meal. Yes, Mr. Chun. Jiang Cheng nodded. Let's change it to 8 dishes starting tomorrow. If there are not enough chefs, go to the chef. If you have any recipes, you can go to Wang Maoyan from Tomorrow Canteen. They have a nutritious meal plan there. Just follow their meal plan. Chun Mo walked out of the canteen and spoke calmly. The nutritious meal plan was developed by Sister Hong. The nutritional mix is very even every day and is very friendly to the health of employees. It's all money spent anyway, and he is willing to see that the diet can be made healthier. Leave the cafeteria. In a blink of an eye, he saw the dog cage next to the canteen. At this time, several dogs were looking outside the dog cage. Chun Mo saw 2 at a glance. Cooked dog. The 2 dogs seemed to still remember him and were wagging their tails happily in the cage. Chapter 492 Reward. Gui Gui Monet. Seeing this, Chun Mo walked over directly. Mr. Chun, I'll help you release them. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng took the lead in opening the dog cage and put the 2 dogs on the leash in the cage. He knew these 2 dogs. When Mr. Chin was still working in the garment factory, he often took these 2 dogs for a walk. So even after Mr. Chin left, he arranged for staff to take special care of these 2 dogs. Yes. Mr. Chin nodded and reached out to take the dog leash. So, the team of 4 people strolling had 2 more dogs. After a while, Chun Mo returned to the office building with some helplessness. After walking around, except for the 2 dishes added to the cafeteria, he didn't think of other places to spend money. Just as he was about to get in the car and leave, his eyes noticed the simple parking shed not far away. I just realized it. As my company, Chinemo, how can there be such a simple shed? Well, replace those simple parking sheds for me when you have the chance. Replace them with bigger and more high-end ones. Our garment factory will not need such simple sheds in the future. They affect the appearance of the factory. Factory appearance. Zhang Cheng was stunned for a moment, but soon came to his senses and nodded. Okay, Mr. Chen. Chinemo looked around and got into the car directly after finding nothing new. The black G-Class started slowly, watching the vehicle gradually disappear from sight. Lu Jie, who had not spoken much, finally couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Chen, it's really different from other bosses. Not only does he have a vision, but he is also so friendly and treats his employees very well. That's for sure. Jiang Qing nodded without hesitation. If Mr. Chun hadn't been here, he would probably still be an ordinary employee in the garment factory, living apart from his wife. Su Yining also nodded secretly. If it weren't for Mr. Chun, she wouldn't have such a big platform to display her talents. Tomorrow group? Boring short video. Manager's office. What do you think Mr. Chen wants to do by calling us together? Wu Yu looked at Li Shun, Pang Tao, and Su Jingming in the office with a puzzled look on his face. This time, Mr. Chen only called the four of them to a meeting. Li Shun was also a little puzzled. I have some guesses about this. Pang Tao sat aside with a smile on his face. Mr. Pang, do you know? Li Shun looked at Pang Tao unexpectedly. He didn't expect that Pang Tao had already guessed Mr. Chen's intention before he guessed it. It's like this. Didn't our corner pet park open yesterday? The number of visitors on that day was over 8,000. It can basically be confirmed that the corner pet park will be a profitable project in the future. And Mr. Chen also went to see it yesterday. Under Mr. Chen's question, I told him the factors that made the corner pet park successful. There's no need to talk about Su Jingming and me. Another one is the idea of the pet fashion show. This idea is indispensable. It not only adds to the characteristics of the pet park, but also increases the sales of the clothing factory. So Mr. Chen called us here, probably to reward us. Pang Tao spoke slowly, with a look of joy on his face. Just before coming here, the corner pet park also welcomed the second day of visitors. Judging from the number of visitors in the morning, the number of visitors today is no less than the number of visitors on the first day. What about me? Wu Yu sat aside, his face full of confusion. If Pang Tao is right, then what's wrong with him? He didn't contribute much to the pet park, so what did Mr. Chen ask him to do? This. Pang Tao was stunned for a moment, and for a moment, he began to doubt his guess. Forget it, the time is almost up. Let's go up, and we'll know when we get there. Li Shun glanced at the time, stood up, and walked out the door. Seeing this, Pang Tao and his friends hurriedly followed him. Enter the elevator. Go directly to the top floor and knock on the office door gently. Soon, the door was opened. Shinro looked at the people at the door and spoke softly. Mr. Chun, I'm waiting inside. Li Shun and his friends heard this, nodded slightly, and then walked into the office. Sit down. Looking at the people who came in, he spoke lightly. Seeing Mr. Chen's somewhat serious expression, the few people also tensed their bodies slightly and slowly sat on the sofa in the reception room. Mr. Chun, do you have any arrangements? Li Shun said softly. Yes, there are things for you to do. Chen Mo nodded slightly, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a sip gently. As for the people on the opposite side, if they still want to drink tea, they can do it next time. Mr. Chun, just tell me what to do. Li Shun said solemnly. Pang Tao, Su Jingming, and Wu Yu also straightened their sitting posture slightly and couldn't help but feel a little expectant in their hearts. It seemed that Mr. Chen was going to arrange an important task. Chen Mo looked at the people with changing expressions and smiled slightly. You all know about the poor elderly people in the mountains. Yes, Mr. Chen. Pang Tao nodded. Now the poor elderly people who were taken over are currently living in the corner home, and some of them are employees of the corner pet park who are doing some work within their capacity. The other people also nodded. As the managers of the company, they still understand this matter. Since you know it, it will be easy to deal with. Now Yang Xinghua of the Foundation has counted the second batch of poor elderly people, and a team is needed to go and take them back. This task is very important. I am worried about letting some outsiders go. And this is also a matter of accumulating merit, so I thought about it and finally decided that it is better for you to take on this important task. Chinamo leaned back on the sofa, looking at the four people sitting opposite him very seriously. He also roughly looked at the itinerary this time. It was much longer than the last journey, so it was just right for these people to go. If a few more people go out, it will be quiet for a few days. Especially at the corner pet park, maybe after Pang Tao and Su Jingming left, the management there was neglected, and the number of tourists gradually decreased. Mr. Chun, the pet park has just opened. It might be unsafe for us to leave like this. Pang Tao looked a little worried. Yes, Mr. Chun, after Wu Yu and I left, there was no one to manage the boring short videos. Li Shin also spoke slowly. Your idea is wrong. Will the company not be able to operate normally after you leave? Song Xia and Sudan from Nana Coffee went out once, so why didn't they see any accidents happen to Nana Coffee? Speaking of this, Chinemo kept gritting his teeth. There was no accident, but Nana Coffee turned a loss into a profit. Chapter 493 Core. Listening to Mr. Chen's words and seeing that Mr. Chen looked a little angry, Li Shun and Pang Tao looked at each other for a few times, and a trace of shame flashed in their hearts. Yes, Song Xia and Sudan of Nana Coffee did it. Not only did they not let Nana Coffee have any problems, but they became better and better. From the previous loss-making state, it has become profitable. We know, Mr. Chun, after we arrange the work, we will form a team as soon as possible to set off. Li Shin spoke slowly. Is that right? Chinemo saw several people nodding, and finally showed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. This is a matter of accumulating merits. It is good to do more. There are also candidates for forming a team. They can be recruited from various companies. The welfare benefits are the same as before. Those who go out are considered business trips. Another point is that we should not spread our charity work everywhere. This matter is very important, and you should also convey this matter to every employee of the departure team. Chinemo said while looking at Pang Tao. This guy had let slip about doing charity work before, and Du Xiaoxiao heard it. Fortunately, not much was revealed, and Du Xiaoxiao didn't know much about the hidden secrets, so he was lucky to escape. Otherwise, she knew how much this little trumpet would promote her charity work. And behind it was a Tiger Head live broadcast that kept making trouble. Now I can't help but feel a little scared when I think about it. We understand, Mr. Chun. Li Shin nodded firmly and made up his mind secretly. Since Song Xia and Sudan of Nana Coffee can do it, then Li Shun can definitely do it. This is a test given to him by Mr. Chun. Well, since you understand, deal with it as soon as possible. Chinemo looked at the few people and waved his hand lightly. Okay, Mr. Chen. Li Shun responded and left the office with Pang Tao and others. Watching Li Shun and others leave, Chinemo felt a little better. These guys made him fail in settlement and lost so much money. It was right for him to go out and gain some experience. Back to the desk. Suddenly thought of the song he gave Zhang Lan. It seems that one of them was put on the shelves today. I don't know which song it is and how it performs now. With expectation and curiosity in my heart, I turned on the computer and entered the music platform. After all, 70% of the profit from this song will go into his personal assets. After a simple search, I finally confirmed which song Zhang Lan released. Invisible Wings. Looking at this name, Chinemo couldn't help laughing. This song is a very classic. Even after many years, many people still like it. Not bad. Is Zhang Lan still able to choose songs? Click on the song and listen to it. I couldn't help but nod. Is Zhang Lan still very good at singing? She performed very perfectly throughout the song. After a simple look at the popularity of the song, I found that it was not very popular. It should be because the song has just been put on the shelves and not many people have noticed it. But he is not very anxious about this. As long as the song is put on the music platform, no matter what song it is, there will be a certain exposure recommendation. As long as the quality of the song is good and it is liked by many users, then this exposure will continue to increase and finally become a big hit. As for the quality of Invisible Wings, there is no need to say. Sooner or later, it will become a popular song and spread all over the streets and alleys. At that time, she doesn't need to think too much about how much money a song can make. I don't know how much better it is than the system settlement. For so long, he relied on the system settlement and only settled nearly 600,000. But this time is different. This time, he has 70% of the income from the song. Those 11 songs together, there is absolutely no problem to become a multimillionaire. This is much more reliable than the system. Xinhua Entertainment. In an office, Su Lei listened to Zhang Lan's latest song, and her face kept changing. She suddenly understood why Zhang Lan rejected the invitation so straightforwardly. It turned out that she got such a good song. Lyrics, Xiao Jinku. Composition, Xiao Jinku. Only the singer is Zhang Lan. Obviously, this song was not written by Zhang Lan herself, but how could such a good song fall into Zhang Lan's hands? Su Lei's face was gloomy, and she couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If she hadn't left the music studio at that time, would she have contributed to this song? And who is this Xiao Jinku who wrote the lyrics and composed the music? If I can find him, can I get a few songs? Manager, can this song be suppressed? Su Lei came back to her senses, looked at the manager sitting opposite, and spoke softly. Suppress it? The manager sitting at the desk looked up and slowly looked at Su Lei. Do you think a good song can really be suppressed by Water Army? And do you think you can really use Water Army at will on the music platform? The music platform is not a place where you can do whatever you want. If you suppress a song, you also need to pay a certain price. What do you think you have to pay for this song to be suppressed by the music platform? And the reason I suppress Zhang Lan is that I want to recruit her to the entertainment company. But in this situation, do you think it is still possible? The manager looked at Su Lei with a displeased face. He had recruited her for such a long time, but she only created a barely passable song, which completely violated his expectations. Then Zhang Lan. Su Lei hesitated. What does Zhang Lan have to do with you? Can you attract her to join my company? You can't. So, what you have to think about now is how to create a good song. My requirements are not high. I don't ask for a hit, but at least it should be a good song. Otherwise, how can I allocate resources to you? I don't want to recruit a bunch of trash. The manager tapped the table hard, with an impatient expression. Okay, manager. Su Lei nodded. She knew that there was no point in staying, so she turned around and left the office, walking through the corridor to the practice room. This is where they usually practice song creation. Just as they walked to the door, they heard a quarrel coming from inside. This is not right, not good. You are not good like this, it's too messy. Listening to the quarrel inside, Su Lei paused and felt tired. When they were in the club, these two people often had this kind of quarrel, but Zhang Lan came forward to solve it at that time. Every time, she just combined the two people's views together. She didn't care much about this ability at the time, thinking that even she could do it and even do better. So when faced with the entertainment company's recruitment, she directly chose to match the other two people and leave the studio to join the entertainment company. But when she really faced it, she realized how difficult it was. It turned out that Zhang Lan was the core of the studio at that time. A trace of regret rose in her heart. Chapter 494 Manager's Council. Nana Coffee Diamond Store. Li Shun, Wu Yu, Peng Tao, and Su Jingming opened the door and walked in. It is indeed a diamond shop. The environment and style make it look like a high-end coffee shop. It's just that the environment is very elegant. It's perfect for talking about work or quietly drinking afternoon tea alone. I think this coffee shop can be opened next to the pet park in the corner. When tourists are tired, they can go inside and have a rest and drink coffee. Several people approached and talked quietly. In this environment and atmosphere, I feel that speaking loudly is disrespectful to the environment and to other customers in the store. You guys are here, go inside, everyone is waiting inside. At this time, Song Xiao walked out, looked at Li Shun and others who came in, and hurriedly greeted them. Everyone is here, Li Shun asked with a smile. Well, we are all here, waiting for you. You don't have to be formal. This store has just been tidied up and will not open until tomorrow. You can talk loudly today as you like, Song Xia said as she walked inside. Go inside. At this time, a group of people were already sitting at the assembled coffee table. Li Shin took a quick look and found that the people here were basically managers of various companies under the Tomorrow Group. Is everyone here very early? Come and sit. Wei Yin looked at Li Shun and waved. Upon seeing this, Li Shun took Wu Yu and walked over. At this time, Jiang Chung was sitting next to Wei Yin and said hello with a smile. Mr. Jiang, long time no see. We don't need to be so polite in private. Jiang Chung also smiled. That's right. Li Shun smiled and nodded and sat aside with Wu Yu. Several people whispered to each other and expressed some emotion. Several of them have known each other since they were in the clothing factory. Now that I have become the manager of a company, it still feels a bit incredible when I think about it. Everyone is already here. Wei Yin saw that everyone had taken their seats and looked around. Everyone is here. Song Xia nodded. Okay, now that everyone is here, let me briefly talk about today's events. It's not a big deal. I talked to everyone in the group before coming. I believe everyone already has an idea in their hearts. Wei Yin stood up and looked at everyone in the coffee shop. As a veteran of the company, everyone still believed in him. So every organizational activity, such as employee dinners, sports games, etc., is organized by him. The main thing I'm talking about today is buying a house. Everyone should know that Mr. Chun has taken over an unfinished building in the east of the city. I believe everyone knows Mr. Chun. Since we are building a building, there must be no problems with the quality and environment. Mr. Mei should know this matter better than anyone else. When Wei Yin said this, his eyes fell on Mei Yun, who was sitting opposite. Seeing this, Mei Yun quickly expressed his stance. This is indeed the case. At that time, I said that I could take over half of the buildings and continue construction, but Mr. Chin refused directly and asked to demolish and rebuild. Moreover, of the 10 buildings previously planned, only 8 were finally selected, and the remaining space was used for environmental layout in the community. Of course, the more important thing is the capital investment. My initial capital budget was 700 to 800 million, which was enough. However, Mr. Chin finally invested 1.7 billion. With this capital alone, I believe everyone can know the value of this community. Come on. Mayun spoke slowly. These things were basically not secret matters, so he didn't hide anything. Everyone in the coffee shop showed shocked expressions when they heard Mei Yun's story. Wei Yin saw that Mei Yun had finished speaking, nodded slightly, and then continued. I won't go into detail about the quality of the community. What I want to say next is the key to today. According to Mr. Chin's requirements and layout of the building, each room is basically more than 200 square meters, and the price is also around 50,000 square meters. This price is already much higher than that in Jiangxing City, but if you buy what Mr. Chin built, I don't think it's a loss at all for the building. Because in accordance with Mr. Chin's requirements, the building construction this time is fully decorated, and in order to ensure the characteristics and selling points of the community, the decoration requirements for the rooms in these 8 buildings are diverse and different, and the quality is also required to be brand name. There is no problem. And we can seek some privileges for ourselves. Of course, these privileges will not affect the interests of the group company. When Wei Yin said this, he smiled slightly. That's the issue of decoration. If we want to buy a house built by Mr. Chun, I can decorate the house according to my own ideas. After all, Mr. Chun requires that each room is different. So you can decorate according to your own ideas, and you can ensure that each room is decorated differently. That's right. Mayan also spoke at this time. The procedures for the unfinished building are still being processed, but according to Mr. Chin's request, the decoration design of the rooms in the 8 buildings will begin now. After all, the decoration and design of the rooms in the 8 buildings will not be completed until the construction of the buildings is completed. And then carry out decoration design first. The time is completely insufficient. Speaking of which, many managers in the coffee shop looked at each other and saw the movement in each other's eyes. There must be no problems with the building built by Mr. Chun. Although prices are very high in Jiangxing City, basically the price of a house is around 10 million. However, they did not feel that they could not afford it. After all, with the treatment provided by the Tomorrow Group, they did not have to worry if they wanted to buy it. Last year, There were many year-end bonuses for each manager position, and the company only lasted for half a year. Then there are definitely many year-end bonuses for this year. In addition to his own salary, there are also rewards for various activities. Not talking about buying it in full, but paying a large part of the down payment is still okay. As for loan repayment, the monthly Housing Provident Fund payment is the highest amount, which is basically enough. And as the group continues to grow, their remuneration will continue to improve, and the loan may not take long to be repaid. Wei Yin looked at the expressions of many managers and knew that everyone was moved. That's the thing. Now the decoration designer of the building is this manager Wang Yang. If you have any ideas about buying, you can add Wang Yang's contact information and you can communicate online at any time. Wei Yin said, pointing to Wang Yang who was sitting on the edge. Wang Yang also stood up at this time, then took out a stack of business cards from his pocket and began to walk around the many managers sitting at the table. But he knew 90% of the managers in the room. After all, he was responsible for the decoration of their company. If you have any decoration ideas, you can come to me at any time. I'm on call 24 hours a day. Handing a few business cards to a few people who didn't have contact information yet. Wang Yang looked at the people in the coffee shop with a gentle smile. Renovation of 8 buildings. This is another big project, bigger than the decoration of Dongqing apartment. How could he not be interested? And he had another idea. That is, the building built by Mr. Chun is really good, so do you want to get one yourself? He doesn't have enough money now, but he still has a lot of renovations that are still going on. For example, Manhwa Coffee. This month, Kyoto Manhwa Coffee has opened 10 branches directly, and he has communicated with the person in charge there and said that there will be more in the future. Only Manhwa Coffee is not available, so keep driving. He now has the confidence to buy Mr. Chen's building. Manhwa Coffee is Mr. Chen's industry. Will Mr. Chen's industry go bankrupt? That is obviously impossible. Chapter 495, Don't Drink Red Wine. Okay, that's all for today. It's not anything important. Everyone happens to be gathered together today. If nothing happens, let's all gather together today. I will pay for all the expenses today. Wei Yin stood up and clapped his hands. Then this time, I'm going to have a good meal. Li Shin also stood up and smiled. That's right, Mr. Wei's treat is to have something good. Pang Tao also echoed. The other managers also smiled and spoke. You should try to control yourself. I am not Mr. Chun. Wei Yin looked at everyone's excited expressions and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. If these people followed Mr. Chen's team building standards, he would really be bleeding heavily today. Mr. Wei, don't worry. This is not a company team building. We won't drink red wine. Li Shin smiled and spoke. Yes, instead of drinking red wine, we will drink beer today. I don't know which manager shouted this, but it aroused the recognition of many managers. Every time during team building, red wine is served with a big meal, but they are really not used to drinking it. Not as refreshing as beer. A group of people left the coffee shop. Mr. Song and Mr. Su, I want to explain some things to you. Behind the team, Li Shin stopped Song Xia and Su Dan directly. Wu Yu, Pang Tao, and Su Jingming followed. What's the matter? Please tell me. Song Xia looked at Li Shun and others. Mr. Chen arranged for us to pick up poor elderly people in impoverished mountainous areas. Haven't you been there once before? We want to learn from the experience. You have also been arranged to pick up those poor elderly people. Song Xia and Sudan looked at Li Shun and the others with surprised expressions. Look, this is Mr. Chen's training for group company managers. Sultan nodded slightly and said meaningfully, Mr. Su, why do you say that? Li Shin looked at Su Dan in confusion, wondering how this pickup and drop-off for poor old people could be related to experience. That's a long story. Su Dan brushed his hair beside his ears and said as he followed the team. The first thing I feel when I pick up those poor elderly people is that I'm tired. It's very tiring. You have to sit in a car for a long time and climb a mountainous road. Then there is the psychological test. You will see the barrenness, desolation, and tragic fate of this society that you have never been exposed to before. These things will have an impact on your soul all the time. And what you have to do is stick to your true intentions and then complete the tasks assigned by Mr. Chen. This is undoubtedly an experience for your body and mind. Li Shun and others listened to Sultan's story, and their eyes gradually became brighter. It turns out that this is Mr. Chin's training for them. At this moment, they could not wait to organize a team immediately and set out to pick up the poor elderly. Wang Yang came out of the coffee shop and went directly to the parking lot and got into a car. What's going on? Chibu looked at Wang Yang, who got into the car with confusion on his face. That's it, Manager Chi. Mr. Chun has taken over another unfinished building, and he plans to let me decorate it. Wang Yang sat in the car with sighs in his eyes. He only found out about this after arriving there. How many buildings are there? Chibu swallowed, his voice trembling. According to the design there are a total of 8 buildings and a fitness community. According to their requirements, the scale must be quite large. Wang Yang spoke slowly. Although he had already digested this information in the coffee shop, he still couldn't help but be a little surprised when he said it now. 8 buildings. Chibu murmured softly, turned his head and glanced at Wang Yang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and couldn't help but feel a hint of envy in his heart. Sometimes, I really can't compare. I worked hard for half my life to reach this position of supervisor. As for Wang Yang, just by taking an order from one person, he was already a supervisor. After the job in Dongqing apartment was completed, Chenglin Decoration Headquarters began to pay special attention to Wang Yang and was already promoting Wang Yang. After all, in the past 6 months or so, their decoration performance has been greater than the combined performance of all other branches of Chenglin Decoration. The biggest contributor to this is Wang Yang. Now if Mr. Chun can win the unfinished building, Wang Yang's promotion at the headquarters will definitely be put on the agenda again. I guess it won't be long before I become his leader. Thinking of this, Chibu couldn't help but sigh. It's so irritating to compare people to each other. By the way, Wang Yang, the car payment given to you by the headquarters has come down. It's time to take a look at the car. You can choose any car you want within 300,000 yuan. I know, Brother Chi. Then I'll go over and take a look tomorrow. Wang Yang nodded. Now that his driver's license has been issued, it is time to take a look at the car. After all, every time I go out, I have to be picked up and dropped off by others, which is really troublesome. Corner Pet Park. After Peng Tao and Su Jingming came back from dinner, they did not rest immediately, but began to walk around the pet park. After all, they were about to form a team to pick up those poor elderly people. So before they left, they had to implement the next work of the Corner Pet Park. In this way, they could leave the Corner Pet Park with peace of mind. While a small pet hospital can be built here. When tourists bring their pets here to play, if there are any problems with the pets, they can be brought here for emergency treatment. At the same time, when the pets in our park have problems, they can also get timely help. Su Jingming pointed to one of the open spaces and said lightly, "That's right. We can also set up a pet-related store here, selling some pet dolls, some cat and dog food that we feed to the pet park, and some toys for cats and dogs. We can cooperate with those merchants, and our pet park can also get some profit commissions from them." Peng Tao nodded and pointed to another open space. "Yes, but we must control the quality and not produce inferior products. As for dolls, we can cooperate with the Clothing Factory Pet Clothing Live broadcast. They are creating celebrity pets, and with the emergence of our pet fashion show, the fans of the Pet Live broadcast there have already reached hundreds of thousands. We can make some dolls or figures of celebrity pets there so that they may be easier to sell. And our pet park can have so many pets, and we can also start a live broadcast and create our own celebrity pets. Well, and today when I went to Nana Coffee Brick Store, I suddenly felt that it would be nice for us to have a coffee shop here. After the tourists here are completely stable, we can go and discuss it with Songxia and others. Speaking of coffee, we have to consider the catering issue. Tourists are here to play, and there is no place to eat, which is also a big problem. Then I have an idea. We can cooperate with the residents in the village to build some farmhouses and homestays. In this way, the food for tourists can be solved, and the accommodation problem can also be solved by the way. This is a good idea. There is a large vacant land here. We can initially provide funds for the construction of the homestay. Finally, after the homestay is established, we will slowly recover the invested funds and finally take a certain percentage of the income of the homestay. This can be included in the plan. While walking around the pet park, the two made plans for the vacant space. Chapter 496, Authorization Contract. Kyoto, Film and Television City. Junhao Hotel. In a room. Brother Xiao, how should we choose? Wangbin looked at Luo Xiao, his expression somewhat difficult to make a decision. With the removal of The Legend of the Demons, various film and television platforms could no longer sit still, and they all offered their own chips, wanting the broadcast rights of The Legend of the Demons. However, there are currently two types of authorization methods available. The first is calculated according to the number of views, and a viewing time of more than 10 minutes is counted as one view. Exclusive authorization, 3 yuan per view. Non-exclusive authorization, 0.5 yuan per view. The second is to buy out the copyright directly, a one-time transaction, and the maximum copyright fee is 500 million. These two methods are slow to make money and need to slowly accumulate the number of views for settlement. But relatively long-lasting, there may be funds coming in every month. The other is a one-time reward, which can directly obtain a large amount of funds, and there is no need to worry whether the film and television platform where the movie is listed will be unpopular. Luo Xiao listened to Wang Bin's question and looked at the two licensing plans on the table, his eyes showing deep thought. After a while, he picked up one of the plans and spoke slowly. Let's choose this one. Wang Bin heard this and looked at the licensing plan Luo Xiao chose. Is it calculated by the number of views? Does it need exclusive authorization? Yes, it is exclusive authorization. Now that the reputation of The Legend of the Demons has been spread, there is no need to distribute the movie to all film and television platforms. One platform is enough. Those who want to watch The Legend of the Demons will take the initiative to find the film and television platforms we authorize. Of course, there will definitely be some people who will not take the initiative to go to other film and television platforms to watch movies because they are too lazy to change platforms. But the price of exclusive authorization is also many times higher than that of non-exclusive, so overall, exclusive authorization will be better. Luo Xiao spoke slowly. He thought about it seriously. Although it seems that a buyout can get a lot of money at once, it is a one-time deal and there will be no subsequent income at all. According to the number of views, the only worry is that no one will watch it, but The Legend of the Demons has been verified in the theater, so there is no need to worry about this problem. With the huge population in China, the number of views will definitely grow rapidly, and the long-term income will definitely be higher than the 500 million yuan of buyout. So after weighing the pros and cons, it is more cost-effective to choose the licensing method based on the number of views. That's true. I also think it will be more cost-effective to calculate by the number of views. Wangbin also nodded in agreement. Well, let's decide on it. As for the film and television platform, I will choose Banana TV. They offer the highest unit price. Luo Xiao nodded. I couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The Legend of the Demons is completely over at this moment. The box office alone has exceeded more than 3 billion, nearly 4 billion. Now, with the income from the film and television platform, although it is not certain what the final income will be, according to the domestic population base and the current popularity of the movie, 200 million views will definitely not be missed. 200 million views, that is 600 million in income. Moreover, the 200 million views are only the lowest conservative income, and there may be more in the end. By the way, we are filming here and can't leave. How should we sign this authorization contract? Wangbin suddenly thought that they were filming in the crew. One of them was the director, and the other was the leading actor. There was no way to leave. That's easy. I have contacted Banana TV. They will send someone to us to sign the contract. Luo Xiao smiled and said, now, The Legend of the Demons is being competed for by several film and television platforms. He chose Banana TV, but before he could speak clearly, the person in charge of Banana TV took the initiative to come and sign the contract. So they don't have to worry about signing the contract at all. That's good. Wangbin nodded with relief. Dong, dong, dong. A knock on the door came from the door. Luo Xiao and Wangbin looked at each other. Someone came to knock on the door at this time. Wangbin walked to the door of the room in confusion and slowly opened the door. Hello, Mr. Wang? A short man with a silly smile stood at the door. Wang Chong, why are you here? Wangbin looked at Wang Chong at the door with a look of surprise. Wang Chong looked at Wangbin at the door, scratched his head, and showed a silly smile. Mr. Wang, we went out to shoot a few days ago, and we just came to the film and television city today. I heard you were here, so I came to visit. By the way, this is our director, Yu Zheng. Wang Chong pointed his finger, and Yu Zheng, who was standing next to him, introduced him. Wang Bin hurriedly greeted him after hearing this. Hello, Director Yu. Wang Chong is still a newcomer. Please forgive me for any shortcomings in the play. While speaking, he looked at Yu Zheng seriously. He was half a head taller than Wang Chong. Of course, the most attractive thing was the bald head that could be used as a mirror. For Yu Zheng, he had heard of him a long time ago, but today was the first time he saw him. Mr. Wang, you are joking. Wang Chong has a good acting talent. In the crew, he is better than those old actors who have filmed a few dramas. Yu Zheng laughed. He was not making a fuss about this. When Wang Chong entered the crew for filming, he thought Wang Chong needed to adapt. But he never expected that during the filming, Wang Chong's acting skills were not picky at all. In addition, the image that was very consistent with the role in the script directly presented the effect he wanted. It was even much better than he expected. Moreover, Wang Chong's attitude towards filming was also something he liked and appreciated very much. At the beginning of filming, he found that Wang Chong had memorized the script. Wang Chong is the leading actor, and there are a lot of lines in the script. Even he only memorized about 2/3, which is enough to show Wang Chong's attitude towards filming. Coméon, coméine. When Yu Zheng finished speaking, Wang Bin quickly made way and invited the two into the house. Seeing this, Wang Chong and Yu Zheng walked in. As soon as they entered, they saw Luo Xiao coming out. Hello, Mr. Luo. Wang Chong hurriedly greeted him respectfully. Mr. Luo, we meet again. Yu Zheng looked at Luo Xiao, who came out, and said hello. Luo Xiao looked at Wang Chong and nodded, then looked at Yu Zheng beside Wang Chong. Director Yu, what's the matter with you today? He didn't believe that Yu Zheng, a director who was busy filming, would come to him to chat, and they were not familiar with each other. Indeed, there are some things, and the situation is like this. The drama I am filming now is a series, and Wang Chong is very suitable for this movie in all aspects, so I think about the second movie in this series, Wang Chong's performance. Yu Zheng heard Luo Xiao's straightforward words, smiled lightly, and directly explained his purpose. Chapter 497, Opportunity for Cooperation. Director Yu, the first movie hasn't been filmed yet. It's a bit too early to discuss the second movie. Luo Xiao took Yu Zheng and the others to the reception area of the room. Wang Bin also brought a pot of brewed tea and poured a cup for each of them. Yu Zheng smiled when he heard this and took a sip of the tea. Not too early. I'm worried that when I want to shoot, Wang Chong's schedule will be full. He now values Wang Chong very much. If he didn't know that Wang Chong had signed with Lampion Film and Television, he would have wanted Wang Chong to follow him. But if that's the case, it's hard to say what the pay will be. Luo Xiao was a little hesitant. Wang Chong had never played any other role except for The Legend of the Demons. And in The Legend of the Demons, he played a not very important role. If it weren't for Director Yu in front of him, Wang Chong would not have been able to get a pay of 4 million for his second movie. If he only said this, he still had to thank Director Yu in front of him. Just agree to Wang Chong to participate in the next movie. But for the sake of the company's interests, he naturally couldn't agree to it. After all, Wang Chong is now starring in Yu Zheng's movie, and he is the leading actor. If the movie is a hit, Wang Chong, as the leading actor, can definitely accumulate a certain amount of popularity in this movie. Just like Wang Bin and Su Tang, the leading actors of The Legend of the Demons, each of them gained more than 100,000 fans after The Legend of the Demons was removed from the cinema. Before the new script was set and filmed, several crews had contacted them to invite Wang Bin, Su Tang, and others to the crew for filming. However, Wang Bin and others had already been set by him to participate in the next movie, so they directly refused. Therefore, before Yu Zheng's new movie was completely released and removed from the shelves, there was no way to define Wang Chong's future value. If it didn't become a hit, Wang Chong wouldn't lose anything. But if it became a hit, Wang Chong's salary would definitely increase as the number of fans increased. I know this. This is what I think. I am very confident about my film. I have paid Wang Chong 4 million yuan for this film, but considering the uncertainty in the future, I am prepared to pay 0. 5% of the box office share. For the next film, I will pay 2% of the box office share. We will discuss the other remuneration after the first film is off the shelves in the theater. Yu Jung turned his head and looked at Wang Chong. He was very optimistic about Wang Chong. The reason for the promise of box office share is not only for the next film. He still has a lot of scripts in his hands, and some of the characters are very suitable for Wang Chong. In order to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with Wang Chong, or Lampion Film and Television, he felt that he should show his sincerity. Box office share. Hearing the remuneration given by Yu Jung, Luo Xiao was shocked. He did not expect that Director Yu would offer a box office share. This is already a great sincerity. Although it is only 0.5% of the box office share, if the movie is a big hit, the income obtained will definitely not be a small amount. Just like The Legend of the Demons, with a box office of more than 3 billion, 0.5% can also get a very considerable remuneration. Thinking of this, Luo Xiao smiled slightly, looking at Yu Jung sitting opposite, with a kind face. Since Director Yu is so sincere, I will be more happy. I will let Wang Chong participate in Director Yu's next movie. And Director Yu has other film and television shootings in the future. If Wang Chong is needed, we will definitely consider Director Yu first. Then it's settled. I'll have someone come to sign the contract with you another day. Yu Jung also laughed when he heard this. What he needed was what Luo Xiao just said. As for the contract, it is the contract for the script currently being filmed. Now that there is an additional 0.5% box office share, it is natural to change it. There is no rush for this matter. Luo Xiao waved his hand indifferently. Since Yu Jung could come and talk about this matter in person, he naturally would not worry that the other party would break the contract later. But even if the contract is broken, it will not have any impact on them. On the contrary, it can be seen that the other party is not a very reliable person. We will definitely not be able to cooperate with each other in the future. Happy cooperation! Happy cooperation! Yu Jung looked up and looked around the room with emotion in his eyes. You are really extravagant. The entire crew lives in this hotel. This is the first time he has seen such a hand in the filming circle. After all, filming is not an easy thing, and it can even be said to be very tiring, so no one will pay special attention to the filming environment and conditions. Basically, if the funds are sufficient, it will be better. If the funds are not so much, then everyone will be a little more difficult. Those who live in the hotel, like Luo Xiao, are basically some very famous or very powerful actors. This is the order of our general manager Chen. In our group, our general manager Chen is famous for being good to employees. Luo Xiao couldn't help but raise his head. Their crew has been filming here for a while, and the fact that the entire crew lives in the hotel has long been spread in the film and television city. Now that the crew members are out, some people see them with envious expressions. Now they are wandering Blue Star. Crew is famous in the film and television city. Mr. Chun is indeed a very thoughtful person. Yu Jung couldn't help but nodded in admiration. He knew Mr. Chun from Wang Chong. I also heard about some of Mr. Chin's internal policies within the group, and I admired them very much. In today's society, there are very few bosses who can give up their own interests to share with their employees. After several people chatted in the room for a while, they gradually became familiar with each other. Director Yu, you are really refreshing. Mr. Luo is not bad either. Ha ha ha. We will have the opportunity to work together in the future. On the second day, tomorrow group, President's office. Chun Mo turned off the computer game in a good mood and experienced a settlement failure. Today he finally saw good news. That was the song Zhang Lan put on the shelves yesterday, and he took a look at it this morning. It has appeared on the new song rankings of the music platform. Although the ranking is not very high at present, he paid attention and found that the popularity of that song has been rising. He just didn't pay attention for more than half an hour and found that the song's ranking had risen by several positions. With such a growth rate, sooner or later the song will reach the top of the charts, or even number one. This undoubtedly gave him good news among all the bad news. And it's great news. He got 70% of the income from this song, and this income is included in his personal assets. How could this not make him happy? Chapter 498. Arrangement of boring short videos. Mr. Chun, here are some reports from today. You can take a look. Shinro took a piece of information and placed it on Mr. Chin's desk. Looking at Mr. Chin's expression today, he felt a little relieved. During this period of time, she found that Mr. Chin's mood was never very high, especially in the first few days of the first month when he felt depressed. She had been worried these days, but seeing Mr. Chun smile again today, she finally relaxed a little. Oh, Chinamo looked at the information handed over by Shinro, reached out and took a serious look at it. Mid-Autumn Festival. Looking at this word, Chinamo was stunned for a moment, and then quickly looked at the calendar. Suddenly, I discovered that in 5 days' time, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. I've been dealing with settlement matters during this period, and I almost forgot about the Mid-Autumn Festival. Since it is the Mid-Autumn Festival, this is a day of reunion, so it is natural to have a holiday. He hasn't been home for a while, so it's time to go back and take a look. There is no problem, but just add 2 more days to the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, so it will be a total of 5 days. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a time for everyone to get together, so everyone can spend more time at home with their families. With 5 days off, he can stay at home for 2 more days, and company employees can also be less productive if they take 2 more days off. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded slightly. She had long been accustomed to Mr. Chun taking a few extra days off during holidays. By the way, some employees who are unable to take a holiday during the Mid-Autumn Festival can be paid 3 times their salary or their normal salary, and can then get 3 days of holiday at their discretion. Chinamo spoke again. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a day of reunion, and some positions in the company really cannot be separated from people. For example, some departments of Sanshui Games need to keep some people working even during holidays. If this continues, it will be difficult to have time to spend with family. In this case, it would be better to give 2 locations. Those who want to make more money will have 3 times the salary. Those who don't want to make more money will have 3 days of free vacation. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, you can use this vacation at any time. He did not make this move to lose money. After all, considering his current industry, whether he takes 2 days more vacation or 2 days less vacation, it will not have much impact on the operation of the group. Just out of a sentimental action, he can go home every time he takes a vacation. Even if there is no holiday, he wanted to go home, but with his position as president of the company and the currently unlocked permissions, he could still go back freely. Naturally, those employees also want to go back and reunite with their families, so a random order can give them a chance to go home. Even if it may not be during the Mid-Autumn Festival, there is still a chance to go home. It's such a simple thing, so what does it matter if you issue an order by the way? And perhaps because of his casual operation, he gained unexpected gains. Under his connivance, those employees gradually lost themselves and then slacked off at work. This is also possible. In that case, it can be regarded as an unexpected gain. Chun Emo thought secretly in his heart, "Okay, Mr. Chun." Shinro nodded again, and after confirming that Mr. Chun had no other orders, she returned directly to her office. Boring short video. In a small conference room, Li Shin looked at the people coming in and nodded slightly. Now that everyone is here, let me talk about the content of the meeting. Wu Yu and I may have to leave for a period of time due to Mr. Chin's appointment. You will have to handle some of the company's affairs yourself. If you are unsure about something, you can contact me by phone. The first point is live broadcast monitoring. This department is very important. You must always pay attention to the live content in each live broadcast room to see if there is any live content that violates our boring short video requirements. This matter is very serious. It is related to the foundation of boring short videos. There is no room for error. If there are not enough staff, we can add more people. Li Shun looked seriously at the person in the office, who was the person in charge of live broadcast monitoring. Mr. Li, we will investigate carefully here. The person in charge of live broadcast monitoring nodded seriously. He would do it without Li Shun reminding him. After all, the benefits of working here are much better than other places. He didn't want to make some mistakes in the boring short video because of his own negligence, which would eventually lead to his boss being disappointed in him and dismissing him or asking him to re-sig in. Li Shin looked away when he saw the person in charge of live broadcast monitoring nodding. Regarding live broadcast monitoring, he's relatively reassured. Since the establishment of boring short video has been operating according to plan. Even if there are some videos that violate the boring short video regulations, they're discovered in time and then dealt with. But reminders and warnings must still be done. What he is most worried about is that these people are too lax, leading to carelessness. He looked at the other person and continued to speak. The selection of anchors must also be strictly controlled. What I need are anchors who are truly talented and knowledgeable. The live content must be disciplined and authentic and must not be fraudulent. Got it, Mr. Lee. We will strictly control it. The person in charge of live broadcast screening quickly responded. The meeting proceeded slowly. When the basic matters in the company were almost handled, Li Xin looked at Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei. You need to continue to implement the previous policies in terms of subject live broadcast. He didn't have anything to say about subject live broadcast. After all, Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei managed the subject live broadcast section better than he did before. The number of people watching subject live broadcasts has exceeded 150,000. Since the beginning of September, the income of the boring short video subject live broadcast section has been growing rapidly every day. And the number of people watching subject live broadcasts is also growing on an upward trend. He also knew about this matter. As more and more people know about subject live broadcasts, there will be some people who watch live broadcasts and promote them spontaneously. For example, introduced to friends, neighbors, colleagues, etc. So as more and more people watch live broadcasts, these spontaneous promotions will also become faster and faster. With such a virtuous cycle, the number of people watching subject-based live broadcasts will definitely increase. From the current point of view, the subject-based live broadcasts of boring short videos are already on the right track. As long as there are no major accidents, there will basically be no problems. Now, it only takes time to grow little by little. Of course, according to Mr. Chin's expectations for boring short videos, a single subject-based live broadcast is definitely not enough. He has to involve all areas of life. It is necessary to make boring short videos completely famous. Chapter 499 Pet Park Meeting. The meeting continues. Li Xin arranged a few more meetings and immediately announced the adjournment of the meeting. Back to the office. Brother Xin, the agricultural live broadcast has attracted nearly 10,000 viewers recently. Should we arrange some more tasks for it? Wu Yu sat opposite Li Xin and asked. There's no need to rush this. Let them watch it for a while first so that they can develop a certain degree of trust in the boring short video. Then we can arrange some tasks. Li Xin spoke slowly. As Professor Yuan went to the countryside to promote agricultural knowledge and continued to promote boring short videos, more and more people watched the agricultural live broadcast section. But for now, these people have not had much time to watch the boring short agricultural live broadcast, and the number of people is only more than 10,000, so they don't have time to arrange tasks now. As for the mission, just put some agriculture-related items in the live broadcast room. For example, agricultural tools, seeds, fertilizers, etc. Okay, now Professor Yuan is still on his way to the countryside, and it will probably not end until the end of September. Calculated this way, it can still help us promote the boring short video for half a month. I don't know what this half month will be. Time, how many viewers can be added to the agricultural live broadcast section? Wu Yu nodded slightly, and then sighed a little. Agricultural live broadcasting is a long process. It is still very difficult to quickly increase the number of viewers. Don't be too anxious. Li Xin rubbed his brows helplessly. He originally thought that Professor Yuan's offline promotion could quickly increase the number of people watching agricultural live broadcasts, but judging from the current results, it does not seem to be very ideal. After all, Professor Yuan promotes agricultural knowledge from village to village. It takes about a day for each village to be promoted. The number of people in a village is limited, and even though people in rural areas already have smartphones, they don't consciously look for short video platforms, not to mention that their boring show RT videos have not been promoted. Moreover, villagers basically live in their own villages most of the time, so spontaneous publicity is definitely not as good as subject-based live broadcasts. Therefore, the growth rate of the number of viewers of the agricultural live broadcast section is definitely not as fast as that of the subject live broadcast. In this regard, he currently has no better solution. After all, he cannot imitate the method of subject-based live broadcasts, so he can only let nature take its course for the time being. But he will not give up on the agricultural live broadcasting sector. However, he will organize a team to pick up the poor elderly and set off tomorrow. If he wants to deal with the agricultural live broadcasting, he can only wait for the poor old people to come back. Moreover, after taking the poor elderly back home, it was almost time for Professor Yuan to come back. At that time, you can talk to Professor Yuan and see what he can do. Li Shun thought to himself, putting the agricultural live broadcast incident in his heart, and looked up at Wu Yu. How's your interest in live streaming going? Interested live broadcast section. The plan had been made some time ago, and the person in charge was Wu Yu. Brother Shin, according to the previous plan, Interest Live Broadcast has already started cooperation with several interest studios in Jiangxing. These include dance, painting, boxing, and other interest studios. However, the cooperation has just been reached, and there is no clear data yet on what the specific effects will be. We spoke quickly. Now we cooperate with those interest studios, and the teachers there will live broadcast on the boring short video platform and promote at the same time. However, the cooperation has just started, and there is not a lot of data that can be used as a reference. Is that so? Let's wait until the poor elderly are brought back and see the results. If the effect is good, we will start to cooperate with national interest studios. As long as more studios cooperate, the publicity effect will be better. Li Shin nodded slightly and then said thoughtfully, when we come back, we need to form a business team to travel across the country and do our best to reach a cooperation with interest studios in various regions. This is natural. I've already arranged for people to do it. When I come back, the business team will probably have been formed. Wu Yu chuckled. Although he had not been a salesman for a long time, he still knew a lot about salespeople. So when he reached a cooperation with some interest studios in Jiangxing City, he had already started to form a business team. Now a business department has been established, and member recruitment has been notified to the business department of boring short video for recruitment. That's good. Once all these things are taken care of, we'll be relieved to leave tomorrow. Li Shin nodded, and the team that set out to pick up the poor elderly people had been formed. Because he had the experience of forming a team before, the team formation this time was very smooth. After all, the team that set out to pick up poor elderly people last time came back, and it has become a hot spot for communication within the group. Not to mention anything else, it is just the business trip subsidy of 500 yuan per day, and other salaries are still paid normally. This is undoubtedly that's an extra 500 yuan in income every day. Once this matter spread, it made people in the group very envious. Therefore, when we formed a team to pick up poor elderly people, all employees within the group actively participated. The enthusiasm was unprecedented. However, in order to ensure the normal operation of each company, he still needs to screen and customize a policy of taking turns to pick up and drop off. That is, people who have picked up and dropped off poor elderly people once will not have the opportunity to pick up and drop off a second time. Only when all the people who want to participate in the pick up and drop off in the group have participated once can they rotate again. After issuing this policy, the enthusiasm of employees within the group to sign up gradually decreased. Corner Pet Park. In a conference room, Pang Tao looked at the management team formed in the conference room. These people were basically the staff of the corner rescue station at that time, and some of them often went to the corner pet park as volunteers. The abilities of these people are difficult to judge, but they all have a basic quality. That is kindness. This element is very important in the corner pet park. After all, there are many cats and dogs in the pet park. If you are not a very kind person, it is difficult to take good care of those cats and dogs. So he is still very relieved to let these people manage the corner pet park. As for the ability, the corner pet park has been successful now, and he just needs to control the overall situation. Mr. Su and I will be out for a while. I will arrange some policies for the pet park. Chapter 500 Pet Competition. Pang Tao looked at everyone in the conference room and spoke slowly. The first is the sanitation of the pet park, which includes environmental sanitation and pet life hygiene. This is a very important point. Environmental sanitation can make visitors feel better when they come in. Pet hygiene is even more important. The hygiene of the pet itself. If a cat is very dirty, how many tourists will like to interact with it? Regular bathing is indispensable. There is also the hygiene of the place where pets live. Pet feces and some garbage must be cleaned up and disinfected in time. It is necessary to ensure that the air where pets live is good and there is no smell. The second point is safety. This safety includes tourist safety, employee safety, and pet safety. So this involves the issue of the hospital and the safety of tourists and employees. Our pet park has cooperated with the clinic in the village. We provide locations and they come for consultation. If there are really tourists and employees, if you feel unwell, you can go to the clinic for treatment immediately. Of course, if it is an emergency and the clinic cannot handle it, we will contact the nearest hospital as quickly as possible and call an ambulance for treatment. There is also the issue of pet safety. I need to set up a pet hospital of my own and then just open it next to the clinic. As for the recruitment of pet hospital personnel, you need to deal with it during this time. But the only requirement is pet doctors must have strong medical capabilities and salary is not an issue. Speaking of which, Pang Tao's face became solemn. The pet doctor at the pet hospital here must be crucial. After all, the health of pets in a pet park will fall on the pet hospital in the future. He had previously thought about cooperating with a pet hospital, but in the end, after thinking about it, he felt more at ease setting up his own pet hospital. This matter is very important. I hope that after we come back, you will just implement it. Pang Tao's eyes fell on an employee in the conference room. This employee's name is Chi Shi. It was he who appointed the person in charge of health and safety at the pet park. I know, Mr. Pang. I will do my best to handle this matter. I know the importance of the hospital to our pet park. Chi Shi showed a solemn expression, and he had already recorded everything Pang Tao told him. His family is a veterinarian, and he majored in animal medicine at school. Therefore, he is particularly concerned about pet hospitals. His biggest dream is to open a pet hospital. When the corner pet park was still a rescue station, he often came over as a volunteer and actively helped to treat sick or injured pets. Accumulating medical experience was one thing, and he couldn't bear to see the injured pets in pain. Gradually, his focus fell on the rescue station, resulting in little progress in his medical career. Until the pet park appeared, Mr. Pang approached him and said that after the pet park established a pet hospital, he would be the person in charge. He suddenly realized that his dream seemed to be coming true. And after Pang Tao discussed this matter with him before, he was also thinking about it during this period. He had some ideas recently. He could discuss it with Mr. Pang and Mr. Su at the end of the meeting. Well, you just know the importance. Pang Tao nodded. He was relatively relieved about Chi Shi. After all, when he rescued injured pets before, he was very attentive every time. Having said this, he turned to look at another person. After the issues of hygiene and safety, the only remaining issue is how the pet park maintains customers. Nowadays, the pet park has just been established, and the new things are attractive enough, but it is difficult to guarantee that the freshness will gradually decrease after a long time. So this requires us to add some new and interesting projects at the appropriate time. Now I have a few rough ideas that you can record, and then you can make a plan. The first point is the cat castle. Now we have a cat castle, and it is very popular. So why don't we set up a dog castle? I believe that by then, it will definitely attract some tourists. Pang Tao slowly told that he came up with this dog castle after listening to their words during a tourist survey. Among those tourists, some tourists are not that fond of cats, but rather like dogs. However, they were very disappointed to see that there was only one cat castle and no dog castle. In this regard, he also came up with the idea of a dog castle, but it doesn't have to be a dog castle. A dog park is also possible. The second point is about celebrity pets. There are many celebrity pets on short video platforms now. They post some daily life of pets or some interactive videos every day, and they have gradually accumulated a lot of fans. Then there are so many pets in their pet park, and there is absolutely no problem in cultivating some celebrity pets. As long as the number of fans increases, not to mention the ability to monetize, just promoting the pet park is very good. As long as the idea of celebrity pets is successful, there will be one more point to attract tourists to the pet park. Then there is the pet fashion show. There are 2 pet fashion shows every week. How should the catwalk stage be used in the remaining 5 days? Can we add some other programs to enhance the appeal of the pet park? There is no good idea for this at the moment, but it is a point that can be discussed. You can conduct research and communication privately. If you have any good ideas, you can contact me for communication. The third point is also one of my ideas, that is pet competitions. There are singing competitions, esports competitions, and dancing competitions. So why can't we have pet competitions in our pet park? This competition does not need to be too professional. Just something entertaining can be organized, and tourists who bring their pets to the pet park can compete. The content of the competition does not need to be too complicated, such as running, jumping in circles, etc., and it must be something that tourists can complete with their pets. Otherwise, if it is too difficult, it may lead to the project being too difficult, and those tourists will be discouraged. Of course, a simple competition is just some fun, and it is not very high in increasing the attraction of the pet park, so we can give some bonuses to those tourists who bring their pets to the top THRE after the competition. The first place is 2,000, the second place is 1,000, and the third place is 500. Chapter 501 Other Income Plans for the Pet Park. Pang Tao stood in the conference room and continued to speak. Interest drive people's hearts. After we set up the prize, I believe there will be many people with pets who will bring their pets to the pet park to participate in the competition. Of course, there is a slight rule. That is, the pets that receive the reward cannot participate in the pet competition again within 3 months. With this rule, they are naturally worried that some pets that have been specially trained will come to the pet park to compete for rewards. It's not that they can't afford the money, but the champions have always been those few people, which will reduce the enthusiasm of other participating tourists. There is also the issue of time. It can be held twice a week, which can be staggered with the time of the pet fashion show. This can avoid the reason why the pet park's attractiveness decreases after the pet fashion show ends. I know, Mr. Pang. I will make a good plan for these things. Feng and another person in charge of the pet park spoke slowly. Now that the pet park is growing little by little, he naturally hopes to continue to maintain it. Seeing this, Pang Tao retracted his gaze and looked at another person to continue speaking. When the attraction of the pet park can be maintained, the number of tourists will continue to increase, so we have to consider the issue of revenue. Tickets are just the simplest way to get revenue. We also need to consider other ways to increase the revenue of the pet park. The first point is food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Clothes. We have the clothes on the pet fashion show in the pet park. The current pet fashion show can be said to be very popular. As soon as the fashion show ends, the clothes worn by the pets on the catwalk are instantly sold out. And because of some policy changes at the clothing factory, every pet clothing is limited in quantity. Once it is sold out, no second batch will be produced. So, those pet clothing will definitely be very popular in the future. However, I have communicated with the clothing factory. They will take out 10 pieces of each pet clothing and put them in our pet park. These 10 pet clothing cannot be purchased online. They can only be purchased at our pet park. This can also increase the attractiveness of our pet park to a certain extent. So we need to set up a pet store here. Those pet clothing can be sold in the pet store. Of course, the store does not only sell pet clothing. We can also add some figures. We can make some figures of pet stars after our pet park has cultivated pet stars. There are also some cat food and dog food. We can cooperate with some cat food and dog food manufacturers. The only requirement is that the quality of cat and dog food must be up to standard, and our pets in the pet park must eat it. In addition, we can also sell some pet toys and other things. The next thing is food. Tourists who come here to play for a long time will definitely be hungry, so we have to consider food. My suggestion here is to cooperate with the villagers in the village and establish a certain number of we provide the initial cost and help them open the farmhouses. When they are open for business, we will take a cut of the profits. Then there is accommodation. This is the same as the farmhouses. We can cooperate with the villagers to set up some homestays. Finally, it's okay. We are too far away from some urban areas. People from the city can drive here, but it is very inconvenient for people from other places. When you come, you can take a taxi, but when you leave, it may be difficult to get a taxi. Pang Tao spoke slowly. This matter was not his guess, but something that really happened in the pet park in the past few days. In the past 2 days, when the pet park was about to close at night, many tourists looked for cars in the parking lot to go back to the city. After all, There is no food and accommodation in the pet park at present. After learning this news, he immediately made emergency adjustments and arranged shuttle buses to pick up employees to and from get off work and sent those tourists to the city. In the past 2 days, the shuttle bus would depart every 2 hours to send those tourists who could not get a taxi to the city. Pang Tao paused here and spoke solemnly. This matter is very urgent. We need to solve it as soon as possible. The plan I have made here is to introduce several buses and open 2 routes, one for the train station and one for the airport. Then set a pickup time and a fixed route, so that even tourists from other places can easily reach our pet park when they leave the airport or the train station. The shuttle bus has been implemented, and we will be able to reach the pet park almost tomorrow. However, we still need a few shuttle bus drivers, which needs to be recruited as soon as possible, and the timetable and route must also be implemented as soon as possible. Well, that's it. After we leave, I hope everyone can implement what I just said as soon as possible. When we go out, we will not completely ignore the management of the pet park. I hope you can report your work situation every once in a while. Pang Tao picked up a glass of water on the conference table and drank it all. He was a little dry after saying so much. He pulled up a chair next to him and sat down directly. As he sat down, warm applause suddenly broke out in the conference room. Pang Tao waved his hand and spoke lightly. Okay, let's adjourn the meeting. After the voice fell, everyone in the meeting room stood up and walked out of the meeting room. Well, do you have anything else to say? After a while, Pang Tao saw that in addition to Su Jingming, there was another person leaving the meeting room. President Pang, I have some ideas about the pet hospital that I would like to discuss with you. Qishir stepped forward and spoke slowly. Well, you go. Pang Tao pointed to the seat in front of him. Su Jingming also looked up with curiosity in his eyes. The pet hospital matter was the result of his discussion with Pang Tao. I don't know what other ideas Qishir has. It's like this, Mr. Pang. According to the previous plan, our pet hospital only serves pets in the pet park and some pets brought by tourists. In this way, the pet hospital basically has no income. I'm thinking, why don't we open a bigger pet hospital, and then we can recruit some strong pet doctors to make the pet hospital a very strong pet hospital. In this way, I can use the reputation of the pet hospital to accept some foreign pets, so that we can also increase the income of the pet park by treating pets. Qishir looked serious, with fanaticism in his eyes. His purpose is not to accept foreign pets to make money. His ultimate goal is to establish the best pet hospital in the country. Chapter 5, O2 Shares. Is that so? How confident are you? Pang Tao looked at Qishir with interest. He had no objection to Qishir's idea. But one thing is that if the pet hospital can accept foreign pets, then the scale must be expanded a lot. The expansion of scale means more capital investment. And some medical facilities in the pet hospital are not cheap. I will do my best to improve the strength of the pet hospital. Besides, my ancestors have been veterinarians for generations, and my university major is also veterinary medicine. I still have some confidence in professional knowledge. Qishir straightened his chest and looked very serious. He was not sure how much confidence he had, but this was his dream and he wanted to fight for it. After hearing this, Pang Tao turned his head and looked at Su Jingming. After a while, he slowly nodded. Okay, I hope you won't let us down. He thought about Qishir's request seriously. If it can really succeed, then the benefits will definitely outweigh the disadvantages. Thank you, Mr. Pang, Mr. Su. I will definitely work hard. Qishir was surprised. If you really want to thank me, then build the pet hospital. I will. Qishir nodded seriously and then walked out of the meeting room quickly. Pang Tao and Su Jingming also slowly stood up, walked out of the meeting room, and then came to their own offices. Pang Tao sat down at the desk, and on the wall behind him, there was a painting with distorted handwriting, which was carefully framed. Nothing is difficult in the world, as long as there is a heart. Su Jingming followed and sat opposite. Looking at the painting on the wall, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. That day, Pang Tao came back with an excited face, and then wrote such a very untidy painting. At that time, neither of them would have thought that the pet park would develop into what it is today. He sighed a little in his heart, and then slowly spoke. Li Shun just sent a message saying that they are ready and can leave on time tomorrow. Well, we have also dealt with it here. We will meet them tomorrow and leave together then. Pang Tao nodded and talked about the matter of poor elderly people. It is still very helpful for their pet park. After all, the number of stray cats and dogs in the pet park will continue to increase, and the number of poor elderly people in need will continue to increase. So this time to pick up and drop off those poor elderly people is also very helpful for their pet park. Mr. Chun is really kind. So many poor elderly people can be said to have consumed a lot of funds. After all, a normal ordinary person doing feeding work can replace 3 to 4 elderly people. If you ignore those poor elderly people, Mr. Chun doesn't know how much more money he will make. But it is precisely because Mr. Chun is too kind that the pet park will have such a scale and success. Chunglin decoration. In the office, Chibu looked at the appointment from the headquarters and couldn't help sighing. Sure enough, his previous guess came true. In just over a year, Wang Yang went from being an intern to his boss. Just after he submitted the renovation of a community that Wang Yang was going to take over to the headquarters had a series of discussions and finally came up with a result. That was to appoint Wang Yang as the general manager of this company, and he would have a 5% share. Looking at the appointment and the share, Chibu sighed. Not to mention the appointment, just the 5% share, this thing is not something he could do even if he works hard for a lifetime. But Wang Yang did it in more than a year, and the method to do it was still very simple, just accepting orders from one person. However, he also understood the matter of giving shares. After all, that one order was already more than the orders of all branches combined, especially the order of the 8 residential areas. Each room was finely decorated, which was much higher than the profit of the decoration of those projects. He reported to the company headquarters, and now he was most worried that Wang Yang would go out to work alone. A person who has no shortage of orders, as long as he has built his own decoration team, then there is absolutely no problem in going out to work alone. So the company headquarters gave shares, most likely as a small means to retain Wang Yang. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Komin. Chiba looked up at the door, only to see the office door slowly opened, and Wang Yang walked in from outside. Brother Chi, you are looking for me? Well, sit down and talk. Chibu looked at Wang Yang coming in and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. From today on, Wang Yang is his leader. Okay, Brother Chi. Wang Yang sat opposite Chibu and looked at Chibu with curiosity. You will know after you look at this. Chibu stretched out his hand and pushed the document he had just read over. Wang Yang looked at the document pushed by Chibu, stretched out his hand to take it, and flipped it open to take a look. Soon his eyes were stunned, and he couldn't help rubbing his eyes and reading it again. Then he looked up at Chibu with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Brother Chi, this appointment is true. Of course it's true. Do you think I would joke about something like this? From today on, I should call you Mr. Wang. Chibu looked at Wang Yang with a hint of envy in his eyes. This position is his dream position and the ultimate goal of his hard work. Wang Yang took a deep breath after hearing this and tried to calm down his mood. General manager of the branch, 5% of the shares. These 2 words had never occurred to him before, and they suddenly appeared on his head without any thought. It seems like a dream. For a long time, he gradually came back to his senses and looked at Chibu sitting opposite and smiled lightly. Brother Chi, I'm kidding. This is just a position. I'll call you Brother Chi in private. Chibu helped him a lot during this period. Although it was because he had received so many orders, he still wanted to thank him. Moreover, he became the manager of this branch only 1 year after joining the company. His prestige among many employees is definitely not strong enough, and he still needs the old supervisor Chibu to manage him. Okay, Mr. Wang, let's talk about it in private. Chibu smiled slightly, feeling slightly relieved after listening to Wang Yang's words. After Wang Yang was promoted, he did not show a complacent expression and suppressed him. Brother Chi, then I. Wang Yang reached out and raised the appointment letter in his hand. Oh, your manager's office has been prepared for you. The previous manager has been transferred back to the headquarters, so you are now the top leader of this branch. Later, I will announce your appointment as branch manager in the company. Chibu said with enthusiasm. Compared to the previous manager, He now prefers Wang Yang as his manager. After all, the relationship between the two is better. Chapter 503 Manager Wang. Thank you, Brother Chi. Wang Yang thanked him. He had just been in the workplace for more than a year and didn't know much about some job changes in the workplace, especially the promotion process. Mr. Wang, you are too polite. There is nothing to thank me for. It is what I should do. But there is one more thing here. That is the bus. Because of your promotion, the budget for purchasing a vehicle has been increased from 300,000 to around 60,000. So when you buy a vehicle, you can choose a better vehicle. Chibu waved his hand indifferently. I know, Brother Chi. Wang Yang nodded. He planned to go to the 4S store to look at cars this afternoon, but now he has to go there tomorrow. He could choose a car model today and go to look at cars tomorrow. Well, it's good that you know about this matter. The quota has been approved by the headquarters. You can buy a car anytime. There is another thing I need to discuss with you, Mr. Wang. Chibu enthusiastically poured a cup of tea for Wang Yang and said solemnly, What's the matter? Wang Yang took the tea and looked at Chibu curiously. Boss Wang, the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. This is an important time to build a good relationship with the group CEO, Chun. We need to bring some gifts to visit in the next few days. Now that you have been promoted to manager, the gifts you bring should be higher than before to show our sincerity. This is the gift list I made. You can take a look, Chibu said as he pushed a list along the table in front of Wang Yang. Mid-Autumn Festival? Wang Yang understood. He naturally knew about the Mid-Autumn Festival and thought of visiting CEO Chun of Tomorrow Group. After all, he could achieve what he has now thanks to CEO Chin's support. As for the gift, he didn't think about it in detail. He felt that CEO Chun liked it very much after sending red envelopes twice before, so he was going to make a red envelope this time. However, in the past 6 months, he has received more and more decoration tasks, so he must make a bigger red envelope than before. Thinking in his heart, he reached out and picked up the gift list pushed by Chibu and took a rough look at it. The gifts were similar to the previous ones, including cigarettes, alcohol, tea, etc., but the brands were better than before. Well, Brother Chi, do you still need to prepare these gifts? I think Mr. Chin doesn't like them. Wang Yang spoke slowly. He had a certain feeling in his heart from the reaction of Mr. Chun when he gave gifts last time. That's impossible. If you don't give gifts, will Mr. Chun give you those lists? It must be the result of our last gift giving. So we continue to give gifts, and these gifts are paid by the company, and you don't have to pay at all. Chibu spoke patiently. He was helpless about Wang Yang's dislike of giving gifts. For a good cooperative relationship, this kind of gift exchange is definitely indispensable. Well, Wang Yang hesitated for a while before speaking slowly. Okay, Brother Chi, then prepare according to these gifts. He understood that if he didn't give these gifts, Chibu would definitely be worried. So he just agreed directly, just like last time. These gifts were gifts from the company, and his red envelope was his own intention. Anyway, he felt from the bottom of his heart that Mr. Chin would like him to give more red envelopes. Is that right? I will have someone prepare the gifts. You can bring them when you want to give gifts. Chibu smiled relaxedly after hearing this. Although this is Wang Yang's own business, if Wang Yang can make friends with Mr. Chun of Tomorrow Group, he can get more orders. As the head of the branch company, he also has many benefits. Thank you, Brother Chi. Wang Yang nodded slightly and began to think in his heart that he could go to the 4S store to pick up the car tomorrow and then visit Tomorrow Group the day after tomorrow. Now it is only a few days away from the Mid-Autumn Festival, and he is worried that if he goes too late, Mr. Chun will go home for the holiday. Well, Mr. Wang, go back and pack up the office supplies. You can move them directly to the general manager's office. I will handle the rest. Chibu hurriedly spoke. For this new manager, he is ready to protect him well. After all, the relationship between the two was pretty good before. If it is well maintained, then his position or treatment in the future may be improved to a certain extent. Then I'll trouble Brother Chi. Wang Yang nodded, stood up, and walked outside. Chibu followed enthusiastically and opened the door of the office himself. After a while, Wang Yang sat in the newly moved manager's office and looked at the layout of the office. This office is much larger than his previous office, and there are many more supplies. The boss chair he sat in is also very comfortable. Wang Yang opened his mouth and there was still a trace of confusion in his eyes. He is the manager of the branch? This is too sudden. How can he become the manager of the branch and also have 5% of the company's shares? Of course, the shares are not in his name yet, and he needs to go to the headquarters to handle some procedures. I don't know how long it took. Wang Yang gradually came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and finally accepted his promotion. But I still feel a little dreamy in my heart. He always felt that he didn't do anything, so how could he become the company manager? He always felt that he was not worthy of his position. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. Wang Yang shook his head and stopped thinking about his sudden promotion. Instead, he took out his mobile phone to check the car model. He still had to buy a car tomorrow, and the limit was increased to 600,000. He had to choose a new one, and he had to go to the bank to withdraw money for the red envelope for Mr. Chun. After all his money was in the card, but he didn't have so much cash. Mr. Chun should like red envelopes. Wang Yang was a little shaken. After all, he thought what Chibu said made sense. Would the president of a group really care about his red envelope? Yongsheng Forest Store. Thank you, Sister Li. Ji Xiaoli put a package Nana coffee on Huang Xiaoli's desk. Huang Xiaoli was stunned when she looked at the Nana coffee on the desk. In her impression, Ji Xiaoli was reluctant to buy such expensive coffee. Even if she made a lot of money from those big orders, she was reluctant to spend money. She understood this very well. It was the same when she just joined the company. It's not that she doesn't have money, but her consumption concept can't be changed in a short time. But today, Ji Xiaoli bought a cup of Nanha coffee, which was really beyond her expectation. Why thank you? It's just a matter of convenience. Huang Xiaoli gradually came back to her senses and waved her hand slightly. How can that be possible? If it weren't for Sister Li's help, how could I buy such a suitable house? Ji Xiaoli was determined. As a newcomer, she had already bought her own house, which she had never thought of before. That's right, she bought a house. Although it's not big, it's just a one-bedroom apartment with more than 60 square meters, but it can be regarded as having her own home in this city. She usually doesn't want to spend money. Isn't it just to save some money and buy her own house? Chapter 505, I Have a Noble Person. Ah! Ji Xiaoli exclaimed when she heard this and looked at Wang Yang in disbelief. Mr. Wang, do you want to buy this car? Yes, what's the problem? Wang Yang looked at Ji Xiaoli's excited look and looked puzzled. Wasn't he just buying a car? Why was he so excited? No problem, I'm just too excited. I'll go through the formalities for you right now. Ji Xiaoli quickly shook her head, and after a brief explanation, she quickly led the way. But as I walked, my heart almost skipped a beat. This was most likely her first order besides Mr. Chun. How could she not be excited? The pace couldn't help but speed up a bit, as if he was afraid that the order he was going to get would fly away. Wang Yang followed behind, looking at Ji Xiaoli, who was walking faster and faster in front, with a strange expression in his eyes. Is this salesperson very interesting? So this is your first order? I couldn't help but chase him and ask curiously. Judging from his experience, this should be a new salesperson, and he is the other party's first order, otherwise he would not be so excited. No, you are the fourth. Ji Xiaoli glanced at Wang Yang, who was chasing after him. Seeing the curious expression on his face, he hesitated and answered truthfully. The fourth order shouldn't be so exciting. Wang Yang couldn't help but ask. He didn't know why, but he seemed very curious about this girl. Because the first three orders were all from one person, and they were not obtained by my own ability, I have always wanted to receive an order of my own. But for so long, except for that one person's order, I have never received it. I can't take orders from anyone else. You are the first one today, so you were a little excited. But don't worry, although I am considered a newcomer, I am already very familiar with the car buying process, and there will be no mistakes. Ji Xiaoli first explained, and then hurriedly offered a word of assurance. She is now very worried that the other party will give up buying a car from her because of her behavior. There was also some regret in his heart. He didn't understand why he said so much. If you take it directly to the studio and sign the contract, nothing will happen. When Wang Yang heard the first sentence Ji Xiaoli replied, he began to be stunned, and his steps couldn't help but slow down, and finally stood where he was. The orders are all from one person, and he wants to take an order of his own. This experience is so similar to him. He has always only accepted orders from Mr. Chun, and he once wanted to take over an order from someone else to prove his business capabilities. But till now, it is still not completed. He has even given up the idea of taking orders from other people. After all, the orders given by Mr. Chun are getting bigger and bigger, and he needs more energy to take care of Mr. Chin's decoration projects. This is to prevent the decoration workers from shoddy quality or careless decoration. Even now that he is the manager of a branch, he will not give up his plan to go to the decoration site. Although he has no business ability, he knows one thing, that is, everything he is now is given by Mr. Chun. He couldn't relax just because Mr. Chun gave him such an order. He must work harder to supervise every decoration order arranged by Mr. Chun and ensure that every order arranged by Mr. Chun is completed on time and with high quality and quantity. Only in this way can we earn Mr. Chin's trust. Mr. Wang, Mr. Wang. Ji Xiaowei felt a chill in her heart when she saw Wang Yang suddenly stopped halfway. This is probably because after hearing what she just said, I don't want to buy from her. When Wang Yang heard this, he quickly came back to his senses and looked at Ji Xiaowei, who was standing opposite with a nervous look on his face. I'm fine. Just keep leading the way. Oh. Ji Xiaowei was stunned for a moment. She thought that the other party would directly say that he did not want to buy from her, and she was already prepared in her heart. But she never expected that Wang Yang would let her continue to lead the way. He quickly came to his senses and quickly led the way again. Wang Yang looked at Ji Xiaowei in front of him and became deeply curious about this girl who had similar experiences to himself. No, maybe the experience will be different after a while. After the other party has his order, he has an order for a second person, but he still only has an order for one person. It's not that he doesn't want to take Mr. Chin's order directly, but he also wants to experience the feeling of receiving orders from other people. Why? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Hearing the long sigh behind her, Ji Xiaowei couldn't help but slow down a little. She turned to look at Wang Yang, who was following behind her, with a trace of curiosity in her eyes. She always felt that the other person had some kind of story behind her. Mr. Wang, are you worried about something? Ji Xiaowei couldn't help but ask, although as a salesperson, he shouldn't know too much about customers. But looking at Wang Yang's expression, she couldn't help but ask. Me? Wang Yang looked at Ji Xiaowei, who turned around and smiled. It's not that I have anything on my mind, it's just that my experience is somewhat similar to yours. Similar? What experience? Ji Xiaowei showed a trace of curiosity in her eyes. It's that you only took orders from one person. I've been experiencing this as well, and it's been more than a year. Wang Yang said this with a trace of emotion in his eyes. At that time, I was still an intern. I met a nobleman before I got my first order, and after that, this nobleman kept sending orders to me. In the company, other designers can get 2 or 3 orders in a month, which is very good. But it's different for me. That nobleman will give me an order from time to time, and often the second order will appear just after one order is completed. Until now, do you know that feeling? The order is like giving birth, constantly falling into your hands. However, during all this process, I have never taken orders from others. I have always wanted to take orders from others, but unfortunately, it has not been realized until now. Wang Yang said this with some distress and some gratitude. The one who is grateful is naturally Mr. Chun, and the distress is that he has not yet proved himself to take orders from others. Ji Xiaowei, who was standing aside, listened to Wang Yang's story with her mouth slightly open. With an incredible look on her face, she thought her experience was bizarre enough, but she didn't expect that her experience was nothing in front of Mr. Wang. After thinking about it, she slowly spoke. That nobleman must admire you very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have handed so many orders to you. I don't know, I didn't communicate deeply with that nobleman, so I don't know if he admires me. Wang Yang shook his head and didn't think that a company president would admire him. But he couldn't figure out why Mr. Chin would take care of him so much. Then can I know the identity of your nobleman? Of course, if you don't want to say it, you don't have to say it. Ji Xiaowei's eyes flashed with strong curiosity. She wondered what kind of boss that would be. Compared with Mr. Chun of Tomorrow Group that she met, who is better? Chapter 506. Do you want to renovate? My noble one? Wang Yang murmured in his mouth and thought for a moment. It seemed that there was nothing to hide. After all, in the decoration company, basically everyone knows his experience, including his nobles. Turning to look at Ji Xiaowei, he said solemnly, "My noble person is Mr. Chun from the Tomorrow Group. The Tomorrow Group is a group company that was established less than a year ago. You may not know this, but if you go and get to know it carefully, you will know that the Tomorrow Group is a very good group company, especially for treating people. As for our employees, the benefits are really great." "Are you talking about Tomorrow Group, Mr. Chun Mo and Chun?" Ji Xiaowei looked at Wang Yang, wondering if she had heard wrongly. "That's right. It's Mr. Chun Mo and Chun of Tomorrow Group, you know?" Wang Yang glanced at Ji Xiaowei in surprise. When Ji Xiaowei heard this, there was a hint of disbelief in her eyes. "Why don't you know me? I said before that I only took orders from one person, and that person is Mr. Chun from Tomorrow Group." "Ah, that person is Mr. Chun." Wang Yang couldn't help but exclaimed. He didn't expect that person to be Mr. Chun of Tomorrow Group. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that only Mr. Chun of Tomorrow Group can do it. Speaking of which, the two couldn't help but look at each other, and then smiled. The relationship between the two people unconsciously became a little closer at this moment. Ji Xiaowei continued to walk in front, with Wang Yang following closely. But this time the two of them were surprisingly quiet, and no one said a word. Until I came to the room where I signed the contract. Ji Xiaowei looked up at Wang Yang. "Did you bring your ID card?" "Yes, here you go." When Wang Yang heard this, he quickly took out his ID card and quickly handed it to Ji Xiaowei. Ji Xiaowei glanced at her ID card and then began to sort out the car purchase contract. Half a while passed. Ji Xiaowei finally finished sorting out all the information, then raised her hand and handed it to Wang Yang. "This is a car purchase contract. You can take a look at it. If there are no problems, you can sign it directly." Upon seeing this, Wang Yang opened the contract and took a look. After confirming that there was no problem, he signed it directly. Ji Xiaowei breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Wang Yang sign the contract. She finally received other orders. Thinking of this, he looked up at Wang Yang with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you. Thank you. I originally wanted to buy a car. It just solves your obsession. It's also a good thing." Wang Yang waved his hand indifferently. He fully understood Ji Xiaowei's desire to receive orders from others. After all, that was his personal experience. "Thank you for that too." Ji Xiaowei smiled slightly, and then looked at Wang Yang curiously. "I don't know yet. What do you do?" "Oh, I'm a decoration designer. This is my business card," Wang Yang said, took out a business card, and handed it to Ji Xiaowei. Ji Xiaowei looked at the business card curiously, and then looked at Wang Yang strangely. "Isn't this the branch manager? Why is he the designer?" "Oh, I forgot to mention that I was an intern designer at the beginning. Later, because of Mr. Chin's continuous orders, the company continued to promote me. The branch manager was also promoted yesterday. I haven't adapted to anything yet." Wang Yang opened his mouth to explain that because of the branch manager who was promoted just yesterday, he almost forgot his current identity. As for this business card, it seemed that Chibu came over to give it to him this morning, and he didn't pay much attention to it at the time. "I see." Ji Xiaowei looked at the business card in her hand and nodded lightly, suddenly thinking that the house she bought had not been renovated yet. And isn't this Wang Yang just decorating? And just like her experience, he hasn't taken orders from other people. In this case, he might as well leave the decoration of his house to Wang Yang in front of him. Thinking of this, he looked up at Wang Yang and spoke slowly. "I have a house here that hasn't been renovated yet. Why don't you help me design and decorate it?" You want to decorate?" Wang Yang looked at Ji Xiaowei, who had just spoken, and felt a little unreal for a moment. Isn't he dreaming? He had only seen this kind of thing in his dreams before. "That's right. I have a house of more than 60 square meters that needs decoration. Since you are from the decoration company, I'll hire you." Ji Xiaowei looked at Wang Yang's surprised expression and smiled lightly. "You believe me?" Wang Yang tried hard to calm down. "I don't believe you. I believe Mr. Chun of Tomorrow Group. If Mr. Chun trusts you so much, then you will obviously have no problem with the decoration." Ji Xiaowei's expression is serious. She doesn't know Mr. Chun of Tomorrow Group, but she knows that the president of such a large group will not always find someone who is not good at decoration to carry out decoration. That's true. If you are willing to leave the decoration of that house to me, I will definitely do my best to decorate it, Wang Yang said solemnly. Others are placing orders. This is his obsession. I believe it, but your car purchase contract has been signed. Do you have to pay the money first? Ji Xiaowei raised the signed contract in her hand. Okay, let's go check out first. Wang Yang suddenly realized that he almost forgot about the checkout. Ji Xiaowei looked at Wang Yang's stunned look, couldn't help but chuckled, and then took the lead and walked in front. Seeing this, Wang Yang hurriedly followed. Well, the decoration needs to be measured. I wonder when you have time. When do you have time? I have time all the time. It depends on your time. Then the day after tomorrow afternoon, I have something tonight. Ji Xiaowei thought about it and said she had an appointment with Sister Lee for dinner tonight, so she didn't have time. Okay, I'll leave your contact information, and I'll contact you tomorrow afternoon. Wang Yang thought about it. He will visit Mr. Chen tomorrow morning and measure the scale in the afternoon, which will not affect anything. As they talked, they walked into the payment room. After a series of operations and some formalities, the black Mercedes-Benz was already his car. See you tomorrow then? Wang Yang looked at Ji Xiaowei, waved, then opened the door of the black Mercedes-Benz and got in. See you tomorrow. Ji Xiaowei nodded, but was a little hesitant when she saw Wang Yang sitting directly in the driver's seat, as if he was going to drive away. Well, you just drove away like this. What else? Wang Yang leaned out of the car window with a calm face. He came to buy a car just to drive away. But your driver's license just came down. Ji Xiaowei spoke slowly. It takes a year of driving experience to test drive. Wang Yang just passed the driver's license test, and the co-pilot has not accompanied him yet. Would it be dangerous to just drive away like this? It's okay. I have been driving these few days since the driver's license came down. Thank you for your concern. I'll leave first. Wang Yang smiled slightly, then started the car and drove out directly. Ji Xiaowei looked at the back of the car and couldn't help but grit her teeth. Chapter 507 Completely Ruined. The next day, under the Tomorrow Group building, Chunemo looked at the departure team and spoke in a serious tone. Remember that when you go out to do charity, you must never tell outsiders in advance. Our group advocates low-key charity. We're just doing good things. We don't need to be known by too many people. Can you remember? Love to Read free novels app updates the fastest. Without ads, Chinyin Laoshichan customer service helps you find the books you want to read. Yes, the voice was loud, and every employee's face showed deep respect. This is the president of their group. They feel honored to be able to work for such a group company. Okay, only this. Chunemo looked at the solemn expressions of many employees and felt a little relieved. These people went out to pick up poor elderly people. His biggest worry was that these people would expose the charity work of Tomorrow Group in the process of picking up the elderly. So, I came down to hold a simple meeting for these employees who were about to leave. Mr. Chun, let's go. Li Shin saw Chun Emo finish speaking and came over to whisper. Well, we can go now. Chun Emo glanced at Li Shin calmly, then turned and walked into the building. Since everything had been done, there was no need for him to stay here any longer. Li Shun watched President Chen leave and began to organize the team to set off. In the president's office, after Chen Mo came back, he sat directly on the office chair, casually opened the computer to enter the music software, and took a look at today's song rankings. He soon showed a smile. Sure enough, just as he thought, the Invisible Wings has begun to exert its power. At this time, it has reached the top 10 of the new song list, and the growing popularity is still climbing very fast. According to this trend, it is only a matter of time before it squeezes into the top 3 of the new song list. It is even very likely to become the first on the new song list. Click on the song casually. It's really good. This is the best song I have heard in the past 2 months. This song is so healing. I have started to play it on repeat. Oh, I like it. I had lost the motivation in life. After listening to this song, I gradually found my own home. Oh, I hope everyone has an invisible wing of their own. It's really a good song. Support it. Oh, not bad. Looking at the comments, they are basically all good reviews. This shows that those users like this song very much. In this state, the song will only become more and more popular. The more popular this song is, the more income it will have, and this will indirectly increase his income. Sure enough, if I rely on that dog system to settle personal assets, I will never get rich in this life. It's better to rely on myself. Chunemo leaned back and leaned comfortably on the boss chair, and the corners of his mouth showed a long-lost smile again. Mr. Chun, this is the information sorted out by the pet park. You can take a look. Shinro took a copy of the information and walked over. Seeing Mr. Chin's happy look, she was surprised. I don't know what happy things Mr. Chin encountered, but she soon noticed the music platform opened on Mr. Chin's computer. The interface displayed on the music platform is the new song rankings. Seeing this picture, Shinro understood. Mr. Chin must be happy to see that the song he gave to Zhang Lan was on the list. Yeah, Chinemo sat up and reached out to take the information about the pet park handed over by Shinro. He flipped it open and took a look. This information is what he wanted. After all, the pet park has been open for a few days, and he needs to understand the current profitability of the pet park. Love to Read Free Novels app has no ads and updates the fastest. In order to avoid losing content when turning the horse, please come and experience the ad-free reading app Love to Read Free Novels app. After a while, the palm of the hand slightly exerted force, and the information in the hand wrinkled slightly. This pet park is really completely useless. From 8,000 visitors on the first day, it became 9,000 people on the second day. And looking at this trend, the number of people coming to the pet park will increase again. Originally, because of the song, his mood became very good, but now, because of this pet park, his mood instantly became not beautiful. According to the current number of visitors to the pet park's revenue can basically be maintained at around 5 million in a month. Really great! Chinemo casually threw the information on the table, then took out a notebook and turned to the latest page. Finally, he wrote down the names of Pang Tao and Su Jingming, and then drew a big cross behind them. Then he found Li Shun's name in the front and added another cross behind many crosses. Looking at the names in the notebook, Chinemo had a headache. These people were more capable of making trouble than each other, and the key was that he couldn't do anything to them. And the number of people on the list here seemed to be increasing. He rubbed his head helplessly and put away the notebook. Forget it, these old 6 people were making trouble and didn't let him settle successfully. But now he has found a second way to make money, that is to take 11 songs. With those 11 songs, will he still worry about not having money? Thinking secretly in his heart, his mood calmed down a little. At this moment, Shinro came out again. Mr. Chun, Wang Yang is downstairs and wants to visit you. Wang Yang? Chinemo was stunned for a moment, then thought of who it was, so he hurriedly spoke. Let him come up. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded, turned back to his office, and directly notified the front desk downstairs to bring Wang Yang up. Downstairs, the front desk hung up the phone, looked up at Wang Yang in front of him, and spoke lightly. Hello, please follow me. As he said, he walked out of the front desk and took the lead into the elevator. Wang Yang followed behind with the gift. When he came to the top floor, he looked at the familiar door of the president's office and knocked gently. Then he opened the door and walked in. Mr. Chun, Love to Read Free Novels app has no ads and updates the fastest. To avoid losing content when turning around, please come and experience the ad-free reading app AI Do Free Novel app. Looking at Mr. Chen sitting at the desk, Wang Yang spoke respectfully. Well, sit down, what's the matter? Chun Mo pointed to the seat in front of him, glanced at the gift in Wang Yang's hand, and had a little guess in his heart. It's like this, Mr. Chun. Isn't the Mid-Autumn Festival coming soon, so I came to visit you, Mr. Chun, Wang Yang said, and raised the gift in his hand and handed it over. Chun Mo smiled slightly when he saw this, and took the gift without hesitation. He looked at the gift slightly, and they were all gift boxes and so on, and he didn't see what he wanted to see. He put the gift aside casually, looked up at Wang Yang in silence. Seeing this, Wang Yang took out a thick red envelope from his arms and then pushed it over. Mr. Chun, those gifts are my token of appreciation for the company, and this red envelope is my token of appreciation. Yes. Hearing this, Chinemo looked at the thick red envelope on the table, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Chapter 508 Big Red Envelope. You said you just come here? Why don't you bring a red envelope? This is too foreign, Chinemo said as he collected the red envelope. He reached out and pressed on it nonchalantly. It's very thick, and there are 2 stacks. This is probably not a small number. Thinking in his mind, the smile on his lips became even bigger, and he stood up and walked towards the reception area. I happen to have a very good tea here. You can try it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chun. Wang Yang followed him with a smile. Looking at Mr. Chin's reaction, he knew that he had not sent the wrong thing this time. Come to the reception area. Chunemo quickly made a pot of tea and poured Wang Yang a cup at the same time. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Wang Yang took the teacup and quickly thanked him, holding the teacup and slowly bringing it to his mouth. A fresh aroma of tea spread to the tip of his nose. This aroma alone already showed that this was a good tea. He opened his mouth slightly and took a small sip. How about it? Chunemo watched Wang Yang take a sip of tea and said with a smile. He is really more and more satisfied with this Wang Yang. He didn't open the red envelope just now, but the thickness was definitely not a small amount, and the width to the touch was definitely not 1 pile, but 2 piles. He wasn't sure how much it would be, but it would definitely be 100,000. 100,000 yuan. His last settlement was only 290,000 yuan in personal assets, while Wang Yang's red envelope alone reached 100,000 yuan, and he only needed to hand over the order to the other party. This is not much better than finding ways to lose money and spend money every day, and he also has to face those old Lu employees who are causing trouble behind the scenes from time to time. Mr. Chun, this tea is delicious and fragrant. This is the first time I have tasted such delicious tea. Wang Yang put down the teacup and couldn't help but speak. These words were not meant as a compliment, and over the years, this tea was truly the best he had ever tasted. It tastes delicious. I'll bring you 2 boxes back later. I have a lot here. Chunemo smiled again when he heard this. Shinro had just bought a batch of Longjing a while ago and was thinking of ways to deliver it when Wang Yang came over. I gave him a red envelope and helped him consume 2 boxes of tea. This Wang Yang is his deputy general. At this time, he had already begun to think about whether to directly recruit Wang Yang to his Tomorrow group, which might change some of the current atmosphere of the Tomorrow group. But soon, he secretly shook his head and rejected it. Now this Wang Yang is just one person, and there are too many old people in the Tomorrow group. If the atmosphere of those old people is not changed, but Wang Yang is led astray, it will be troublesome. It would be safer to give Wang Yang a good order and give him a red envelope from time to time. And this Wang Yang is considered to be on the right track. As the orders he gives get bigger and bigger, the red envelopes he gives get bigger and bigger. Good. Very good. Wang Yang didn't know Mr. Chen's psychological activities at this time, but he looked flattered after hearing Mr. Chen's words. Mr. Chun, you are so polite. Such delicious tea must be very expensive. I can't afford it. No matter whether it's expensive or not, tea is just for drinking. Don't care about the price. Chunemo looked at Wang Yang and waved his hand indifferently. Here, have another cup. I have a lot of this tea here, so just feel free to take it. Mr. Chun, I'll do it myself. When Wang Yang saw that Mr. Chun was about to fill up his teacup, he quickly reached out to take the teapot and poured himself a cup. This is the president of Tomorrow Group. He just poured him a drink, but he feels a little bad. How could he ask Mr. Chun to pour him another drink? Chunemo didn't say anything when he saw this, and let Wang Yang take the teapot and pour himself a cup, and poured him a cup at the same time. He picked up the teacup, took a sip himself, and asked a few questions casually. How's it going? Has the decoration department been busy lately? You've been busy, Mr. Chun. You can rest assured. Now the company has set up a large-scale decoration team to serve you, Mr. Chen. It will not delay any decoration work on Mr. Chen's side. In this way, the two of them chatted for a while in the reception area. Basically, the content was about decoration. After all, the two of them didn't have much to do, so the only topic was decoration. Mr. Chun, I still have some things to do, so I'll stay here soon. Wang Yang took a look at the time and took the initiative to leave. He didn't have anything to do, so he could only measure G shall we after the other party got off work. I'm just worried that staying here for too long will affect Mr. Chen's work. After all, the president of a group must deal with a lot of work matters. He has nothing important to discuss here, so there is no need to take up too much of the other party's time. Yeah, okay. When Chun Mo heard this, he didn't hold back and called Shun Ro out directly. Well, give Wang Yang 2 boxes of the long jing that I purchased earlier. Seeing Shun Ro coming out, Chun Mo spoke calmly. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shun Ro glanced at Wang Yang briefly, then turned around and came to a locker. She then opened the locker, took out 2 boxes of tea leaves and put them in a packaging box. Wang Yang stood aside, looking at the open locker, and saw that there were piles of the same tea inside, at least dozens of boxes. Thank you. Soon, Shinro came over with the tea, and Wang Yang hurriedly took it respectfully. He knew this assistant from the beginning. Some of the previous decoration work was contacted by this assistant Shun. Now that so much time has passed, the assistant beside Mr. Chun has always been this person. Obviously, this person has become Mr. Chen's confidant. He dare not be careless at all. Let's go. I'll take you downstairs. Shinro spoke softly, and then walked towards the office door. This Wang Yang is not an employee of the company. She must swipe the elevator card to enter and exit the elevator. As an assistant, she must not let the boss send it in person. Sorry to bother, Assistant Shin. Wang Yang hurriedly followed. Chun Mo ignored the 2 people who left. The moment the office door was closed, he couldn't wait to return to his desk. He first took a closer look at the gifts. As his life and horizons improved, he realized that these gifts were also of some value. The overall price was also tens of thousands. The gifts for going home were settled again. After muttering to himself, he put the gifts aside and then couldn't wait to pick up the red envelope on the table. Compared to those expensive gifts, he still liked this big red envelope more. Chapter 509 Law Firm Assessment. The cover of the red envelope was opened little by little. Soon, piles of cash were revealed. The cash was new and obviously newly withdrawn from the bank. One pile of cash was 10,000. Chunemo couldn't help but pick up the piles of cash and began to count them. 1 pile, 2 piles, 10 piles. When counting to the 10th pile, Chunmo's eyebrows slightly raised, and the arc of the corners of his mouth rose a little more. He had guessed 100,000 before, but now it seems that he still knows too little about cash. After counting 10 piles, there is obviously a large pile that has not been counted. This Wang Yang is really willing to spend. After Chun Mo sighed in his heart, he began to count again. 11 piles, 12 piles, 17 piles. Looking at the last pile of cash in the red envelope, he slowly picked it up and put it aside. 18 piles. This time, there are 18 piles of red envelopes. 1 pile is 10,000. That is 180,000. Love to Read free novels app updates the fastest, no ads. Old Bookworm customer service will help you find the books you want to read. Chun Mo gently stroked the cash on the table with his palm, and he couldn't let it go. This Wang Yang is really good. It's really great. This time, he actually gave him a red envelope of 180,000. Thinking of this, Chun Mo couldn't help but look at the system panel in his mind. At this time, his personal funds on the panel had changed. From the previous personal assets of 570,000, it has become the current 750,000. If you work harder, you can break through 1 million. And he couldn't help but think of the songs he gave to Zhang Lan. As long as all of them are cashed out, then his personal assets will not be as simple as breaking through 1 million. 10 million is very easy. Is this his luck? Chun Mo collected the red envelopes little by little and prepared to find a time to deposit them into his personal account. He sat down in the boss chair happily and opened the computer game, Extreme Survival, in a good mood. Being in a good mood, it is natural to play a few games to make yourself happier. Baishu Law Firm. Tang Xiu looked at the many employees in the conference room with a serious and solemn look. The many trainee lawyers in the conference room all held their breath and dared not disturb him at all. Since joining Baishu Law Firm, the first thing they learned was his seriousness. There has never been any tolerance for mistakes in legal knowledge. So now, as long as Tang Xiu stands in front of them, they instinctively become nervous and well-behaved. And the work here is also very boring. Every day at work, they watch various lawsuits in the studio or recite legal regulations. Many people here don't like this kind of working atmosphere, and several people have left. In fact, many people have the idea of leaving. After all, no one wants to enter a very boring life just after graduation. But after the first few interns who left entered other law firms, after the feedback from those interns, they all gave up the idea of leaving, and they're all working hard in secret to survive in TH's wolf-like competition. According to the oral accounts of those interns who left in other law firms, they were just ordinary assistants, and the most they did every day was to handle some chores or some tea and water work. If they wanted to learn more legal knowledge, it all depended on the mood of the lawyer they followed. Moreover, the salary of an intern assistant was only about $1,000 to $2,000, which was completely different from that of Baishu law firm. Some of the interns who left wanted to come back, but they were all rejected by President Tang. Today's meeting is mainly to announce a few things. Tang Xiu sat at the front of the conference room. His tone was cold, and he didn't have the gentleness when watching those stray cats and dogs. The first point is the matter of voluntarily resigning. During this period, some people were not used to the boring daily study life and chose to leave. I understand this very well. The learning process is a boring life, so if any of you want to leave, I will never stop you. Love to Read Free Novels app has no ads and the fastest update. To avoid losing content when transferring, please come and experience the ad-free reading app, AIDO Free Novel app. But what I want to tell you is that in my Baishu law firm, you can leave if you want, but you can't come whenever you want. Those who choose to resign have been recorded in my database and will never be admitted again in the future. Even if you become a very good lawyer in the future, I won't need you here because I firmly believe that there will never be a lack of excellent lawyers in Baishu law firm. And those excellent lawyers will appear among those of you who can stick to the end. After Tang Xiu's words fell, many trainee lawyers in the conference room looked at each other. At this moment, they were not frightened by Mr. Tang's words. Instead, everyone's eyes showed a trace of fighting spirit. They already knew the good of Baishu law firm, so naturally they wanted to stay, and the way to stay was to resist the boredom of current learning and work hard to absorb legal knowledge. Tang Xiu looked at the expressions of many trainee lawyers and nodded with satisfaction. She was very envious of these trainee lawyers. When she graduated, even though she had an excellent legal foundation, she had only been a trainee lawyer for 1.5 years before she gradually came into contact with cases. At that time, the lawyers she followed didn't teach her much at all. Her current achievements are basically all due to her own study and the shamelessness to ask. But at this time, many trainee lawyers here do not have to experience those things in the workplace at all. They only need to put in their own efforts. But if she can't withstand even this effort, then it really doesn't suit her law firm. Even if you leave, there will be no regrets. Now that I've finished talking about the first point, let me start talking about the second thing. In a few days, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival, and our law firm will have a 5-day holiday. But don't be too happy too soon. Tang Xiu looked at the many trainee lawyers with surprised expressions and continued to speak. What do you do with these 5 days of vacation? I will not participate or ask. That is your freedom. But one thing I want to say is that after the vacation, I will conduct an assessment. Internships that do not meet the assessment requirements, I will eliminate him without hesitation. Our law firm will pay certain compensation to the eliminated employees, but you no longer meet our law firm's recruitment requirements. In the conference room, the employees who were originally happy to have 5 days off stop smiling at this moment. There will be an assessment when I come back from vacation. Those who fail the assessment will leave the law firm directly, which is undoubtedly a stone in their hearts. AtoZ Free Novel app has no ads and is the fastest updated. In order to avoid losing content downloads and carousels, please try the ad-free reading app, AtoZ Free Novel app. The joy of vacation has long since disappeared, and all that remains is how to improve some of my abilities during vacation. Try to pass the assessment and stay in the law firm when you come back from vacation. After all, Mr. Tang said that every time he passes an assessment, his salary will be improved accordingly. Chapter 510 Meeting at the Garment Factory. Tang Xiu looked at the expressions of many trainee lawyers in the conference room and knew that her goal had been achieved. She had this idea after the group issued a holiday notice yesterday. The news of the assessment was announced when these lawyers felt most relaxed. The purpose was to give these lawyers a sense of urgency or pressure. She not only had to test the self-control of these employees during the 5-day holiday, but also their ability to withstand pressure. The ability to withstand pressure is a very important psychological quality among lawyers. She has seen many lawyers who have a thorough understanding of the legal knowledge and use it very flexibly. In the mock litigation, it can be said to be very powerful. But when they really went to the court, because of the influence of some pressure, the very thorough legal knowledge they had originally mastered was like forgotten, and they could not be taken out at all. So, this is also a small test for these trainee lawyers. I don't know how many people will not be able to withstand such pressure and will perform poorly in the assessment. Tang Qiu thought in his heart, and his eyes swept over several trainee lawyers. These trainee lawyers were the trainee lawyers who performed very well during this period. As long as they perform normally, there will be absolutely no problem with this assessment. But if they perform poorly due to excessive pressure, it is hard to say. Sighing slightly, she was not sure how many of these people would stay after the holiday. Looking at the people in the conference room, she stood up slightly. Okay, today's meeting is over. Adjourn. Changfeng Garment Factory. In the conference room, Jiang Qing looked at the people in the conference room and slowly put the documents in his hand on the table. The main thing today is to discuss pet clothing. Mr. Chun has issued an order that each pet clothing shall not exceed 300 sets, so we also need to coordinate during the production process. Minister Wang, please tell us about the production side. Jiang Qing turned his head and looked at a man with sparse hair. This man was the director of the production department elected by the employees after he became the manager of the garment factory. He was also very familiar with it. He worked hard and was very familiar with the production process of clothing. During this period, the workshop has been well organized under his management. Mr. Jiang, I have already coordinated with the production department. Due to the limited production of pet clothing, the employees producing pet clothing are not needed in terms of demand. So, I specially selected some employees who are very skilled in producing pet clothing and formed a small department. In the future, this department will specialize in the production of pet clothing. In this way, it can be completely separated from normal clothing production, and the efficiency can be greatly improved. But now the two parts are still produced in the same workshop. There are still some conflicts in the fabric and process flow. If the two departments can be separated after the new factory building is completed, it may be better. Minister Wang took the sorted materials on his desk and spoke slowly. Well, yes, let's do it. As for the new workshop, it must be divided into different production workshops after it is built. Jiang Qing listened to Minister Wang's plan and nodded slightly. As for the division of workshops, it was already prepared at the beginning of construction. After all, the clothing factories will definitely deal with more and more clothing in the future, and different clothing, fabric requirements, and environmental requirements are also different. So the division of workshops is a must. After confirming the production, Jiang Qing's eyes fell directly on Su Yining. The limited quantity of pet clothing this time, by Mr. Chun, did not have much impact on the requirements of the production workshop. But it has a significant impact on the design department. How is your design department prepared? The names of 30 designers have been recruited. Su Yining hesitated when he heard Mr. Zhang's inquiry and took a breath before speaking slowly. 30 intern designers were recruited yesterday, and I personally selected them. They all have some basic skills in design. They also did some part-time jobs outside the school during their school years. So they need to get started quickly. But now we are facing a problem. That is, even if these intern designers get started quickly, it will take a certain amount of time for them to independently design a pet clothing. However, this time is not enough to support the pet fashion show twice a week. It will take at least 2 months. Once those designers get started, there will be no problem. Su Yining spoke with a somewhat apologetic look. When Mr. Chen asked how many designers were needed, she said 10. But she was thinking of 10 mature designers. Later, when Mr. Chun said that she would recruit 30 intern designers, she made a mistake. That is, she brought in her own internship at that time. 30 designers with the same strength as her internship could also meet the needs of the pet fashion show. But when she was recruiting, she found that not all intern designers were like her. So this embarrassing situation was created. For this, she felt a little guilty. Is that so? Listening to Su Yining's words, Jiang Cheng frowned slightly. In this case, the pet show was delayed. After thinking for a while, he looked at many employees. Everyone think about it and see if there is any good solution. Why not recruit more designers? A member of the conference room spoke. This won't work. Currently, 30 designers are recruited, and when all of them are ready, many designers will be idle. If more designers are recruited, the current problem will be solved, but there will be many designers who are very idle in the design department in the future, which is not good. Su Yining hurriedly shook his head and rejected this plan. Having so many idle designers will undoubtedly increase the useless expenses of the garment factory, which is definitely not allowed. She can't create bigger problems in order to solve the current problems. The conference room fell into silence instantly, and no one could think of any good questions for a while. Jiang Cheng was also a little troubled by this. After thinking about it, he lowered his head and took out his mobile phone, edited a message, and sent it to his wife. The content was mainly about the problems currently faced by the design department. Since he brought his wife to the garment factory, some of his decisions were basically made by his wife. So when he encountered a problem, he subconsciously thought of his wife. Chapter 5:11 Credulity. Time passed by little. In the meeting room, some people occasionally made some suggestions, but they were only temporary solutions and were all rejected. Su Yining lowered her head with self-blame in her eyes. This seemed to be the first mistake she made when she entered the clothing factory. Their pet clothing had just entered the market. If her mistake affected the clothing factory and the pet clothing market, then her sin would be great. Buzz! The phone vibrated. Jiang Cheng hurriedly looked down at his phone and saw that his wife had sent a message, which seemed to be a long essay. After reading it carefully, he suddenly understood. Looking up at the people in the meeting room, he said with a smile, "I have an idea here. Mr. Jiang, do you have an idea?" Su Yining looked up at Jiang Cheng with surprise. "I do have an idea, but I don't know much about design. Whether it can be implemented depends on you. Love Reading Free Novels app updates the fastest, without ads, and Chinyan Laoshichan customer service helps you find the books you want to read." "Mr. Jiang, you talk. I'm listening." "Yeah." Jiang Cheng nodded slightly and spoke slowly. "It's like this. The newly recruited designers can't design a piece of clothing quickly. It's undoubtedly because they lack their own original ability. So we just need to solve this problem. They don't need to be original. They just need to copy. Mr. Jiang, this is not good. It will affect the reputation of the garment factory." Su Yining hurriedly shook her head to reject it. What she disliked most was plagiarism. "Listen to me." Jiang Cheng smiled and shook his head. "When I say plagiarism, I'm not talking about plagiarizing others, but plagiarizing ourselves. What those new designers lack is the ability to create original works. So let's get a few mature designers to do original designs in our clothing factory, and then let those intern designers copy them. For example, if you create a pet costume that looks like an apple, you can ask those intern designers to design a pet costume that looks like a banana. For another example, if you create a pet costume that kicks, you can ask those intern designers to design a pet costume that raises its hand. In general, it's about giving an idea and then asking those intern designers to create a second version or extend it. How about this method?" After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, his eyes fell on Su Yining. Of course, this method was sent to him by his wife. At this time, Su Yining's eyes had become brighter, and when he heard Jiang Cheng ask, he spoke excitedly. "Mr. Jiang, this method is feasible. This method can definitely meet the requirements of the pet fashion show. And by doing this, a pet clothing can be made into a series. Love Reading Free Novel app has no ads and is updated the fastest. To avoid losing content when turning to the horse, download. Please experience the ad-free reading app Love Reading Free Novel app. Once something appears in a series, there will definitely be some customers who like to collect it, and maybe it will make pet clothing more popular. Since it is feasible, then this matter should be implemented, and it should not delay the pet fashion show." Jiang Cheng nodded slightly, and he was relieved in his heart. He finally solved this matter. But soon he thought of another thing. "By the way, since the workshop is divided into two departments, your design department should also be divided into two departments. Set up a department specializing in the design of pet clothing. In this way, it will be easy to connect with the workshop. In addition, select a department head. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I also have this idea. I already have a candidate for the head. Let Zhou take the position. Su Yining spoke quickly. The design issue was resolved, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she also did some reflection. She must think clearly before doing things in the future. Zhou? Then let her take the position. Since she has become the leader of a department, her salary and benefits will naturally be raised. Jiang Qing thought for a while and nodded slowly. He was familiar with this Zhou. She entered the company with Su Yining and was considered a veteran of the design department. Let her be the leader of the new department. There is absolutely no problem. After arranging the design department, Jiang Qing's eyes fell on the last thing of today's meeting. The next thing to talk about is the holiday. As the Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, the group has sent a message that the holiday this time is 5 days. The leaders of each department can pass the message down. Okay, that's all for today's meeting. Let's adjourn. Jiang Cheng waved his hand, picked up the information, stood up, and walked out. Su Yining hurriedly followed him. Mr. Jiang, thank you for today's event. What are you thanking me for? We are all from the same company. Isn't it right for us to help each other? Jiang Cheng said indifferently. In his heart, as long as it is for the company, it doesn't matter whether he thanks you or not. In the afternoon, Yongsheng Forest store. A black Mercedes-Benz stopped at the door. Wang Yang lowered the window, took out his mobile phone, and sent a message. Before long, the two women walked out of the 4S store hand in hand. Wang Yang took a look and found that one of the people was Ji Xiaowei, and he didn't know the other one. Ada Free Novel app is the fastest updated app with no ads, and the experienced bookworm customer service will help you find the books you want to read. But he still opened the door, got out of the car, and greeted him. This is Sister Li. You don't mind taking her with you. Ji Xiaowei looked at Wang Yang, who got out of the car, pointed at Huang Xiaoli beside him, and introduced. When she and Sister Li went out for dinner last night, she told her about Wang Yang's story. After listening to her story, Huang Xiaoli proposed to accompany her tonight. After all, this was the first time Wang Yang met, so he took him to her home for measurement. Sister Li was worried that he would meet some bad guy. She thought about it and realized that was indeed the case. Although she thought there was nothing wrong with Wang Yang, she still had to be wary of others, so she agreed to let Sister Li go with her. Hello, Sister Li. It's true that a girl is a little unsafe. There's one more person to take care of. Why should I mind about that? Wang Yang smiled and spoke. He didn't have much idea about Ji Xiaowei bringing one more person. Just go over and measure it. The other person feels a little scared by himself, so he brings someone over. There is nothing to worry about. Even if he brings 10 people there, he won't mind. Hello. Huang Xiaoli looked at Wang Yang and said hello in the same way. Everyone just get in the car. I'll just drive there. Wang Yang quickly opened the rear door and invited the two of them in. Ji Xiaowei looked at Wang Yang's new car yesterday, couldn't help but murmur in her heart, and finally shook her head. I'll take Sister Li's car, just follow me. She knew very well that Wang Yang was a novice driver and had just obtained his driver's license not long ago. Chapter 5:12, Measure the Ruler, Treat Me. Wang Yang smiled bitterly and touched his nose when he saw this, but didn't say much. He closed the rear door again and sat back in his cab. Before long, a white car passed his car and honked its horn. Wang Yang could already see Huang Xiaoli inside through the car window and started the vehicle and followed directly. About half an hour later, two cars stopped in a parking lot at the entrance of a community. Wang Yang opened the door and got out of the car. He reached out and held the measuring tool. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. After so long, he finally received an order other than Mr. Chen. Follow the two women and enter the community. Before long, they came to a house. This is it. Ji Xiaowei pointed at the empty house and spoke slowly. Well, then I'll start taking measurements. You can tell me some requirements for the layout of the room, such as where to put a cabinet or where to place a dining table. Wang Yang said as he took out the measuring tool and started measuring. Is that so? I plan to place the dining table here and the living room here. I don't want a TV and I plan to place a projector. What about here? I want to place a washing machine here. Do you think the space is sufficient? I've measured it. Well, if I put a slightly smaller front-loading washing machine, there won't be any problem. That's good. I'm going to build a wardrobe here. You can see how big it is. As for the wardrobe, I decided to put it here. It is enough for you to live alone. You can also place a dressing table in this space. The two of them were walking around in the room, constantly communicating about the decoration plan. After Huang Xiaoli followed for 2 steps, she saw that she couldn't get in any words at all, so she immediately gave up and wandered around the room by herself. The corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily, thinking to himself that it seemed that his worries were completely unnecessary. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have followed him. Judging from the way the two people were chatting, it was as if they were discussing the decoration of their own home. I'm like a big light bulb here. Time passes little by little. After about 20 minutes, Ji Xiaowei and Wang Yang walked out of the bedroom. Sister Li, the measuring tape has been finished. Let's go back. I'll trouble you today. Ji Xiaowei walked up to Huang Xiaoli and said thank you. I felt a little sorry in my heart. I seem to have ignored Sister Li in the process of measuring the ruler just now. It's just a matter of convenience. If we finish measuring, let's go back. Huang Xiaoli smiled and nodded. She didn't pay much attention to it. It was indeed a smooth matter. After all, her home is not that far away from here. If you walk, it's only 10 minutes away. Well, it's getting late and you haven't had dinner yet. I'll treat you to a meal. Wang Yang arranged the measuring tools and said casually, how can that be possible? After measuring, I still want you to treat me. Ji Xiaowei quickly refused. I took the measurements just to make the design drawings. It is my job and has nothing to do with entertaining guests. I just wanted to treat 2 people to a meal. Wang Yang shook his head and smiled, his eyes falling on Ji Xiaowei vaguely. Sister Li. Ji Xiaowei was a little hesitant when she heard the words, and her eyes fell on Huang Xiaoli, as if asking for advice. Huang Xiaoli looked at Ji Xiaowei, then at Wang Yang, who was pretending to be nonchalant, chuckled, and then said lightly, I have to go home to deal with some things, so I won't eat today. You two can go out to eat. Judging from her many years of experience, these 2 people probably have a crush on each other, and she doesn't want to be a light bulb in the past. As for Wang Yang, she also observed that he was not a bad person, but she didn't know what his character was like. But it's not a bad thing to let Ji Xiaowei get in touch. Fall in love. It definitely needs to be discussed. But tomorrow she will remind Ji Xiaowei that it's okay to fall in love, but don't hand yourself over too quickly. You need to get to know each other for at least a while and confirm that there are no problems with each other's character before you can make a decision. Sister Li, then we will. Yixio Hui spoke softly. Go. Go home after eating. Don't stay out too late. Remember to call me when you get home. Huang Xiaoli couldn't help but give an instruction. I know, Sister Li, after dinner. I will go home. Ji Xiaowei nodded quickly. Huang Xiaoli nodded. The 3 of them left the room together. Come outside the community. Huang Xiaoli drove away by herself. Ji Xiaowei didn't do it well and had to get into Wang Yang's passenger seat. After sitting in, immediately fasten the seat belt tightly and hold the edge of the seat belt tightly with your palms. Wang Yang looked at Ji Xiaowei's nervous look and shook his head helplessly. I couldn't help but feel a little funny. 3 days later, Changbai Jingyuan. Chinemo looked at the luggage he had packed, confirmed that there was nothing missing, and nodded slightly. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door of the room suddenly. Chunemo heard the sound, stood up, walked over, and opened the door. Mr. Chun, let the Hai take you back. It's too unsafe for you to go back alone. Dong Hong stood at the door of the room with Yang Dahai. Brother Chun, let my dad take you back. My dad is very good and can drive for a long time. Yang Duo poked her head out from behind. Sister Hong, it's not necessary this time. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day for family reunion. You can also have a good reunion at home. Chinemo smiled and shook his head, and at the same time reached out and patted Yang Duo's head. What's good about reunion? Our family is blessed by you, Mr. Chun. Now we are reunited almost every day. Dong Hong tried her best. Sister Hong, it's really not necessary. In fact, the journey is not far. If I feel tired, I can rest at the service area. It's settled. You can go back as soon as possible. Chinemo spoke quickly. his tone slightly more serious. He had no problem driving back by himself. If he didn't want to go to Kyoto last time, he would not let Yang Dahai follow. Mr. Chun, then, you must pay attention to safety. Dong Hong saw that Mr. Chun was determined, and finally stopped insisting that Yang Dahai go to see him off. I wish Brother Chun a safe journey and a safe return home. Yang Duo had already squeezed out from between Yang Dahai and Dong Hong's legs, tugging at the corner of Chinmo's clothes, and said seriously, "Thank you for Duodwa's blessing." Chun Mo lowered his head and pinched Yang Duodwa's cute little face. After saying that, he walked into the room and took out the packed luggage. "Mr. Chun, I'll help you." Yang Dahai saw Chun Mo holding the luggage and quickly reached out to take one of the luggage. Although his waist was not good, after a year of maintenance, it was still no problem to lift some not very heavy objects at this time. Soon, several people came to the underground garage. After a busy period, all the luggage had been loaded on the car. This time he did not choose to drive the black G-Class home. After all, his family only knew that he was a manager of a garment factory outside, and driving a black G-Class would be too conspicuous. Otherwise, he would have to explain everything when he returned. His plan was to at least wait until he had successfully settled the account once, or had a certain amount of personal assets in his hands, before he could tell his family about this matter. After all, now that he was the president of a group, but he couldn't even take out 1 million, wouldn't it be embarrassing? So, it's better to keep a low profile now. Mr. Chun, take care. Brother Chun, take care. Yang Dahai had already waved at the vehicle leaving. Chun Mo drove out of the garage and then came to the gate of the community, where a woman was waiting wearing sunglasses. Looking at the business car driven by Chun Mo, he directly pulled up the suitcase beside him and walked over. Chapter 513, still taking the exam. "Sorry, Mr. Chun." Song Xia brushed her hair beside her ears and said with a grateful look on her face. During this festival, she first went to her sister and then stayed with her for a day before going home with her. Mr. Chun also happened to be driving home, but at first she planned to take a car there by herself, not wanting to trouble Mr. Chun, although the two of them were somewhat related because of their sisters. But after all, Mr. Chun is the president of a company. It is unjustifiable for him to go home and let the president of a group be his driver. But he didn't expect that his sister would ask her brother-in-law to contact Mr. Chun privately. She was not prepared for this at all. She only found out about this after Mr. Chun sent her a message. "Get in the car." Chun Mo looked at Song Xia, who was standing outside the car, and spoke calmly. He didn't have any extra thoughts about going back with one more person. Whether he drives back by himself or takes someone with him has no impact on him. The only thing that made him unhappy was that this money-losing talent, who he was very optimistic about and had high hopes for, turned out to be the 6th employee of the company. What a perfect coffee shop plan. Song Xia was in such a miserable state now. Song Xia didn't know what Mr. Chun was thinking. After hearing Mr. Chun's words, she put the suitcase in the trunk and got in the passenger seat. Seeing that Song Xia was seated, Chun Mo started the vehicle and drove out. "By the way, how did your driving license test go?" "On the road." Chun Mo suddenly remembered that he had also assigned a car to Song Xia and asked her to apply for a driver's license. It has been a long time now, and Song Xia has not been seen driving. He remembered that Shin Ro's driver's license had passed Section 4, and she would get her driver's license soon. "Still taking the test." Song Xia's voice was like a mosquito's, and her expression was a little embarrassed. "What?" Chun Mo looked at the road ahead and didn't notice Song Xia's voice for a moment. "Still taking exams." Song Xia took a breath and said it loudly. "Oh, it's been a long time. I'm already in the 4th semester." "Well, not yet." "Then it's time for the 3rd semester." "Also, not yet." "Have you just entered the 2nd course? Did you apply for your driver's license very late?" Chun Mo had doubts in his eyes. He didn't expect that it would take so long for Song Xia to pass the 2nd subject. "No, I applied for the driver's license test not long after I picked up the car. However, I've already taken the 2nd level test 4 times, but I failed." Song Xia looked out the window, watching the vehicles coming and going, not looking at Mr. Chen's expression. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She could still pass the test when she was practicing driving. But every time it came time for exams, she would fail due to various trivial matters. The first time I didn't wear a seatbelt, the second time I remembered the route incorrectly, etc. Anyway, there were various reasons that led to the failure of the exam. Forehead. Chin Mo was stunned for a moment, and his hand on the steering wheel paused slightly. He glanced at Song Xia, who was looking out the window, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He didn't know what to say at this moment. I have heard before that some people fail to pass the driving license test many times. Today is the first time I have seen it. The atmosphere in the car suddenly solidified and became very quiet. Chinemo thought for a while and turned on the music. Listening to the new song released by Zhang Lan, my mood gradually became happy. This morning he took a look at the new song rankings. Invisible Wings has successfully reached the first place in the new song rankings. This first place came to the first place without hiring any navy. It was all thanks to platform users. This gold content is already very high. Of course, he doesn't care whether the gold content is high or not. What he cares about is the liquidity behind the gold content. The vehicle moves slowly. After a long time, we entered the Jiangqing City Expressway and headed straight for our hometown. Afternoon, Baiming County. In an old neighborhood. In the kitchen, the two figures were very busy. Wash the vegetables and stir the garlic. Yang Shilian was chopping vegetables and directing her husband Chun Jingrui to prepare them. If nothing else, their son was coming back today, so they naturally had to make good preparations. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Yang Shilian shook the water in her hand, wiped it on the rag, and quickly walked to the door. Aunt Wang, come in quickly. Yang Shilian looked at the person coming at the door and hurriedly welcomed him in. Shilian, it's such a good day to get so much food. I remember that the day after tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Aunt Wang walked into the house, looked at the food in the kitchen, and asked with a smile. My son will be back today. I'll make something he likes to eat. The corners of Yang Shilian's mouth curved up, unable to hide her smile. You have a blessed life. Such a good son has made people worry-free since childhood. Now that you are the leader of a company, your income is not low. You can earn 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month. Aunt Wang casually found a seat and sat down, and said with emotion on her face, That's true. Our little Mo has made me worry-free since he was a child. When he grew up, he just graduated and started a company with his friends. But I don't know if it makes money or not, and the kid didn't tell us. Yang Shilian raised her head with pride on her face. A plate of fruits was brought from the dining table and placed in front of Aunt Wang. How can we not make money? The cars are all back. Aunt Wang, please don't spread this nonsense. That car doesn't belong to Xiao Mo. It's a car assigned by the company. The car assigned by the company is his car, isn't it? Why did the company assign a car to Xiao Mo? Isn't it because of his ability? As Aunt Wang spoke, she grabbed a handful of melon seeds from the fruit plate and started eating them. That's different. If one day Xiao Mo is no longer in that company, the car will be repossessed, so it cannot be regarded as Xiao Mo's car. Yang Shilian explained patiently that she was happy that her son had a promising future, but she likes to construct some false things to gain that vanity. Oh, it's such a good company and a leader. Why would you want to resign? Forget it. We don't say such unlucky words. I didn't come here just to chat, Aunt Wang said, and threw a handful of melon seed peels into the trash can. Aunt Wang, tell me what's going on. When Yang Shilian heard this, her expression became serious. I think your Xiao Mo is quite young now. It's been almost 2 years since he graduated from college. I wonder if he has a partner. If his career is successful, he will start a family. I tell you, you can't trust this. The boy from the old Shin family who sells pork is doing well outside. At that time, he was just working on his career and had no energy to find a partner. Now, he has a successful career. I heard that he is a senior executive in a large company. But what about that? How about it? Now I'm 35 and haven't started a family yet. Now the old Shin couple are very worried. Chapter 514, Employees' Blessings. Yang Shilian's expression changed when she heard about Chun Jingrui's advance in the orchard. There is no other way. It's too dry. Pulling water is too labor-intensive, and ordinary vehicles can't get there. So we have to do that. Wouldn't it mean that the entire orchard would have to be abandoned? There was a trace of pity in Chun Jingrue's eyes. In such a large orchard, there were countless families who had become angry because of the orchard. There is no way. This is a mountainous area, and there has been 2 consecutive years of drought. There is no way. The people depend on the weather for their livelihood. If the year is not good, they can only endure it. Yang Shilyan also sighed. Her government job was just a civilian job, so these things didn't affect her, but she couldn't help but sympathize with the fruit farmers because they had no harvest. Ada Free Novel app has no ads and is the fastest updated. In order to avoid losing content downloads and carousels, please try the ad-free reading app Ada Free Novel app. Daytown. A villager's house. Why are you crying? There's just no harvest. What's the worst? We'll come back next year. I've already discussed it with a few other people. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, we'll go out to work and earn some money by the end of the year. Just stay home and look after the house. Wang Shilong looked at the woman sitting on the kong, wiping her tears, and couldn't help but persuade her. But if there is another drought next year, all our expenses this year will be lost. The woman couldn't help sobbing, and she couldn't help but feel a little distressed when she thought of the fertilizer money. If there is another drought next year, I will stop farming and go to work. Wang Shilong couldn't help but complain, but if the drought is still like this next year, he is really ready to go out to work. Okay, don't cry. My son will be back tomorrow. What will he think when he sees you like this? My daughter will be back in the next 2 days. Didn't Aunt Wang introduce a young man to our daughter? Don't you think it's pretty good? What you want to think about now is how to urge your daughter to go on a blind date. Well, okay, I got to know the young man a little bit, and he's really good. He's worthy of our girl. The woman wiped her tears, calmed down, and looked up at Wang Shilong. Where are you going when you go out to work? Go to Dongguang. It's so far away. Can it be closer? There are too few workers in the nearby places, and the offers are not much. We're going to give it a try there. And there are a lot of people this time, so you don't have to worry. Wang Shilong said that he was somewhat confused about the idea of going out to work. But who would leave their hometown if they were not forced to do so? He still has a young son to take care of, buy a house in the city, and pay the bride price for his wife. Everything here costs a lot of money, so how can he stop? Mom, I'm back. Suddenly, a shout came from the courtyard. My son is back, please wipe your eyes. The woman reached out and touched her eyes. How's it going? Did you see it? Good. While the two were talking, a boy had already walked in from outside. Mid-Autumn Festival. Chinamo was lying in the bedroom, listening to the sound of cooking outside. He was using his mobile phone to enter the music platform to check the singer's situation. He saw that the song was firmly at the top of the new song list. Judging from this popularity, the second and third places have been greatly reduced. Looking at the situation, Chinamo seemed to have seen a large amount of money on the way. Ding dong. Suddenly, there was a clear sound. Chinamo entered the chat software and checked the new message. Wei Yin, Mr. Chun, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Ada Free Novel app has no ads and is the fastest updated. In order to avoid losing content downloads and carousels, please try the ad-free reading app Ada Free Novel app. Transfer 10,000 yuan. Wei Yan's blessing. Looking at the 10,000 yuan transfer, Chen Mo smiled happily. After such a long time, this Wei Yan has really changed his personality. It has been a long time since he caused trouble for him. It would be great if other employees were like Wei Yan, especially Li Shun. They were all employees in the same period, so why is there such a big gap? I sighed secretly in my heart. Ding dong. Ding dong. Immediately afterwards, messages continued to come over. Shinro, Mr. Chun, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, and the whole family. Transfer 10,000 yuan. Fong Chong, Mr. Chun, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Transfer 10,000 yuan. Song Xia, Mr. Chun, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Jinghao, Transfer 10,000 yuan. About 10 minutes passed, and Chen Mo was counting the red envelopes while receiving them, until the last red envelope is received. There are 21 red envelopes in total. That is 210,000 yuan. Chen Mo consciously looked at the system panel in his mind. At this time, his personal funds were already as high as 960,000 yuan. The difference is only 40,000 yuan. His personal assets can exceed 1 million yuan. It's really not easy. Chun Mo sighed in his heart, got up happily, and washed up. When he came out, his parents had already prepared breakfast. Have a simple breakfast first, and we'll make delicious food at noon. Mother looked at Chun Mo and said, "Well, where's my dad?" Chun Mo nodded and saw that there was only his mother in the room, and asked curiously, "Your dad has finished eating and went out to buy vegetables." "Oh." Breakfast was over soon. Finished. Yang Shilian looked at Chun Mo, who had put down his bowl and chopsticks, and spoke slowly. "Well." Chen Montak nodded. "Are you sleepy?" "No." "Are you tired?" "No." "Do you still have a headache?" "No more." "Then let's talk about the girl." Aunt Wong said that the girl has returned. Listening to his mother's words, Chen Mo sighed secretly. He understood that his mother was fighting a protracted war with him. As long as he disagreed, she would keep nagging him, thinking that he would have to stay at home for 3 more days. If I was scolded like this every day, it would be terrible. After thinking about it, I finally compromised. "Mom, if that's the case, let's meet." As long as she agreed to meet, her mother would not say much. "When we meet, just make it clear to the girl. Is that right?" "I'll tell Aunt Wong and ask her to make an appointment." Love to Read Free Novels app updates the fastest, without ads. Chinyan Lao Shichong customer service helps you find the books you want to read. The mother finally smiled, took out her mobile phone, stood up, and walked away. In that way, it was clear that she was sending a message to Aunt Wong. Time passed, and soon it was afternoon, and the family had finished their reunion dinner. "Son," the girl has replied, "we can meet in the county at noon tomorrow. This is the girl's contact information. Please write it down so that you can contact each other tomorrow." As the mother spoke, she read the girl's contact information again. "I know, Mom." Chen Mo nodded, knowing that he couldn't escape this blind date. On the second day, near noon, Chen Mo left home under his mother's expectant gaze. He arrived downstairs in the community and first sent a message to the girl to discuss the time and place. He chose the location, which was a relatively good restaurant in the county. After all, he didn't really want to go on a blind date, so he still felt a little apologetic. Chapter 515, Career Rise. "Xiaomo, you must be tired from driving all the way. Go upstairs and have a meal. Everything is ready." The second aunt carried the soybean oil and looked at Chunimo's second aunt. "I won't eat anymore. The house is ready." Chunimo shook his head and refused, and at the same time opened the car door and got in. "Okay, then I won't keep you. Come and visit me tomorrow when you are free." The second aunt thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Chun, Mo, goodbye." Song Xia also waved her hand, but just after Chun Zi finished speaking, she paused before continuing. When she came back, Mr. Chun had already told her not to tell anything about the Tomorrow Group. "I almost let it slip just now." Chun Mo glanced at Song Xia lightly, started the vehicle, and left. However, he did not go home directly, but went to his aunt's house again and gave him the gift he had just purchased. After some persuasion, he finally drove straight to his home, parked the car slowly in the parking lot downstairs of the community. "As soon as I got out of the car, I felt the eyes of the uncle and aunt enjoying the cool air in the distance. I thought to myself, why did I park the car in this position again? Xiao Mo, you're back. Xiao Mo, you didn't bring a girlfriend back." Ada Free Novel app has no ads and is the fastest updated. In order to avoid losing content downloads and carousels, please try the ad-free reading app Ada Free Novel app. This car is quite expensive. Listening to the greetings from the uncle and aunt, Chinemo quickly responded, then quickly walked into the unit door with his luggage. He knew that if he was pestered by these uncles and aunties, he wouldn't know what they would talk about. "Come upstairs." He looked at his door and knocked lightly. Not long after, the door was opened, and at the same time there was a smell of vegetable fragrance wafting into his nose. "Son, you're back. Why didn't you say anything when you got downstairs? I asked your dad to pick you up. Come in quickly. You're back just in time. The food has just been prepared. Oh, why are you buying these gifts again? You are not allowed to spend money randomly." Mother muttered while taking the luggage from Chinmo's hand. At this time, my father also came over, hesitated for a long time, and said something. Coming back on the highway. While talking, he took the luggage in his other hand. "Well, take the highway." Chun Nemo nodded slightly. changed into a pair of slippers, and walked in. Wash up quickly. I'm tired after driving all the way. Let's take a rest after eating. My mother followed behind and kept talking. Fortunately, I took a rest in the service area, so I don't feel too tired. Chunemo said and walked into the bathroom, looked at the new towels prepared for him in the bathroom, and smiled. After washing, he came to the dining table and looked at the food on that table, which was basically what he liked to eat. Here, let's eat some braised pork. As his mother spoke, she put a piece of leaner braised pork into his bowl. Chunemo looked at the braised pork in the bowl, ate it in one bite, and then took a big mouthful of rice. Come and eat some more of this. This is delicious. After a while, Mr. Chin touched his belly. He hadn't felt so full for a long time. I don't know why. The food cooked by his parents was definitely not as delicious as those cooked by the star chefs in tomorrow's cafeteria, but he ate the food cooked by his mother and was even better at it. Xiao Mo, do you have a partner this year? Or have you met a suitable girl? Yang Shulian hesitated for a moment, then looked at Chin Mo sitting at the dining table and spoke slowly. Ada Free Novel app is the fastest updated app with no ads, and the experienced bookworm customer service will help you find the books you want to read. Not yet. What's wrong, Mom? Chinemo suddenly felt bad. He had just graduated and began to face this problem not long ago. He couldn't imagine that if he went home in a few years, he would often be urged to get married. I used to think that the urge to get married was still far away from me, but now I see that it is getting closer. Why are you not in a hurry? Time flies by so fast. If you are late, all the good girls will be snatched away by other parties. Isn't my career on the rise? When it stabilizes, I will focus on finding a partner. Chunemo casually made an excuse. As for falling in love, it's not like he hasn't thought about it, but now because of the system, he thinks it's better to convert more personal assets. If you really find someone, if you keep in contact with them for a long time, you may have a system or deliberately want to lose money, and you may be in danger of being exposed. So, he has never had much contact with girls or pursued girls. Career rising period. Listening to her son's words, Yang Shulian instantly thought of the child of the old Shin family that Aunt Wang was talking about. Isn't that child just because his career is on the rise and he has no partner? Now he is in his 30s and has no partner yet. The more I thought about it, the more anxious I became. What would Xiaoma do if she couldn't find a partner even after she was over 30? Thinking of this, couldn't help but said anxiously, "Are you dating someone? If you have time, just do it. If you don't have time to meet girls, Mom has a candidate here. He's from the next village. He's 2 years older than you. He's a white-collar worker and can earn more than 10,000 yuan a month. And this is her photo. Take a look at it. It's pretty good." The free novel app I read is the fastest updated, ad-free, and the old bookworm customer service will help you find the books you want to read. This girl will be back in the next 2 days. Then you can meet and see if you have a compatibility with each other. As Yang Shulian spoke, she took out her mobile phone to find the photo and placed it in front of Chinemo, listening to his mother's words. Chinemo couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He thought his mother was just asking a casual question, but he never expected that it would actually develop to the point of a blind date. My eyes fell on the photos on my phone, just looking at the photos. He is indeed pretty good looking, but he has no intention of finding a sexual partner right now. After thinking for a while, he looked up at his mother. "Mom, I don't have any thoughts about dating at the moment. I want to focus on my career for another 1 to 2 years. Falling in love won't delay your career. It's okay to have a relationship and work on your career at the same time," Mother said persistently. "Then let me think about it. I happen to be a little sleepy after driving. I'll go take a nap." Chinemo looked at his mother's serious expression and knew that even if he continued talking, there would be no results. "You just said you weren't sleepy. Maybe the food cooked by Mom is so delicious, and I feel sleepy after eating it." Chinemo pretended to yawn and then walked towards the room. Faced with this situation, he currently has only one way to deal with it. That is 36 strategies. The best strategy is to take action. "You kid." The mother sighed helplessly, but said nothing more. "Oh, why are you in such a hurry?" The child must have been frightened. Chun Jinrui put away the empty plates he had finished eating. "I'm not in a hurry," Yang Shulian said angrily. "My son is good at everything. Why can't he find a partner? You just worry about it. The key is that he's not looking. Haven't you heard that you have to focus on your career first? That's the idea of the son of the old Shin family who sells pork. He's over 30 now and still hasn't found a partner. Take your time, we only have 5 days. By the way, how are things going in the orchard below the town? Chun Jingrui put away the food and sat down at the dining table and asked. Chapter 516, Employees' Blessings. When she heard about Chun Jingrui's orchard advance, Yang Shilian's expression changed. There is no other way. It's too dry, pulling water is too labor-intensive, and ordinary vehicles can't get there, so we have to do that. Wouldn't it mean that the entire orchard would have to be abandoned? There was a trace of pity in Chun Jingrui's eyes. In such a large orchard, there were countless families who had become angry because of the orchard. There is no way. This is a mountainous area, and there has been 2 consecutive years of drought. There is no way. The people depend on the weather for their livelihood. If the year is not good, they can only endure it. Yang Shilian also sighed. Her government job was just a civilian job, so these things didn't affect her, but she couldn't help but sympathize with the fruit farmers because they had no harvest. Daytown. A villager's house. Why are you crying? There's just no harvest. What's the worst? We'll come back next year. I've already discussed it with a few other people. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, we'll go out to work and earn some money by the end of the year. Just stay home and look after the house. Wang Shilong looked at the woman sitting on the kong, wiping her tears, and couldn't help but persuade her. But if there is another drought next year, all the money we spent this year will be lost. The woman couldn't help sobbing, and she couldn't help but feel a little distressed when she thought of the fertilizer money. If there is another drought next year, I will stop farming and go to work. Wang Shilong couldn't help but complain, but if the drought is still like this next year, he is really ready to go out to work. Ada Free Novel app is the fastest updated app with no ads, and the experienced Bookworm customer service will help you find the books you want to read. Okay, don't cry. My son will be back tomorrow. What will he think when he sees you like this? My daughter will be back in the next 2 days. Didn't Aunt Wang introduce a young man to our daughter? Don't you think it's pretty good? What you want to think about now is how to urge your daughter to go on a blind date. Well, okay, I got to know that young man a little bit, and he's really good. He's worthy of our girl. The woman wiped her tears, calmed down, and looked up at Wang Shilong. Where are you going when you go out to work? Go to Dongguang. It's so far away. Can it be closer? There are too few workers in the nearby places, and the offers are not much. We're going to give it a try there. And there are a lot of people this time, so you don't have to worry. Wang Shilong said that he was somewhat confused about the idea of going out to work. But who would leave their hometown if they were not forced to do so? He still has a young son to take care of, buy a house in the city, and pay the bride price for his wife. Everything here costs a lot of money, so how can he stop? Mom, I'm back. Suddenly, a shout came from the courtyard. My son is back. Please wipe your eyes. Oh. The woman reached out and touched her eyes. How's it going? Did you see it? Good. While the two were talking, a boy had already walked in from outside. Mid-Autumn Festival. Chun Mo was lying in the bedroom, listening to the sound of cooking outside. He was using his mobile phone to enter the music platform to check the singer's situation. He saw that the song was firmly at the top of the new song list. Judging from this popularity, the second and third places have been greatly reduced. Looking at this situation, Chun Mo seemed to have seen a large amount of money on the way. Ding dong. Suddenly, there was a clear sound. Chun Mo entered the chat software and checked the new message. Wei in, Mr. Chun. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Transfer. 10,000 yuan. Wei Yan's blessing. Looking at the 10,000 yuan transfer, Chun Mo smiled happily. After such a long time, this Wei Yan has really changed his personality. It has been a long time since he caused trouble for him. It would be great if other employees were like Wei Yan, especially Li Shun. They were all employees in the same period, so why is there such a big gap? I sighed secretly in my heart. Ding dong. Ding dong. Immediately afterwards, messages continued to come over. Shinro, Mr. Chun, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, and the whole family. Transfer. 10,000 yuan. Fong Chong, Mr. Chun, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Transfer. 10,000 yuan. Songxia, Mr. Chun, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival Jinghaowa. Transfer. 10,000 yuan. Ada Free Novel app is the fastest updated app with no ads, and the experienced bookworm customer service will help you find the books you want to read. About 10 minutes passed, and Chinemo was counting the red envelopes while receiving them, until the last red envelope is received. There are 21 red envelopes in total. That is 210,000 yuan. Chinemo consciously looked at the system panel in his mind. At this time, his personal funds were already as high as 960,000 yuan. The difference is only 40,000 yuan. His personal assets can exceed 1 million yuan. It's really not easy. Chinemo sighed in his heart, got up, and washed up happily. When he came out, his parents had already prepared breakfast. Let's have a simple breakfast first, and we'll make something delicious for lunch. Mother watched Chinemo come out and said, "Well, where's my dad?" Chinemo nodded and asked curiously when he saw that his mother was the only one in the room. "Your dad has finished eating and went out to buy groceries." "Oh, breakfast will be over soon." "It's done." Yang Shulian looked at Chinemo, who had put down his bowls and chopsticks, and spoke slowly. "Oh." Chinemo nodded. "Are you sleepy?" "Not sleepy." "Are you tired?" "Not tired." "Do you have a headache?" "It doesn't hurt anymore." "Then let's talk about that girl." Aunt Wang said that the girl has returned. Listening to his mother's words, Chinemo sighed secretly. He finally understood that his mother was fighting a protracted war with him. As long as he disagreed, she would keep nagging him, thinking that I would have to stay at home for 3 more days. It would be okay if I was talked about like this every day. After thinking about it for a while, I finally gave in. "Mom, in that case, let's meet." As long as she agrees to meet, the mother should not say anything more. When the time comes to meet, just make it clear to the woman. "Is this right?" "I'll tell Aunt Wang and ask her to make an appointment." The mother finally showed a smile, took out her mobile phone, stood up, and walked away. Like that. He clearly sent a message to Aunt Wang. Time passes. Soon the afternoon came, and the family finished their reunion dinner. "Son," the woman has responded to the message. "We can meet in the county at noon tomorrow. This is the girl's contact information. Please note it down so that you can get in touch tomorrow." AtoZ free novel app has no ads and is the fastest updated. In order to avoid losing content downloads and carousels, please try the ad-free reading app AtoZ free novel app. As the mother spoke, she read out the girl's contact information. "I know, Mom." Chinemo nodded, knowing that he couldn't run away from this blind date. On the second day, it's approaching noon. Chinemo left the house under his mother's expectant eyes. When I arrived downstairs in the community, I first sent a message to communicate with the girl about the time and place. He chose the location. It is a relatively good hotel in the county. After all, I didn't really want to go on a blind date, so I was somewhat apologetic. Chapter 5:17 Meeting. Shuanglong Hotel. Chinemo drove to a parking space and stopped. Entering the hotel, I love to read free novels app without ads and the fastest update. In order to avoid losing content on the turntable, download, please come to experience the ad-free reading app One Love to Read Free Novels app. I found a place to communicate with the waiter and then waited quietly. About 2 or 3 minutes later, a woman in a black tight skirt came in. Her hair was draped over her shoulders, and her face was painted with light makeup. Chinemo looked at the woman who came in and compared it with the photo his mother gave him. He knew that this person was his blind date today. So, he stood up and waved. The woman turned her head and looked, and then walked over. Sen Montak. Wang Xiu carefully looked at the man in front of him. No matter his height or appearance, he was impeccable, especially his appearance, which could be said to be a handsome guy. But it was a pity. She didn't want to fall in love so early. And when she returned home today, she learned that the orchard at home had suffered a drought and had no harvest, and her father was preparing to go out to work. She was in no mood to go on a blind date. She was trying to persuade her father not to go out to work. If the family was short of money, she could pay. If her mother hadn't kept nagging, she wouldn't have come. Let's find a chance to explain it later. Wang Xiu. Chinemo also looked at the woman in front of him and pointed to the seat in front. "Sit down and talk." The two sat down. The waiter happened to come over with a menu. "If you want to eat something, you could take a look." Chinemo took the menu and handed it to the other party. "Yeah." Wang Xiu took the menu after hearing this and simply ordered 2 dishes and stopped. Seeing this, Chinemo also took the menu and ordered a few signature dishes in the restaurant. The waiter left with the menu. The two sat face to face, and the atmosphere seemed to become awkward. After a while, Chinemo hesitated for a moment, and it was better for him to explain it first. That. As soon as he opened his mouth, Wang Xiu also opened his mouth at the same time. You go first. You go first. The same words were said at the same time again. The two looked at each other and smiled at each other. You go first, Chinemo said softly. Okay, Wang Xiu nodded. To be honest, I didn't mean to go on a blind date. My family was too tight, so I had no choice but to agree to come here. So, today I just came to meet someone. As for dating, I don't have that idea. I'm really sorry. I'll treat you to dinner today. Listening to Wang Xiu's words, Chinemo was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Wang Xiu also meant this. If that's the case, then it's easy. What do you think? Seeing that Chinemo didn't respond, Wang Xiu asked again. Chinemo came back to his senses after hearing this and smiled slightly. To be honest, I don't have any intention of dating at the moment. I agreed to come out because my mother kept nagging me. So you don't have to feel sorry. I am the same. As for this meal, let me prepare it. We will have a simple meal later, and then we can tell our family that we can't talk when we go home. That's better. Wang Xiu also smiled relaxedly. Since both parties have the same idea, the matter can be easily resolved. After confirming this, both parties relaxed and were no longer as reserved as before. Not long after, the food was served. The two chatted with each other. You said that due to drought, hundreds of acres of orchards have no harvest. Chinemo was puzzled when he heard Wang Xiu's words. He just heard this news today. Daytown is near Baiming County, but he had never heard of it when he went home. Love to read free novels app without ads and the fastest update. To avoid losing content when turning around, please download. Please come and experience the ad-free reading app, Love Reading Free Novels app. Yes, my home is in Daytown. The drought is one thing, and the other thing is that the orchards are all on the hillside. If you want to water them, you have to draw water from a well far away, but it is too labor-intensive and very laborious. Wang Xiu explained. What about drilling a well? Chinemo looked puzzled. Since there is no water, then drill a deep well so that it should be possible to irrigate. Drilling a well in the mountains is very expensive. If you drill a well halfway up the mountain, you don't know how deep you need to drill to get water. You know, the deeper the well, the higher the cost. But if you drill a well at the foot of the mountain, you need a hydraulic pump to pump water from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, which is also very expensive. And more importantly, when you drill a well, is there enough water in it? And more importantly, you can't guarantee that the fruits you earn every year can be sold at a good price. So no one wants to try this kind of drilling with a large investment. And if it rains next year, then the well will be dug in vain. Wang Xiu briefly explained the drilling matter. She started to check this matter yesterday. Hearing this, Chinemo nodded slightly. If this is the case, should he plan it well? Maybe it can be turned into an industry that can lose money. And if you have an industry here in your hometown, you can also find opportunities to help your family and let them take up a position in the industry here, which is also good. It's a waste not to take advantage of the system. If you can't take advantage of it yourself, let your family take advantage of it. The meal ended quickly. Chinemo took the initiative to pay the bill and drove away directly. He wanted to go back and think about the orchard carefully. Now, because of those 6 brothers, his current industries that lose money are becoming less and less, and he needs to make up for it as soon as possible. Driving back to the community, going upstairs and going home. Son, why are you back so soon? Yang Xiuyan, who was sitting in the house, saw Chinemo coming back and immediately greeted him. Well, he came back after having a meal? Chinemo looked at his mother's expectant eyes and thought to himself that he would be disappointed in a while. Why don't you chat for a while? Why don't you go shopping or something? How is the girl? The mother asked several questions in a row. Well, she's a good girl, but we talked about it and found that we couldn't talk about many things, so we just let it go. Chinemo said casually and sat down on the sofa in the living room. How can we not talk? You wouldn't go there to deal with it on purpose, would you? The mother followed him to the living room with suspicion in her eyes. How is it possible? If you don't believe it, you can ask the girl. Chun-mo said seriously that he and Wang Xiu had already discussed this matter, so there was no need to worry about any problems in this regard. Really? Why would I lie to you? Chun-mo opened his innocent eyes. Yang Shilyan looked at her son's performance and no longer doubted it. She sighed and sat on the sofa. I couldn't help but feel a little sorry. Seeing that his mother didn't ask any more questions, Chun-mo was relieved and asked immediately, Mom, I heard that the orchard in Daytown has some problems due to drought. This is the question he wants to know most now. Chapter 518 Investigation. That's true of the Daytown you mentioned. Since it is a mountainous area, the cost of irrigation is too high due to drought, so basically the fruit farmers there will not have any harvest this year. The mother sighed after hearing this. There is no way to solve this kind of natural disaster, especially for those farmers who rely on the sky for their livelihood. Whether it is drought or flood, it is a fatal hazard to agriculture. At best, the harvest will be reduced. At worst, there will be no harvest. Moreover, after working hard for a year, they often worry about not being able to sell at a high price for various reasons, resulting in reduced income. If things like this continue, now almost 60% of people in rural areas have chosen to go out to work. Although working requires leaving one's hometown, the income is very stable and there is no need to worry about any natural disasters. If this development continues, it is very likely that the rural population base will become smaller and smaller, and few people will plant crops. If we think about it in the worst direction, maybe no one wants to grow food anymore in who knows how many years. And fewer people growing food means a reduction in food production. This is a very serious issue. Food is the most important thing for the people. This sentence is no joke. Can you tell me more about it? Chun-mo asked. Why do you know this? The mother looked at Chun-mo doubtfully, not understanding why her son was interested in this. Oh, I know a boss in Jiangcheng who wants to invest in agriculture. I heard about what happened in Daytown, and I just want to know more about it, and then tell him about the agricultural situation here to avoid him from making mistakes when he invests in agriculture. What a wrong decision. Ada Free Novel app has no ads and is the fastest updated. In order to avoid losing content downloads and carousels, please try the ad-free reading app Ada Free Novel app. Chun-mo casually made an excuse. And if you can really find a way to lose money in Daytown, what you said just now is also to prepare your own investment. Is that so? This will allow your friend to observe carefully. Yang Shilyan's expression became serious upon hearing this, and she began to tell the story of Daytown in detail. Since she is Xiaomo's friend, she naturally wants to talk more to prevent that friend from falling into any pit. Half a while passed. Chun-mo's eyes gradually brightened as he listened to his mother's narration. He had already begun to have a very huge plan. If he could follow his plan, he would definitely be able to lose a lot of money. But before making this decision, he still had to go on an on-site inspection. I know, Mom. I'm going out. While talking, I got up and walked outside. It was only noon now, and Daytown was not far from Baiming County, so I had enough time to go and investigate now. Ada Free Novel app has no ads and is the fastest updated. In order to avoid losing content downloads and carousels, please try the ad-free reading app Ada Free Novel app. What are you going to do? Yang Shilyan looked at Chun-mo, who stood up to leave, and asked curiously. I will go to Daytown to take a look, take a real video, and send it to my friend. Only by truly seeing it can he truly feel the power of natural disasters. Chun-mo had already walked to the door and bent down to put on his shoes. Oh, can you still come back for dinner tonight? The mother quickly got up and walked to the door. Look, I'll call you when I get back. I'm leaving now, Chun-mo said, opened the door, and walked out. When the mother saw that the door had been closed again, she quickly returned to her seat. Then he took out his cell phone, found a number, and dialed it directly. Hey, Aunt Wang, Xiao and Mo went to meet the girl today, but during the contact between the two, they felt that they couldn't talk, so let's forget about it. I'm sorry for bothering you this time. Come to my house for dinner another day. Yang Shilyan's tone was full of thanks. Aunt Wang was busy working for Xiao and Mo. No matter whether she succeeded or not, she always wanted to thank her. Forget it about eating, I have nothing to do. The girl's family also called and said it was nothing serious. Let me tell you, they have been living alone outside for too long. But since we chat, if you don't come, forget about it. If you meet a suitable girl another day, I can introduce her to your family. Chinemo. Aunt Wang's voice came from the phone. Okay, I'll bother Aunt Wang, but you're coming over in a few days to make delicious food. It's all home-cooked food. It won't be a problem. Let Lao Lin come over and have some wine and chat with Lao Chun. It's okay to get together for a while. Pretty good. Okay, I'll go there with Lao Lin another day. Speaking of drinking, my Lao Lin will probably come to your house tomorrow. Ah, okay, then this matter is settled. Yang Shulian hung up the phone with a smile on her face, then put the phone aside and sighed helplessly. It didn't matter that the blind date didn't work out this time. She was a little worried about whether Xiao Mo would really stop thinking about starting a family because of his career. Why? It seems that I really need to pay more attention to the girls around me in the future to see if there is anything suitable. Downstairs in the community, Chinemo didn't know that during the time he went downstairs, his mother made a decision that would give him a headache in the future. When he arrived at the parking lot, this time he parked far away from the unit door, but he would not be questioned by those uncles and aunts. After getting in the car, the mobile phone navigated to Daytown and then drove straight to the navigation. This time he was not only inspecting the orchard, but also looking at the crops and other crops planted in other places around. Since he wanted to invest in agriculture, the bigger the better, only the bigger the better, it can consume more system funds. Daytown. I'm going up the mountain, Wang Shilong said to the house and walked out directly. Love to read free novels app updates the fastest, no ads. Chinyan Laoshichan customer service helps you find the books you want to read. What are you going to do? Seeing this, his wife chased after him and asked, Go to the orchard to take a look. After all, I may leave in a few days. Wang Shilong left a word and drove a small electric car directly in the yard. Thinking about leaving home soon, he still felt a little uncomfortable. He had taken care of the orchard for his whole life, and he couldn't tell what he felt when he just left it alone. Anyway, he just wanted to go and take a look, then come back early. Got it. After leaving a word, he drove the electric car out of the yard. The orchard is a distance away from home, and it takes about 10 minutes to drive to get there. Brother, I heard that there is a disaster-stricken orchard here. Do you know where it is? At this time, a commercial vehicle slowly drove by, and a young man stuck his head out and asked, Why are you asking about the orchard? Wang Shilong looked at the young man in the car with a puzzled expression. Oh, a friend of mine wants to invest in agriculture, and I want to go to that orchard to find out about the situation. Chun Mo saw the electric car slowly stop, and he also stopped the car. He just navigated to the location of Daytown, but he didn't know the specific location of the disaster-stricken orchard. Chapter 519, A Friend Policy. There is nothing left in the orchard. Some of the fruit trees have died of drought. Is there anything we can investigate? Wang Shilong heard the young man's words and said truthfully, There is really nothing to investigate there. The most severe trees have died of drought, and some of the leaves have turned yellow, let alone the fruits. I just want to take a look at the situation there. Brother, if you know, please lead the way. As Chun Mo spoke, he took 2 packs of cigarettes from the co-pilot and handed them over. In this way, he bought the cigarettes when he passed by the supermarket when he came here. He had long thought that he would need to ask for directions and inquire about the situation when he came here, and if he wanted someone to help him, he would naturally need to pay a small price. Otherwise, some people, even if they give directions, are very perfunctory. Wang Shilong looked at the cigarette that Chun Mo handed over, hesitated for a moment, and then took the cigarette. I happen to be going to the orchard over there. Just follow me, saying. He started the electric car and drove out, stuffing 2 packs of cigarettes into his pockets. A pack of cigarettes costs about 30 yuan, but he is usually reluctant to smoke. When Chinemo saw this, he also started his vehicle and followed closely. About 10 minutes later, an electric car and a commercial vehicle were parked at the foot of a hill. Chinemo opened the door and got out of the car. He looked up at the hillsides on both sides. He could already see the fruit orchards, but in this season, these fruit trees should have been green. But now it is all gray and yellow. Those on the mountain are the fruit trees that were affected. Wang Shilong pointed at the hillsides on both sides. You can go up and have a look. Chun Mo nodded. He didn't need Wang Shilong to tell him, He already knew that this was the affected orchard. Just looking at this scene is depressing enough. Ada Free Novel app is the fastest updated app with no ads, and the experienced Bookworm customer service will help you find the books you want to read. It's already like this. What else can't be seen? My orchard is right there. If you want to see it, I'll take you there to see it. Wang Shilong spoke indifferently. If there were fruits in the past, if outsiders went up to take a look, some fruits might be lost. But now there's nothing to worry about except those fruit trees with yellowing leaves. Well, that's troublesome. Chen Mo was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this eldest brother would be in this orchard. But he didn't say much, just nodded. Ada Free Novel app is the fastest updated app with no ads, and the experienced Bookworm customer service will help you find the books you want to read. It must be sad to have no harvest in the orchard, but he doesn't know how to comfort him. And they had just met, so he had no obligation to comfort them. Because the hills here are very steep, there is no way for two people to go up in a vehicle. The only way is to walk up. Brother Wang, when there was no drought here before, how did the picked fruits get transported? When they reached the halfway point on the hillside, Chinemo asked curiously. They are all transported bit by bit on small trucks. Of course, sometimes they are also carried manually. Is this so? Chun Mo stroked his forehead and was already sweating slightly. He couldn't imagine how tiring it would be to transport the fruits to the foot of the mountain. He was only halfway through the journey and felt a little sweaty. But here comes a thought. Chun Mo couldn't help but think that if he took over the orchard here, he could make a lot of money by transporting the fruits down the mountain. He nodded secretly in his mind and continued walking in the orchard. Walking around the orchard casually, looking at the boring fruit trees, I couldn't help but sigh. It is because of the drought that all the orchards in such a large area have lost their harvest. I don't know what the owners of these orchards think. Brother Wang, these orchards will definitely not have a harvest this year. What are you going to do? Chinemo walked to Wang Shilong's side and asked doubtfully. For farmers, no harvest means no income and no idea how they will cope. What else can we do? Some people in the town and I are already preparing to go out to work. Wang Shilong squatted under the tree in the orchard, looked down the hillside, casually took out a cigarette and lit it up. At the same time, he also took out one and handed it to Chun Mo beside him. Well, I don't know how to smoke. Chun Mo shook his head when he saw this. When Wang Shilong heard this, he took the cigarette back and put it back in the cigarette case. I was a little confused because I had given him 2 packs of cigarettes not long ago, but I didn't smoke. How strange. If there was a suitable job here at home with a similar salary, would you still choose to go out to work? Chun Mo also sat down beside him and spoke calmly. He also thought that if he invested in agriculture here, he would definitely need workers. And these people who are preparing to go out to work because of the orchard disaster are not the workers on site. If there is a suitable and profitable job here, who would want to leave his wife and children and leave his hometown? Wang Shilong took a deep breath of cigarette, his tone full of helplessness. Chinemo nodded when he heard this and already had some ideas in his mind. Ada Free Novel app has no ads and is the fastest updated. In order to avoid losing content downloads and carousels, please try the ad-free reading app Ada Free Novel app. I'll go back and talk to my friend. He is more interested in the orchards here. I wonder if the orchard owners will agree to contracting your orchards. I don't know what your friend is going to do when he rents out the orchard and how long he wants to rent it out and how much he has to pay. Wang Shilong turned to look at Chun Mo. Of course, we need to plant fruit trees in the orchard, but we may need to change varieties. As for the time, it will be at least 5 years. As for the money, we can talk about it slowly. And after the orchard here is contracted, we may also recruit some workers or working. If you are willing, you can come and work. You don't have to go out to work. Chun Mo directly expressed his thoughts. After thinking about it just now, he had decided to invest in agriculture. However, in order to lose money, you still need to make some preparations. Are you serious? Wang Shilong's body trembled when he heard Chun Mo's words, with a hint of hope in his eyes. If this disaster-stricken orchard could be rented out and he could find a job here, how could he not be willing to do so? Moreover, fruit trees must still be planted in the orchards that are contracted out, and there will be no harm to the orchards. I'm afraid no fruit farmer would refuse such a good thing. especially if the orchard was hit by a disaster. They would even be willing to pay a cheaper price. After all, if they didn't contract it out, this orchard wouldn't bring them any income. Of course, I am serious. I came here to inspect. I have just told him about the situation of the orchard. He said that he is very optimistic about the orchard here. He is already on his way here. I am afraid he can arrive here tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Chunemo continued to implement the policy of I have a friend to the end. When the time comes, I can just randomly transfer someone from the group and come here to manage it. Chapter 5, 20 Agricultural Talent. Are you telling the truth? Wang Shilong was pleasantly surprised. If this was true, he wouldn't have to go out to work. He thought about it. Just now, the young man took a few photos in the orchard. Of course it's true. If Brother Wang is worried, you might as well stay at home for 2 more days. My friend will probably come over in these 2 days. At that time, I will discuss the orchard and work with you. Chen Montak nodded. Okay, then I'll wait a few more days. I'll also tell other orchard owners about the situation and ask them to wait a few more days. Love to Read Free Novels app updates the fastest. No ads. Chunyan Laoshichan customer service helps you find the books you want to read. Wang Shilong nodded. If this matter can be implemented, he believes that none of the orchard owners are willing to go out to work. Then I'll trouble Brother Wang. Let's add a contact number. When my friend comes, I'll contact you, and then you can organize those orchard owners who have been affected by the disaster. Chunemo smiled slightly. The purpose of his trip today has been achieved. The next step is to find a friend to take care of things here on his behalf. Of course, there is also the registration of an agricultural company. No trouble. Wang Shilong waved his hand hurriedly. So the two chatted briefly in the orchard for a few more words, and then went down the mountain and left separately. Old residential area. Chun Mo returned home, ate a bite of the dinner reserved by his mother, and went back to the house. Took out a notebook and started to record. The biggest idea he had for choosing agriculture was that it had a long cycle. For example, planting a new fruit tree, from seedling to fruiting, it takes at least 3 years, and there are not many fruits. Even if it is sold, there will not be much money. So at least in these 3 years, all his investment is in the state of expenditure, and there is no profit point. As for what it will be like in 3 years, he doesn't know. But even if agriculture develops well and is profitable in 3 years, 3 years is enough. It's enough for him to settle the account successfully once. And with him here, how can agriculture easily make a profit? Chunemo smiled slightly and began to write down his plan in his notebook. The first is the problem of water. Those villagers care about the cost of digging wells, but he doesn't care. He wants to dig more than one well. Then there is the problem of transporting fruits that he just learned in the orchard. In his industry, when did he let his employees suffer so much? Now it is the age of technology. At that time, something like a cable car can be installed. Just pack the picked fruits into boxes and put them on the cable car, and the cable car will escort them down. Whether it is digging wells or building cable cars, a lot of system funds are required. This perfectly fits his spending policy. In addition to the above, restricting the development of orchards is necessary. Now those fruit trees on the mountain are definitely not needed. After all, who knows what the next year will be like? If the harvest is good, he will make money. So all those mature fruit trees must be knocked down and new ones planted. As for the choice of fruit trees, you must choose carefully. Those popular fruit trees are definitely not okay. Popular means good sales, which is definitely not okay. If you want to choose those more niche fruit trees. In this way, even if the fruit trees bear fruit 3 years later, it is not easy to sell. And there is also the problem of expansion. Since you're going to lose money on a large scale, the orchard is just the beginning, and you must expand other agricultural industries. However, this agricultural industry also needs to be selected. Those with a fast cycle are definitely not okay. If you must choose those with a long cycle, such as like fruit trees. But the expansion is not so urgent. After the orchard is done, consider expanding the agricultural industry at the right time. Chunemo made a note at the back, which can be used as a future plan. For example, when spending money urgently. Looking at the contents recorded in the notebook, Chunemo began to think of his family. He can recruit both parents to this agricultural company and then pay them high-end salaries. As the president of the group, this privilege is still there. But the only difficulty is whether the parents will agree. Chinemo couldn't help but murmur in his heart. After all, the agricultural company has just been established, and it seems to be difficult to let parents give up their original public institutions. Forget it. This is not urgent. If you can't persuade them now, there will always be a day when they will persuade them successfully. Love to Read free novels app updates the fastest, without ads, and Chinyin Laoshichan customer service will help you find the books you want to read. After confirming his thoughts, Chinemo directly sent a message to his assistant, asking her to find a suitable candidate in the company to come to Baiming County to be responsible for the agricultural industry. Orphanage. Shinro and Zhanglan were playing with their children in the courtyard when their phones suddenly vibrated. Shinro took out her phone and looked at it, then walked out from the group of children. "You guys play, I have something to deal with." She smiled and said to the child, then looked up at Zhanglan. "I'll deal with Mr. Chen's message." Love to Read free novels app updates the fastest, has no ads, and the old bookworm customer service will help you find the books you want to read. Said. Walked to the side and came to a quieter corner, where it looked like a message from Mr. Chen. From a distance came the sound of Zhang Lan and her children playing. After a while, Shinro read all the messages and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. She didn't want to see Mr. Chen. She went home for the Mid-Autumn Festival and wanted to develop agriculture. Talents in agriculture. Shinro recalled the company's personnel, but didn't find a suitable candidate. After thinking about it, I found the group's manager group and sent Mr. Chen's needs to the group. In addition to some group activity notifications, this group basically sends some work-related questions, hoping that everyone can provide some ideas or help. Not long after, someone started to reply to the message. Song Xia, I am a coffee shop clerk here, and there are no employees related to agriculture. Jiang Cheng, I will ask in the group of the garment factory to see if there are any suitable candidates. Luo Xiao, it is being filmed. The entire blue film and television is dealing with actors, and there are no people related to agriculture. Wei Yin, you can ask Li Shun. I remember there was an agricultural live broadcast in the boring short video. There were many students from the agricultural college and some professors. They were all very professional. Li Shin, Lu Xiao, Li Shin, Wang Bin Li Shen. About half an hour later. Li Shun, what happened? I'm in the mountains, and the signal is not good now. Wei Yin, scroll up and see the message from Assistant Shun. Li Shen, okay. Not long after. Li Shun, it's about agriculture. I know Professor Yuan from Jiangqing Agricultural University. I will ask him if he has any recommendations. Shinro, please trouble Mr. Li. Li Shun, no trouble. Mr. Chen's business is our business. Only by helping each other can we make tomorrow group bigger and stronger. I won't say anything for now. I have to visit 2 poor elderly people today. Chapter 5, 23, 10 years. Is that so? For the second song, which song do you plan to put on the shelves? Shinro became somewhat interested after hearing this. She had listened to all 11 of her songs. Although they were all very good, there were still some differences between these 11 songs. So, she was very curious about the second song Zhang Lan chose. For the second song, I chose 10 Years. Zhang Lan said calmly. This song is her favorite song besides Invisible Wings. Invisible Wings was composed with personal emotions, and he felt that the song seemed to be singing about herself. But this song, 10 Years, can definitely be said to be a golden song. So, she planned to use this song directly to further increase the shock of the song. 10 years? Shinro nodded when she heard this. She also liked this song very much and was very confident in it. Invisible Wings has already hit the #1 spot on the new song chart, so there is absolutely no problem with 10 years. But the only thing that is not certain is when it will be released in 10 years. It was 10 years that came from behind to win the first place on the new song chart, and it was Invisible Wings that stabilized its ranking and continued to maintain its #1 position on the new song chart. But this is not very important. No matter which song wins the first place on the new song chart, it will not have any impact on them. After all, both songs were written by them. Okay, we have finished visiting the orphanage. It's time for us to go out for a walk. I heard that Mr. Chin's corner pet park is opened. Let's go and take a look. Zhanglan hugged Shinro's arm intimately. Shinro looked at the well-behaved children in the classroom and nodded slightly. Since the orphanage received funding from Mr. Chin, life in the orphanage has gotten better and better, and the children look much more lively and cheerful than before. This kind of scene was something she could only see in her dreams before, but everything changed after she met Mr. Chin. Not only has the orphanage changed, but her own life has also undergone tremendous changes. The two of them walked outside the orphanage together. By the way, why don't we invite Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei to go to the pet park together? Lu Weiwei has gone home, and Yang Yao Yao went to the pet park with her family on the second day of the holiday. Oh, let's go there, just the two of us. Daytown. When Wang Shilong returned home, he told his family what happened today. Dad, have you met a liar? The orchards on that mountain have already lost their harvest. How could anyone invest in covering that piece of orchard? Even if you want to cover an orchard, it should be an orchard with a relatively flat terrain. Wang Xiyu listened to his father's words and instinctively felt that this was unreasonable. How could anyone invest in a damaged orchard and its extremely poor geographical location? This is totally unreasonable. I think the little boss is quite honest. He even gave me 2 boxes of cigarettes. These cigarettes are not cheap. Wang Shilong said as he took out 2 boxes of cigarettes from his pocket and shook them in the air. Wang Xiyu stroked his forehead helplessly. If he was really a liar, why would he care about those 1 or 2 packs of cigarettes? There must be a bigger conspiracy behind it. The interests behind that are definitely countless times higher than those 2 packs of cigarettes. Looking at his father's brainwashed look, he spoke patiently. Dad, no matter what, no matter how that person contacts you, as long as he asks you for money or asks you to pay money, just refuse them all. Don't worry, your dad is not that stupid. The little boss will contact me tomorrow and the day after tomorrow to discuss the land package. He gave us money for the land package, so why should I pay for it? Wang Shilong spoke without any care, looking very confident. Seeing this, Wang Xiyu felt a little worried. After thinking about it for a while, he finally made a decision. Dad, let's do this. As long as that person contacts you to discuss the land parcel, I will go with you. Looking at her father's confident look, she knew that she couldn't persuade him. In order to prevent her father from being deceived, she decided it would be safer to go and take a look. After all, there are many kinds of scams that liars can do. It is possible for her father to do it without paying, but if they get some trap contracts, she doesn't think that her father can do it. Didn't you say that you would go back to the company tomorrow? Wang Shilong looked at his daughter doubtfully. Oh, I told the company leader that I will go back 2 days later. Wang Xiyu sighed secretly in her heart. Her plan was to leave tomorrow and go to work the day after tomorrow. But she was a little worried about her father and thought it would be better to stay at home for 2 more days. If her father was really deceived, the family would be in trouble. That's it, okay. Wang Shilong smiled and nodded when he heard his daughter's words. He would naturally be willing to let his daughter stay for a few more days. It's time to eat. As soon as the two of them finished talking, a woman's voice came from outside the kitchen. Wang Shilong, good wife. Wang Xiyu, got it, Mom. On the second day, 8 o'clock in the morning. After finishing breakfast, Chinemo left the house and shook his head helplessly. This morning, he told his parents that his friend was going to invest in the agricultural industry in Daytown and wanted them to go over to help. The salary would definitely be higher than their current salary. But no matter what he said or how he promised, his parents all shook their heads and refused. They all said that who knows how long a newly established industry can last. If they give up their iron rice bowls that they have worked for many years and go over, the new industry will not be able to operate after half a year. They will be unemployed. In this regard, he also understood his parents' concerns and later gave up the idea of continuing to persuade them. In any case, the agricultural industry has been established here. He has plenty of time to persuade, so he is not in a hurry. Of course, even if he is in a hurry, it will be useless. Alas! He sighed slightly and walked downstairs. He had already done it last night. After a brief phone call with Qin Hong, the other party said that he had bought a ticket last night and would arrive around 8 o'clock in the morning. So he had to drive over to pick him up. After meeting Qin Hong, he had a lot of things to explain. The first point was that his identity could not be revealed here. No one could do that. At least now he didn't want his identity to be exposed, and he had to be low-key. At the train station, Chin Hong walked slowly with a suitcase in his hand. He looked around and then took out his mobile phone. This was his first time here, so he still needed to confirm the specific location with Mr. Chen. The call was connected. After a while, Chin Hong put down his mobile phone and looked at the vehicles outside the station. He quickly confirmed a car and walked over quickly. Kino? Chinemo leaned against the front of the car, watching a man walking quickly with a suitcase, and spoke in a light tone. Chapter 522 Zhang Lan's Plan. Okay, Assistant Shun. Chin Hong didn't think there was a problem. His request and his experience of failed entrepreneurship did need to be reported. However, I still feel a little uneasy. After all, which company owner would recruit a person who has just failed to start a business to be the person in charge of a company? Why? Taking a deep breath, he had already made up his mind. If it really didn't work out, he would stop thinking about other things and just follow Professor Yuan to engage in agriculture with peace of mind. Well, then please wait a moment, Teacher Chin. I will reply as soon as possible when there is news. There was a trace of apology in Shun Ro's tone. After hanging up the phone, she called Mr. Chen directly. Well, has the person in charge been chosen? In the bedroom. When Chen Mo saw that the call was from Shun Ro, he asked directly. That's right, Mr. Chun. There is indeed one candidate. It was Mr. Li Shun who helped find him. He was a top student who graduated from Jiangxing Agricultural University. He has rich experience in agricultural knowledge. Shun Ro's voice slowly entered the ears. Chen Mo couldn't help but frown slightly. The words about the top student from the Agricultural University made him immediately alert. He was engaged in the agricultural industry, so they directly found him a top student from an agricultural university. What was his intention? And that Li Shun has already been sent out by you. How can he still cause trouble for me? He really doesn't take me seriously anymore. No. For the sake of his own loss-making plan in the agricultural industry, this talented student of the agricultural university must not apply it. Thinking in his mind, he was ready to reject this top student from the agricultural university and let Shun Ro find someone else. But just as he was about to speak, Shun Ro continued. However, although this person is a top student at an agricultural university, he has just failed to start a business. He also made a summary for himself, saying that although he has a reserve of agricultural knowledge, he has no ability to manage a company. So that person said that he could come over and serve as the technical person in charge of the agricultural industry. As for other aspects of management, it is better to find someone else with management capabilities. I just failed to start a business. The free novel app I read is the fastest updated, has no ads, and the old bookworm customer service will help you find the books you want to read. There is only agricultural reserve knowledge, but no management ability. I also want to find a talent with management capabilities to manage. Chinemo sorted out the information he had just obtained and suddenly swallowed the words that came to his mouth. If this is the case, you can think about it carefully. The top students in agricultural universities have very high agricultural knowledge, but if they interfere more, that agricultural knowledge will not be of much use. He only needs to choose some unpopular fruit trees and let them have little sales. At that time, no matter how knowledgeable we were about agriculture and how well we raised the fruit trees, it would all be in vain if there was no market for the fruits they grew. As for recruiting another managerial talent, how is that possible? It is not easy to meet a person who has no management ability. How can he give up so easily? If you can manage one company to fail, then it is not without problems to manage another one to fail. Even if the business does not go bankrupt, it is still possible to continue to lose money. Ada Free Novel app has no ads and is the fastest updated. In order to avoid losing content downloads and carousels, please try the ad-free reading app Ada Free Novel app. Thinking that he had already made a decision, he held the phone and spoke slowly. It's definitely not possible to recruit another management talent. I only need one person in charge. However, I feel that one failure experience is nothing. You cannot directly deny your ability just because of one failure. Don't be suspicious when you employ people, and don't be suspicious when you are suspicious. Just tell him that he can come and manage with confidence and boldly, and don't be timid. Just do it how you did it before, and you can do it now. In addition, give him the address and let him manage it as quickly as possible. Just come as soon as possible and contact me directly. I understand, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded slightly. She was not surprised by Mr. Chen's reply. After hanging up the phone, he directly called Chin Hong back. I briefly recounted Mr. Chen's reply. On the other end of the phone, Chin Hong listened to Shun Ro's words, and a hint of surprise gradually appeared on his face. He didn't expect that Mr. Chun, whom he had never met before, didn't care at all about his experience. He was already prepared to be rejected, but he didn't expect to get such a reply. This was something he never expected. Don't be suspicious when you employ people. Don't use people when you are suspicious. He secretly recited something in his heart. He had never heard this sentence before, but the literal meaning of this sentence alone could show how big Mr. Chen's situation was. Even if he is a person who failed to start a business, since he is going to be used, he will not be doubted. At this time, even though he had never met Mr. Chun, there was already a hint of admiration in his heart. I don't know what Teacher Chin means. If possible, Mr. Chin would like you to go there as soon as possible. Things are urgent over there. Seeing that Chin Hong had not responded, Shinro asked tentatively. Chin Hong came to his senses instantly after hearing this, and then replied quickly. Since Mr. Chin trusts me so much, it would be unreasonable for me to refuse. As for the management issues, I will find a way to solve them. Because of his previous failure in starting a business, he was a little unconfident and felt that he was not the material for managing a company. However, Mr. Chin's trust in him stimulated his desire to win. When he was in the agricultural school before, he was not the best student. It was because he continued to study and learn every day that he became the best person at that time. And now it's just a management problem. Since he is weak here, he should find a way to improve it. Okay, I will send you the address and Mr. Chin's phone number later. Shinro heard Chin Hong's words and nodded slightly. At this point, the problem that Mr. Chin explained can be solved. Slowly put away the phone, got up and walked into the orphanage. Soon, I came to the door of a classroom. At this time, Zhang Lan was standing at the door of the classroom, looking inside curiously. Shinro passed by the window of the classroom and looked inside. At this time, Yang Ju, the teacher of the orphanage, was inside, teaching the children. Zhang Lan heard footsteps and turned to see Shan Ro coming over. I'm done. Yes, it's been handled. Shinro nodded slightly, looked at the classroom, and spoke casually. I love to read free novels app without ads and the fastest update. To avoid losing content when turning to the horse download, please come and experience the ad-free reading app One Love to Read Free Novels app. I took a look and Invisible Wings has already topped the new book list. What are your plans next? I plan to strike while the iron is hot and release another song directly. If 2 songs dominate the top 2, of course, taking the top 2 is not her ultimate goal. Her ultimate goal is not the top 2, but the top 3. 3 songs directly dominate the top 3 of the new song list, and the lyrics and music are all written by one person. Such a sensation can directly set off a greater heat. At that time, she had a lot of chips to discuss cooperation with a music platform, and she could also strive for greater benefits for the song. If Mr. Chin knew, he would probably be very happy. Zhang Lan's mouth curled up slightly. At present, new songs need to be released to the platform song library and then recommended with a certain amount of traffic to see how your songs react to users. If you can enter the top 100 of the new song list, you can basically negotiate a good price and profit-sharing plan with the platform. But if the song is average and does not enter the new song list, if the opportunity is good, you may sign a lowest level D-level contract. If you are unlucky, the platform will basically give up. At this time, her Invisible Wings has reached the first place on the new song list, so she can sign a B-level contract. But she is not satisfied with this. She wants to further expand the popularity or sensation of the song. She wants to sign the A-level contract with the best benefits, so that she can maximize the benefits of the song. Chapter 525 Land Contract. What's there to worry about? I think that young man is pretty good and trustworthy. Wang Shilong ignored his daughter's persuasion and continued to walk outside. And he had just notified them, so it would be impossible to change it now. Wang Xiu looked at her father walking in front, sighed slightly, and followed helplessly. Now that this matter has involved dozens of fruit farmers, she must be more careful to follow and identify them. If she really encounters a liar, this is not just cheating their family, but dozens of fruit farmers. And her father is the leader of this matter. By that time, their family's reputation in the town will probably be ruined. In addition, with her father's personality, she is afraid that he will fall into self-blame in the future. So in order to prevent her father from being cheated, she must cheer up today. Soon, the two came to a square in the town. At this time, a group of people had gathered in the square and were chatting with each other. Seeing Wang Shilong coming, all stopped talking and their eyes fell on Wang Shilong. Some people couldn't help but greet him. Wang Shilong, will what you said be successful? Yes, is it reliable? Don't let us work for a whole day in vain. What is the origin of that, boss? We have dozens of fruit farmers here. Can the boss really take over all our orchards? Yes, our orchards are quite large, and it will cost a lot of money to take over all of them. Wang Shilong looked at the people who gathered around him and smiled slightly. Don't worry, I have communicated with the boss over there. All your orchards can be taken over, so you can rest assured. And after taking over the orchards, we will be hired to work, so we don't have to go out to work. As Wang Shilong's words came out, most people showed joyful expressions. The orchards can be taken out, and there are still jobs to do. This is great news for these disaster-stricken fruit farmers. Of course, there are still some fruit farmers who did not change their expressions because of Wang Shilong's words, and there was more or less a trace of doubt in their eyes. Such a good thing happened to them, and they felt it was a little unreal. However, adhering to the attitude of it is better to believe it than not to believe it, they all came to see the situation. Dalong, when will the boss come? Another person came to Wang Shilong and asked. Yeah. Wang Shilong picked up his mobile phone and looked at the time. It's almost time. Wait another 10 or 8 minutes, and the boss will be here soon. Just like that, everyone was waiting in the square again. Wang Shilong took his daughter and a few people he had a good relationship with and sat down at a table. There was also a simple canopy above the table. He asked someone to arrange this table in the morning. After all, if they were to talk about contracting land, they would definitely have to sign a land contract. When the contract is signed, this table will be useful. Time passed slowly. A business car slowly drove over from a distance. Wang Shilong looked at the business car, driving over from a distance, and immediately stood up to greet it. Soon, the business car stopped at the edge of the square, and the door opened. Two people got out of the car. Wang Shilong took a look and soon noticed the young man he had chatted with yesterday and waved to greet him. Boss Chun. Chinemo turned his head and looked over when he heard the voice. He soon noticed Wang Shilong and smiled and greeted him. At the same time, he extended his hand to introduce Qin Hong next to him. Brother Wang, let me introduce you. This is the investor, Mr. Qin Hong. Just as the words fell, a cry of surprise suddenly came from behind Wang Shilong. Is it you? The voice was full of surprise. Chinemo looked up behind Wang Shilong and saw a woman looking at him in surprise. It's her. Looking at the woman, Chinemo was also a little surprised. Isn't this the woman he had a blind date with yesterday? What's her name? Well, I seem to have forgotten. I really can't remember the name, so I just smiled and greeted her. It's you, what a coincidence. You are. Wang Siyu had already walked out from behind her father at this time, looked at Chinemo, and then looked at her father. Are you the boss who came here to rent the land? That's not the case. This person is the boss. I'm just responsible for the contact. Chunemo quickly denied it, and then pushed Qin Hong out. Boss Chun, do you know each other? Wang Shilong also came back to his senses at this time, looking at the two people communicating, and spoke with some surprise. We know each other, but let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about the land lease first. Chunemo waved his hand and brought the topic back. Ah, yes, let's talk about business. Wang Shilong laughed twice, and then his eyes fell on Qin Hong. Hello, Boss Qin. How do you think we should negotiate? Let's discuss the price of the land lease first. Qin Hong spoke slowly after hearing this, and he followed the process on the way. Okay, Boss Qin, please follow me. Wang Shilong hurriedly took the lead after hearing this, and finally came to the table in the pergola. Boss Qin, please sit down, Boss Chun too. Chin Hong glanced at Chun Mo vaguely, and when he saw that Chun Mo had no reaction, he sat down directly. Chun Mo also sat down directly beside Chin Hong. I don't know, Boss Chin. How much money per acre are you going to rent our orchard? Wang Shilong approached carefully and asked. Wang Siyu stood aside, her mouth twitching. She thought her father had already negotiated the price. I didn't expect that even the price was not negotiated. This. Wang Siyu didn't know what to say at this time. Asking the price like this, isn't it waiting to be lowered? Sure enough, after her father finished asking, she saw that Boss Chin smiled and spoke lightly. I don't know what the price you expect is. Wang Shilong was stunned when he heard this. He really didn't think about what price he should rent at. In his mindset, the orchard has been affected by the disaster. Who cares what price he can rent at? As long as he can rent it out, it's good. After thinking about it, he said apologetically, Can we discuss it? Yes. Chin Hong nodded slightly. Thank you, Boss Chin. Wang Shilong said, and gathered all the fruit farmers who came and started to discuss. I think it should be 600 per mu. The normal price is this. That's not good. The normal price is 600 per mu, but our orchards are not normal. Can Boss Chin agree? Yes. How about we talk about it? 500 per mu? 500 per mu? What if Boss Chin disagrees? Well, I think I can accept 400 per mu. After all, there is no harvest today. Under the shed, Chin Hong turned his head and looked at Chinemo. Mr. Chin, I just found out that the land rental price in Daytown is basically 600, and some better land can reach around 700 to 800. And those orchards are all on the hillside, which is definitely not good land. In addition, due to the disaster, I think the price is 400 to 500. Chapter 524. Selection of Fruit Trees. Mr. Chin Hong looked at the young man in front of him and spoke in confusion. Yes. Chen Montak nodded. Hello, Mr. Chen. Thank you very much for your trust in me. Get confirmed. Chin Hong said with gratitude in his eyes. Get in the car and let's talk. Ada Free Novel app is the fastest updated app with no ads. The old bookworm customer service will help you find the books you want to read. Chun Mo motioned to the car behind him, turned around, and entered the cab. Chin Hong also drove into the passenger seat. The vehicle drove slowly and finally stopped in a restaurant. You haven't had breakfast yet. Let's have some breakfast. I just have some things to explain. Chinemo opened the door and got out of the car and walked straight into the restaurant. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Entering the restaurant, Chin Hong thanked him again. No need to thank you. Next, I have to explain some things that you need to remember and must implement. Chinemo glanced at Chin Hong lightly, then asked the waiter to order a few dishes. Before long, the food has already been served. Mr. Chun, if you have anything to explain, I can record it. Chin Hong said, taking out a small notebook and a pen from his pocket, ready to record. This small notebook and pen are habits he developed while doing agricultural research. After all, observing changes in various crops every day and recording some data, it is essential to carry a notebook with you. Over time, it becomes a habit. Chinemo looked at the notebook in Chin Hong's hand and nodded secretly. It's better to write it down so you don't forget it. After organizing his words a little, he spoke slowly. Starting today, you are the person in charge of the agricultural industry I established. However, you are not allowed to reveal my existence here, including information about the Tomorrow Group. This is very important, so you must remember it. Here you are an investor investing in the agricultural industry, and I am just your friend. In the future, you must say this when discussing land allocation with the villagers. Okay, Mr. Chen. Chin Hong quickly recorded Mr. Chen's request in his notebook. Although he didn't know why Mr. Chen did this, since it was the leader's order, he didn't ask any more questions. When Chun Mo saw that Chin Hong had recorded it, he continued to speak. Next are my requirements for establishing an agricultural industry. The first point is an orchard that is about to be contracted. Due to drought and terrain, we need to drill wells on the mountain and build some cable cars to the mountain for fruit production. When ripe, deliver the fruit. But you need to decide how many cable cars and how many wells you need to build. The only requirement is that there should be more, not less. Then there is the choice of fruit trees. Now, all the fruit trees on the mountain must be knocked down. I need to plant new fruit trees. As for the fruit saplings, I have already chosen them. So I chose to plant the black bitter fruit tree. Black bitter fruit tree? Chin Hong was stunned when he heard Mr. Chen's words. He knew the name of this fruit tree. It was originally a wild fruit tree, but with subsequent cultivation, he could plant it by himself. The fruits grown from this fruit tree are all black and taste slightly bitter. So the black bitter tree was named. Most people don't like the fruits of this fruit tree, and there is only a small audience. Therefore, although the fruit trees have been cultivated, they can be planted in large areas. However, due to audience issues, this fruit tree has never been popular. After all, a small audience means few sales, and they may not be able to sell at a high price. Now, some farmers basically plant one or two of them themselves and taste the fruits themselves when they are ripe. AtoZ free novel app has no ads and is the fastest updated. In order to avoid losing content downloads and carousels, please try the ad-free reading app AtoZ free novel app. Thinking of this, Chin Hong finally couldn't help it and reminded him, Mr. Chen, I know a little about this black bitter fruit tree, but the audience is very small. If it is planted in a large area, I am worried about the sales problem. It doesn't matter. I also learned about this fruit tree. I think it has something to do with its reputation. I know that if we promote the black bitter fruit tree more, there will definitely be sales. Chun Mo waved his hand indifferently. He had already learned about the fruit tree in detail, but he only chose it when he saw that there was no market for it. If there were many sales, how could he choose? As long as this fruit tree is planted, even if it takes 3 years for the fruit tree to grow fruit, he has nothing to worry about. So what if the fruit grows? It's not the same thing if it can't be sold. Chin Hong was speechless for a moment. He didn't know what Mr. Chen was thinking. If the fruit was delicious, he could expand the market by promoting it. But the key thing now is that the black bitter fruit is not very delicious at all. No matter how well it is promoted, no one will buy it if it is not good. But before he could speak, Mr. Chen had already continued speaking. The matter of the fruit trees has been decided and will not be replaced. Next is the issue of employees. To establish an agricultural industry, a group of employees will definitely be needed. It happened that the fruit farmers in the orchards were preparing to go out to work because of the drought, but they were all I stayed. When we go to sign the land contract, we also need to discuss the recruitment issue with them. However, due to time constraints, we have not registered the agricultural company yet. So in order to stabilize the hearts of those fruit farmers, we can hire them as daily workers, but the salary can be paid according to the salary of future employment. As for the initial salary of employees, you can contact my assistant. She will collect the salary information of the employees and give it to you, and you can pay according to the salary on the Informa tie-in. And during this period, you need to register the agricultural company as soon as possible. I've already thought of the name. It is called Juhan Agricultural Base. Well, that's about it. You can just follow what I say later. Okay, Mr. Chun. Chin Hong slowly put down the notebook. He had recorded all of Mr. Chen's requirements. He just felt a little strange about the name of the company. Juhan Agricultural Base. The orchard was harvested because of the drought, and now it is named Juhan Agricultural Base. He couldn't figure out what Mr. Chen was thinking. Soon the meal was over. The two got up and walked outside. Back in the car, Chun Mo started the car and headed straight to Daetown this time. On the way to pick up Chin Hong, he had already notified Wang Shilong in Daetown in advance and asked him to gather the fruit farmers together. Love to read free novels app with the fastest update, no ads. Chunyin Laoshichan customer service helps you find the books you want to read. Chin Hong sat in the co-pilot and opened his notebook, reading the content that Mr. Chun had just said in detail again, in case he went to Daetown later and messed up the matter himself. Daetown. Wang Shilong found the jacket he had been reluctant to wear and walked straight out of the house. Dad, we don't know that person yet, and you just gathered all the fruit farmers together. If there is any change, it may not be good. Let's go there first and discuss with the boss. After confirming that there is no problem, we will notify other fruit farmers. Wang Xiu followed her father and said with some concern. Chapter 5:27 Chin Hong's Thoughts. Wang Shilong recounted in detail what Boss Chin just said. After hearing this, many fruit farmers fell into deep thought. If the orchard is leased for 10 years, they do need to consider it. After all, drought cannot happen every year. As long as the year is good and there is no drought, their orchard's annual income will be around 50,000 yuan. But if they want to rent it out, They will basically only have an income of more than 10,000 yuan a year. This made them somewhat undecided. But after they heard Wang Shilong's words, their eyes lit up slightly. If they rent out the orchard, they can still get a job, and the salary will not be lower than when they go out to work. This is undoubtedly great news for them. Not only does he have a fixed income of more than 10,000 yuan a year, but he also has a job right outside his home. They also don't have to worry about annual rainwater. If this is the case, they would naturally be willing. Wang Shilong, what you said is true. This thing is not reliable. Don't wait for us to sign the contract. They will stop looking for us to work. Yes, is it possible or not? Wang Shilong heard the inquiries from many fruit farmers, thought for a moment, and spoke slowly. I can't guarantee this, but from my feeling, the boss is quite reliable. Also, the main reason why we came here today is to rent out the damaged orchard. As for the recruitment issue in the future, even if they don't recruit us, we have legs and feet and can still go out to work. So no matter what, we won't suffer. He has considered this matter, but what he needs to solve most now is the problem of the disaster-stricken orchards. When many fruit farmers heard Wang Shilong's words, they also fell into deep thought. Then they nodded slightly and agreed with Wang Shilong's statement. If they don't rent out their orchards, the most they can do this year is go out to work and make some money back. But if you rent out the orchard, you will get an additional rent for the orchard. If you think about it this way, they are indeed very suitable, and the rent is still the highest here. No matter how you calculate it, they will not suffer a loss. After thinking about this, all the fruit farmers stopped talking and lined up behind the pergola according to Wang Shilong's instructions. Come one by one. Don't be anxious. Don't be crowded. If you don't have your ID card, land certificate, or don't know your bank card number, go back and get it as soon as possible. Only with these things can we sign the contract and send you money. Also, after signing the contract, those who want to work should not leave first. After signing the contract, we will still discuss work matters. Wang Shilong stood at the edge of the team, directing the fruit farmers to line up and step forward one by one to sign the contract. At the same time, some things that must be used when signing a contract are also described. Those were all the problems that the fruit farmer encountered when he came forward to sign the contract. So in order to ensure that the contract signing went smoothly, he published the information required for signing the contract. Let those who don't bring all the materials with them can go back and get them immediately. They're all in the same town. It doesn't take much time to go home and get the materials. Qin Hong, under Chen Mo's instruction, began to take out the contract and instruct the fruit farmers to sign. Here. Yes, sign them all. On your land certificate, well, write the area of the land on it and write your bank account number here. The money for renting the land will be transferred to your bank account later. Qin Hong took the information submitted by the fruit farmers and directed them to fill out the contract. Time passes little by little. A famous fruit farmer was waiting aside with a joyful look on his face, holding the contract he had signed. They still have to wait a while to discuss work matters. After all, who would work out of town if they could work at home? Even if the salary is less, he is still willing to work at home. About 2 hours passed. A thick stack of contracts was piled on the table beside him. Chun, Mo, the contract has been signed. Qin Hong turned around and spoke subconsciously, but he still reacted in time. Well, after signing the contract, let's talk about recruiting workers. Chen Mo nodded slightly, explained what was going to happen next, and then said no more words. He just calculated the price of renting land this time. A total of 46 people signed the contract, and the average area of each orchard is about 20 acres. So the total is 920 acres. The price of 800 renminbi per mu means a total of 10,000 renminbi. If rented for 10 years, it would be more than 7 million renminbi, not even 10 million renminbi. There are really too few. Chen Mo shook his head helplessly. He had already tried his best to increase the price, but in the end the funds consumed were less than 10 million. It seems that it is still necessary to spend money on drilling wells and building cable cars. Qin Hong didn't know what Mr. Chen was thinking. He just sighed slightly at Mr. Chen's arrogance. He had just simply calculated the total price of renting the land this time. The rent for 10 years is already as high as more than 7 million. This price is only the rent, and does not include the development of the land and the wages of the hired workers. And the profit cycle of fruit trees is also very long. At least within 2 years, there will be no return on investment, which means that the money invested now will not be able to be earned back through profits within 2 years. Such an investment undoubtedly has huge risks. After all, no one knows what the situation will be like in 2 years, and the fruit trees planted also have great problems in terms of audience. One thing he is very worried about now is that after 2 years, when the black bitter fruit trees bear fruit, there will be no place to sell the fruit. In that case, if this agricultural base wants to continue to maintain, it needs to continue to invest money in it. After all, if the fruit cannot be sold and there is no revenue, the workers' wages need to be maintained by investing money in it. If money is not invested in it, then this agricultural base will basically have no way to continue operating. Thinking of this, Qin Hong couldn't help but worry a little, but he was already the person in charge of this agricultural base, and it was impossible for him to retreat at this time. He could only slowly find a way to remedy it in the future and see if there was any chance to improve the black bitter fruit tree. At least make it taste better. In this way, the publicity that Mr. Chen mentioned before will be effective. Well, this is all he can do, and this is also his professional field, so he still has a certain degree of confidence. Besides, he has the support of Professor Yuan behind him, so he still has a certain chance of success in improving the black bitter fruit tree. Chapter 526. Are you dissatisfied with the price? Listening to Qin Hong's words, Chen Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. The highest price and the lowest price are half the difference. If he rented the land at the lowest price, wouldn't he have spent half the price? How could this be allowed? But, after thinking for a moment, he slowly spoke. The price of 400 to 500 is too low. We rent those orchards not for 1 or 2 years, but for 10 years. If the rains are normal next year, will those fruit farmers feel that our price of 400 to 500 is a bit biased? It's too low. So for long-term considerations and to hire these fruit farmers in the future, let's just give them a price of 800. Mr. Chun, do you really want to give me so much? Qin Hong's eyes were shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a boss. Other bosses always lowered prices, but when it came to Mr. Chun, he raised prices independently. Well, just give me that much. Chen Montak nodded. At this time, Wang Shilong also walked back from a distance, and Wang Xiu followed Wang Shilong. Dad, leave it to me when we discuss the price later, Wang Xiu said as he walked. Ada Free Novel app is the fastest updated app with no ads, and the experienced Bookworm customer service will help you find the books you want to read. People like her father had no experience in negotiation at all. If they were allowed to discuss the price, she didn't know how low the price would be, saying, "Already arrived at the pergola. We have already negotiated the price. The average price of renting land here is 600, so we want a price of 600 per mu. The price of 600 is naturally not her final price, but if she gave the lowest price from the beginning, how could she bargain? According to normal bargaining, the other party will definitely give a very low price." She was fully prepared at this moment for the next bargaining. Qin Hong looked at Wang Xiu, who had spoken, then thought of Mr. Chen's words just now, and pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "I just thought about it. If we want to rent an orchard, the minimum term is 10 years. Considering that these 10 years may not necessarily be drought every year, in order to keep the fruit farmers psychologically balanced, we offer the highest term. The land rental price is 800 yuan per mu. And after we establish the agricultural base, we need to recruit workers, and the candidates for recruitment can choose fruit farmers like you. As for the wages, we will discuss them in detail later. But one thing I can guarantee is that it will never be worse than when you go out to work. Ada Free Novel app has no ads and is the fastest updated. In order to avoid losing content downloads and carousels, please try the ad-free reading app, Ada Free Novel app." Wang Xiu was stunned for a moment when he heard Qin Hong's words and didn't react for a while. Shouldn't the price be the lowest? Then she bargained, but she was directly given the highest land rental price in the area. This is not a normal bargaining process. "Excuse me, are you dissatisfied with the price?" Qin Hong looked at the stunned Wang Xiu and asked. Wang Xiu quickly came to her senses after hearing this. No matter what, the other party offered the highest land rental price in the area, and she had no reason to refuse. So he nodded quickly. I'm very satisfied with the price. Okay, if that's the case, let's start signing the lease contract. You can organize the villagers to line up. Chin Hong smiled and picked up the printed rental contract from the side. Wang Siyu stood there without moving, looked at the contract on the table, thought for a while, and spoke slowly. Can I see the contract? Although through the observation just now, she didn't see anything wrong. What's more, Chinamo had a blind date yesterday. Although she didn't know what the other person's character was like, she knew that the other person was from Beichuan City. If she wanted to inquire, she could also find out Chinmo's home address. In this case, if Chun Mo was a liar, even if Chun Mo ran away, the monk would not be able to escape from the temple. So, she still had some trust at this time, but if she wanted to confirm further, she still had to see if there was anything fishy in the contract. Can't. Chin Hong casually took out a contract and handed it over. Wang Siyu reached out to take the contract handed over by Chin Hong and read it in detail. After a while, he slowly raised his head and let out a long sigh in his heart. She knew that she was overthinking. There was no liar here. It was just that she was too worried. Thinking of this, he turned to look at his father. Dad, there is no problem with the contract. You can sign the contract. After saying that, she walked aside and looked at it quietly. She came here because she was worried that her father would be deceived, but at this time she had confirmed that there was no deception. Then she had nothing to worry about. At the same time, her eyes fell on Chun Mo sitting under the pergola. There was curiosity in her eyes. During the blind date, because her father had to go out to work and she was against the blind date, she didn't pay much attention to Chin Mo at the time. She just chatted briefly. After eating, everyone went home, but when she saw him again today, she felt a little curious. And at this time, Wang Shilong also discussed the signing of the contract and the price with many fruit growers in the distance who had been waiting for news. The entire square instantly erupted with exclamations of surprise. Wang Shilong, are you kidding? The price is 800 per mu. Then the boss's brain is not burned out, right? How can our place be worth 800 an acre? Did you hear wrongly? Yes, I think it would be great to be given 500 per mu. How could it be 800 per mu? I think it's all thanks to CU. College students are different. They can directly raise the price to 800 per mu, which is really amazing. Wang Shilong, you gave birth to a good daughter. No wonder CU took the initiative to negotiate the price just now. She turns out to be so capable. A group of fruit farmers surrounded Wang Shilong and said excitedly, the price of renting land has doubled, and anyone who buys it will be happy. Wang Shilong looked a little embarrassed when he heard the many fruit farmers pursuing his daughter and quickly waved his hand. Don't get me wrong, my daughter didn't do anything. Boss Chin gave the price directly. But there are requirements. They need to rent the land for at least 10 years. So this time we have to sign a 10-year land lease contract at one time. Once this contract is signed, the orchard will not be managed by us within 10 years. So you can consider take a moment and then make a decision. Of course, there is another news that after Boss Chin's agricultural base is established, it will need to recruit employees, and we can all participate. As for the wages, we haven't detailed them yet, but we have made a guarantee that they will be better than working outside. Ada Free Novel app has no ads and is the fastest updated. In order to avoid losing content downloads and carousels, please try the ad-free reading app Ada Free Novel app. Wang Shilong recounted in detail what Boss Chin just said. Chapitre 527 qui non est sauts. Wang Shilong recounted in detail what Boss Chin just said. After hearing this, many fruit farmers fell into deep thought. If the orchard is leased for 10 years, they do need to consider it. Ada Free Novel app has no ads and is the fastest updated. In order to avoid losing content downloads and carousels, please try the ad-free reading app Ada Free Novel app. After all, drought cannot happen every year. As long as the year is good and there is no drought, their orchard's annual income will be around 50,000 yuan. But if they want to rent it out, they will basically only have an income of more than 10,000 yuan a year. This made them somewhat undecided. But after they heard Wang Shilong's words, their eyes lit up slightly. If they rent out the orchard, they can still get a job, and the salary will not be lower than when they go out to work. This is undoubtedly great news for them. Not only does he have a fixed income of more than 10,000 yuan a year, but he also has a job right outside his home. They also don't have to worry about annual rainwater. If this is the case, they would naturally be willing. Wang Shilong, what you said is true. This thing is not reliable. Don't wait for us to sign the contract. They will stop looking for us to work. Yes, is it possible or not? Wang Shilong heard the inquiries from many fruit farmers, thought for a moment, and spoke slowly. I can't guarantee this, but from my feeling, the boss is quite reliable. Also, the main reason why we came here today is to rent out the damaged orchard. As for the recruitment issue in the future, even if they don't recruit us, we have legs and feet and can still go out to work. So no matter what, we won't suffer. He has considered this matter, but what he needs to solve most now is the problem of the disaster-stricken orchards. When many fruit farmers heard Wang Shilong's words, they also fell into deep thought. Then they nodded slightly and agreed with Wang Shilong's statement. If they don't rent out their orchards, the most they can do this year is go out to work and make some money back. But if you rent out the orchard, you will get an additional rent for the orchard. If you think about it this way, they are indeed very suitable and the rent is still the highest here. No matter how you calculate it, they will not suffer a loss. After thinking about this, all the fruit farmers stopped talking and lined up behind the pergola according to Wang Shilong's instructions. Come one by one, don't be anxious, don't be crowded. If you don't have your ID card, land certificate, or don't know your bank card number, go back and get it as soon as possible. Only with these things can we sign the contract and send you money. Also, after signing the contract, those who want to work should not leave first. After signing the contract, we will still discuss work matters. Wang Shilong stood at the edge of the team, directing the fruit farmers to line up and step forward one by one to sign the contract. At the same time, some things that must be used when signing a contract are also described. Those were all the problems that the fruit farmer encountered when he came forward to sign the contract. So in order to ensure that the contract signing went smoothly, he published the information required for signing the contract. AtoZ free novel app has no ads and is the fastest updated. In order to avoid losing content downloads and carousels, please try the ad-free reading app AtoZ free novel app. Let those who don't bring all the materials with them can go back and get them immediately. They're all in the same town. It doesn't take much time to go home and get the materials. Qin Hong, under Qin Mo's instruction, began to take out the contract and instruct the fruit farmers to sign. Here. Yes, sign them all. On your land certificate, well, write the area of the land on it and write your bank account number here. The money for renting the land will be transferred to your bank account later. Qin Hong took the information submitted by the fruit farmers and directed them to fill out the contract. Time passes little by little. A famous fruit farmer was waiting aside with a joyful look on his face, holding the contract he had signed. They still have to wait a while to discuss work matters. After all, who would work out of town if they could work at home? Even if the salary is less, he is still willing to work at home. About 2 hours passed. A thick stack of contracts was piled on the table beside him. Chun, Mo, the contract has been signed. Qin Hong turned around and spoke subconsciously, but he still reacted in time. Well, after signing the contract, let's talk about recruiting workers. Qin Mo nodded slightly, explained what was going to happen next, and then said no more words. He just calculated the price of renting land this time. A total of 46 people signed the contract, and the average area of each orchard is about 20 acres. So the total is 920 acres. The price of 800 renminbi per mu means a total of 736,000 renminbi. If rented for 10 years, it would be more than 7 million renminbi, not even 10 million renminbi. There are really too few. Qin Mo shook his head helplessly. He had already tried his best to increase the price, but in the end the funds consumed were less than 10 million. It seems that it is still necessary to spend money on drilling wells and building cable cars. Qin Hong didn't know what Mr. Chen was thinking, but he just sighed slightly at Mr. Chen's generosity. He just simply calculated the total price of renting the land this time. The rent for 10 years is actually as high as more than 7 million. This price is just the rent, and the development of the land and the wages of hired workers are not calculated. Moreover, the profit cycle of fruit trees is also very long. At least in 2 years, there will be no return of money, which means that the money invested now will not be able to be earned back through profits in 2 years. Such an investment undoubtedly has huge risks. After all, no one knows what the situation will be like in 2 years, and the fruit trees planted also have great problems in terms of audience. One thing he is very worried about now is that after 2 years, when the black bitter fruit trees bear fruit, there will be no place to sell the fruit. In that case, if this agricultural base wants to continue to maintain, it needs to continue to invest money in it. After all, if the fruit cannot be sold and there is no revenue, the wages of the workers need to be invested in it to maintain it. If you don't invest money in it, then this agricultural base will basically have no way to continue operating. Thinking of this, I love to read free novels app without ads and the fastest update. In order to avoid losing content when switching to other platforms, please come and experience the ad-free reading app One Love to read free novels app. Chin Hong couldn't help but feel a little worried, but he was already the person in charge of this agricultural base, and it was impossible for him to back down at this time. He could only slowly find a way to remedy it in the future and see if there was any chance to improve the black bitterfruit tree. At least make his taste better. In this way, the publicity that Mr. Chen mentioned before will work. Well, this is all I can do, and this is also his professional field, so he still has a certain degree of confidence. Besides, there is Professor Yuan's support behind him, so he still has a certain chance of success in improving the black bitterfruit tree. Chapter 5, 29 Medical Discovery. Daytown Square. Wang Shilong watched the commercial vehicle leave. Just as he was about to make a move, he was instantly surrounded by a group of fruit farmers. "I want to sign up." "Wang Shilong, count one for me. Don't pull me down." Wang Shilong looked at the people gathered around him and spoke quickly. "Don't be anxious, everyone. Come one by one." Half a while passed. The crowd in the square gradually decreased, and finally only a few people remained. "Okay, everything has been registered. You all should go back. Remember to meet at the orchard before 8 o'clock tomorrow." Wang Shilong registered the information of the last few fruit farmers, waved his hand, and then led Wang Siyu towards his home. "How about my daughter? Let me just say they are not liars." "On the road," Wang Shilong said with excitement. What happened today was completely beyond his expectation. "I thought I was just organizing fruit farmers, but I didn't expect that I would get a position as a team leader and my salary would be more than 10,000 yuan a month." This was something he had never thought of before, and it was already an unexpected gain. Wang Siyu nodded absently. She still couldn't figure out why Boss Chin wanted to take over those orchards. AtoZ free novel app has no ads and is the fastest updated. In order to avoid losing content downloads and carousels, please try the ad-free reading app AtoZ free novel app. No matter how you look at it, that orchard has no advantages. Wang Shilong followed his daughter and looked at her absent-minded look. He suddenly thought of the conversation between his daughter and Boss Chin today. They obviously knew each other. Thinking of this, he showed a thoughtful expression. "Daughter, do you know that Boss Chin?" "Well, I met him once." Wang Siyu came back to his senses and spoke calmly. "When?" Wang Shilong's eyes became even more curious. He had a good impression of Boss Chin. He seemed to be about the same age as his daughter. "I couldn't help but have some thoughts in my mind. Just yesterday, you arranged a blind date for me." Wang Siyu turned to look at his father and walked forward quickly. "Ah, that Boss Chin was your blind date yesterday?" Wang Shilong followed quickly, with a look of disbelief on his face. "Yes, I think Boss Chin has a good personality. How come you can't chat?" "I just can't talk. It has nothing to do with my personality." Wang Siyu felt a little irritable for no reason and couldn't help but speed up her steps. Half the night. Beichuan City. Inside a hotel. Chin Hong walked out of the bathroom after taking a shower and sat casually by the bed, still thinking in his eyes. After returning from Daytown, Mr. Chen arranged for him to stay in the best hotel in Beichuan City. Along the way, he was thinking about how to improve the black bitterfruit tree. Even when taking a shower, I am in a state of thinking. But so far, he has not thought of a suitable plan. Improving crops is not a simple matter. He was confident that he could improve the black bitter tree, but he needed time. Maybe 3 years, maybe 5 years, more likely 10 years. The black bitter fruit tree will begin to bear fruit in 2 years, so his time is obviously not enough. Why? After thinking about it, Qin Hong sighed helplessly, then took out his mobile phone to find Professor Yuan's number and dialed it. AtoZ free novel app is the fastest updated app with no ads, and the experienced bookworm customer service will help you find the books you want to read. He couldn't think of any good methods for a while, so he could only ask the teacher for advice. The call was answered soon. "What's the matter, Xiaoqin?" Yuan Qinghua's voice came from the phone. "Teacher, thank you for your recommendation. I have successfully joined Mr. Chen's group. Thank you very much." Qin Hong Hu didn't get Professor Yuan. He was very grateful. Professor Yuan was of great help to him both when he was in school and after graduation. "Thank you for nothing. Your agricultural knowledge is quite good. I just don't want to bury it. Tell me if there is anything else. You kid won't call me just to thank you." A burst of hearty laughter came from the phone. "Teacher Ming, it's like this. I have already reserved an orchard here at the request of Mr. Chun. However, the fruit saplings chosen are black bitter fruit trees. You also know the black bitter fruit tree. Teacher, the taste is not good. Eat. After 2 years, the fruit trees will bear fruit, and it will be difficult to sell them. If the fruits cannot be sold, I am afraid it will be difficult to maintain the current agricultural base. So I am wondering if I can find a way to improve it and save time." Within 2 years, Qin Hong hurriedly expressed his thoughts. He knew his teacher's character well, and there was no need to beat around the bush. On the other end of the phone, Yuan Qinghua frowned slightly as he listened to Qin Hong's words. It is very difficult to improve a fruit tree variety within 2 years, and the success rate can be said to be minimal. You must know that to successfully improve a breed requires countless experiments, countless failures, and a certain amount of luck. Only by constantly trying and accumulating can you succeed. There is no shortcut. Qin Hong's improvement of varieties is not something that can be done overnight. 2 years may not be enough, and your current mentality is not very good. Scientific research requires rigor. Your anxious mentality is easy to make mistakes. "I know, teacher. I am too anxious." Qin Hong lowered his head, and he also realized that he was too anxious. But the crisis is in front of him. If he does not solve the problem of the black bitter fruit tree, the agricultural base may not last long. He has experienced a failed business, and he does not want to experience it again. "I understand your feelings, but I recently heard some news from the medical school about the black bitter fruit tree. It seems that there is a major discovery which may be helpful to you. I will go to find out. Please wait a moment." Yuan Qinghua's voice came again, and then the phone was hung up directly. Love to read free novels app without ads, the fastest update. To avoid losing content when transferring, please come and experience the ad-free reading app AIDO free novel app. Qin Hong put down his phone and put it beside the bed, waiting quietly. He knew that the teacher should have gone to understand the situation. About 20 minutes later, the phone on the bed rang. Qin Hong glanced at the caller ID and quickly answered the call. Before he could speak, the teacher's voice came over. "I have understood it clearly. Maybe the black bitter fruit tree over there does not need to be improved. Teacher, have you found anything?" Qin Hong listened to the teacher's words with a hint of surprise in his eyes. For the teacher to say such words, there must be a solution. "Yes, I just learned about the situation for the professor at the medical school. He is studying the kernel of the black bitter fruit and finally found that there is an ingredient in the kernel that can be used in many medicines. However, although the ingredient has been found, there is still the problem of extraction. But the medical school has already taken this as a topic and started to overcome it. Once you find a suitable extraction method, the fruits of the black bitter fruit trees you planted will not have to worry about sales, and the price will definitely not be cheap." Yuan Qinghua's tone was a little emotional. He became more and more curious about Mr. Chen, whom he had never met. He even suspected that Mr. Chen planted black bitter fruit trees because he knew the news. Otherwise, why would he be so determined to plant a fruit tree that had no market? No boss wants to lose money. Chapter 532 Fire Dragon Island Official Competition. The last thing left was the salary of the employees. Before he left Beichuan City, he had arranged for Qin Hong to expand the number of employees. At this time, there's been a certain increase. Now there are more than 70 employees working in the orchard, with 10 people in each group, plus a team leader. At the same time, some civilian office staff were recruited, and an office building was temporarily rented there. I love reading free novels app without ads and the fastest update. In order to avoid losing content downloads when switching, please come and experience the ad-free reading app One Love Reading Free Novels app. The rent of the office building is only $50,000 a year, and the overall salary of those employees needs to spend about $700,000 a month. That is to say, this one-time expenditure, not counting the more than $7 million that has been paid, is about $4 million. The rest of the continuous expenditure is the monthly salary of more than $700,000. In this way, after spending more than $11 million, he can only consume more than $700,000 in salary every month. For him, with an income of nearly $100 million a month, the consumption of more than $700,000 is nothing at all. Of course, it will also require the construction of office buildings, employee cafeterias, etc., which will also consume some funds. However, Chin Hong has not found a suitable piece of land yet, and even if he finds the land, he still needs to go through some formalities. So this capital expenditure will have to wait for a while. Chun Mo took a sip of coffee beside him and exhaled a long breath. In general, the establishment of this Juhan agricultural base can indeed help him consume some assets, but compared with the more than 100 million yuan in revenue from Sangshui Game every month, it is simply a drop in the bucket. And now it is not only the revenue from Sangshui Game. From mid-September to early October, the revenue of the corner pet park has reached 3.7 million. And as the popularity of the pet park continues to rise, the number of tourists coming to the pet park every day is also rising. At this time, the number of tourists every day has reached 10,000 to 12,000 people. According to this development, the monthly income brought by the pet park can reach more than 6 million. What's more troublesome is that the number of tourists entering the corner pet park every day is still on the rise. If we continue to maintain this, it will not be a problem for the monthly revenue of corner pet park to exceed 10 million. So, it is definitely not enough to rely on a Juhan agricultural base alone. Chin Mo rubbed his eyebrows helplessly, and then took out a notebook and started to record it. The companies that have made profits so far include Sangshui Games, Nana Coffee, and Corner Pet Park. As for Blue Film, a movie, The Legend of the Demon King, directly earned more than 300,000 box office, which is equivalent to the income of Sangshui Games in nearly a year. However, The Legend of the Demon King has been removed from the shelves, and the new movie is still being filmed. All the expenses of the crew are in the 660 million investment. So at present, Blue Film can't help much with the consumption of system funds. Love to Read Free Novels app has the fastest update, no ads, and Chinyan Laoshichan customer service helps you find the books you want to read. There are also unmanned buildings, 1.7 billion funds have been invested, and there is no place to consume new system funds at present. The remaining Changfeng Garment Factory, Boring Short Video, BL Game Club, Baishu Law Firm. These four industries can continue to consume system assets. Let's not consider Baishu Law Firm for now. What can be done at this time is to consume system funds by paying salaries to those trainee lawyers. There is no more system funds to be consumed. The recruitment of anchors on Wuling Short Video is also tending to be flat at present, and there is no extra way to quickly consume system funds. Changfeng Garment Factory, in addition to rebuilding the factory, needs to invest tens of millions of funds every month, and only the salaries of employees are left. Chun Mo quickly recorded the current status of each company in his notebook. Finally, his eyes fell on the BL Game Club. Chun Mo's eyes flickered. According to all the current industry analysis, the only place that can spend money on a large scale is this BL Game Club. Today is the beginning of October. Sangshui Game has injected a large amount of funds into the system funds again. After removing the expenses of other companies, there must be a large amount of system funds left for him to consume. And among all his current industries, only the BL Game Club can do it. In his previous plan, he was going to hold a game competition and set a high prize money. Whether it is the expenses of holding the competition or the payment of the prize money, It is a high expenditure, which can completely offset the expenditure of the Sangshui game this month. Of course, there is also a plan to build a competition venue. But for now, only one game competition is needed to spend this month's funds. So the construction of the competition venue can be put aside as a backup plan for the time being, maybe next month or when a large amount of funds suddenly come in. Chinamo thought for a moment and finally made a decision. He took out his mobile phone and called Yao Bagwa directly. BL Game Club, in the manager's office. Yao Bagwa looked through the information in his hand and looked up at AtoZ. Fire Dragon Island will have an official competition at the end of October. We will take advantage of this opportunity. How are you preparing for the publicity? Brother Yao, everything is ready. The 4 champion veterans will come back and stand on the competition stage again. I believe it will definitely cause a huge sensation in the esports circle of Fire Dragon Island and arouse heat. AtoZ smiled faintly. Since the establishment of BL Game Club, they have been preparing for this matter. Recruiting retired champion players, contacting the event organizers, signing up for the event, and a series of preparations. And Fire Dragon Island is the first time that BL Game Club has stepped onto the esports stage. There will be other events and game competitions in the future. He will use the return of those old players step by step to bring BL Game Club into the sight of the esports circle. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Yao Bagwa looked at the door of the office and spoke faintly. Soon the office door was pushed open and 4 young people walked in. Mr. Yao, Mr. Tao. The 4 young men looked at the 2 people in the office and hurriedly greeted them. Please sit down first. Yao Bagwa looked at the 4 young people who came in and smiled slightly. These 4 people are the 4 retired champions of Fire Dragon Island, but they have returned now. After the 4 people sat down, Yao Bagwa continued to speak. At the end of October, Fire Dragon Island will have an official competition. I have already signed you up. You should be mentally prepared. At the same time, there are other things to tell you. This time, the club will expand its influence and increase the popularity of the club. It will definitely hype you up. Mr. Yao, we know this. Before joining the club, you have already told us about this matter. I agree with it, and we also try our best to cooperate. After all, if the club becomes famous, it will also be good for us, right? Lin Guanqing spoke at the right time and expressed his attitude directly. We know Mr. Yao. Love to read free novels app without ads and the fastest update. To avoid losing content downloads when transferring, please try the ad-free reading app AI Do free novel app. Think about it this way, it's actually pretty good, it's like we've been promoted. The other 3 champions also echoed. Chapter 533, Esports, there is no second. It's good that you can understand, but you still need to send a meager note saying that you will participate in the official competition of Fire Dragon Island at the end of October, so that the news of your comeback can be implemented. Yao Bagwa looked at the 4 retired champions in front of him seriously. No matter how much they promote it, if the 4 champion players don't come forward to express their opinions, it will just be rumors. Only when these 4 champion players personally post a small amount can the news of their comeback be confirmed and be believed by everyone who knows the news. Moreover, these 4 champion players also have their own certain fans. After they publish their meager posts, they can also bring some popularity. Okay, Mr. Yao. The 4 champions nodded in unison. Posting a meager comment has no impact on them at all, and they are members of the club and should do these things. Not to mention, they are also eager to play. They want to prove themselves that although they are old, their strength has not deteriorated. Well, I called you here just to talk about this matter, and then it's about the competition. Don't put too much pressure on me. Just show your style. A smile appeared on Yao Bagwa's lips. As for the results of several people, he had no expectations. After all, they're all retired veterans. Compared with the new generation of esports players, their operations and reactions are definitely very different. So this time, he just hopes to bring the BL Game Club into everyone's sight through this competition. As for competition results, he prefers these experienced veterans to guide new esports players and teach them some valuable experience in the game. Young players do not lack operation and reaction, but what they lack is experience in competitions and the ability to withstand pressure when the wind is against them. As long as those young players, under the guidance of veterans, have rich game experience, and the ability to withstand pressure in the game. Then their team will be very strong and very likely to win the championship. So, he doesn't have big requirements for the results of the game at this time. Okay, Mr. Yao, we will work hard. Lin Guanqing nodded seriously, and then left the office with the other three. Brother Yao, the competition and publicity matters have been taken care of. We can also start preparing for some peripheral matters. For example, the clothing for the competition, as well as some keyboards, mice, and other items. When we use the return of the champion players to increase the popularity, we can appropriately receive some endorsements and the like, and we can also generate revenue for the club. When AtoZ saw Lin Guanqing and others leaving the office, he turned to look at Yao Beigua and spoke calmly. Well, this must be done. We can try to find some endorsements for keyboards and other equipment. As for clothing, don't we have a clothing factory under Mr. Chin? We can discuss it with Mr. Jiang another day. Yao Beigua picked up the water glass on the table and took a slow sip. He had some exchanges with manager Jiang Chengjiang of the clothing factory, which made branded clothing. He also heard that the efficiency of the clothing factory was not very good, so it was just a casual thing to take this opportunity to promote it on the field. And if Mr. Chin knew that the clothes they wore in the competition were not produced by their own clothing factory, he would definitely not be happy. Okay, let me go for a walk another day. Tao nodded slightly. Well, that's up to you. Yao Beigua reached out and poured a glass of water for AtoZ. Buzz! At this time, the phone suddenly vibrated. Yao Beigua glanced down at the caller ID, then immediately picked up the phone and answered the call. Mr. Chun, do you have any orders? Mr. Chin hasn't called him for a long time. I don't know what his instructions were when he called today. Come to the group in the afternoon. Okay, Mr. Chun. Yao Beigua responded quickly, and then the call was hung up. Mr. Chin's phone number? AtoZ saw that Yao Beigua had put down the phone and spoke in surprise. Yao Beigua nodded. Any arrangements? I don't know. Mr. Chin hung up immediately after speaking without saying anything specific. Maybe Mr. Chin already knows that we are going to participate in the competition. After all, the old managers in the group have said that Mr. Chun is well aware of the development of each company. AtoZ picked up the water glass that Yao Beigua had just filled and took a sip. Maybe, but it's getting late, so I'll just go there. Yao Beigua glanced at the time and walked directly outside the office. Eastports indoor. Lin Guanqing and four others gathered around a small square table, discussing things. Mr. Yao and the others don't seem to have much hope in whether we can achieve good results. Li Jiang Sigao Bleshli. This is normal. I have retired for 3 years, and you have all retired for 1 year. In addition, our performance before retirement was not very outstanding. Mr. Yao and the others think that it is normal for us to fail to achieve results. Xiao Pengfei held up the frame of the glasses with a hint of sigh in his tone. But if we can't achieve good results and we're not chasing the championship, then why should we come back? Lu Qing spoke slowly, with a trace of confusion in her eyes. Lin Guanqing looked at the three people in front of him, and there seemed to be flames in his eyes. Lu Qing is right. If we are not chasing the championship, then what is the point of coming back? Isn't the purpose of our comeback just to return to the esports arena and stand on the final podium? Whether I have retired for 1 year or 3 years, I have never given up on this game or the idea of exercising. Neither of us have. Although we have joined a live broadcast, we still take this game seriously every day and do not let it go. My awareness, experience, and understanding of this game are lagging behind. Why are we doing this? Isn't it just to maintain our competitive status and dream in our hearts that one day we can stand on the esports arena and win the highest honor that belongs to esports? Champion. Lin Guanqing's tone was resonant, and it instantly aroused the inner expectations of several other people. Yes, why do they maintain esports status so much? Don't they hope in their hearts to stand on the esports field one day? They are old, but their hearts are not old yet. They still want to stand on the highest podium. That's right, we didn't come back to eat and wait to die, or to be the coach behind the scenes. These things are just our last destination. And now that we can stand on the competitive field again, why should we, instead of fighting hard, let's fight for the final championship? Li Chong stood up and said excitedly. Yes, there is no second or third place in esports. The only thing that can be remembered is the highest honor and championship. So this time, no matter what, I have to fight hard again with my own persistence. Pengfei's tone was trembling, his eyes full of excitement. Chapter 534, A Battle Plan That Suits Us. Yes, we come back just to stand on the highest podium again. And others think that our hope is slim, but I don't think so. Pengfei adjusted the frame of the mirror again, with a glint in his eyes. Lin Guangqing and the others turned their heads and looked over when they heard Pengfei's words. Sensing the gazes of the three people, Pengfei spoke again. Our strength is not bad, but we are a little behind in hand speed and reaction speed compared with those new professional players. We can't change this. This is due to physical reasons. As we grow older, our hand speed will decrease, and the reaction speed will decrease uncontrollably. Even if we train hard and maintain it, it only slows down the rate of decline. Although our reaction speed and hand speed have dropped a bit, we have rich experience in competitions and an understanding of the game, which is something that new professional players do not have. Listening to Pengfei's words, Lin Guangqing and the others nodded slightly. They fully agree with this point of view, but in competition, hand speed and reaction speed can be said to determine the upper limit of a team. Even a single unfavorable operation can complete a comeback in a disadvantageous situation. This is something that veteran players like them find difficult to do. The only advantage of their veteran players may be their rich experience in competitions. But just relying on this experience to win the championship is tantamount to being fanciful. After all, among the current famous teams, there are not only new professional players, there are basically one or two old professional players. It's just that it's shorter than the time they joined esports. Therefore, under the command of veteran players, their competition experience cannot be used to much advantage. Pengfei looked at the three people's reactions and saw their psychology, and then pulled the whiteboard over, picked up the carbon pen above, and started drawing on the whiteboard. If it were before, I might not have said such words, but this time I have great confidence. The first is the change in the version. With last week's version update, the game Fire Dragon Island has seen a subtle change in the gameplay. That is, more emphasis is placed on resource control and rhythm control. Sometimes in a game, we may not have a few fights, and the game is over. You must agree with this. Pengfei turned to look at Lin Guangqing and the others. Understand. Lin Guangqing nodded slightly. He had encountered this problem many times when he was playing games. Sometimes there is even no fighting in the whole game, just a wave in the final time period, and then the game is over. He didn't pay much attention to this matter before, but when he heard Pengfei say it, he also realized the changes in the game. It seems to be true, Li Chong exclaimed, seeming to find it a little unbelievable. Lu Qing nodded. When Pengfei saw that the three people agreed with his statement, he began to continue explaining. I discovered this on the first day. After careful investigation and some changes to the entire game, I finally found out how to play this game this season. As we play this game this season, we just need to know a little bit, and that's it. That's operations. Operation requires rich experience in competitions and control of the battlefield situation. This is what the four of us are good at, so I say that we have a good chance of winning the championship this season. When Pengfei said this, he stopped and looked at Lin Guangqing and the others with a smile on his face. But if that's the case, I think other clubs will also think about this issue. Lin Guangqing had doubts in his eyes. If they all focused on operations, then they would still have no advantage. This is for sure. Other gaming clubs must also have senior coaching teams. It is normal for them to find this. But don't forget that there are newcomers. The newcomers are capable, but it's hard to stay calm, so the chances of newcomers making mistakes will be much greater. But we're different. We're all old people. We have experienced countless years of fighting in the arena, so we have a deep understanding of how to control the situation. When we can't take action, we won't take action. It's difficult to do it because of make mistakes on impulse. In this regard, I thought of a combat plan that is very suitable for us, which is operational pull and final support. In short, we just don't take the initiative and don't refuse. If we don't take the initiative, I don't want to take the initiative to provoke. As long as we don't take the initiative to cause trouble, we will have no chance to make mistakes and we will not give them the opportunity to perform. If we don't refuse, we just don't do anything, don't make mistakes, and just keep putting it off. The young players will definitely be impatient and eventually do some impulsive behaviors. And when they do impulsive behaviors, it's when they are most likely to make mistakes. We should stop rejecting their mistakes and seize the opportunity for them to make mistakes. This is our chance to win this tournament. At the end of the day, He Pengfei put the carbon pen in his hand into the pen holder with a strong look of confidence in his eyes. After listening to He Pengfei's words, the other three people's eyes also shone with light. They're all old professional players and have been playing this game for who knows how many years. So regarding He Pengfei's narration, they immediately understood the feasibility of it. This plan is very feasible, so in the next period of time, we will formulate some tactics according to this plan. Lin Guangqing said with excitement. Okay, then we will go all out from today on. Also, we can't just focus on ourselves, we also need to pay more attention to the situation of other teams. Yes, we can find videos of other teams' previous games and analyze them one by one. Only by understanding their tactics and playing styles can we better implement our tactics. The more they talked, the more excited they became. They began to take out their notebooks and start making detailed tactical plans. Tomorrow group, President's office. Yao Beigua knocked on the door gently and walked in. Here, come and sit. Chinemo sat on the sofa in the reception area, looked at Yao Beigua who came in, and said hello. Okay, Mr. Chun. After hearing this, Yao Beigua hurried over and sat down opposite Mr. Chun. Drink tea. When Chun Mo saw Yao Beigua sitting down, he prepared to pour a cup of tea for Yao Beigua. Mr. Chun, I can do it myself? Seeing that Mr. Chun was about to pour himself tea, Yao Beigua quickly reached out to take the teapot and poured himself a cup. Then he put the teapot in its place and watched Mr. Chun carefully speak. Mr. Chun, do you have any arrangements? Chapter 535 Friendship First. There are indeed some arrangements. Chun Mo picked up the tea and took a sip, his eyes falling on Yao Beigua. Mr. Chun, just make arrangements. After hearing this, Yao Beigua hurriedly sat up straight, his expression changing very seriously. It's like this. Sanshua Games, Extreme Survival, and Tianlong have been popular for a while, but as a game official, we haven't held any competitions. It's really unreasonable. So I decided to organize a large-scale, authoritative, and high-prize tournament by the officials of our game. The total tournament bonus is set at 60 million. The bonus for Extreme Survival can be 40 million, and the bonus for Tianlong can be 20 million. As for how to distribute the specific ranking bonus, you can allocate it yourself when you go back. Chinemo looked at Yao Beigua and said seriously, based on the current system funds, the continued income of Sanshua Games this month, and the expenses in other places, the 60 million tournament prize money just offsets all the revenue this month. Mr. Chun, is this 60 million tournament bonus too high? Normally, the tournament bonus is 10 to 20 million, which is already very high. Yao Beigua was a little stunned when he heard Mr. Chun mention the tournament bonus. He did not expect that Mr. Chun would use 60 million as tournament bonuses, which was a very big deal. He has been in the esports industry for so many years, and the largest tournament prize he has ever seen was only 30 million. However, in Mr. Chen's case, he turned over everything directly. Ever since Mr. Chen invested 100 million in the club, he knew that Mr. Chun was a boss who was very willing to spend money on his company. But I didn't expect it. Mr. Chun is not only willing to spend money for his company, but he is also so generous in setting up bonuses for organizing events. This is probably Mr. Chen's courage. Yao Beigua couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Chen Mo frowned slightly when he heard Yao Beigua's words. It seemed that he hadn't heard that employee persuade him to spend less money for a while. He remembered that Wei Yin, the rebellious guy, often did this kind of thing before. But now Wei Yin has changed his ways and has not caused trouble for him for a long time. This was something he was very happy about. It would be great if all the other 6 sons were like Wei Yin. Thinking in his mind, his eyes fell on Yao Beigua and he spoke lightly. Event competitions also represent our tomorrow group. If the tournament prize money is too small, how can it reflect the strength of our tomorrow group? So it is impossible to reduce this prize money. Just do what I say. I understand, Mr. Chun. Yao Bagua nodded slightly, and he suddenly realized that his thinking was too superficial. He only saw the event itself, but Mr. Chun wanted to use the event to demonstrate the group's strength. This is the so-called pattern. By the way, Mr. Chun, our club's Fire Dragon Island esports team will also participate in an official competition at the end of October. He was not sure whether Mr. Chun knew about this matter, but since he had already talked about it, he thought it would be better to report it. Oh, tell me about the specific situation. Chun Mo's eyes flickered when he heard this. Esports teams participating in official competitions need to understand this matter carefully. Okay, Mr. Chun. This time, the Fire Dragon Island competition is officially organized by Fire Dragon Island. The current prize money for the champion is 3 million, the runner-up is 1 million, and the third runner-up is 500,000. Yao Bagua hurriedly told it in detail. When Chun Mo heard this, he tapped his fingers on the table and asked casually, "How is the strength of your team?" This was something he was very concerned about. Although he had given him a restriction and list for recruiting players before, if this Yao Bagua was like those old six, he brought in private goods for him. That would be troublesome, so it's better to ask clearly. When Mr. Chen asked, Yao Bagua smiled awkwardly. "Mr. Chen, the members of our current team are all retired champion players. However, although they are champion players, as they grow older, their hand speed and reaction speed have begun to decline. Compared with those young players, compared with professional players, there is no way to compare. If you want to get some rankings in the competition this time, the chances are very slim. So, to be honest, when we organize teams to participate in competitions this time, it's just to show up and increase the reputation of our club." Listening to Yao Bagua's explanation, Chen Mo finally relaxed. The strength has declined, and the chance of winning the championship is slim. This undoubtedly gave him a reassurance. He established a game club to recruit retired old professional players. Isn't this the effect he wanted? Thinking of this, a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Although the game club has no signs of bankruptcy under the leadership of Yao Bagua is at least doing things according to his requirements. Looking at Yao Bagua's eyes, he couldn't help but feel satisfied. Is that so? It's good to show up in the past. As for competition results and other things, our club has just been established not long ago. Don't be too ambitious and don't put too much pressure on the players so that they don't care about rankings. Our friendship comes first and competition comes second. Also, since it's for the competition, we naturally don't want to wrong the contestants. In order to ensure that the contestants have a good esports state during the competition, I have to ensure that the contestants' food, clothing, housing, and transportation are all comfortable. In this regard, we must not be frugal. I understand, Mr. Chun. Yao Bagua listened to Mr. Chen's words, and his heart, which had just been hanging, finally relaxed. Okay, if there is nothing else, just deal with it as soon as possible. As for the prize money of the competition, it will be transferred to your club's fund account later. Seeing that today's things have been arranged, Chen Mo directly ended the topic. Okay, Mr. Chen, I will deal with it as soon as possible, Yao Bagua said, and he had already stood up and walked out of the office. Wait a minute, Chen Mo suddenly thought of something and went directly to a cabinet, took out 2 boxes of tea from it and walked back. You can drink this tea when you go back, or you can entertain guests. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Yao Bagua saw Mr. Chun handing over 2 teas and hurriedly thanked him. He had learned something about Mr. Chen sending tea in the group before. Looking at the conclusions drawn by the old managers, Mr. Chun will only personally send tea to people who are valued. Thinking of this, Yao Bagua was very excited. It seems that Mr. Chun has also begun to value him. Watching Yao Bagua leave, Chen Mo sat down at his desk in a good mood, clicked on the music platform, and entered the new song rankings. The top 2 new songs at this time were: first place, 10 Years. Second place, Invisible Wings. After a few days of fermentation, Zhang Lan's second song, 10 Years, successfully surpassed Invisible Wings and became the first on the new song rankings. And Zhang Lan also sent him a message, saying that she had begun to prepare to release the third new song. And the music platform has begun to talk to her about song authorization, and the conditions given are also very good. Chapter 536 Esports Clothes. However, Zhonglan said that she would have to wait until the third song was released before negotiating with the music platform about the song authorization. At that time, she had 3 songs on the new song list, and she could also negotiate with the music platform with confidence, and she could also get greater benefits. For this matter, he naturally supported it greatly. After all, a large part of the profits from the song would go into his personal assets. Thinking of this, Chinamo couldn't help laughing again. Is this the way for him to get rich? There is also an esports competition at the end of October. He could go and take a look, which would be a pleasure to relax. After all, what is more pleasant than watching your own esports team being eliminated? The next day, Chongfeng Garment Factory. AtoZ slowly parked the car in the parking lot in front of the office building and got out of the car to look at the layout of the garment factory. This was his first time here, and he was very curious about Mr. Chen's first industry. But at this time, all he could see was the demolished and rebuilt factory, as well as the office building, dormitory building, and canteen that were about to be completed. Looking at the scale of the construction, Mr. Chen must have invested a lot of money in it. He sighed a little and walked into the office building. Entering the office building, he went straight to the stairs to the second floor. Before coming, he learned the specific location of the manager's office from Jiang Chung, so he didn't find it when he came in. Arriving on the second floor, he looked around and saw the manager's office directly. He came to the door of the office and knocked gently. After hearing the response from inside, AtoZ pushed the door and walked in. "Mr. Tao, please sit down." In the office, seeing that it was AtoZ who came in, Jiang Chung hurriedly stood up to greet him and led him to the reception area. At the same time, he poured a cup of brewed tea for AtoZ. "Come and have some tea." "Thank you, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Chung took the teacup and hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you for what? Isn't it normal for us to help each other? What's there to thank?" Jiang Chung also poured himself a cup of tea and sat opposite AtoZ. "I don't know. What does Mr. Tao want to discuss today?" "It's like this. Our esports team will participate in an esports competition at the end of October, but the team has not prepared the uniforms yet. And Mr. Jiang, you're a clothing factory, so I want to ask you to help customize a few sets. Of course, when we participate in the competition, we can print the logo of Chongfeng Garment Factory on the clothes, so that it can also play a little publicity role for Chongfeng Garment Factory." AtoZ directly described his origins. "Is it just this matter?" "That's easy to say. They are all companies under the Tomorrow Group. Helping you is helping the Tomorrow Group. Besides, it can also help promote Chongfeng Garment Factory. Isn't it a win-win situation?" Jiang Chung didn't even think about it and agreed directly. While talking, he made a phone call at the same time. Not long after, the office door was knocked again, and Su Yining pushed the door and walked in. "Mr. Jiang, what arrangements do you have?" Su Yining glanced at AtoZ sitting opposite Jiang Chung, and then looked at Mr. Jiang in confusion. "Sit down first." Mr. Jiang pointed to a sofa next to him and continued to speak after seeing Su Yining sit down. "Let me introduce you first. This is Mr. AtoZ from the BL Game Club. Mr. Tao, this is the director of the design department of the clothing factory. The design of your esports uniforms will be completed by them." Su Yining turned to look at AtoZ and smiled. "Hello, Mr. Tao. Minister Su is polite. Then I'll trouble you with the esports uniforms." AtoZ also responded with a smile. "Esports uniforms?" Su Yining was stunned for a moment and turned to look at Jiang Chung in confusion. Seeing this, Jiang Chung explained the matter in detail. "Is that so? I see. Mr. Tao, don't worry. We will definitely design the esports uniforms." Su Zaning Su. She had already started to think about how to design the esports uniforms. Putting the logo of Chongfeng Garment Factory on the esports uniforms can indeed promote Chongfeng Garment Factory. But she thought this kind of publicity effect was too ordinary. An LG is only that big, and most people probably won't notice it. Even if some people noticed it, not many people will want to find the Chongfeng Garment Factory store or online store to buy clothes. In her eyes, the biggest publicity is the clothes themselves. She just needs to design the esports clothes to be more amazing so that those people don't have to look at any logo at all, but will have a bright feeling when they see the clothes themselves. They think the clothes are very good-looking, handsome, etc. In this way, those people will want to know about the clothes or want to buy them. This is the biggest publicity. And when those people in Changfeng Garment Factory learn about clothes or buy clothes, they will naturally understand. This is what she thinks is the best way to promote. Thank you very much. Tao denkt. Mr. Tao is polite. We are all employees of Tomorrow Group. There is no need to be so polite. Su Yining smiled slightly. Then the three of them talked about some details in the reception area. It's getting late, I should go back too. After the discussion, Taoze got up and said goodbye. After seeing Taoze off, the two returned to the office. How is the design of your pet clothing going now? Can it be supplied to the fashion show at the pet park? Jiangqing looked up at Su Yining and asked. Su Yining smiled when she heard it. Since the last meeting, after getting the solution, the pressure of design has been gone, and it can be fully supplied to the fashion show at the pet park. I still have to thank Mr. Jiang for this matter. Otherwise, I really couldn't think of a good solution for a while. Su Yining had a trace of gratitude in her eyes. If they thought about the solution, they might think of it after a while. But she was not sure about the length of time. If it took a week or two, they might not be able to supply the fashion show at the pet park in time. So she was still very grateful for this. What is there to thank? We are all in the same company. Jiangqing smiled indifferently. Su Yining also smiled when she saw this, and then spoke. By the way, Mr. Jiang, I have a new idea from the esports clothing incident just now. The esports players in the esports competition wear the clothes we designed, which can play a role in publicity. Then can we also take advantage of the pet fashion show? Every pet fashion show is led by one person. So why don't we also design some clothes for those who bring their pets? This can not only promote our pet clothes, but also our other clothes. Chapter 537 Bonus Distribution. Jiangqing's eyes lit up slightly when he heard Su Yining's words. This is a very good idea. In the process of promoting pet clothing, other clothing of the clothing factory were also promoted by the way, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, he looked at Su Yining with excitement. This proposal is very good. I will talk to Pang Tao of the pet park about this matter. As for the clothing design, I will leave it to you. Okay, Mr. Jiang, leave this matter to me. Su Yining agreed. She has been working in the clothing factory for so long. As the director of the design department, she naturally has a lot of understanding of the current situation of the clothing factory. From the outside, the clothing factory is expanding and rebuilding, and everything is very beautiful. But after understanding it, she realized the danger. The clothing factory has always had a big crisis. That is, the brand reputation of the clothing has never been promoted. So the sales of clothing have always been a problem, and it is very difficult to find an agent if the clothing brand is not famous. She learned about the situation some time ago. Now 90% of the clothing agents of the garment factory are employees of the Tomorrow Group. Other agents only account for 10%, which is enough to show that it is difficult to find agents for the garment factory. And they have been working for so long, whether it is the working environment, salary, or working atmosphere, they all like it very much. If the garment factory can no longer continue to operate due to some problems, where should they go? Where can they find such a good company? So if they can make the company run better, they are very willing to contribute. Leave the manager's office and go straight to their own design department. Minister Su. Minister Su. Just after entering the design department studio, some employees of the design department greeted him. Su Yining nodded slightly and looked inside. The design department at this time has changed a lot from the beginning. At the beginning, there were only 4 people who had just joined the studio. It was still very easy to work in this studio. But now the design department has added a lot of people so that some people have been assigned to other offices, and it still seems a bit crowded. However, the new office building is about to be completed, and sufficient space has been reserved for their design department, which is enough for the design needs of all clothing workshops after the garment factory is built. After looking around for a few times and confirming the location of the person she wanted to find, she walked directly over. Zishuan. Su Yining came behind the person she was looking for and called softly. This person was one of the 4 people in their dormitory at that time, and his name was Wang Zishuan. Zhou Yu had been arranged by her to be the person in charge of pet clothing design. So the esports clothing and the clothing of those who led the pet show could only be found by other people. Among all the candidates, only Wang Zixuan and another roommate were suitable. After all, at the request of Mr. Chun, the newly recruited designers were all intern designers. It's not that she is arrogant. The ability of the newly recruited intern designers is far inferior to theirs. The only people who can stand alone in the entire design department are still the 4 people in their dormitory. Of course, after this task was handed over to Wang Zixuan, she had to keep it under control at all times. After all, whether it was esports clothing or the clothing of those who led the pet catwalk, it was related to the future development of the garment factory. She must pay attention to it. Minister Su. Wang Zixuan turned around and saw the person coming and shouted in surprise. Well, come with me to the office. There are things to arrange. Su Yining patted Wang Zixuan's shoulder and then turned and walked out of the studio. Wang Zixuan saw this and hurriedly followed. Arrive at the office. Sister Yining, what's the matter? After entering the office, Wang Zixuan looked at Su Yining with curiosity. In the studio, in order to maintain the dignity of the minister, they always called Su Yining Minister Su. At that time, in private, they still called Sister Yining. Well, you know the BL Game Club under Mr. Chun. There is an esports team in their club. They're going to participate in the esports competition at the end of this month, and we need to design a few esports clothes for them. There is also a pet fashion show. For those who lead pets, we also need to design a batch of clothes. We don't need to design a set of clothes for each fashion show, like pet fashion. We only need to change a set of clothes for 3 to 4 fashion shows. Of course, the only requirement is that all the clothes are made novel and fashionable, so that people can see them and feel bright. Su Yining heard Wang Zixuan's inquiry and explained the matter again. I know, Sister Yining. I will do it with my heart. Wang Zixuan nodded solemnly. She knew the importance of this matter. Not a coffee brick store. That's the thing. We can organize the venue and promote it here. We need you. Yao Beiguo looked at Wei Yin and Fong Chong, who were sitting opposite. He had just told the story of Mr. Chin's preparation for the esports event. The publicity is easy. I'll ask the technical department to release an announcement in the game and an official Weibo at the same time. That's about it. Of course, before the publicity, we need to divide the bonus distribution. Only the bonus can arouse the enthusiasm of the esports teams to participate in the competition. Fong Chong took a sip of coffee and spoke slowly. Well, I know about this matter. The overall bonus distribution is 40 million for Extreme Survival and 20 million for Tianlong. However, I haven't made a detailed plan for the specific bonus distribution. I called you here today to discuss this plan with you. Yao Beiguo spoke slowly. After all, Sanshua Games is the development company of these 2 games, so it is necessary to discuss the event with these 2 managers. Is that so? Fong Chong nodded slightly after hearing this, and then fell into thought. After a long while, Fong Chong spoke slowly. The competitions of Tianlong are basically PK. Now, Tianlong has a total of 8 professions. Each profession competes, and the top 3 can be selected in the end. Then the 20 million can be directly divided equally. In this way, the prize money for each profession is 2.5 million. So the prize money for the top 3 is 1.3 million for the first place, 800,000 for the second place, and 400,000 for the third place. But Extreme Survival is a bit difficult. In the end, 3 teams will be selected, but the 40 million prize money will be divided equally. Then the average prize money for each person is a bit too much. Chapter 538 Full Name Esports. That's true. It's a bit unreasonable to distribute the 40 million bonus to 3 teams like this. Yao Beiguo nodded slightly when he heard Fong Chang's words. I think you got it wrong. Wei Yin listened to the conversation between the 2 and then spoke slowly. Mr. Wei, tell me. When Yao Beiguo heard Wei Yin speak, his eyes instantly changed to respect. Wei Yin is a veteran of the company and is highly valued by Mr. Chin. Moreover, the person in the entire group who understands Mr. Chin's intentions best is Wei Yin. So when Wei Yin opened his mouth, he would naturally take it seriously. I think you understand Mr. Chin's intention of giving such a large bonus. Wei Yin spoke slowly, looking at the confused looks of the 2 people, before explaining. If a normal competition is held, the competition prize money will not be that much at all. A prize of 20 million is a large-scale esports event, which can involve many esports teams to participate in the competition. But Mr. Chin invested 60 million in tournament bonuses. He certainly did not do it simply to provide bonuses for the winning teams. I thought about it briefly, and I think Mr. Chin wants to achieve one thing, and that is esports for all. When Wei Yin said this, a gleam of fire appeared in his eyes. It has been more than a year since he joined the game company. For such a long time, even though he is already the manager of Sangshui Games, he has never given up on learning about games. At this time, in addition to some particularly professional things in his understanding of the game, he also had some unique insights of his own. National esports? Yao Beigua and Fong Chong spoke in unison, looking at Wei Yin with even more confusion on his face. I don't understand how to explain Wei Yin's national esports. Yes, it is national esports, but this national esports is not really everyone. But the current esports events are basically dominated by those club teams. They have their own training system and professional teams. The team conducts dedicated research on the game. Those temporary teams formed by passers-by have no room for resistance when encountering such a professional esports team. But if the esports competition only has those repetitive esports teams, it will be too rigid and boring. How about we make esports more interesting and challenging? Wei Yin spoke slowly, already having some plans in mind. But how to do this? Listening to Wei Yan's words, Yao Beigua felt that there was some truth to it, but he was currently at a loss as to how to do it. Fong Chong also looked at Wei Yin doubtfully. Wei Yin smiled slightly when he saw this. The method is very simple. That is, use part of the funds to reward ordinary participating players. Our esports competition this time can be organized into two parts. The first is to ask those well-known esports clubs to send their own esports teams to compete. Esports competitions involving esports teams will naturally compete for the highest honor game. There is also a competition for ordinary players. We can set up an online audition first. As long as they are ordinary players and have reached adulthood, they can form a team to participate in the audition for this online competition. Then through auditions, a group of good esports teams will be selected and let them compete offline. You can set bonuses for this offline competition. You don't need to spend too much. Just spend 5 million. And you don't need to give it only to the top 3 teams. I have watched the Extreme Survival held by the Tange Game Club game. We can make some innovations and improvements to this. Basically, 20 teams participate in a game, and we can give part of the monetary rewards to the top 8 teams. Then through continuous competition, 20 teams are left to compete in the finals. In addition to the rewards for the top 8 in the finals, the top 3 teams this time can get additional ranking rewards, such as first place the first place team, 5 million the second place, 1 million the third place, 500,000. And more importantly, the top 3 teams can compete with those esports teams in the final competition. Although the possibility of winning the championship will be lower, it is still possible. Such competitions can also bring some fun to the spectators. After all, professional team competitions are very serious, and there are strict rules on when and what to do. But teams formed by passers-by are different. He may do something interesting or risky, which may become a variable in the professional game. Because the wild team does not have its own system and has only one style of play, which is to do whatever you want. That's all I have to say. There are 2 advantages to doing this. First, it can increase the enthusiasm of ordinary players for games. Who doesn't want to become better at gaming and then participate in competitions and get bonuses? The second point is that it can increase the variables in professional games and make the games more interesting. Speaking of which, Wei Yin stopped talking and picked up the coffee on the table to moisten his throat. He often watches esports competitions and some live game broadcasts. He also discovered a problem through the barrage, that is, professional competitions are too professional, but lack a bit of fun, and are not as fun as some lively anchors. So if he adds a few unprofessional teams to the professional game, can it bring some changes to the game? This is what he expected. Yao Beigua's eyes lit up as he listened to Wei Yan's words. He agreed with what Wei Yin just said. No matter what, once it is highly specialized, it will appear very boring in the eyes of the public. However, He manages the club so well that he already knows the professional game very well. All clubs are chasing that championship. And if you want to win that championship, you need to make your team professional, disciplined, and organized. There is no way to change this. In the process Wei Yin just described, one thing that attracted his attention was the national esports, coupled with the bonuses from the event. There will definitely be countless players coming to compete. As the manager of the distance department, he can definitely find some potential players through those games. You know, the BL Game Club has just been established not long ago. Except for one professional competition held by Tinga in Extreme Survival and Tianlong, there were no professional competitions before, so far no good players have been found. Do what Wei Yin just did. He can simply watch the games, find some potential game players, and recruit them into the BL Game Club. Chapter 539 Fun Sports Meeting. Yao Bagwell already had an idea in mind, looked up at Wei Yin, and spoke excitedly. Mr. Wei, this method is feasible. I have no problem with it. Wei Yin nodded slightly, turned to look at Fong Chong, and asked Fong Chong what he meant. Since it is a discussion, it is natural to compete for everyone's opinions. Yeah, if we do this, it will indeed increase the fun of the game, and it will also drive the enthusiasm of ordinary players, allowing more players to watch this game. In terms of publicity, this is also a very good way. I also agree with this plan. When I go back, I will ask the technical department to develop an online competition entrance. Since it is a national esports, let's call it the Tomorrow National Cup. Since it is an online selection, we must also select players with very good strength. We can set up an individual player split. In this way, those players with good strength will eventually be eliminated from the team because of their teammates dragging their feet, which is a pity. After setting the individual player's score, you can set up a score list. Those players who are in the top 100 and are finally eliminated because of their teammates dragging their feet can reform a team in the top 100 score list and recompete. Doing this can minimize the possibility of burying talented players. Fong Chong also nodded in agreement, and his brain began to fall into thinking, and he has begun to consider how to design this Tomorrow National Cup. Seeing that both of them agreed with his idea, Wei Yin smiled happily. This was the first time he spoke so confidently about the game. Before, he was worried that he didn't know much about the professionalism of the game and would make some wrong remarks, so he always kept an observational attitude. But he was very happy that he got recognition for the first time he made such a suggestion. Thinking of this, he expressed some other ideas in his mind. That's about it for holding the competition. I have some other ideas that can be related to the club's profitability. Please speak, Mr. Wei. Yao Bagwa hurriedly spoke after hearing this. The issue of the club's profitability is a very important matter. You know, the club has been established for so long, but there is no profitable project. The only thing that can make a profit at present is the esports competition at the end of the month. Let's see if we can attract some advertisements. The thing is, our Tsangshui game is developing games, and your BL Game Club is an esports team. Overall, there are some connections. After all, they're all related to games. In this regard, I have an idea. Our current Tianlong and Extreme Survival can be said to be two very popular games, especially Extreme Survival. The number of players has exceeded 13 million, and this does not include some cloud players who watch game live broadcasts but do not play games. Such a large player base, but we have not monetized it, which is a pity. Wei Yan's tone was a little emotional. Monetization. How can we monetize it? Yao Bagwa looked puzzled. At present, these two games can generate more than 100 million in revenue per month. How can they not be monetized? Wei Yan looked at Yao Bagwa's puzzled eyes and smiled slightly. I have learned about the second dimension recently. It has a good group base, and this circle has never lacked rich people. And our game can have many game characters or other items. We can make those game characters or items into some figures or various ornaments. Large figures can be sold, and those small figures or ornaments can be used as some small gifts. Your club can increase the reputation of your club through some official draws. Of course, it's not just figures. You can also make some related clothing, for example, normal t-shirts embroidered with some game characters, or make some spy clothing. And Mr. Chen has a Chongfeng clothing factory under his control, so you can let them design a batch and provide it to Nana Coffee Made Shop. And these characters can only be produced with the authorization of our Tsangshui game. so this can create our uniqueness. After listening to Wei Yan's words, Yao Beigua's eyes were full of shock at this time. At this moment, he finally realized the ability of this Wei Yan. Chongfeng Clothing Factory, BL Game Club, Sanshua Game, Maid Cafe. Originally, 4 unrelated industries were linked in just a few words from Wei Yan. Is this Wei Yan's ability? This is indeed a good way to make a profit. Those large-scale figures with good workmanship are not cheap. Even some small ones can be sold for tens of thousands. Thank you, Mr. Wei. I will do my best. Yao Beigua had a trace of gratitude in his eyes. For things like figures, Sanshua Games can do it by themselves. There is no need to hand it over to their game club. We are all from the same group. Don't be so polite. Wei Yan smiled and waved his hand. Corner Pet Park. Pet Paradise. The rules of the competition are very simple. You just need to run according to these obstacles and routes. Pet owners can follow and direct, but they cannot intervene. If they intervene, they will be disqualified from the competition. But as long as you run all the routes according to the rules of the competition, the top 3 will receive corresponding cash rewards: 2,000 for the first place, 1,000 for the second place, and 500 for the third place. Fenghan stood in front of a billboard, pointed at the activity slogan on the billboard, and spoke slowly. Before Mr. Peng left, he had already arranged some things. And this fun pet sports meeting is the best one to implement among all the arrangements at present. So he took the lead in implementing this plan. Today is the first time that the fun sports meeting has been held, and he doesn't know how the response will be. Not far away, a group of tourists with pets, listening to Feng An's story, all had a little movement in their eyes. They came here just to play. If they can participate in the pet sports meeting and get a bonus, wouldn't it be great? Or bring your pet here to play, and also play those obstacle running and other things, and ask the pet trainer here for advice. Participating in the competition is also fun. Winning a prize is a surprise, but if you don't get a prize, just treat it as fun. You don't have to spend money to register, so there is no loss at all. In the distance, Du Xiao Xiao was broadcasting live, with the camera facing the billboard of the Fun Pet Games. Chapter 540 Chaos. Brothers, this is a new, interesting activity in the Corner Pet Park, a pet competition. This competition is not professional. As long as you bring your own pets, you can participate, and you will not pay any fees for registration. The top 3 pets will receive cash rewards of 2,000, 1,000, and 500. Of course, the number of applicants is limited. A maximum of 50 people can sign up at a time. So if you want to participate in the competition, you can first see if you can sign up and then decide. The current registration method is only available on the official website of the Corner Pet Park. Furthermore, the pet games are not held every day. They are held about 3 times a week. The time of the games will also be checked on the official website of the Corner Pet Park. Of course, the only thing that is certain is that the pet games will be held at the same time as the pet fashion games. The show times are staggered, so if you want to miss both, it's best to stay here for 2 days. Du Xiao Xiao looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room and spoke slowly. Since the last opening of the pet park, she originally wanted to go back to Kyoto. But just when she was about to leave, the person in charge of Hodo Live gave her a call and told her that if she continued to live broadcast the pet park here, her various live broadcast benefits will be increased by another 10%. She thought about this condition for a moment and then agreed directly. First, no one can have trouble with money. Second, she also likes this pet park, and the pet park does things that are more public welfare. She is also willing to see if the live broadcast can help promote it. So she is currently living in the corner home under Pang Tao's arrangement and has arranged a room for herself. You can take the shuttle bus to the pet park every morning. I'm going to have a fun pet competition. It's quite interesting. Oh, I like that bonus. My border collie is so smart. I will definitely go there and get a bonus some other time. Oh, it's over. I'm taking my husky. Don't let it piss you off. 2,000 for the first place. It's a pity that I'm not in Jiangcheng. Otherwise, I would have gone there tomorrow. Oh, exactly why is this pet park not open here? I am from Jiangcheng. I will go to the pet park another day. Oh, I am also from Jiangcheng. I will buy a border collie and train it some other time. If I have no money, I will go and get some wool. 2,000 is already a lot. Oh, I will arrive in Jiangxing tomorrow. I wonder if there will be a pet competition tomorrow. Oh, Xiao Xiao, go to the live broadcast and see what events are in the competition. I will train the dog at home. Oh, I have a dog at home who can understand human speech. I don't know if he can participate in the competition. Oh, Du Xiao Xiao looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room and smiled slightly. This is the effect of her live broadcast. At this time, people at the pet park have begun to sign up for the competition. Just walked over with the phone in hand. There will definitely be a live broadcast of the interesting competition in a while. Pet Paradise. Fun Pet Competition Registration Office. A group of tourists holding pets crowded past. Everyone just stand in line and sign up. Today is the first time a pet competition is held, so there will be no quota limit today, and everyone can sign up. So don't worry, just take your time. A staff member of the pet park shouted loudly while maintaining order in the queue. As the staff shouted, the registered tourists gradually calmed down and started to line up. Fenglin looked at the tourists who signed up one by one and felt relieved. Seeing the active participation of the tourists, he understood that this pet competition was attractive and could become a major feature of the pet park. After a while, the last visitor has signed up. Fenglin turned around and walked towards the pet park. There were already several pet coaches in front of the pet park, and they began to organize registered tourists to start the competition with their pets. Du Xiao Xiao also found the best live broadcast location, which can completely broadcast the game venue. Should we start? Let me see what the level of pets in this competition is. If possible, I'll bring my little teddy over to try it out. It would be nice if I could win a prize during the game. Oh! It turns out that they are all sports such as obstacle running. This is easy to train. You can buy some obstacles online and train at home. Oh! Look, the game has started. Is that husky here to be funny? Everyone is running forward, so why is he running back? Oh! And what's going on with that little golden retriever? He peed himself when he ran away. It made me laugh so hard. Oh! And that corgi, that obstacle is too high and he can't jump over it. Ha ha ha. It's so funny to see those owners anxious. Du Xiao Xiao saw the competition in the pet park and suppressed his smile. But when I saw that the short-legged corgi couldn't jump over the obstacle, I finally couldn't help but laugh. Mainly, this unprofessional pet sports meeting is really unprofessional. The entire competition ground was a complete mess. I don't know if it was the pets competing or the pets leading their owners to exercise. There are disobedient pets that simply don't listen to their owner's instructions and run wildly around the huge pet paradise, with their owners chasing after them. If there were no pet trainers to maintain order inside, this pet competition would probably not be held. Fenglin looked at this scene and began to take out his notebook to record some of the inconsiderate aspects of the competition and strive to improve them before the next competition. For example, pets with short legs. At least don't make the competition too chaotic. Time passed little by little. After a period of hardship and chaos, all participating tourists had completed the competition with their pets. Of course, some pets that were not very obedient were considered to have given up the competition. After all, if you wait for those disobedient pets to complete all the competition items, you don't know how long it will take. Not long after, the results of this competition came out. The 3 tourists with the shortest time stood on the podium with their pets. Fenglin personally took the cash to present the awards to the 3 people. The 3 tourists looked at the cash in their hands, and they couldn't hide their smiles on their faces. They didn't expect to make money after going out for a trip. This feels so good. Awards on the spot. Awesome, I envy you. Look, this is real. The cash was taken out directly. No, I want to buy a ticket and take my border collie with me. I want to reserve the 2,000 yuan. Oh, this is really a great deal. I want to go, but I'm at work and don't have time. Du Xiao Xiao looked at the comments in the live broadcast room, and the corners of his mouth curved up. It seems that the effect of this pet competition is really good. Thinking in his heart, he spoke again. Brothers, this pet competition is just a small part of the update of the pet park. There are still many places that are being built and updated. I will take you there to have a look. Chapter 541 Pet Live Broadcast. Are there any other new projects in the pet park? It's already very good now. What more items will be added? Oh, It seems that this pet park will get better and better. I wonder what it will look like after it grows. Oh, I'm curious. What other events have been added? Will it be as interesting as the pet competition? Oh. Du Xiao walked forward while watching the barrage in the live broadcast room. Soon we came to a gate. This place was originally sealed, but at this time a gate had been opened and a large open space inside had been enclosed. Brothers, a new building will be built here. Is there a cat castle in the north? A dog castle is going to be built here, but the design is still under construction. It will take a few months to complete the construction. Time. This is just one of the changes. There are currently some other changes. After the transformation is completed, it will be much more convenient for you to come here again. As Du Xiao said this, he turned around and walked outside. After leaving the gate of the pet park and walking to the outskirts of the pet park, after walking about 100 meters, I saw a large number of workers digging the foundation. Brothers, have you seen those workers? They're digging the foundation right now. This entire row will be built into farmhouses and be /U0026BS in the future. Brothers who have been here before have said that there is no place to eat or live here. After this row of farmhouses and be /U0026BS are built, you will no longer have to worry about food and accommodation when you come here. And you can rest assured that this farmhouse and be /U0026B are all cooperating with the pet park. The prices are normal and not very high. According to the current construction schedule, and it is all expedited, the B/U0026BS and farmhouses here can be completed in about a month. If you come here at that time, you don't have to worry about food and accommodation. In addition to farmhouses and B/U0026BS, there are also some other buildings here, such as pet hospitals, shops, etc. Du Xiao pointed to the building under construction in the distance and spoke slowly. Is the construction so comprehensive? If it continues to be built like this, won't it be a large-scale scenic spot? Oh, I just came back from the pet park. The pet park is really nice. Not to mention the cute cats and dogs. The greenery in the park is already very good. Entering inside feels like entering an ecological park. The air is obviously much fresher than outside. Living inside, it feels like you can live 2 more years. Oh, yes, the pet park is really good. The only drawback is that there is no room and board. Now that the room and board problem has been solved, it will be perfect. Oh, that is, it was a pity that I didn't have room and board, otherwise I would have stayed a few more days. Now it seems that after the farmhouse and be /U0026B are ready, I will have to go there. Then I will stay in the B/U0026B for a while and go to the park every day. It's really nice to take a stroll inside. Oh, have you not heard from Xiao? The price of food and accommodation over there will be the same as the normal price and will not increase. This is too conscientious. Oh, that is, I was at a tourist attraction and a portion of fried rice cost me 50 yuan. Why don't you just grab the money? Oh, do you believe whatever the anchor says? Who knows if it is false advertising? Oh, where did Xiao Haizi come from? As a fan of Xiao, I don't even know this. Xiao never deceives fans. Everything is told the truth. Oh, Du Xiao tilted her head and looked at the comments in the live broadcast room, and naturally noticed some comments questioning her. Regarding this kind of thing, she would be very concerned about it at the beginning of the live broadcast, and would even theorize about it. But now she is used to it. These people don't understand the situation at all. Even if you say too much, they won't believe it. Even a saint cannot be liked by everyone. So after experiencing it for a long time, she took it lightly and no longer paid special attention to the words of those sunspots. After all, she still has many fans who like her, so why should she hold on to those few negative fans? Thinking of this, Du Xiao came back to his senses, turned the camera to face himself, and waved. Brothers, today's live broadcast ends here. Goodbye, everyone. After turning off the live broadcast, Du Xiao re-entered the pet park. She was going to interact with some pets. Recently, the pet park was cultivating several star pets. Those celebrity pets were hosted by the pet park's live broadcast account. She wanted to go over to help, but she couldn't start her own live broadcast. At least not for now. After all, Pet Park's live broadcast account is still accumulating traffic fans. If she goes live in the past, it will take away the traffic of Pet Park's live broadcast. He quickly walked to a house, opened the door, and walked in. There are several cats active inside, and every cat looks cute. Has it started yet? Du Xiao looked at a staff member in the room. The staff member nodded slightly. After hearing this, Du Xiao walked to the toy area aside, took a cat-teasing stick, and continued walking inside. During this time, she often appears in the live broadcast room here, so she won't worry about appearing too abrupt if she appears directly in the live broadcast camera. As Du Xiao entered the live broadcast room, barrages quickly filled the screen. I knew that Xiao must be here. Haha. After Xiao finished broadcasting, I came to this live broadcast room and squatted. I have changed a little. I don't live broadcast my own account, but come here to live broadcast my cat. Isn't that why I don't love it anymore? Oh. I think the live broadcast of cats is quite interesting. After all, those cats are very cute. They are also very cute when they are small. I really like them. Oh. I've been paying attention to this live broadcast room. I like the big orange very much. He is lazy and very similar to my personality. Oh. I like fried dough sticks. They are so energetic and delicious. Du Xiao paid attention to the barrage in the live broadcast room. She was not surprised at all that her fans came, because she talked about the live broadcast in her own live broadcast room when she came for the first time. So she had just finished broadcasting, and those fans basically knew that she was going to live broadcast here. Brothers who like pet live broadcasts, you can pay attention. We will update some cats' daily life from time to time. Du Xiao said with a smile. After this period of live broadcast, the number of fans of this account has increased to more than 300,000. Of course, she brought 2/3 of the fans here. A large number of fans follow her because of her, but that doesn't matter. As long as there are enough fans, the chances of the work becoming popular will be greater. This is a live broadcast every day, plus constant updates on the cat's daily life. The number of fans is definitely increasing. As long as the number of fans increases to a certain level, the pet park can sell some peripherals for this pet. Of course, when the number of fans increases to a certain level, it will also play a publicity role for the pet park. Chapter 542 New Song Released. Chong by Jingyuan. Shinro and Zhonglan finished their dinner, returned to the living room together, turned on the TV, and started watching. Is the third song ready to be released? Shinro turned to look at Zhonglan. Well, the release time is set to be 8 o'clock tonight, and it will be released in about an hour. Zhonglan looked down at the time and smiled. As long as the third song is released and quickly enters the top 3 of the new song rankings, she will have great confidence to negotiate with the music platform. And since the second song was released on the music platform, it has been climbing up the new song rankings very quickly. She thought it was the influence of the first song, Invisible Wings. But later she found out that it was Mr. Luo who knew her situation at the film and television city and specially found a batch of resources, which made the second song rank up very quickly. And this time when the third song was released, Mr. Luo also found resources in advance. When the song is released, it may appear on the new song rankings immediately. This will make the song rank up faster. Of course, the only condition for doing this is that the song is of good quality. If the song is of poor quality, even if the ranking rises quickly at the beginning, it will slowly fall in the end because it is not liked by users. And what she is least worried about is the quality of the song. No matter which of the 11 songs is taken out, the quality is very good. Which song will be selected for listing this time? Shinro asked with interest. She had heard all the 11 songs of Mr. Chun. She liked every song and was very curious about which song would be listed this time. This time, the song listed is later. Zhonglan spoke slowly. Although she had not been in love, she heard regrets when she listened to this song. It was like listening to the story of two people who loved each other but didn't know how to love each other and finally missed each other. Love. Sometimes missing is a lifetime. So I like this song very much, so I chose this song directly. Later, Shinro fell in a deep thought after hearing Zhonglan's answer. She had listened to later many times. It was a sad love song. The whole song expresses that a person did not cherish the feelings at that time because of his stubbornness, which led to the two people missing each other. Although he later knew how to love someone, the person at that time had long disappeared. Only one person was left with sadness. Whether it is the artistic conception or the lyrics and music, it can be said that this is a good song. It is difficult for a person to write such a song without experiencing such regrets. And this song was created by Mr. Chun. Does it mean that Mr. Chun has experienced such regrets? Shinro pursed her lips and thought that Mr. Chun should have had a girlfriend who loved him very much in the past, but later missed her for some reasons. However, Mr. Chun was able to write such a song, so he should not have forgotten that girlfriend. Otherwise, how could the lyrics be filled with so many regrets? But she has been Mr. Chen's assistant for so long, and she has never understood Mr. Chen's emotional problems. However, with Mr. Chen's personality, even if there are emotional problems, Mr. Chen will not say it. Calculating the time, Mr. Chen graduated from college last year. From this point of view, the girlfriend should be something during college. College? The love at that time should be very beautiful. Shinro thought of those sweet couples she saw when she was in college, and she couldn't help but feel a little sour in her heart. Xiaoro? Xiaoro? Zhanglan saw that Shinro's expression was a little strange, and she seemed to be distracted, so she called out twice. Shinro quickly came back to her senses after hearing this, turned her head and looked at Zhanglan, and said in confusion, what are you thinking about? A little absent-minded. Did you encounter something? Zhanglan said with some worry. She hasn't seen Shinro with such an expression for a long time. When she was often absent-minded before, it was because the orphanage's affairs had not been resolved. At that time, Shinro would often be absent-minded because of the orphanage's affairs, and she would not smile for a day. However, with the help of Mr. Chun, the orphanage no longer has any worries at this time. Shinro's condition has gradually improved, and she smiles a lot more every day than before. But today, Shinro showed such an expression again, which made her a little worried. Oh, nothing. I just suddenly remembered that there are some things I haven't dealt with at work. Don't worry. Shinro saw Zhang Lan's worried expression and quickly found an excuse, and at the same time suppressed the thought in her heart. A thought in her heart kept telling herself, Shinro, you are just an assistant, and your life is very good now. Don't be too greedy. Really? Zhang Lan looked at Zhang Lan with some suspicion. Really? Zhang Lan smiled. It's best if nothing happens. If I know that you have something, and don't tell me you're finished. While Zhang Lan was talking, she threw Shinro directly onto the sofa. Where are you? Grabbing me? I can fight back, Shinro exclaimed. Fight back? Then, the two of them started fighting on the sofa. It was nearly 8 o'clock in the evening. Kyoto, Juanhao Hotel. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin sat in the hotel room, looking closely at the computer in front of them. The computer page at this time was a new song ranking list of a music platform. Brother Xiao, it's almost 8 o'clock, and Zhang Lan's new song will be on the shelves soon. How long do you think it will take for this new song to be in the top 3 of the new song ranking list? Wang Bin glanced at the time with a hint of excitement in his eyes. At this time, the music department was the latest addition to their blue film and television, and there was only Zhang Lan. But the previous 2 songs had already appeared in the top 3 of the new song ranking list. If the third song also appeared in the top 3 of the new song ranking list, it would be amazing. Perhaps this newly added music section may become another profit point for blue film and television, and it is not low. Well, I have found the resources, plus the fans accumulated from the first 2 songs. I think this new song can be in the top 3 of the new song ranking list in 3 days. Luo Xiao looked at the time countdown, his eyes flickering. The resources have been found, and he has heard the song before. He likes it very much. He thinks the song is about himself. There was once a very sincere love in front of him, but unfortunately, he did not cherish it. Some people miss it for a lifetime. Even if he has learned how to love someone now, so what? That person is no longer there. This song can resonate with him. And among young people, there must be many people who have the same emotional experience. He believes that as long as this song is released, it will resonate with a large number of people and then like it. Chapter 543 Genius is not something that ordinary people can understand. Time passes. Soon it was 8 o'clock in the evening. A new song instantly appeared at number 96 on the new song rankings. And at the same time, the new song that was originally at number 100 was pushed down. Appeared. Wangbin looked at the name, later, that appeared in the new song rankings and exclaimed. Luo Xiao nodded slightly, and he noticed it later, when it appeared on the new song rankings. But soon the two realized something was wrong. When later, it first appeared, it was ranked 96th on the new song rankings. But in just the blink of an eye, the song had already reached the ranking of 92. Immediately afterwards, numero 90. Then number 87. What's going on? Brother Xiao, how many resources did you buy? Wangbin stared at this scene, dumbfounded, and turned to look at Luo Xiao. All he could imagine was that Luo Xiao bought a lot of resources. I only bought the resources to add new songs to the new song rankings, and nothing else. Luo Xiao shook his head slightly, with a trace of doubt in his eyes, not understanding what was happening now. As of this conversation, the song has already climbed to number 81. Luo Xiao curiously clicked on the song, and suddenly found that there were already thousands of good comments on the song, and the number of comments kept increasing. This is not normal. When he bought resources, he didn't buy the data of comments at all. And a new song that has just appeared on the new song rankings cannot have so many comments. After thinking about it, click on the comments and read them. Lon Lon said on Weibo that the new song would be available on the shelves at 8 o'clock, and it was indeed on time. It sounds good, it sounds really good. I like this song. Lon Lon is awesome, and this song is super nice too. Later, I finally learned how to love, but it's a pity that you disappeared into the sea of people. It's really sad. I lost her. Oh! I cried. I suddenly missed him so much. I regretted that I was so willful. I really wanted to get him back. Oh, Lan Lan, Tangzu. I have been having a conflict with my girlfriend these past 2 days. Neither of us will give in to the other. If we continue, we will definitely break up. But I found that I can't miss her. Since she doesn't bow her head, then I will bow my head. At least I don't want to regret it, and I don't want to regret it in the future. At least even if we really break up in the future, I know that I have tried my best. Oh, I like this song so much. I saw myself. I saw him yesterday. I was hesitating whether to go find him or not. After hearing this song, I decided that I would go and find him. I didn't want to have any regrets. Oh, I like it. I really like it. Looking at the comments on the song, Luo Xiao gradually understood why the song's ranking climbed so fast and why there were so many comments. It turns out that all of this is the traffic brought by Zhang Lan's first 2 songs. He knew that the previous 2 songs would bring a lot of traffic to the new song, but he never expected that the traffic brought by the previous 2 songs would be so high. At this time, the song ranking also has the growth rate of comments, almost reaching the level of those third-tier singers. But Luo Xiao thought about it and realized that this was reasonable. None of the songs produced by third-tier singers could compare to Invisible Wings and 10 Years. Nowadays, Zhang Lan is already much better than many singers, at least in terms of her works. The only drawback is that I have only entered the music industry not long ago, and my fame and popularity have not yet accumulated. If Zhang Lan accumulates popularity and fame, and including these 3 songs later, not to mention first-tier singers, at least second-tier singers, there will be no problem. Not to mention, but there are 11 songs in total. Only 3 songs have been released so far, and there are still 8 songs that have not been released. If he took it all out, he didn't know what height Zhang Lan would reach on the road of music. But no matter what, as long as Zhang Lan is in their blue film and television, then their blue film and television will be the biggest beneficiary. But will Zhang Lan stay at Lampy Film and Television forever? Luo Xiao smiled confidently. Why not? Zhang Lan's 11 songs were all produced by Mr. Chen. If Zhang Lan did not continue to stay at Lampion Film and Television, Mr. Chen could definitely get the song authorization back. Thinking of this, there was a hint of admiration in Luo Xiao's eyes. He did not expect that Mr. Chen was not only great at running the company, but also so great at creating music. At this time, Zhang Lan came up with at least 3 songs, but the quality of the 3 songs was so high. Really, genius is not something ordinary people can understand. Time passes. In the end, The song stopped at number 42 on the new song rankings, but its popularity was still rising, but at a much slower pace. Brother Xiao, I think it may take less than 3 days for this new song to climb to the top 3 of the new song rankings. Wang Bin's tone was shocked. He had no doubt whether this new song could reach the top 3 of the new song rankings. Well, there are basically no changes regarding the song. Let Zhonglan handle the rest. Let's talk about the release of Demons on the film and television platform. Luo Xiao nodded and then turned off the music platform. Oh, about this matter, I discussed it with the person in charge of Banana TV yesterday. The Legend of the Demons will be available on Banana TV on October 15th, and viewers need VIP to watch it. At the same time, they have already placed some video clips of The Legend of the Demons on the homepage of Banana TV for early publicity. Well, that's good. Luo Xiao nodded with relief after hearing Wang Bin's words. But since it's a promotion, we can't let the film and television platform do it alone. After all, the more people watch it, the more we benefit. Brother Xiao, I know. I've thought about this a long time ago. First, we can publish a message on our official Weibo that Demon Conquer will be available on Banana TV on October 15th. After all, Demon Conquer has become popular, and our official Weibo has also increased hundreds of thousands of fans. Posting such a Weibo can also play a role in promotion. Also, President Du contacted me the day before yesterday from the Tinga Game Club and asked about the time when Demon Conquer will be available. In addition, Huda Live will also help with promotion. Wangbin spoke quickly. He was basically responsible for putting Demon Conquer on the film and television platform, so he had already considered the promotion in advance. Then there will be no problem. Luo Xiao also relaxed. Now that Demon Conquer has been prepared to this extent, it is basically waiting to be available. Oh, this is also the last benefit that Demon Conquer can bring to Tomorrow Group. Although he is not sure how much income he will get in the end, he is sure that the total income will not be less than 500 million. And it is a continuous income. As long as there are people watching, they will get income. I believe Mr. Chun is also very satisfied with this choice. Chapter 544, The Rich Boss. By the way, Brother Xiao, Mr. Du also said that he and Chun Sung will come to the crew in the next 2 days to take a look. If there is a role that can show his face and does not require any scenes, he can try it out. Of course, it must be done without affecting the quality of the film. Wangbin spoke again, but he did not directly agree to Mr. Du's request. Although he is the vice president of the company, he has this right. But this is on the set, and to arrange some roles, the director's permission is definitely needed, not to mention that the director is also the general manager. Wouldn't it affect the plot? Luo Xiao fell into deep thought after hearing this, and then slowly spoke. On the other hand, there are a few passerby characters in the script who only have 2 or 3 lines to talk to the protagonist. However, although there are only 2 to 3 lines, in order to ensure that the film is flawless, we will strive for excellence during the filming process. Maybe there will be many scenes to shoot. If they don't mind, you can leave these 2 scenes to them. Previous plan. He planned to find 2 extras in the film and television city to star, but since Mr. Du and Mr. Chen of Tinga had such needs, he naturally had to satisfy them. After all, these 2 were still very helpful to them. I know, Brother Xiao. I will tell them about this matter. Wang Bin nodded. Okay, that's all for today. Get some rest early. We have to shoot tomorrow morning. Luo Xiao spoke slowly. Wang Bin also left the room and returned to his room. 2 days later, Zhang Lan smiled slightly as she watched later, successfully reached the top of the new song ranking list. She finally made it to the top 3 of the new song rankings. At this time, the top 3 songs on the new song rankings were all sung by her. Such a scene has never appeared before. After all, a song is only considered a new song 3 months before it is released on the shelves. Once it exceeds 3 months, if you are number 1 on the new song rankings, you will not remain on the new song rankings. And 3 songs dominate the top 3 of the new song rankings, which requires 3 months to create 3 songs of very good quality. But no one has ever done it before. Mr. Chun, this is the first time. Of course, Mr. Chun didn't create it in 3 months. She didn't know. After all, Mr. Chun gave her 11 songs at once. He didn't know how long it took Mr. Chun to compose these 11 songs. But even if Mr. Chen didn't create it within 3 months, just composing so many songs and resisting publishing them is enough to show Mr. Chen's determination. If other creators created a song of very good quality, how could they resist publishing it? Buzz. Thinking room. The mobile phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Zhanglan took out the mobile phone and glanced at the caller ID, then answered the call directly. Mr. Liu, what's the matter? Zhanglan spoke Li. Zhanglan, don't you know what's going on with me? A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. His tone seemed to be helpless. I do not understand. Zhanglan continued to speak, with confusion in his tone. The other end of the phone was silent for a moment before continuing to speak. Okay, let me make it clear, it's still a matter of authorization. Mr. Liu, this is what you were talking about. Didn't you say before that the price you gave me is not what I want? If you keep the same price, there is no need for us to negotiate. Zhanglan spoke Li. If I can make a call, there will naturally be other prices. I have arrived in Jiangxing. I hope we can meet and discuss in detail. If possible, we can sign the contract directly. Listening to the words on the phone, Zhanglan also pondered for a moment before continuing to speak. Okay, but I have to choose the meeting place. After discussing the matter, Zhanglan hung up the phone, thought about it, edited a text message, and sent it. Recipient, Mr. Chun. If we go to negotiate today, if the conditions are right, the contract will basically be signed. As the provider of the song, Mr. Chun naturally has the right to know. After doing everything, Zhanglan entered the room, changed clothes, and left the house directly. Tomorrow Group. President's office. Chinemo stared at the computer screen. After a while, he sat back on the boss's chair speechlessly. But I still looked at the computer interface. Discrimination, this is definitely discrimination. Believe it or not, I will cancel the event directly. Chunemo muttered with an unhappy look on his face. Just today, when he was bored and logged into Extreme Survival to play 2 games, he suddenly discovered that there was an extra pop-up window in the game interface. Cup match tomorrow. Click in to check, and then call Fong Chong to confirm. He fully understood that this tomorrow's cup is just a kind of game event. Passerby players can choose teammates in the lobby or call in to find a few teammates in real life to form a team. In short, if you want to participate in the cup tomorrow, you just need to form a team. When he entered the cup interface just now, he was planning to join a team to play and see if he had a chance to get ranking rewards. Getting the reward was an unexpected gain. Not getting the reward was no loss. But what he didn't expect was that every time he entered the team room, he would be kicked out after a few seconds. It means that his winning rate is too low. In this way, he entered several rooms in a row, and finally, he couldn't escape the result of being kicked out. Chinemo rubbed his eyebrows unhappily and found his winning rate. 28% winning rate? Is it really low? He stood up and picked up the water cup on the table and took a sip. Buzz! The mobile phone on the table suddenly vibrated slightly. Chinemo picked up the phone and took a look and found that it was sent by Zhanglan. Clicked it and took a look. Today I went to discuss cooperation with the person in charge of the music platform. If it is suitable, the contract may be signed today. Looking at the content of the text message, Chun-Mo smiled slightly. The depressing things about the game just now dissipated instantly at this moment. Since the 3rd song was launched, he has been paying attention to the situation of the song. Just last night, the 3rd song has reached the top 3 of the new song rankings. According to Zhanglan, as long as the 3rd song enters the top 3 of the new song rankings, she can negotiate better terms with the music platform. At this time, Zhanglan went out to discuss cooperation, and she must be prepared to negotiate a better price. Although he didn't know what the final price was, the only thing he could be sure of was that after the cooperation was negotiated, he would get 80% of the profit share. And this profit share would go into his personal assets. Thinking about his personal assets, he was about to make a qualitative leap. He couldn't help but feel excited. He was finally going to become a rich boss. Chapter 545. Zhanglan signs the contract. Nana Coffee, Diamond Store. Zhanglan entered and found a seat and sat down. This was where she had made an appointment with the person from the music platform. After all, they had only communicated on the phone before and had never met in person, so she was not sure about the other person's personality. For the sake of safety, it was better for her to agree on a safer place to meet. In her impression, there was only Nana Coffee. After all, Nana Coffee is an industry of the Tomorrow Group, so they feel a sense of security inexplicably. Before long, a middle-aged man opened the door and walked in. After looking around, he walked straight to Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan? Mr. Liu Guan Liu. The two confirmed each other's identities. Zhang Lan greeted the clerk and ordered 2 cups of coffee. Is this coffee shop a good environment? Lu Quan looked at the environment of the coffee shop and sighed. In his opinion, Jiangqing City was barely considered a quasi-first-tier city. He was a little surprised that such a city had a coffee shop with such an environment. Mr. Liu, this Nana Coffee is a new brand last year. It is headquartered in Jiangqing. It mainly takes the boutique route. Currently, there are only branches in Kyoto, but it will definitely be able to open to Nanhu City in the future. By then, Mr. Liu can drink Nana Coffee in Nanhu City. Zhang Lan smiled and spoke. It seems like you know Nana Coffee very well. Hearing this, Lu Quan picked up the coffee and tasted it. It tasted really good, even purer than the specialty coffee shops he drank from before. Mr. Liu doesn't know, but Nana Coffee is also owned by Tomorrow Group. Zhang Lan opened his mouth to explain. I see. Lu Quan suddenly realized that Zhang Lan was from Lampion Film and Television, which was owned by the Tomorrow Group, and he knew this. As for other industries under the Tomorrow Group, he did not understand them in detail. Mr. Liu, let's talk about business. Zhang Lan took a sip of coffee, and her eyes became serious. Okay, let's talk about business then. Lu Quan nodded. We have made adjustments to the previous conditions. The exclusive licensing fee for each song is 7 million. In addition, the revenue share of future songs will be 40 to 60 cents. We will have 4 to you and 6 to you. What do you think? Zhang Lan nodded slightly after listening to Lu Quan's words. The conditions this time are indeed much higher than before. The previous exclusive licensing fee was only 5 million, and the revenue share of the song was also 50 to 50. However, although this condition is already very good, she still wants to strive for higher conditions. After thinking for a moment, he spoke slowly. Mr. Liu, the conditions offered so far are indeed very good, but they do not meet my expectations. I want the exclusive licensing fee of 10 million, and as for the revenue sharing, I need a 30-70 split, and I will get 70% from you. Lu Quan listened to Zhang Lan's words, paused slightly with his coffee cup, and then showed a wry smile. What you want is too high. It has exceeded the A-level contract. There is no way I can give you this. If you really want to license our Cool Cat music, the conditions I can come up with are a licensing fee of 8 million, and the split will still be 4 to 6 cents, but I can give you some improvement in the calculation of playback volume. On average, our platform can give you a unit price of 2 yuan for every 1,000 views. This is the highest condition we can offer. Listening to the conditions given by Lu Quan, Zhang Lan looked at Lu Quan seriously and found that the other party's attitude was very determined. He knew that this condition was already the highest condition that the other party could offer. I mentally compared the conditions given by several other music platforms I contacted before. In terms of conditions alone, it is indeed Cool Cat Music that provides the most. Moreover, 1,000 effective views were previously given as 1.2 yuan, but now they're given 2 yuan. This income is given directly to them and is not included in the share. Those revenue sharing refers to advertising and membership sharing, revenue sharing from background music on various short video platforms, and revenue sharing from various program and commercial activities. So overall, the conditions given by Lu Quan are already very high. After thinking for a while, he spoke slowly. Okay, I can accept this condition. Then happy cooperation. Lu Quan also smiled slightly when he heard this, reached out, and took out a contract from the document bag on the side, and pushed it to Zhang Lan's desk. Since there are no problems, let's sign the contract directly. I need to see the contract. After Zhang Lan finished speaking, he picked up the contract and began to read it seriously. This time she came to sign a contract, but she came on behalf of Lampion Film and Television. She had to confirm the contents of the contract carefully. After a while, Zhang Lan put down the contract and looked up at Lu Quan. There is no problem with the contract, you can sign it. After saying that, he picked up the pen and signed it. I also feel a little emotional in my heart. As long as this contract is signed, you can immediately get the licensing fee of 8 million for each song. And now she has released 3 songs in total, which is 24 million. And when the song is officially released on the Komeo music platform, the number of plays alone will be a good income. After signing the contract, the two briefly chatted about joining the music platform and ended today's discussion. Looking forward to the release of Ms. Zhang Lan's new songs. Our Cool Cat platform will definitely provide conditions that exceed those of other music platforms. As for the licensing fees for the 3 songs, we will pay them to your company's account within 3 working days. Lu Quan smiled and spoke. Mr. Liu, I will try my best to write other songs. Zhang Lan also smiled slightly. The two of them got up and walked outside the coffee shop together. After walking out of the coffee shop, they left separately. Zhang Lan stopped a taxi on the roadside, and Live Tomorrow Group rushed there. Sitting in the car, I thought about it, edited 2 messages about the conditions of the contract I just signed, and sent them out. One was sent to Mr. Chun, and the other was sent to Luo Xiao. Kyoto, Film and Television City. Mr. Chun, Mr. Du, long time no see. The crew is simple, and I don't have anything to entertain. Please forgive me. Luo Xiao looked at Chun Song and Du Ziding, who were coming over, and greeted them with a smile on his face. I don't care what kind of reception you have, but you came to Kyoto to shoot, but you didn't tell us, so we are a little reluctant. Chun Song looked at Luo Xiao and Wang Bin. His words were a little dissatisfied, but he still had a smile on his lips and didn't really mean to be angry. Luo Xiao looked at Chun Song's expression and smiled when he saw that Chun Song was not angry. This is indeed an oversight on my part. I will invite Mr. Chun and Mr. Du to dinner another day. While speaking, the phone suddenly vibrated several times. Now that it was the filming stage, I was worried that something unexpected might happen, so I looked at Chun Song and Du Ziding apologetically. Then he opened his phone and took a look. After seeing the content on the phone, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. For an 8 million licensing contract, 3 songs are worth 24 million. This does not include the future revenue sharing. It seems that Blue Picture Film and Television has another profitable place. Mr. Chin will probably be very satisfied when he finds out. After all, those songs were given to Zhang Lan by Mr. Chin. This situation is probably what Mr. Chin wants to see. Chapter 546, Serious Filming. After Luo Xiao confirmed that it was not an accident, he put away his phone again and looked up at Chun Song and Du Ziding. Mr. Du, Mr. Chun, come with me. There's a simple lounge over there. Let's go there to chat. Du Ziding and Chun Song nodded and followed Luo Xiao together. Did something good happen to Mr. Luo just now? Chun Song thought of Luo Xiao's smile just after reading the message and asked curiously. It's indeed good news. 3 songs by a singer from our Blue Film and Television have been released on the Cool Cat music platform. Luo Xiao spoke while walking. There is no need to hide this kind of thing. After all, as long as someone wants to know, they can find out with a quick investigation. And it's not something that needs to be kept secret. Oh, what song? Du Ziding became somewhat interested when he heard this. These 3 songs are Invisible Wings, 10 Years, and Later. We have exclusively licensed them to Cool Cat Music, so you can only listen to them on Cool Cat Music. Invisible Wings, 10 Years. When Du Ziding and Chun Song heard this, they couldn't help but exclaimed. These 2 songs are very popular during this period, and they sometimes listen to them on loop in the office. But they didn't expect that these 2 songs were actually from Blue Film and Television. This was really beyond their expectation. Also, I haven't heard of this song Later. Maybe it's worse than Invisible Wings and 10 Years, and it's not as popular. Thinking in my heart, the two opened Cool Cat Music and searched for Later on the search interface. Sure enough, a song appeared. Click play. For a long time, the song ends. Chun Song and Du Ziding looked at each other and saw each other's surprise. This song Later is definitely not inferior to Invisible Wings and 10 Years in terms of song quality. But why haven't they heard of it before? But they soon figured out that this Later turned out to be just put on the shelves 2 days ago, so there was no problem. They listened to songs in their own playlists and never looked for songs on the charts. Basically, some good songs are only known to others when they listen to them. And this song later had just been on the shelves for 2 days, and it hadn't had time to reach their ears. Mr. Luo, your group is really full of talents. Du Zedong looked at Mr. Luo and sighed. He now has some understanding of the Tomorrow group, whether it is Wei Yin and Fong Chong from Songshua Games, Pang Tao and Su Jingming from the Pet Park, or Luo Xiao and Wang Bin in front of him. These are all talents. And now there is a singer. Mr. Du. This is the group's president Chen's keen eye. Before, we people were not considered talented people. Some of us even had problems in our lives. Luo Xiao smiled and shook his head. No one had ever mentioned his talent before, especially after making 2 bad movies. The most talked about words are that you are not the material. If it weren't for Mr. Chen's appearance, he wouldn't know what he was doing now. The only thing that is certain is that it is absolutely impossible to live as well as you are now. Mr. Chen, Du Zedong heard this with a hint of admiration in his eyes. As someone of the same age, he was even a few years younger than them, but his status at this time was almost as good as that of their parents. Thinking of this, Du Zedong became more interested in making friends with Mr. Chen. 3 songs. It just so happens that Hood Alive also has a song function. Since these 3 songs are so good, let's discuss the licensing of these 3 songs. If you can make a profit yourself, Blue Film and Television can also make some profit. It's basically a win-win situation. Soon, the 3 of them came to a simple pergola. Luo Xiao looked at Chun Song and Du Zedong. You 2 want to try filming. I have indeed prepared 2 roles without any roles, but Wang Bin has already told you about the requirements. Even if there are roles without any roles, we must have strict requirements. It may be retaken many times. Oh, Wang Bin has already said this, and we have no problem. Since it is a feeling shoot, the more real the better. And when the movie is released, we will feel comfortable when we see the characters we play. Some. Chun Song and Du Zedong nodded slightly. Okay, in that case, I will be filming your scenes later, and you will also need to change your costumes. Luo Xiao said, turned around and greeted a clothing teacher in the distance. Soon, Chun Song and Du Zedong left with the costume teacher. After a while, the 2 changed their clothes and came back. Luo Xiao took the 2 of them directly to the shooting location and started shooting directly. Ka, the action is wrong, be natural. Ka, pay attention to your eyes. Ka, the tone needs to be more serious. Hey, it still doesn't work. The facial muscles are too stiff. As filming begins, I don't know how many clicks have been heard in the crew. Click, it's okay, you can pass. I don't know how much time passed. Du Zedong and Chun Song were almost numb. They had filmed it countless times. Anyway, it's just constant reshooting. Although they had expected it before, they were still a little unbelievable at this time. I finally understood how subduing demons was successful. Under such harsh shooting conditions, unless the script is very poor, the resulting movie will not be bad at all. Thanks for your hard work. Luo Xiao's voice suddenly came to his ears. When the 2 came back to their senses, they saw Luo Xiao standing in front of them, handing them a bottle of water respectively. When Chun Song saw this, he didn't say anything. He took the water directly, unscrewed the cap of the bottle, and drank it in a big gulp. Du Zedong also took the water and drank it. What was it like filming? Luo Xiao looked at the 2 of them and smiled. It's not great, I'll never experience it again. Chun Song screwed on the bottle cap and waved his hands. Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Chun Mo sat on the boss's chair, staring closely at the computer screen, moving the mouse quickly, and humming at the corner of his mouth. I held the meteor crescent knife in my hand and shouted loud slogans. Whose name is in front of you? If you are capable, don't run away. On the computer screen, there is a game character holding a shining golden sword, constantly chasing people and slashing in the wild. After a while, some got tired of playing and quit the game. Since he accepted that he had 2 profitable games, he just downloaded them again and occasionally played them. And this morning he received the second message from Zhang Lan. The song licensing contract has been signed. Not counting the income sharing, the licensing fee of 8 million per song alone is 24 million for 3 songs. According to the division of 28, he will receive 19.2 million. of course before tax is deducted. But this is enough. Within a few days, he had tens of millions of personal assets. Thinking of this, Chunemo smiled unconsciously. He was finally going to be rich. Chapter 547 Payment. 2 days later, Chunemo looked at his personal assets that had not changed, and then glanced at the text message sent by Zhang Lan with confusion. Mr. Chun, the music platform has already sent the payment. Have you called? Why haven't there been any changes in my personal capital account? Thinking of this, Chunemo suddenly had a bad premonition. This time, could it be that the sixth person was messing with him behind his back? It shouldn't be. His songs are all given out anonymously, and no one knows that he is the one who gave them out. How could there be someone behind the scenes? I felt a little relieved. It must be that the money has not arrived yet. It may arrive after a while. Mr. Chun, this is the information just uploaded by Lampy Film and Television. Please take a look. Shunro handed the information in her hand to Mr. Chun with a smile on her face. She had already read this information, but it wasn't anything important. It was just that the licensing fees for the 3 songs authorized by Zhang Lan had already been paid. This song was given to her by Mr. Chun. She thought Mr. Chun must be paying attention to this matter. So after the information was uploaded, she read it once, printed it out, and handed it to Mr. Chun. Chunemo nodded and casually took the information handed over by Shinro. He didn't care much in his heart. What he cared about most now was why the authorization fee hadn't been transferred to his personal account. He held the information in front of his eyes and casually opened it for a few glances. But soon, he was stunned. He stared at the content on the information and then looked at Shinro, who had not left yet, and his tone was trembling. When did Zhang Lan join Lampy Film and Television? He now finally knows why the licensing fee was not credited to his personal account. It turned out to be Zhang Lan who joined Lampion Film and Television. According to the rules given by the system, only those songs that make money and have nothing to do with the Tomorrow Group will receive the funds into his personal account. But now Zhang Landu has joined Lampion Film and Television and become a member of Lampion Film and Television. Basically, the possibility of getting funds into his personal account has been cut off. What's going on? I've been joining for a while. After hearing this, Shinro thought about it carefully and finally told the specific time. Listening to the time given by Shinro, the corners of Chun Mo's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Isn't this the time after he handed the song to Zhang Lan? So much time has passed, and he has no news at all. And that Luo Xiao is really cool. The company added a new music section, but it was not reported. How timid. And Zhang Lan, I didn't expect you to be such a person. They have already signed a contract with me, and they still want to join the company. Isn't this a violation of the contract? Mr. Chun, seeing Mr. Chen's expression change, Shinro tentatively called out. Chunemo came back to his senses after hearing this, looked at Shinro, and waved her hand. You go back and do your thing. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro looked at Mr. Chen worriedly, hesitated to speak, and finally turned around and returned to her office. Watching Shinro enter his office, he finally couldn't control his emotions anymore, and the information in his hand was crushed into paper balls in an instant. The whole person sat directly on the seat, looking at the ceiling. His eyes seemed a little empty. Personal assets of more than 10 million just disappeared. Feeling a little unwilling, I turned my consciousness to the system panel in my mind. System, something is wrong? I signed the contract first, and Zhang Lan signed a contract with Lampion Film and Television last. The income should be put into my capital account. Host, although you signed a contract first, Lampion Film and Television also did some publicity for the release of the song. Therefore, Lampion Film and Television also played a certain role in making the song so popular. Therefore, it is impossible for the income to be transferred to your personal account. Oh, but it was the contract I signed first. After Zhang Lan signed a contract with me, he signed a contract with the company, which is obviously a violation. Chunemo still spoke with some reluctance. No one would be willing to accept that more than 10 million yuan of funds disappeared like this. The system fell silent for a moment. After a while, the extreme sound sounded again. In view of the fact that Zhang Lan signed a contract with the company after signing the contract, there was indeed a violation of regulations. After calculation, 1% of the income from a song will go into the host's personal account. Oh! Listening to the sound of the system, Chinmo's eyes lit up slightly. He just expressed his protest, but to his surprise, the system actually gave him some openings. Although I didn't get more than 10 million, 1% still got more than 100,000. It can be considered a consolation. Turning his awareness to the system panel, his personal assets have indeed increased. From the previous 960,000 to the current 1.09 million. His personal assets finally exceeded 1 million. It's really not easy. Chun Mo sighed slightly, sat up from his seat, picked up his cell phone, and called Zhang Lan directly. Now that he could no longer get all his personal assets, there was no need to hide it. He wanted to call Zhang Lan over to ask clearly. Blue Film and Television. Music Department. Zhang Lan sat in her own office, watching the effective playback volume of the 3 songs, Invisible Wings, Later, and 10 Years on the Cool Cat music platform continue to increase, and the corners of her mouth could not help but curl up. Of course, there was another happier thing. That is, the Cool Cat music platform sent him a message in the morning, indicating that the licensing fees for the 3 songs had been paid. This is something worth being happy about. So after receiving the message, she directly sent a message to Mr. Chun. Of course, it was Mr. Chin's small account. Since Mr. Chin wants to keep a low profile, then they should cooperate with him. Anyway, the result is no change, and they are all profitable. Well, now that the 3rd song has been released, it seems that I should strike while the iron is hot and start to release the 4th song. Booze, booze, booze. When I was considering which song to release for the 4th time, the mobile phone on the desktop suddenly vibrated. Zhang Lan glanced at the caller ID and was stunned for a moment. It was Mr. Chun who called, and he still used the big account. Zhang Lan was a little surprised. Since saving Mr. Chin's mobile number, this was the first time Mr. Chin called her. I wonder what Mr. Chin wants to do. Thinking in her heart, she quickly pressed the answer button. Come to my office. As soon as the call was connected, Mr. Chin's voice came from the phone. Before she could respond, the call was hung up. Go to Mr. Chin's office? Zhang Lan slowly put down the phone with a hint of surprise in her eyes. This was the first time she was called to the office after entering Blue Film. It was probably because of this song. Mr. Chun was very satisfied. Thinking so in her heart, Zhang Lan had already stood up and walked outside. Chapter 548. Your decision is not good. Come to the top floor. Looking at the door of the president's office in front of him, Zhang Lan took a deep breath. Although she had met Mr. Chin several times before, Mr. Chin even had a hot pot meal with him the first time. And he drank too much. She was a little embarrassed at the time. She never thought that Mr. Chun would drink too much from a bottle of fruit beer. Other than that, Shinro was present in all the encounters, so she just said hello and didn't communicate too much. But this time it was different. Mr. Chin called him personally and was still in the company. This still made her a little nervous. He raised his hand and knocked lightly on the door, then gently opened the door and walked in, looking at the structure of the office curiously. Extra-large floor-to-ceiling windows, a spacious reception area, and a large bookcase on the ceiling. All the configurations only highlight 2 words. Big, expensive. Is this the president's office? You're here, sit down. While sighing, Mr. Chin's voice came over. Okay, Mr. Chun. Zhang Lan came back to her senses, hurriedly sat on the seat in front of the desk, and then looked carefully at Mr. Chin sitting opposite. Mr. Chun, do you have any arrangements? She suddenly discovered that Mr. Chin at this time was a little different from the Mr. Chun she usually saw. Most of the people I see Mr. Chin usually show a warm smile, giving people a very close feeling. But Mr. Chun is a little different now. At this time, Mr. Chun is more serious and a little indifferent. Is this what Mr. Chin looks like in the company? But that should be the case. After all, he is the president of a group. If he looks kind, how can he manage his employees? It's nothing serious. I just want to ask, what do you think about joining Blue Film and Television? Chun Mo tapped his fingers on the table and looked at Zhang Lan indifferently. But he was suppressing his emotions in his heart. With this decision, he lost more than 10 million. More than 10 million. Because of Mr. Chun, Zhang Lan tilted her head, looking matter-of-fact. Because of me. Chun Mo was stunned. and for a moment, he didn't understand what Zhang was talking about. Zhang looked at Chun Mo's stunned look and wanted to laugh. At this time, Mr. Chun was still acting. It was obviously you who gave me the song, and I had nothing to repay. The only way I could think of was to join Lampy Film and Television. He looked around and saw that no one else was there. Then he leaned forward slightly and spoke in a low voice. Mr. Chun, there is no one else here, so let's not hide it. Hide what? Chun Mo became even more confused after listening to Zhang Lan's words. He felt that he and the other party were not talking on the same channel at all. Songs you gave me. Zhang Lan had no choice but to expose the matter. Listening to Zhang Lan's words, Chun Mo's head buzzed. Songs from me. These 5 words seemed to give him a heavy blow. He has been unable to figure out the reason for this failure and where he went wrong. But now I realized that I was wrong from the first step. At this moment, he finally understood the meaning of what Zhang Lan just said. It was clear that he knew that the song was given to him, or he was grateful or moved, so he chose to join Lampy Film and Television as a repayment. Chun Mo took a deep breath and looked up at Zhang Lan. How do you know those songs were given by me? This is his only doubt at the moment. He has already changed to a trumpet that no one knows. Apart from signing the contract with his real name, there is nothing else that can be exposed. But there are many people with the same name. It's impossible to see someone with the same name and think it's him. After all, a songwriter and a group president. The gap between the two is still very large. Xiao said this. She has heard your songs. Zhang Lan smiled and spoke. Are you talking about Shinro? Chun Mo frowned slightly when he heard this. Yes. Zhang Lan noted. I see. Chun Mo gritted his teeth. He finally found the root of the matter. Shinro is his assistant, and she does use his computer occasionally. And those 11 songs of his are in the computer, so there is indeed a chance of being discovered. Not probability, but it has been discovered. Okay, this is probably the second time Shinro has caused trouble for him. The first time, when he went out to inspect poor elderly people, Shinro got a live broadcast team for the clothing factory, but when he came back, he directly suppressed the live broadcast team. But it still had some impact. Since the corner pet factory opened and had a pet fashion show, the live broadcast team at the clothing factory also created a pet live broadcast account. If he hadn't produced pet clothes in limited quantities, it would have been a huge amount of income. He just didn't expect that after such a long time, Shinro would stab him in the back again. And it directly cut off the opportunity for his small treasury to skyrocket. Is there no one around him who understands him? Chun Mo was a little helpless. According to the rules of the system, he had no way to deal with these old men. Mr. Chun. Zhang Lan saw that Mr. Chun did not respond for a long time, so she asked. Yes. Chun Mo came back to his senses after hearing the call and looked up at Zhang Lan. What do you do with those songs? Since things have come to this point, he can only look forward. Now that all those songs are on the shelves, they will definitely bring in a huge amount of income, and he can only take 1% of it, but he needs to face a way to spend a huge amount of money. This is a bit difficult. The only way is not to put those songs on the shelves too quickly. Let the income become more dispersed so that he can spend it little by little. Mr. Chun, I plan to strike while the iron is hot and put the 4th song on the shelves. In this way, I can take advantage of the current popularity and make the 4th song quickly popular. Zhang Lan spoke quickly. She had already thought of this plan when she came here, so when Mr. Chun asked, she didn't have to think too much and said it directly. Strike while the iron is hot. This won't work. Chun Mo frowned, then spoke slightly. I think your decision is not very good. Mr. Chun, is there any problem? Zhang Lan looked a little puzzled. The popularity of the 3 songs that had just been put on the shelves was at its highest. It should be reasonable to release the 4th song with the help of this popularity. If we look at it from the perspective of the matter itself, there is indeed nothing wrong with it. But from the perspective of long-term goals, there is a problem. Mr. Chun, please speak. Zhang Lan's expression became serious when she heard it, and she looked at Mr. Chun with an open face. Mr. Chun is the president of a group, so his perspective on things must be better than hers. Chapter 549, Old Professional Players Stir Up the Heat. Seeing Zhang Lan's expression of humbly asking for advice, Chun Mo cleared his throat slightly. There is nothing wrong with striking while the iron is hot, But if you keep releasing new songs like this, a problem will arise. That is, all the songs released are composed by me, and you completely ignore your own creation. This is a very scary thing. It is like boiling a frog in warm water. It is slowly eroding your creative ability. So in order to prevent this from happening, my idea is that every time you create a new song, release one of my songs. The songs you create must also be of a certain quality. Of course, if there are some special circumstances, some changes can be made, but they need to be approved by me. After Chin Mo finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Lan quietly. It takes a certain amount of time to create a song. In this case, it can completely extend the time for the song to be released. As for the last sentence, he left a way for himself. Who knows when he will be short of money, or Zhang Lan hasn't written a new song for half a year. He will definitely release a song. After all, he also received part of the money he earned from releasing those songs. So it's impossible not to publish forever. Zhang Lan's body trembled slightly as he listened to Mr. Chen's words, and a trace of clarity flashed in his eyes. Seems like she hasn't composed a song for a while. The whole person was devoted to the 11 songs given by Mr. Chen, and was also immersed in the joy brought by the successful release of the songs. But in it, she seemed to gradually lose herself, her ideals, and her pursuits. And Mr. Chen's words just now were like a wake-up call, waking her up directly. Yes, how could she neglect her own creation? This is her original intention. After thinking about this clearly, Zhang Lan looked up at Mr. Chen sitting opposite, with a hint of admiration and a hint of gratitude in his eyes. I know, Mr. Chen. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. Chen Mo nodded subconsciously and watched Zhang Lan leave. Then there was some confusion. What did Zhang Lan understand? Zhang Lan left the office and returned to the music department of Lampion Film and Television. It's just that she is the only one in the music department, and many rooms are vacant. Go back to your office. She took out a thick notebook from the drawer, which was full of inspiration for her previous creations. However, during this period of time, she had been dealing with Mr. Chen's songs, and she rarely took out this notebook. But Mr. Chen's words just woke her up. During this period, she had relied too much on Mr. Chen's songs and completely lost herself. Don't say anything else. If one day Mr. Chen's songs no longer exist, she will eventually have to compose her own songs. So she can't lose her true heart at this time. She needs to continue to create and improve her creative abilities. The songs given by Mr. Chen are indeed very good, and all of them are excellent. But she also wants to one day create high-quality songs like Mr. Chen. And Mr. Chen must have noticed something was wrong with her previous state, so he called her to a meeting today. President's office. Chen Mo rubbed his sore eyebrows and looked at Nuada's office. A feeling of loneliness arose spontaneously. In such a big group, no one understands him. He really just wants to lose money. Thinking room. Shinro opened the door and walked in, holding a piece of information in her hand. Mr. Chen, this is the information uploaded by BL Game Club. Please take a look. Shinro gently placed the information in front of Chen Mo, looking at Mr. Chen's expression. She felt that something was wrong with Mr. Chen's mood today. What happened? When I saw him in the morning, he still looked very happy. Chinemo looked up at Shinro, his eyes twinkling. His loss of more than 10 million today has a lot to do with Shinro. If Shinro hadn't told Zhang Lan that he sang those songs, then Zhang Lan would not have joined Lampion Film and Television out of gratitude. As long as Zhang Lan doesn't join Lampion Film and Television, wouldn't the more than 10 million have entered his personal assets? No, but it's not just more than 10 million. There are also 7 other songs that have not been released yet. That's not a small amount of money. Mr. Chen, what's the matter? Seeing that something was wrong with Mr. Chen's expression, Shinro asked carefully. It's okay. You can go and do your work. By the way, it seems like you haven't had morning exercise with the company for a long time. Chinemo looked away and picked up the information on the table as if nothing had happened. Yes, Mr. Chen, I haven't participated in the company's morning exercises since moving to this building. Shinro nodded slightly. Then let's do morning exercises together from now on. It's good for you to exercise more. I understand, Mr. Chen. Well, then go and do your work. Chen Mo waved his hand slightly and ignored Shinro. He lowered his head and opened the information about BL Game Club and looked at it. The content of the information is very simple. Basically, it is about organizing events. For example, the selection of the venue. Yao Beigua had previously chosen a relatively small stadium, but he rejected it. Now it has been changed to the largest stadium in Jiangxing Stadium. As for why this arrangement is made, it naturally costs more. As for the others, there are also some equipment arrangements. And other things. Continue to look back. Hey! Chun Mo frowned slightly. He thought it was just an ordinary report, but when he saw what happened later, it was different. Use retired champion players to increase the popularity and thus improve the reputation of the club. I asked you to recruit old professional players, but I didn't ask you to use old professional players to stir up the popularity. Isn't this making trouble for me? Why does a game club want to compete for the game championship? Isn't it to increase the club's reputation and then improve its own monetization ability? But Yao Beigua increased the club's reputation by using the return of the champion players. This is too much. However, looking at the report on the file, it is obvious that the BL Game Club has already implemented this matter. Even if he wants to stop it now, it is too late. What is going on with Yao Beigua? Didn't you manage for game clubs to go bankrupt? Why can't you do it to me? I don't expect you to bankrupt the club, but at least don't make trouble for me. Chinamo took a deep breath, and the emotions that had just calmed down burst out again at this moment. The information in his hand has turned into a ball of paper. Just now, because of the song, he lost more than 10 million. Of course, if calculated in the future, the loss will be even greater. Now the BL Game Club is making trouble for him again. Chin Mo threw the information that had turned into a ball of paper into the trash can beside him, and the whole person collapsed on the sofa. But he soon figured out one thing. The club can indeed attract a lot of people's attention by using the return of old professional players to stir up the heat. But those who are attracted are more interested in the performance of those retired professional players in the professional arena after their comeback, or whether they can win the championship. There may not be much attention paid to the club itself, and even if there is attention, it will not last long. As long as those retired professional players do not achieve any results, the attention will slowly disappear. So for now, Yao Beigua can indeed increase the popularity of the club by using professional players to stir up the heat. But as long as those retired professional players lose in the game, the heat will disappear instantly. And can several retired professional players really achieve results? Chinamo thinks it is impossible. After all, if the strength can really catch up, how can there be a club willing to give up? Chapter 550 negative. After thinking it through, Chinamo sat up from his seat, picked up his phone, and entered Weibo. The information just stated that the BL Game Club and 4 retired professional players have released their own meager information to make official announcements about this matter. He wants to see what other people think about it. First, I entered into the meager sums of the 4 retired champion players and found out that these 4 retired players had meager sums. Comments on looking forward to their return and hoping to win another championship. Of course, there are also some questioning remarks and even verbal attacks. Judging from the overall comments, most people basically question the strength of this elderly team. This coincides with his view. Exit the homepage of the last retired professional player and go directly to the official account of the BL Game Club. At this time, the latest piece of news in the BL Game Club is the news that 4 retired professional champion players have returned and will compete at the end of the month. And this one is meager. It seems that Yao Beigua's method of promoting popularity is still effective. Otherwise, for a club that has just been established not long ago, how could so many people watch a meager post? Chun Mo clicked on the meager comments unhappily, and after seeing the content of the comments clearly, the smile returned to his face. It's really okay to be so popular and consume retired champion players. A proper act of hyping people up, even for the sake of traffic, no shame. They are all retired players. Even if they have won championships before, their strength cannot keep up now. Can they really compete with those young professional players? Oh! What's more, I've paid attention to that retired champion player before. Before he retired, his skills had declined, and he was obviously not as good as those young professional players. What's more, after such a long time, his skills are estimated to have declined. Of more. Oh, I think so too. Esports Badass is the original sin. As a team composed of these 4 retired champion players, I think they will be eliminated in the group stage. Oh, interesting. Although I really want to see those champion players come back, it seems a bit disgusting to consume like this. A rubbish club that doesn't think about how to improve the strength of the team, but only thinks about how to make it popular, won't last long. Managers are rubbish. Those who run a club must rely on their strength in the end. Without strength, they will eventually decline. Oh, looking at the comments in the comment area, Chinemo felt relieved. These people in the comment section are really his close friends. I clicked a like on a few of the most satisfactory comments and exited the WeChat interface directly. After confirming this matter, he didn't care much about Yao Baigua's use of retired champion players to gain popularity. The popularity has indeed increased traffic to the club, but most of them seem to be negative fans and don't like the club's practices. Good. This Yao Baigua is worthy of running for closed clubs, and it has already begun to bear fruit at this time. I had wrongly blamed him before. This kind of talent is what I need. Nowadays, the club's reputation has been damaged due to consumption of retired champion players. In addition, when the elderly team participated in the competition, it was eventually eliminated. Then the club would have no reputation left. Chinemo smiled reassuringly. BL Game Club. Esports Indoor. The 4 professional players were looking at the computer screen attentively and operating the mouse and keyboard quickly. Everyone's state is extremely serious and focused. I don't know how much time passed. A person sat relaxed on the seat and turned his head to look to the side. At the same time, the other 3 professional players also put down their keyboards. Lu Qing, your wave in the midterm was a bit impulsive. Although the effect was good, it was contrary to our tactics. If you didn't succeed in that wave, it would most likely become a breakthrough in our game. He Pengfei looked at Lu Qing and said patiently, I know, Brother Fei. Lu Qing nodded with some shame. He was indeed impulsive and did what he did just now. Although it was successful, as an old professional player, execution is the most important thing. If everyone plays freely, there will be many more flaws or mistakes in the entire game. Especially these old professional players are no longer as good as those young professional players in terms of hand speed and reaction. Their only advantage is that they are experienced and use their rich experience on the field to minimize mistakes. Then use operations or the opponent's mistakes to expand the advantage and end the game. So it is impossible to do those impulsive things. As long as you know, during this period, you can just focus on doing this. Don't think about doing things during the game. Think about how to reduce the mistakes to the minimum or even make 0 mistakes. He Pengfei nodded. He was very satisfied with Lu Qing. He was the latest to retire among the 4 of them. There is still an impulse in his heart, and he understands it. After these days of running in, he has also seen Lu Qing's progress, so he believes that Lu Qing will be able to control his impulses when the competition starts at the end of the month. After talking about Lu Qing, he looked at Lin Guangqing and Li Chong. You did a good job. You didn't do anything impulsive. The whole game was carried out according to the plan, but there are still areas that need improvement. That is the control of operation and rhythm. This game has 2 time periods, that is, 10 minutes and 15 minutes. We can change the formation in advance to grab the newly appeared resources, but you didn't grasp it. If we can get the 2 resources in that time period in the previous game, we can end the game at least 3 minutes earlier. So, you still need to strengthen the operation. You can come and take a look. He Pengfei said, looking for the game replay and a note of 10 minutes at the same time. Lin Guangqing and Li Chong heard this and stood up and walked over. Lu Qing also stood up and went over. Although the current review had nothing to do with him, He Pengfei was talking about operations, so he naturally took a look. Although he is a retired professional player and has more experience than those new professional players, compared with the 3 retired professional players in front of him, he is the worst in terms of experience. It is possible to learn more, so of course we have to learn. The 3 came behind He Pengfei and looked at He Pengfei's computer. He Pengfei saw the 3 people coming and started to click to play. At a certain moment, he clicked to pause and pointed at the screen. It is here. With your characters and safe play style, you have been maintaining your health and supplies. At this time, you rely on your health advantage to forcibly eat the resources in front of you. And the opponent did not take advantage because of the previous impulsive blood exchange, so that the blood volume is already very unhealthy, and even the supplies have been used up. At this time, you force to eat resources. He has no way. You eat the resources in front of you, and you can rush to the new resource point together. The opponent either goes to rob with residual blood or goes home to replenish. If they rob with residual blood, they will take a big risk. We are not in a hurry, just keep dragging it out. If they go back to replenish, we can completely eat this new resource point when they go back to replenish. Chapter 551 Review. He Pengfei reached out his hand on the computer screen, pointed out several key nodes, and then turned to look at the three people behind him. Do you understand? Lin Guanqing and the other two listened to He Pengfei's words, and their eyes lit up slightly. If they really did things according to He Pengfei's method, then they would have expanded the advantage of this game at the new resource point in 10 minutes. If so, then their game might end 5 minutes earlier. Brother Fei, we know, and we will do this next time if we encounter this situation. Well, it's good to know. I also have a certain responsibility. I didn't notice it during the command process. Otherwise, I can remind you during the game. I also have to strengthen my control over the game. He Pengfei nodded and reviewed himself. He couldn't just talk about the shortcomings of others and not talk about his own shortcomings at all. Brother Fei, you have done a good job. There is no need to do this. We just need to pay attention to it next time. Lin Guanqing and the other two hurriedly spoke. They have great respect for He Pengfei. After all, He Pengfei is their senior in this game. Take Lu Qing, for example. Before he joined the professional team, He Pengfei had already made a name for himself in the game. And during this period of contact, He Pengfei fully demonstrated his ability to understand the game. He Pengfei could find the points that they could not find at a glance. Under He Pengfei's command, they also grew a lot and deepened their understanding of the game. So they're very convinced of He Pengfei. It's different. We have to pay attention to it so that we can reduce the mistakes in the game to the minimum. Reducing mistakes, or zero mistakes, is the key to our victory in this game. We don't need gorgeous operations, we just need to follow our rhythm, not make mistakes, and slowly expand the advantage little by little. If the opponent can't do it, do something radical, then we can seize their mistakes and further expand the advantage. When the advantage of the game is high to a certain extent, even if those professional players have a higher reaction speed or gorgeous operations, it will be useless. He Pengfei looked at the three people and said with a very serious look, Brother Fei, we know. Lin Guanqing and the other two looked at each other and then nodded solemnly. This time, they can be regarded as burning the last youth, at least in the professional arena. After all, the current version is the most suitable for them. If they can't win the championship this time, then they will have no chance in the future version changes. So this time they are determined, no matter what, they have to fight. Okay, let's not talk about this. Just remember that there are only two keys to our championship this time. One is rhythm, and the other is mistakes. Minimize mistakes, preferably zero mistakes. Now let's review the 15-minute node. He Pengfei said, and he had adjusted the game replay video to 15 minutes. Just like that. The sound of discussion sounded again in the esports room. Kyoto, Tinga Game Club, in a conference room. Du Zeding sat at the front of the conference table, looking at everyone in the conference room, and slowly spoke. Now that Tomorrow Group has held an official event for the first time, and the prize money is as high as 10 million, it has great appeal. I believe that many clubs will participate. Let's not talk about Tianlong for now. We have several professional players of Tianlong. There is no problem in competition. This time, the professional competition is handed over to them, and it is also reassuring. Everyone in the conference room nodded when they heard Du Zeding's words. As people who can go to the conference room for meetings, they all know about the past affairs of President Du and President Shun. Both of them have their own game guilds in Tianlong, and they are both big bosses, so they naturally have contact with the game masters in Tianlong. So their current Tinga Game Club is not short of masters in Tianlong games. Even many other game categories are Tianlong game players who have switched to other fields. For example, Jiangjio. Let's not talk about how he performed in the professional arena. After all, Extreme Survival has only had one competition so far. It was held by their Tinga Game Club, and as a team of their club, they deliberately let Jiang Jio and others go in order to show the atmosphere of their club. And at that time, many game clubs had not yet established extreme survival game teams, and most of them were established temporarily. So the last extreme survival competition, you can't see the strength of the game team at all. But Jiang Jio is currently doing well in live streaming, and now the number of fans has reached more than 1 million. Du Zeding looked at everyone in the conference room, and seeing that no one expressed an opinion, he continued to speak. So for now, our primary goal is to focus on extreme survival. After all, whether it is the current popularity of this game or the prize money of this official competition, it is worth our serious attention. First of all, we need to select the players. We should have 10 esports players at present. The number of players required for this competition is 5, for starters and 1 substitute. In terms of selection, do you have any suggestions? The people in the conference room listened to Du Zeding's words, looked at each other, and one of them spoke slowly. Since we are going to participate in the competition, we must choose the strongest 5 people so that we can hold a selection competition and the top 5 people can participate in the competition. As this person spoke, another person spoke. This is a team game. Choosing the strongest player is not necessarily the right one. Sometimes a good commander plays a crucial role. So, I think we can select a team based on the guns that each player is good at. I have also played this game for a long time. In a team of 4, there must be at least 2 players who are good at close combat as assaulters. There is also a sniper who sets up a gun at the origin, reports the point, and suppresses the opponent's movement. There is also a free man who can make adjustments according to different situations. Of course, the most core person in the whole team is the commander. He needs to have a deep understanding of the game and control the situation. And for this candidate, I think Jiang Jio is the most suitable. When he was in Tianlong, Jiang Jio was the commander in the team battle. There must be no problem in controlling the situation. In addition, Jiang Jio developed a lot of gameplay and tactics during the live broadcast, and there is absolutely no problem in understanding the game. As this person spoke, his eyes fell on Jiang Jio in the conference room. Chapter 552 Participation. Jiang Jio felt a little embarrassed when he was looked at by that person and scratched his head. I am not the only one with command ability in this club. I think it is better to have a competition. The relationship between the 10 professional players of Extreme Survival is very good. He does not want any special treatment, which will also destroy their harmony. Of course, this does not mean that he does not want to participate in professional competitions, but he is confident that he can stand out even in a competition. As Jiang Jio's words came out, the conference room fell into silence. Seeing this, Du Zeding slowly spoke. Does anyone else have any opinions? Silence. In this case, the selection will be carried out according to the selection method, but this selection will also be divided into 3 categories: commander selection, assaulter selection, and sniper selection, and finally 4 people suitable for the team will be selected. If no one has any questions, then this matter will be decided. The selection time will be tomorrow afternoon. Seeing that no one expressed any opinions, Du Zeding directly finalized the matter. Then he talked about some other things in the club and announced the adjournment of the meeting. When everyone left, Du Zeding's eyes fell on Mr. Chun, who was still sitting in the chair. What do you think about the selection of contestants? Just now in the meeting, Chun Song had not spoken, and he didn't know what Chun Song was thinking. I think there is no problem with any selection. The strength of the 10 esports players is actually similar. Basically, the strength depends on the performance. So there is no problem with how to choose a few people. The only thing to pay attention to is the command. I think Jiang Jio is very suitable for command. However, Jiang Jio said that he wanted to select, which means that he is confident in the selection, so there is nothing else. Chun Sung sat up slightly and said seriously. He is very optimistic about Jiang Jio, and he has been in contact with Jiang Jio for the longest time. He knew Jiang Jio before playing Tianlong. No matter which game, Jiang Jio can gain an advantage in the game by understanding the game. This was the case in the previous game, Tianlong, and the current Extreme Survival. So Jiang Jio seemed to be born for games. No matter what game you put him in, he can stand out. Even occasionally playing a large standalone game with him, he can quickly master the skills. Well, that's it. Du Zedong nodded with relief after hearing Chun Sung's words. By the way, do you think we should promote this esports competition? Use Hood Alive? Chun Sung looked up at Du Zedong. Yes. Du Zedong nodded. The only promotion method he could use was Hood Alive. I think it's better to promote it. This will not only help the BL Game Club, but also help us. After all, the more people pay attention to game events, the more attention our esports team will get after winning the championship. Of course, the premise is that we have to win the championship. Chun Sung spoke slowly. It can be said that every esports team can be sure that they can win the championship before participating in the competition. Then promote it. Even if we don't win the championship, it's an opportunity to make friends with Tomorrow Group. Du Zedong nodded slightly. Anyway, using Tiger Head Live to promote the event is just an order, and it won't take too much effort. But if their team wins the championship of this event, then the gains will be the greatest. Then it's settled, and the selection of Extreme Survival is left to you. I'll go to deal with the Tianlong event, Chun Sung said as he stood up and walked outside. Although they already have enough players for the Tianlong event, they still need to prepare what they should prepare. In esports, arrogance and underestimation of the enemy are taboos. He still understands this. Well, the Tianlong event is left to you. Du Zedong nodded slightly, and at the same time stood up and followed Chun Kong October 14th. In a room, He Yunliang turned on the computer and quickly entered the Yuanban platform. Then he began to edit a post on it. The content of the post was roughly: on October 15th, The Legend of the Demons will be available on Banana TV at midnight. At the same time, it briefly introduced the plot of The Legend of the Demons, as well as some advantages and disadvantages. Finally, it made a summary. Recommended viewing index, 5 stars. Advantages: online acting, first-class special effects. Disadvantages: the plot is slightly lacking, but the impact is not great. The post was edited quickly and published directly. Tomorrow is the day when The Legend of the Demons will be available on Banana TV, and he will naturally take advantage of this to get another wave of popularity. He knew about it. The time for The Legend of the Demons to be removed from the shelves could have been extended, but The Legend of the Demons did not do so. Although he didn't know why the removal was not extended, he was very sure that there must be a large number of people who wanted to go to the cinema to watch it, but because the movie was removed from the shelves, they could not watch it. And those who want to watch are basically all waiting for The Legend of the Demons to be released on Banana TV, and he can definitely get some heat by posting such a post on Yuanban. This is also the reason why he edited this post and sent it out. And the movie The Legend of the Demons also brought him a lot of help. He used The Legend of the Demons to increase his number of fans. And he also did some research. The Legend of the Demons was produced by Lampion Film and Television, He simply checked and found that it was a newly established film and television company. It is definitely not easy for an established film and television company to shoot a hit film and television. So he plans to continue to pay attention to this film and television company to see if there will be other movies. He wants to get the first-hand film and television information of this film and television company. Regardless of whether this film and television company can shoot a hit film and television again, it is always an opportunity. If it really shoots another hit movie, he will get the first-hand information and post it on Yuanban, which is definitely an opportunity to increase fans again. Of course, if he didn't make a hit movie, it wouldn't have any impact on him, but he just had to pay more attention. Thinking of this, He Yunliang leaned back in his chair and lit a cigarette. As the post was sent out, comments began to appear below. Oh my god, Conquering the Demons will be on the shelves tomorrow, and I didn't even notice it. I saw the trailer on Banana TV a long time ago, and I'm really looking forward to it. That's right, when I wanted to go to the cinema to watch it, it was directly removed from the shelves. I regretted going to the cinema earlier. Me too, when I wanted to go to the cinema to watch it, it was actually removed from the shelves. There's no way. I can only wait for it to be put on the video platform. I watched it once in the cinema, but I want to watch it again, so I'll wait until tomorrow. Me too. There are really too few good movies at the moment, and some actors' acting skills are terrible. Conquering the Demons is one of the few movies where the actors' acting skills are online. It's just that the acting is poor, which really affects the senses. Chapter 553 Ligne. October 15th. Imperial Capital. Film and Television City. Click. The expression is too exaggerated and the movements are a little wrong. Readjust it and shoot again. Luo Xiao looked at the footage in the camera and frowned slightly, listening to Luo Xiao's words. All the photographers on site quickly adjusted their camera positions and prepared to shoot again. The actor below the camera readjusted without any complaints. At the same time, he adjusted his movements a few times to make sure there were no problems with his movements. Then he took a deep breath and nodded to Luo Xiao, indicating that he was ready. Luo Xiao saw this and picked up the horn. Lights ready, 15 acts, 7 scenes, 3 starts. As Luo Xiao finished speaking, all the shooting cameras were focused on the actors in front. The actors in front also quickly got into the mood and started performing according to the flow of the script. Half a while passed. As the last action falls, this shot comes to an end. Luo Xiao looked at the shooting screen carefully, nodded slightly at the end, picked up the loudspeaker, and shouted, Act 15, 7 scenes, 3 passes. Everyone adjust. The next shooting will start in 20 minutes, and the actors filming will be ready. Listening to Luo Xiao's words, everyone at the shooting scene breathed a sigh of relief. Especially the actors in front of the filming finally relaxed completely after hearing Luo Xiao's words. He is from a Magic City Theater Academy. When the crew of Wandering Blue Star went to the Magic City Theater Academy for recruitment last time, he was lucky enough to be selected. He doesn't have many roles, but this is his first movie appearance. Therefore, he cherishes this filming very much and does not hope that if he performs poorly and is looked down upon by the director, he will not be used in the end. So every time he was filming, he was very nervous when he had to shoot several times. Well done, keep up the good work. While he was deep in thought, a familiar voice came from beside him, and a bottle of water appeared in front of him. Lin Ge turned around and saw Director Luo Xiao already standing beside him. Thank you. Thank you, Director Luo. He was flattered and took the water handed over by Luo Xiao, feeling very excited. Was Director Luo encouraging him just now? If you want to thank me, you should practice your acting skills. This time, because of the script, there is no role that is very suitable for you, so I only arrange a script for you with not many roles. But don't be discouraged. I am very optimistic about you. So even though I don't have many roles, I still have to practice my acting skills. Luo Xiao patted Lin Ji's shoulder with a smile on his lips. He noticed Lin Ge when he went to Shanghai to choose actors. What attracted him in the first place was not Lin Ji's acting skills, but his appearance. That kind of handsomeness has a kind of chivalry. If you wear ancient clothes and hold a long sword, you will be a knight walking in the world. But that face full of boyishness seemed a bit fairy-like. When he met him at that time, he had an idea to recruit this person to Blue Film and Television. Although some of the current roles in Wandering Blue Star are not suitable for him, one day he will have a suitable movie or TV series. And not to mention anything else, just for this appearance, if his acting skills are improved, he will definitely be a popular presence in the entertainment industry. So during the recruitment process, he basically recruited Lin Ge into the crew without any assessment. Because no matter how you look at it, recruiting Lin Ge to Lampy Film and Television is not a loss-making deal. I know, Director Luo, I will work hard to improve my acting skills. Lin Ge listened to Luo Xiao's encouragement and nodded seriously. That's good. Your scenes have been filmed today, so you can rest. Also, I think you have good potential and would like to invite you to join Blue Film. As for the benefits, Jiang Shui, Su Tang, and those who join Blue Film people in film and television are the same. There won't be any differences. This is very transparent. Of course, what kind of treatment you will receive in the future will depend on your own abilities. Luo Xiao smiled and directly stated his purpose. Really, Mr. Luo? Lin Ge was shocked when he heard Luo Xiao's words. The actors currently filming on the crew of Wandering Blue Star, excluding those who have already joined Blue Film and Television, whether they are those who came from Shanghai Theater Academy or the extras they found, their biggest goal is to join Blue Film. Movies and TV. What the students at the Magic City Drama Academy envied was that Jiang Shui and Su Tang, who joined Blue Film and Television during the filming of Demons Falling, did not mention the salary. Just after filming Demons Falling after that, there will be other movies waiting for them immediately. Moreover, every time Blue Picture Film shoots a movie, the first actors are selected under their own company. This is something that they are very envious of. This means that as long as they join Blue Film and Television, they will basically not be able to star in movies because they are not famous. After joining Lampy Film and Television, this worry was completely resolved. How not to make them excited? As for extras, who doesn't want to join a film and television company and become an official actor? Moreover, after an extra named Wang Chong joined Lampy Film and Television, he now became a starring role in a film crew. How could this not make the extra excited? Even now, there is still a large number of extras waiting outside the crew, hoping to come in as extras. The biggest hope is to be noticed by director Luo and then join Blue Film. And just when everyone wanted to join Blue Film, he was the first to receive an invitation from Blue Film. How could he not be shocked? Of course it's true. Think about it and give me an answer in the next 2 days. Luo Xiao smiled at Lin Gu and finally turned and walked away. Director Luo, I have made up my mind. I choose to join Blue Film. Lin Gu saw Luo Xiao turn around and leave and hurriedly replied, what can be considered about this matter? So he didn't even think about it and agreed. Luo Xiao paused when he heard the words, turned his head to look at Lin Gu, and said lightly, since you have made up your mind, come to my room tonight. Okay, Director Luo. Lin Yi nodded excitedly. Luo Xiao smiled lightly and turned away directly. At this time, the crew was still preparing. It would take more than 10 minutes to shoot, so they came to the pergola not far away and found a seat to sit down. Brother Xiao, what did Lin Gu say? Wangbin walked over from not far away. He saw Luo Xiao going to find Lin Gu from a distance. He knew without thinking that Luo Xiao was going to invite Lin Gu to join Blue Film. He was also very optimistic about Lin Gu. His appearance was there, but he had an innate advantage. There was no need to talk about his acting skills. After all, he graduated from the Magic City Drama Academy. With future training, he didn't have to worry too much about his acting skills. With the innate conditions of appearance and online acting skills, his potential must be very high. Well, I've agreed. Luo Xiao nodded and turned to look at Wang Bin, who was walking over. How's Banana TV? Wang Bin's scenes had been filmed this morning, and today happened to be the day when The Legend of the Demon King was released on Banana TV. So he assigned this matter to Wang Bin. At this time, Wang Bin came over, and there should be some results. Chapter 554. The number of views of Conquering the Demon. Wang Bin laughed unconsciously when he heard Luo Xiao asking about Lan Pian Film and Television. Demons Down was already on the shelves in the early hours of this morning. According to information from Banana TV, within half an hour of Demons Down being put on the shelves, the number of effective views was already as high as 5 million. But the growth rate of effective playback volume gradually slowed down. I guess it's a group of people who really want to watch Demons, and they started watching the movie the moment it was released. And I've been paying attention to the data of Demons of the Demons in the afternoon. When I came here, the number of views of Demons of the Demons was already over 20 million. Click here. Based on the current growth rate of effective playback volume, the effective playback volume of Demons Conquering today can reach 30 million. 30 million. Luo Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly as he listened to Wang Bin's analysis. 30 million effective views. According to the contract price, an effective playback amount is 3 yuan. So the profit amount of Banana TV from the release of Demons Conquering today is 90 million. Not bad. After all, this income is not a one-time thing, and there will be income every day in the future. Well, when the results come out tonight, let's write a report. It's good news no matter what, and report it to Mr. Chun. Luo Xiao touched his chin and spoke slowly. Brother Xiao, I know. Wang Bin nodded. The two of them sat in the pergola and took a rest. The shooting scene in the distance had been set up, and the actors were ready. Luo Xiao stood up and walked over. Wang Bin also got up and followed him. Although he didn't have his part in the scene today, there were a lot of things that needed to be dealt with in the crew. Time passed slowly, and soon it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Because there are several night scenes today, it will end later. With the filming of the last scene today completed, Luo Xiao looked at the footage taken on the last day, picked up the loudspeaker, and shouted loudly, "Ka, it's over. Today's shooting ends here. Everyone packs up and can go back to the hotel." As Luo Xiao's words came out, the crew members all smiled and began to quickly pack up the filming equipment and then loaded it into the car parked not far away. The actors filming also all got into their own vehicles. Arrangements have been made for these cars, and there are arrangements for who will take which car. This also avoids too much confusion when riding in a car, and the number of people in each car is fixed, so you can better know whether there is a shortage of people, which is conducive to management. Luo Xiao saw that almost all the crew members had already boarded the vehicles, and he also got into the first row of vehicles. Just like this, a line of motorcades slowly rushed outside the film and television city. Some of the extras on the roadside, some not-so-famous actors, or the filming crew showed envious expressions when they saw this scene. After such a long time, they knew exactly where these convoys were heading. The entire crew, both actors and filming crew, had to go to the Grand Hotel to rest there. The Sovereign Hotel is the most luxurious hotel near the film and television city. It's such a blessing to shoot a movie with such a crew. It's so heroic. I have been an extra in the film and television city for 5 years, and this is the first time I have encountered such a heroic crew. Oh. Unfortunately, I am not a member of this crew. Even if I am a handyman, I would be happy enough. Oh. I want to interview the crew of their company. What's the result? As a result, there are no results. There are thousands of resumes in front of me. Before it is my turn, all the people have been recruited. Oh. Yes, for such a well-paid crew, there must be many people going for interviews. Have you not seen those extras? They guard the door of the crew every day, just in order to be noticed by the crew one day. Oh. You don't understand this. The chance of being chosen is very low, but if temporary extras are needed, there is a high chance of being chosen. Being an extra in their place, the treatment given is much better than that of other crews. Even the lunchbox provided at noon is very rich. Oh. Pedestrians on the roadside looked at the disappearing convoy and talked to each other. Everyone has envy in their eyes. Sovereign Hotel. A group of crew members got off the car and walked straight into the hotel. However, everyone did not go directly back to their rooms. Instead, they walked straight to a lobby of the hotel, where the hotel prepared dinner for them. This has been negotiated before checking into the hotel, and the hotel will provide breakfast and dinner. However, because the crew's shooting time is not fixed, sometimes they may come back very late at night to shoot night scenes. Therefore, in order to ensure that the food is fresh and hot, the hotel is almost always notified an hour in advance, and then the hotel notifies the kitchen to cook it. Of course, the hotel was able to do this only because their crew occupied almost half of the hotel. And in terms of food, they also paid for the food. After all, Mr. Chen requested that the crew members' meals must not be left behind. Even if they spend more money, the meals must be upgraded. Brother Xiao, I have arranged for someone to deliver the food to my room. Let's go over and eat. By the way, let's take a look at the number of plays of Demons Conquering on Banana TV. Wangbin came to Luo Xiao and said with a smile, "Well, how can the hotel staff bring the food to your room for you?" Luo Xiao looked at Wangbin in surprise. When discussing food with the hotel, there was no business in this area. I have become familiar with several hotel management staff about this matter. They can still meet some small requests, and they are not often asked to do so. They are still very willing. Wangbin said with a smile. Then let's go. Luo Xiao didn't ask any questions after hearing this, and walked towards the hotel room with Wangbin. He also wants to see the current playback volume of Demons Conquering. Back to the hotel room. Wangbin opened the data change chart sent by Banana TV. The data on it was updated in real time, about every 15 minutes. Open the data graph. You can clearly see the latest playback volume of Demons Conquering. Now, it has more than 29.8 million views, and according to the current growth trend in playback volume, there is absolutely no problem that the playback volume of Demons will exceed 30 million before 12 o'clock today. This is pretty much what they predicted on the set. This is pretty much what we expected, with almost no deviations. Wangbin saw the graph of the data and felt very happy. This Demons had more than 30 million views just one day after it was released, which is 90 million in revenue. This is already a very high income. Well, we will write the report later and send it to the Tomorrow group for reporting tomorrow morning. Luo Xiao looked at the data chart with a smile on his lips. Chapter 555, Shooting. I'll just take care of this. Aren't you going to lead the team and go out for filming tomorrow? Wangbin immediately responded to the matter and turned to look at Luo Xiao. Yes. So the matters in the film and television city will be left to you. Luo Xiao nodded. There are many things when shooting a movie that cannot be accomplished here in the film and television city. There are some natural landscapes that require outdoor photography. The script of Wandering Blue Star is correct, but there are many shots that need to be shot outdoors. Of course, you can also use some props to set up the scenery. However, the scenery built with props is definitely not as natural as the real landscape, especially some magnificent natural landscapes. So in order to ensure the quality of the movie, his decision was to build the scenery without props if he could. Don't worry, Brother Xiao. During the past few days when you were out, the scenes filmed by the crew were all for actors with few roles. I have no problem at all. If it doesn't work, I'll send you the footage after the shooting is completed. Wangbin patted his chest and assured. That's good. Luo Xiao nodded, feeling relatively relieved about Wangbin. On the second day, Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Chunemo leaned back on the boss's chair and looked through the information requested from the investment company. All the investment plans collected in the past few days were recorded here. Since the last time we increased the number of ways to obtain investment methods, the number of investment plans collected has indeed increased. There are countless different solutions. But what makes him helpless is that although there are many more investment plans, but basically a state of polarization has emerged. The first one is the investment plan obtained through the original acquisition method, and there is no obvious money-losing plan. As for the second type, there are many plans to lose money, and he is very excited, but the key is that the system does not allow it. For example, install an elevator on Mount Everest. What a great plan this is. As long as it is successfully realized, climbing to the top of Mount Everest will no longer be a dream. Everyone can reach the summit via elevator. When he saw this plan, he instantly saw a huge money-burning machine. But when he had this idea, the system directly stopped him and said that this project would not be supported. Of course, in addition to installing elevators on Mount Everest, there are other investment plans. One of the main features of these plans is that they are unreliable, making him excited but unable to act. What a pity! This plan is also quite good. What a good plan it is to build a doomsday arc. But it was directly rejected by the system. After a while, Chunemo rubbed his brows and put those investment plans aside. After searching all morning, I didn't come across a reliable solution. Mr. Chun, this is the news passed by Lampion Film and Television. Please read it. Shinro came to the desk and handed the information in her hand to Mr. Chun. Blue movie. During this period, Luo Xiao has been filming a new movie outside, so why did he suddenly report it? What on earth is going on? Then he took the information, turned to the first page, and read it casually. But soon the whole person's brows frowned tightly, and the palm holding the information turned a little white due to excessive exertion. On October 15th, Demons Conquering was released on Banana TV, and its one-day revenue has already reached 90 million yuan. The income of 90 million is already very high, and this is still the first day. There will be the second day, the third day, and even the nth day. The overall total income is definitely not one small amount, and this income will be a long-term sustainable income, although as time goes by, this income may continue to decrease, and it will not be like now, with an income of tens of millions a month. But as long as he has income, he needs to spend it. The more I think about it, the more unhappy I feel. For these two guys, Luo Xiao and Wang Bin, Demons brought him more than 3 billion in box office and also brought him a continuous income. It's really possible. Wrong. There is also music. Now that Zhang Lan has joined Lampion Film and Television, the 3 songs he gave out have been put on the Komeo music platform, and coupled with the platform's promotion, these 3 songs have become completely popular at this time. Today's income is not low, although he can also get 1%, but every time he reaches the amount of money that enters his personal capital account, he will look at the amount of money that enters the system. It was a psychological blow to him. If those old men hadn't been behind the scenes, the money would have been his. Heartache. Mr. Chun, standing in front of the desk. Shinro saw something was wrong with Mr. Chin's expression and shouted worriedly. Well, I'm fine. You can go back first. When Chun Mo heard the shouting, he quickly came to his senses and looked at Shinro and waved her hand slightly. Shinro looked at Mr. Chun worriedly, but thinking that she was just an assistant, she finally nodded. Okay, Mr. Chun. He turned around and walked towards his office. Before entering the office, he couldn't help but look back and then returned to his office. Seeing Shunro enter the office, Chunemo finally stopped suppressing his inner feelings and directly crumpled the information in his hand into a ball of paper and threw it into the trash can beside him. He collapsed directly on the boss chair, and it took a long time for him to recover. He kept comforting himself in his heart. There was so much income at this time, and there was still a long time before the settlement, and he still had time to spend it. If he had such a large amount of income at the time of settlement, he might have failed to settle again. After constantly brainwashing himself, Chunemo finally felt a little more comfortable. He reached out and took out a notebook, turned to the latest page, and wrote the names of Shinro and Zhonglan on it. After writing, looking at Shunro's name on it, Chunemo couldn't help but feel a little desperate, but his assistant was also the closest person in the group. Even the closest people were backstabbing him. In such a large group, there was really no one who could understand him. He sighed helplessly and finally picked up the pen and drew a cross behind the two names. Then he flipped forward again and finally stopped at the page with the names of Wang Bin and Luo Xiao. Looking at the names of these two people, the suppressed anger in his heart almost burst out again. He drew a big cross behind the two people fiercely. These two people must not be allowed to have an easy life, and let them pick up the poor elderly when they come back. No! Chunemo thought about it and had another idea. Picking up the poor elderly is not enough. Then you can follow and investigate for a period of time, and then pick up the poor elderly. That's right. Chapter 556. Too conservative. Chunemo thought bitterly in his heart that he had already planned to dispatch the two of them as soon as they finished shooting the new movie. After confirming the arrangements of Luo Xiao and Wang Bin, Chunemo took out another piece of straw paper and started planning on it. Now 3 songs are on the shelves. Demon Subduing is on the shelves, Sangshua Games, and the Corner Pet Park are all representative of the company's sustainable income. Of course, Nana Coffee does the same, but all the money Nana Coffee makes now can be invested in new branches, so no matter how much Nana Coffee makes now, it will not increase its system funds. Therefore, he did not consider Nana Coffee for the time being. At present, he only considers these industries with continuous income. With these industries, he must constantly find ways to spend money and spend the money. During this period, the 3 songs Zhonglan released, including exclusive licensing fees, have earned millions in playback revenue during this period. At the same time, Huda Live also bought the license for 3 songs, which can be used on Huda Live. 2 million for each song, 6 million in total. The total income is more than 7 million. Of course, he also received more than 70,000 personal funds from it. However, he knew that this was just the beginning. In the end, the income from the number of views was a small part, and the big part was still from licensing. For a hit song, the income from licensing fees is very high. Just what is going on with this Hutu live broadcast? Chunemo got a headache when he thought about Hutu live broadcast. The success of Demons, the profits of Corner Pet Park, and Sangshua Games, all the profits of these industries are due to his presence. Even the 3 songs this time are the same. Those songs have only been on the shelves for 2 days, and you just bought the license. In total, just keep an eye on me. Can you find someone to go to Hua Hua? But this time, I got a commission of more than 70,000 yuan, which was a consolation. Chen Montag Zeitsilentli. Then there is the Corner Pet Park. According to the current number of tourists, there is absolutely no problem with a monthly revenue of 6 million. Then came Sangshua Games and the latest Demon Subduer. Chunemo clicked the tip of his pen and looked at the 4 industries on the papyrus paper, and finally at the end. Juhan Agricultural Base. At present, the Juhan agricultural base has just started. Chin Hong contacted him 2 days ago, saying that the procedures for the Juhan agricultural base company have been completed and the site for the construction company has been selected and is under PR preparation for construction, and sent him a budget table as well as the construction company's scale construction drawings. The budget is 40 million, which already includes the construction of a ropeway for the orchard, digging of water wells, and other expenses. After he saw it at the time, he was not satisfied and never replied. 40 million budget. For the system funds he currently has, it is still too little. At the beginning of the month, all the system funds were invested in the BL Game Club to hold game events. However, after half a month of accumulation, the current system funds of his own have reached more than 170 million. Of course, this includes yesterday's revenue of 90 million yuan. Normally, Banana TV's platform income is settled monthly, so the income there has to wait until 1 month before it can enter the company's account. The system was there at that time, and the box office was still the same as last time. Before settlement, the money is directly added to the system funds. The same is true for some other similar income that requires periodicity. He was used to this. Now that there are so many system funds, they naturally have to be spent. The best expenditure item now is the Juhan agricultural base. For a newly established industry, it is very simple to find a place to spend money. The first point is the construction of the company. The construction plan given by Chin Hong only built 4 floors for an office building, a 4-story staff dormitory, and a 2-story canteen, just these things. Too conservative. Since it is an agricultural base, the agricultural aspects involved in the future will definitely be very wide, so for future considerations, it must be built larger from the beginning. A 4-story office building is definitely not enough. It must be at least 8 stories tall, and it must occupy an area of more than 1,000 square meters. Staff dormitories and staff canteens also need to be built larger. Otherwise, how will they be accommodated when there are more people in them? Moreover, for such a large company, it is not possible to even have an employee activity room. It needs to build an employee activity room. Chin Mo quickly wrote down the construction plan of Juhan Agricultural Base on the paper. And now that the company has been registered, it is time for those temporary day workers to become full-time employees of the company. Since they are full-time employees, the benefits of regular employees cannot be left behind. As for the supermarket shopping cart, if there is no corresponding large supermarket, it can be replaced with another one. Anyway, the money for this benefit must be spent. Just leave it to Chin Hong and let him find a solution. No matter what kind of welfare it is, as long as the money is spent. After a while, Chin Mo looked at the page full of plans he had written and nodded slightly. Finally, at the bottom of the page, I wrote another sentence. Investment amount, 150 million. After investing 150 million, there is still more than 20 million left in the system. He wanted to give more budget funds, but the system gave a reminder that there was no way. 150 million was the maximum investment amount allowed by the system. After confirming this plan, Chin Mo took out his mobile phone, found Chin Hong's phone number, and called him directly. Beichuan City, Daytown, in a 2-story office building. How is it? There is no definite reply from the other side. Wang Xiu looked at Chin Hong, sitting opposite, with a trace of anxiety in her eyes. Now she has joined Juhan Agricultural Base for a while. Without her joining Juhan Agricultural Base, the time was probably the day when her vacation ended and she was about to leave. It happened that her father brought Chin Hong to his home for dinner. During the chat, Chin Hong learned that she was a supervisor in a large enterprise and had good management skills. He took the initiative to ask her to come to Juhan Agricultural Base for management and gave her a higher salary than she did in a large enterprise. She didn't know what she was thinking at the time. Maybe it was because she saw her father was reborn every day because of the Juhan Agricultural Base, or the mysterious young man who appeared and disappeared directly. She had always been a little curious about the young man, but he never appeared again after disappearing. She also asked Chin Hong, but Chin Hong didn't tell her about the young man's origin. However, she recalled the interaction between Chin Hong and the young man named Chin Mo on the day of signing the contract. The more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. It seemed that every time there was some action that required decision-making, Chin Hong would subconsciously look at Chin Mo. It seemed that he was asking for Chun Mo's consent. Chapter 5, 57 Investment. If according to what they said at the beginning, they were just friends and Chin Hong was the investor behind them, then Chin Hong had no need to ask Chin Mo for his opinion. She couldn't figure this out, so she became more and more curious about the identity of the young man. In addition, she took 2 more days off temporarily, and the company was very dissatisfied and wanted to deduct 3 times her salary. This was not in compliance with the regulations at all. She didn't expect that a company as large as Rueishan Group would allow such unreasonable regulations. With all these factors together, she directly agreed to Chin Hong's invitation and applied for resignation from the company. She was originally planning to work for another month before leaving. After all, to resign, he had to apply for resignation 1 month in advance. But after she submitted her resignation application, the resignation procedures were approved in 3 days. She didn't know why at the time, but the day before yesterday, when she chatted with some friends in the company, she learned that her position was replaced by another female employee the day after she resigned. This female employee had an ambiguous relationship with a senior executive above. After hearing such news, she figured it out. But this has nothing to do with her anymore. She is now a supervisor of Juhan Agricultural Base. She is said to be a supervisor, but she is the only one in the company's management except Chin Hong. She is basically the second in command of the company at this time. However, the problems faced by the company at this time make her anxious. When she was making the company construction plan some time ago, she finally knew that Chin Hong was not the final investor of Juhan Agricultural Base. This matter was not said when signing the contract before. At that time, Chin Hong said that he was the investor. But later, thinking about it, whether Chin Hong is the final investor or not is not important. As long as the funds are in place, who is the investor is not important. However, after the company's construction plan was submitted, there has been no reply until now, and she can't help but feel a little anxious. She is now very worried that if the company has no funds to invest at this time, then the newly established Juhan Agricultural Base will be closed directly. But she feels that it is a bit impossible, since the people behind Chin Hong are ready to invest in this orchard. Even if they don't want to continue investing, it should be after they see no results. It's not reasonable to stop investing after just setting up the company. With this mentality, she has been in a contradictory state these days. Today, she finally couldn't help asking, "I guess things over there are a bit busy. There will be news later. Don't worry, there will be absolutely no problem with the funds." Chin Hong looked at Wang Siyu's worried expression and hurriedly spoke to comfort her. However, he didn't worry about the funds at all. Not long after he became the person in charge of Juhan Agricultural Base, he was pulled into a manager group. The people in it were basically managers of companies under the Tomorrow Group. Looking at the speeches of those managers in it, he basically had a certain understanding of Mr. Chun. If the remarks of those managers were true, it was certain that there would be absolutely no problems with the funds. Yeah, Wang Siyu nodded slightly, but soon looked at Chin Hong with some worry. "Do you think that the scale of our construction company is a bit too large, and the budget of more than 40 million is a bit high, so there has been no response for so long? Or we will reduce the scale of the company's construction, make a new plan, and then send it to see how it goes?" "This is unlikely." Chin Hong shook his head hesitantly. He was not too sure about this. After all, he had only been in contact with Chin Mo for 1 day, and he didn't know much about Mr. Chin. More judgments were made based on the chat content of the manager group. So whether it was because of the high budget that there was no response for so long, he didn't dare to guarantee. "I think it's better to do one. If the budget is not too high, this plan will not have any impact, but if it is really because the budget is too high, this plan will work." Wang Siyu insisted. Chin Hong pondered for a while after hearing this, and felt that what Wang Siyu said made some sense. Anyway, there is no harm in doing one. Well then, halfway through the words, the mobile phone on the desk suddenly vibrated. Chin Hong looked down at the caller ID and found that it was Mr. Chun who called. He immediately took back his words and glanced at Wang Siyu indifferently. He picked up the phone and walked aside. After all, Mr. Chun asked him to keep his identity confidential. If Wang Siyu heard it, there might be a risk of exposure. When he came to the door, Chin Hong hurriedly answered the phone. "Mr. Chun, do you have any arrangements?" Yes, there are indeed some arrangements. Please record them. Mr. Chen's voice came from the phone. Chin Hong put the phone on his shoulder and clamped it with his head. Reaching out of his pocket, he took out a notebook and a pen. Mr. Chun, you said I'm ready. Well, it's like this. The plan you built before was too conservative and did not conform to the development strategy of the companies under the Tomorrow Group. I made some changes here. The first is the company's construction. A 4-story office building is too low. The minimum should be 8 stories, and the floor area should not be less than 1,000 square meters. The same is true for the employee cafeteria and employee dormitory. As a company, how can there be no activity room? We need to arrange another employee activity building and arrange various entertainment facilities in it, such as bathing pool, massage chair, billiards, badminton. Of course, in addition to construction issues, there are also employee benefits. The first thing is that since the company has been registered, those temporary employees should also be regular employees. The salary should be paid at 1.3 times the salary of temporary workers. At the same time, the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund will be paid in full, and there will be other employee benefits. Time passed little by little. Chin Hong listened to Mr. Chen's arrangements and quickly recorded them in his notebook. The notebook was the size of a palm and soon filled up a page and then turned to the second page. In this way, 5 pages of content were recorded in a row, and Mr. Chen's arrangements came to an end. Well, that's about it. Some welfare issues may change due to the different sizes of cities, so you can plan it yourself. By the way, the funding budget is 150 million. You can just follow the budget, and the funds will be transferred to the company account of Juhan Agricultural Base later. Click. Suddenly a clear sound was heard. Chapter 558. You're not kidding. Chin Hong glanced at the pen that had fallen out of his hand, but ignored it, his voice trembling. Mr. Chun, I didn't hear clearly. What is the budget? 150 million. Chun Mo's voice came out through the phone, clearly audible. Listening to Mr. Chen's clear voice, Chin Hong finally confirmed that he had not heard wrong. It was 150 million. 150 million. Their previous budget was only 40 million, which was not even a fraction of the budget given by Mr. Chun. Just now he and Wang Xiyu were still discussing whether the budget of 4,000 was too high, which led to Mr. Chen's non-response. But now compared with the budget funds given by Mr. Chen, their previous ideas seemed too ridiculous. When they were still discussing tens of millions, Mr. Chen had already used 100 million as the unit of measurement. Is this the strength of Tomorrow Group? Chin Hong deeply realized at this moment that he had underestimated the strength of Tomorrow Group. It seems that most of the content of the manager's chats in that manager group is true. The thought flashed through his mind. Chin Hong took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Okay, Mr. Chun, I will definitely work hard to make the agricultural base here better. Well, just use your strength. You can do your thing. The call was hung up soon. Chin Hong put away his phone, walked back into the room, looked at Wang Xiyu who was waiting in the room, and said with a smile on his face, "There is a reply. Don't worry about the funding issue." Has there been a reply? All 40 million funds have been approved. Wang Xiyu was surprised to hear this, and her heart, which had been hanging before, finally relaxed again. No, it's not 40 million funds that were approved. Chin Hong shook his head slowly, still smiling on his face. The investment over there has been reduced. How much? As long as it is not less than 2,000, it's fine. Wang Xiyu was stunned for a moment, and then showed an expression of expected. She knew that the reason why there was no reply before was because the budget funds were too high. It's not reduced, it's increased. Chin Hong smiled mysteriously. Increased how much? Wang Xiyu looked surprised. This was a result she had not expected. 150 million. What? How much? 50 million? It's 100 million. 50 million. What? It's 150 million. Wang Xiyu exclaimed. Chin Hong felt a little relieved when he saw Wang Xiyu's shocked expression. It turned out that he was not the only one who was frightened by this number. After a while, Wang Xiyu gradually recovered, looking at Chin Hong sitting opposite, still asked uncertainly, Are you kidding? How could I joke about this matter? The funds will soon be transferred to the company account of Juhan Agricultural Base. Chin Hong looked serious, and then continued to speak. But we need to plan this 150 million well. First of all, the company construction plan we designed before is not feasible. We need to build a larger one. The agricultural field involved in the future of Juhan agricultural base is very broad, and more employees will be recruited at that time. So in the early stage of construction, we must build all of these in advance to prevent the lack of extra office space when Juhan agricultural base expands in the future. So in terms of construction, our previous plan needs to be overturned and replanned. If this is the case, it does need to be planned well. Wang Xiyu saw Qin Hong's serious expression and finally confirmed the 150 million investment. Although she was still a little shocked, she accepted this fact. She couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. She was still wondering if the investors behind them were worried that their previous plan budget was too high. Now it seems that she was just overthinking. There is no rush for the construction. We will discuss it later. There are more urgent things at the moment. Now that all the procedures for the Juhan agricultural base have been completed, it is time to start recruiting formal employees. I have prepared all the contracts and other things. You can notify those temporary workers to sign the contract. Of course, the first contract will be signed by you. Qin Hong smiled and said, then turned to the filing cabinet by the wall, opened the cabinet door, and took out a contract from it. The templates of these contracts were sent to her by Mr. Chen's assistant when he entered the manager group. At the same time, some employee benefits and policies of Tomorrow Group were attached to them. Mr. Chen just arranged that the welfare policy of employees here should be the same as that of Tomorrow Group, but some details may be different. For example, supermarket shopping cards. There are no large supermarkets in Beichuan City like in Jiangxing City, so supermarket shopping cards cannot be issued here. According to Mr. Chen's meaning, it can be replaced with some other benefits as long as the amount remains unchanged. So he also needs to consider the welfare and make some corresponding adjustments. This is your contract. You can take a look at it. The current tentative position for you is the director of the company, with a salary of 15,000, full payment of 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, and some other benefits. However, due to regional issues, some benefits need to be changed. You know more about Beichuan City than I do, so I need your suggestions for some changes. Qin Hong said as he handed the contract in his hand to Wang Xiyu. Upon seeing this, Wang Xiyu took over the contract. The salary matter had already been negotiated, so there was no surprise. I opened the contract and read it carefully, and my expression gradually became surprised. When Qin Hong talked about employee benefits just now, he didn't think much about it. He just thought it was some meal subsidy or some other benefits. But after seeing the content of the benefits, he was a little surprised. Food subsidy, travel subsidy, housing subsidy, high-temperature subsidy, and cold subsidy in northern winter, etc. In most companies at present, these subsidies are included in the normal salary. As now, it is very rare for these subsidies to be given separately. She roughly calculated the amount of these subsidies, but it was more than 3,000. And as the length of service increases, the amount of these subsidies will also increase to varying degrees. Taking her current salary of 10,000 to 50,000 yuan as an example, including these benefits, she can get a salary of more than 18,000 yuan. And there are other benefits, that is, holidays, 2 days off every week. However, agriculture requires someone to manage it every day, so it is probably difficult to implement weekend breaks. Wang Xiyu kept looking at the contract. The shock on his face never stopped. After turning to the last page and confirming that there were no problems with the contract, I finally signed the contract. Just when she was signing the contract, she suddenly noticed that Juhan Agricultural Base was affiliated with the Tomorrow Group. This Tomorrow Group must be the investor behind Juhan Agricultural Base. Chapter 559, Employee Regularization. Wang Xiyu looked at the words Tomorrow Group, nodded slightly, and remembered the name of Tomorrow Group in his heart. Congratulations on joining Juhan Agricultural Base. When Qin Hong saw Wang Xiyu signing the contract, he smiled and spoke. Now there are only 2 people in Juhan Agricultural Base, and this Wang Xiyu has certain management capabilities. With her help, he can feel more at ease. Although Mr. Chun has given him full responsibility for the company's affairs, there is no problem in sometimes soliciting the opinions of the employees below. So when I heard that Wang Siyu was working as a manager in a large company, I recruited him directly. As for salary, Mr. Chen already has the power, and he can make decisions as long as it is reasonable. The only requirement is that there is no problem with a higher salary, but employees cannot be exploited. The average salary of Wang Siyu's previous job was around 12,000. The salary he offered was 1.5, which was very reasonable. After all, he was poaching people, so he had to pay more, and it didn't count as squeezing employees. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for giving me such a good job opportunity. Wang Siyu looked at Qin Hong with gratitude in his eyes. She had thought that even if she didn't resign, she probably wouldn't be able to stay in her previous company for long. No need to thank you. There's a lot of work waiting for you to do next. The first point is welfare, supermarket shopping card. We don't have such a big shopping supermarket here, so we need to find a substitute. There is also the matter of vacation, but also to come up with a plan. Although agriculture needs to be taken care of every day, vacations must also be taken care of. Kinong spoke slowly. These are what Mr. Chun just said on the phone, and he must implement them. Wang Siyu nodded slightly when he heard this. Since he has joined the job, he naturally has to work. This is understandable. After thinking for a moment about the situation in Beichuan City, he slowly spoke. Well, these things are very easy to arrange. There are no large supermarkets here in Beichuan City. There was a large farmer's market at that time, which had a complete range of items, including almost all daily necessities. You can also buy them there. For membership cards, we can buy membership cards for employees and recharge the corresponding amount into the membership card every month. As for the rest, it's easy to arrange. We are currently managing it in groups, but the members of each group can take turns to rest. Just like that, the two of them started discussing in the office. Towards the afternoon, Qin Hong looked at the compiled plan and looked up at Wang Siyu. Well, that's the tentative plan. The first task now is to make those temporary employees regular. You can inform your father about this news and ask him to inform other employees of the news. Employees who want to be made regular can come here tomorrow morning, sign the regular contract, and become a formal employee of Juhan Agricultural Base. Okowo. Wang Siyu nodded. On the second day, in front of the temporary conference room of Juhan Agricultural Base, stand in line. Anyone who wants to sign a contract can do so today, so don't be anxious. Also, check to see if you have your ID card, bank card, and other information required for employment. Don't find out when you sign the contract that you haven't brought all the information, which will delay the progress of signing the contract. Wang Shilong stood outside the team and kept organizing, with an unconcealable smile on his face. Because of Juhan Agricultural Base, he became more and more famous in Daytown. Whenever anyone sees him, they must call him Brother Long. Of course, he knew that the person who brought him all this was Juhan Agricultural Base, so he was particularly troubled about the affairs of Juhan Agricultural Base. Moreover, when his daughter came home yesterday, she told him about the benefits of becoming a regular employee of Juhan Agricultural Base, and he became even more motivated about it. Such benefits, such salary. He didn't know where else he could get it besides the Juhan Agricultural Base. This company is like a dream to him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of the young man who gave him 2 packs of cigarettes. If it hadn't been for that young man, he wouldn't have had such an opportunity. But after the young man brought Mr. Chin over, he never showed up again. He also asked Mr. Chin where the young man was and wanted to thank him. But Mr. Chin never said much about the young man. Just say he's a friend. The only thing he knew so far was that the young man had a blind date with his daughter, and he also learned the home address of the young man's parents from the matchmaker Aunt Wang. However, he has never visited, and he plans to wait for a while and pay a visit as a thank you. The only pity is that my daughter did not seize the opportunity during the blind date. Although he didn't know who the young man was, he was very optimistic about that young man. What a fine young man. Why? Wang Shilong sighed, retracted his thoughts, and looked at the neat team that was already standing. Then he turned around and walked towards the conference room with confidence. Knock on the door and walk in. Look inside. At this time, Mr. Chin and his daughter were sitting at a desk, and there was a thick stack of contracts on the desk. He cannot call her daughter in the company, but must call her manager Wang. Mr. Chin, the king. is in charge. Wang Shilong stepped forward and said hello. Wang Siyu felt a little uncomfortable when he heard this, but looking at his father's look, he felt a little want to laugh. Director Wang, please sit down. Wang Siyu smiled and pointed to the seat in front of the conference room. His father's next position was the director of the farm, so he was called the director. Wang Shilong glanced at his daughter and then sat on the seat. Director Wang, you can take a look at this contract. When Qin Hong saw Wang Shilong taking his seat, he handed over the contract directly. Wang Shilong saw this and quickly took the contract carefully, but did not open it. He scratched his head and smiled. I won't read this contract. I'll just sign it. What's good about him? His daughter has joined the company, so he has nothing to worry about. Qin Hong pondered for a moment after hearing this, then turned to look at Wang Siyu. Let me introduce the salary and benefits. After joining the company, the salary will be 1.3 times the current salary of temporary workers. Wang Siyu nodded when he heard this, took the contract from his father's hand, and opened the page with salary written on it. Nowadays, there is a blank space behind the salary, which needs to be calculated and written in. She took the computer nearby. She knew about the 1.5 times salary increase, but she had not calculated her father's salary, so she needed to do some calculations. He looked up at his father and pressed the calculator as he spoke. Your temporary daily salary is 400. Calculated based on 30 days, the monthly salary is 12,000. Then 1.3 times is... Wang Siyu looked at the final salary amount and was a little stunned. Chapter 560, Professor Yuan's decision. Isn't this salary 600 yuan higher than hers? This. Wang Siyu looked at this salary and didn't know what to say for a while. Her father earns more than she does. At the same time, Wang Shilong was stunned when he heard this salary. This is too much. His eyes fell on his daughter, and he spoke softly. Did you miscalculate? When Wang Siyu heard his father's words, he came to his senses and calculated it again on the calculator. After confirming that it was true, he looked up at his father. There's nothing wrong, just sign here. Wang Siyu sighed secretly and first wrote down the salary in the contract. Then he began to instruct his father to sign the contract. The contract was signed soon. Congratulations on joining Juhan Agricultural Base. Qin Hong put away a signed contract, looked at Wang Shilong, and smiled. Thank you, Mr. Qin. I will definitely work hard. Wang Shilong said with serious eyes. Well, tell the next person to come in. Kinonu did. Okay, Mr. Qin. Wang Shilong responded, turned around, and walked out of the conference room. Soon, a temporary employee walked in quickly and sat down at the desk. Time passes slowly. After about 2 hours, the last temporary employee signed the contract. Qin Hong looked at the pile of contracts on the table and sighed slightly in his heart. At this time, Juhan Agricultural Base is officially on the right track. By the way, Mr. Qin, the villagers don't understand the saplings of the black bitter fruit trees you cultivated. Do you think you need to find 2 professional people to supervise them? After all, you're usually busy with other things. It's hard to take good care of it. Wang Siyu took a sip of water, moistened his throat, and spoke slowly. Well, leave this to me. I'll take care of it. Qin Hong nodded slightly when he heard this. He really needed to find 2 professional people to manage the black bitter fruit tree. In the past 2 days, some minor mistakes often occurred while cultivating the saplings. Although it is just a small error, it does not affect the saplings. But who can guarantee that something big will not go wrong one day and the saplings will not survive? That's a big problem. Moreover, when the black bitter fruit trees are planted, professional people are also needed to direct them. But he only has 1 person, so he definitely can't command him. Therefore, it is necessary to find 2 professional people. Even if Wang Siyu doesn't say it, he will definitely do it. Wang Siyu nodded with relief after hearing this. Then leave this matter to Mr. Qin. I'll handle some of the company's clerical matters. Now the company has recruited all the people who work in the orchards, but the clerical jobs are not yet ready. For example, personnel, back office, finance, etc. Currently, as a supervisor, she holds almost all clerical jobs part-time, but there are already applicants for those clerical positions, and she needs to go for interviews. Good. Qin Hong nodded, got up, and returned to his office. When I think of recruiting professional agricultural personnel, I immediately think of my own teachers. The teacher has many students, so it couldn't be easier to ask the teacher to recommend 2 suitable students. Thinking of this, I took out my cell phone, found the teacher's phone number, and called it directly. Countryside. In a rural compound, a large round table was filled with food. Yuan Chenghua and several of his students were sitting at the round table eating food. Professor Yuan, does this food taste good to you? A villager came to Professor Yuan and asked enthusiastically. It's delicious. Don't be busy. The table is so big. Come and eat together. Yuan Chenghua said helplessly. He had already given instructions. Just do something simple. I didn't expect to have such a big table. Professor Yuan, eat. We are not hungry yet. Thanks to you coming this time, otherwise we wouldn't know what to do with those vegetables. The villagers looked at Professor Yuan with a grateful face. Before Professor Yuan came over, there were some problems with their vegetable garden. They tried many methods but could not find the cause. Fortunately, Professor Yuan came over, so he asked Professor Yuan to come over and take a look. He thought it would be difficult to invite such a big shot, but after hearing the request, he followed him directly to his vegetable garden without saying anything. What's even more amazing is that Professor Yuan just walked around the vegetable garden and directly pointed out the problems in the vegetable garden and gave solutions. They followed Professor Yuan's method that night, and the next day they found that they could not solve the problem, but there were signs of improvement. This really made them happy. If this problem is not solved, problems may arise in their large vegetable garden, and eventually all the vegetables in the vegetable garden will be lost. So they respect Professor Yuan very much. This table of food is just a thank you. They originally wanted to give Professor Yuan some gifts, but Professor Yuan said they didn't want any. There is no way. I just had to cook a table of food to express my gratitude. Professor Yuan listened to the villagers' words and smiled helplessly. Helping these villagers is what he should do and what he likes to do. He has never thought about asking for any reward. However, I thought of the situation of this villager's vegetable garden in my heart. It was actually just a small problem, but for these villagers, the symptoms of those vegetables became terminal diseases. The popularization of agricultural knowledge is still not enough. And if this villager knew about boring short videos, it would be good to find an anchor in the agricultural live broadcast section and talk about the situation of his vegetable garden. It is estimated that the problem can be solved. Unfortunately, although he promoted boring short videos every time he went to a place, he still went to too few places, and the popularity of boring short videos was still too low. Alas, Yuan Chenghua sighed helplessly. His journey to the countryside today ended. After all, it was impossible to leave the orchard experimental base for too long. It seems that he can only think of other ways to promote boring short videos in the future. Before going to the countryside, his opinion of boring short videos was just that they were good and could help agricultural development. But on the way to the countryside, he saw various agricultural problems. He felt more and more that this boring short video was really useful. If it was popularized more widely, it could solve a lot of agricultural problems. It could also protect many farmers from agricultural disasters. Buzz! The phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Yuan Chenghua took out his phone and took a look. After finding that it was Qin Hong, he answered the call. What's the matter? It's like this, teacher. We are here. Qin Hong briefly described the situation of Jiuhan agricultural base. Yuan Chenghua listened to Qin Hong's words with a hint of praise in his eyes. Of course, this praise was not for Qin Hong, but for the president of the Tomorrow Group. The agricultural sector of the boring short video invested heavily in the agricultural industry, and it was still a disaster-stricken orchard. Although he had never met, he had already felt that the president of the group was supporting agriculture. He was naturally happy to have such a boss who cared about the development of agriculture, and it was also a group-sized one. In this case, it would be unreasonable for me not to try my best to help. Chapter 561, Yang Yao's Distress. Yuan Chenghua thought for a moment and finally spoke slowly. I have a few candidates here. I will communicate with them then to see who is willing to come. However, since we are joining the company, we must make it clear about the salary and benefits. Don't worry, teacher. Our salary and benefits are very generous. and we won't treat those who come here badly. I will record the details of the salary and benefits later and send them to you." Chin Hong had a happy expression on his face when he heard Teacher Yuan's answer. In terms of salary and benefits, he has no worries at all. With the benefits that Mr. Chun provides to employees below the group, there is absolutely no problem. He believes that those recommended by Teacher Yuan will definitely be satisfied after seeing the salary and benefits he provides. "Well, I will communicate with you after you send your salary and benefits." Yuan Chenghua nodded. All of his students will make money after graduation, so it is impossible for him to arrange a place with little salary and benefits. However, he doesn't have too many worries about Tomorrow Group's funding of agricultural undertakings. "Okay, then I'll trouble you, teacher." In the office of Juhan Agricultural Base, Chin Hong slowly hung up the phone. The agricultural talent matter had been settled, so he could deal with other matters with peace of mind. Although Teacher Yuan said before that the components required for certain medicines can be extracted from the black bitter fruit, the extraction method has not yet been implemented, so he still cannot give up on improving the black bitter fruit tree. Moreover, he also had to replan the construction of the new company. For now, he can't relax for a moment. Boring short video. Subject live broadcast section. In an office. Yao, this development is a bit too slow. Lu Weiwei looked at the background data of the latest subject live broadcast and frowned slightly. "It's definitely a bit slow." Yang Yao's eyes also fell on the data in the background, and she nodded slowly. Since joining Boring Short Video, they have been doing live broadcasts of Boring Short Video. A long time has passed since the initial promotion and recruitment policy was set. Although the results are remarkable, they are still far behind their expectations. When they first joined the company, the number of viewers of subject-based live broadcasts was around 80,000. But at this time, the number of people watching subject-based live broadcasts has only reached around 170,000. Although this number has more than doubled compared to the previous number, this number is still far behind the country's huge population base. So they still have a lot of untapped customers, but the current publicity method is really inefficient. The first is that some people need to know that doing live teaching in boring short videos is a very profitable and reliable thing. Only if someone knows about this will anyone want to do subject-related live broadcasts on boring short videos. However, without publicity and relying solely on a recruitment website, the recruitment of anchors is very slow. The first point is the issue of trust. If you see a platform with such good benefits, you will be suspicious of it. For those who are more suspicious or cautious and timid, many will subconsciously regard them as scammers and leave directly after looking at such a recruitment profile. Another point is that even if someone believes it, it still needs to be screened by the platform. After all, it is a subject-based live broadcast, and there must be no problems in terms of business capabilities. Otherwise, if we recruit some people with poor professional skills or who fish in troubled waters to conduct live broadcasts, the reputation of boring short videos will be ruined. Therefore, in terms of recruiting anchors, the entire boring short video is very strictly controlled. The team that evaluates anchors alone has dozens of people. Moreover, during the live broadcast, there will be inspectors on a regular basis to evaluate the content of the live broadcast. If it is unqualified, the live broadcast will be rectified. Rectify the live broadcast. If the live broadcast is still not up to standard, you'll be fired directly. Finally, during the live broadcast, a feedback link for the audience was also set up. Those who watch the live broadcast can comment on the anchor through the link. Of course, if it is a negative comment, screenshots are required as evidence. Screenshots are also easy to find. In the boring short videos, every live broadcast will have a live broadcast replay. If you want to find evidence, you can go to the live broadcast replay, including the host's attitude, the host's teaching errors, and other contents. Of course, these negative review reports will also be screened by professionals. Therefore, after a series of screenings, there are not many anchors who can interview and join boring short videos. In the past, many anchors joined because they promoted it in schools. At this time, almost everyone in normal schools who can participate in boring short videos has already done so. The rest is the independent promotion of some anchors. Their promotion is only limited to their friends, so the scope of involvement is very small. So currently, Due to various reasons, the number of people who want to join boring short videos is much less than before, and the number of people who want to join boring short videos has decreased. Then the publicity plan they were eyeing before would have much less effect. Therefore, in recent times, the number of viewers of boring short video subject live broadcasts has grown much slower than before. What should we do? If we continue like this, when will this subject live broadcast become popular? There was a trace of worry in Lu Weiwei's eyes. They are currently the person in charge of the subject live broadcast of boring short video. Now, the number of people watching subject live broadcast is growing slowly, and they must be responsible. And they're getting such generous treatment, but in the end they have not produced any results. They are not at ease here. Yang Yaoyao frowned and rubbed his head, and slowly spoke for a long time. There is no good way at present, but we can appeal to those who are currently anchoring boring short video to promote boring short video as much as possible. She just thought about it. Under the restriction of not being able to promote it on their own, there are really too few things they can do. Well, it seems that this is the only way. I will edit a message in the background and send it to those anchors. Lu Weiwei nodded slightly when she heard it. Okay, but be careful about your words and deeds. This is not an order, but just a hope. Yang Yaoyao thought of something and spoke quickly. I understand this matter. Li I know that. By the way, Mr. Li sent a message yesterday. They will return after a while. He said that a big teaching material brand wants to cooperate with our boring short video, so let's contact them. The time is tomorrow, let's go together then. Yang Yaoyao suddenly wanted to see the message that Mr. Li sent in the morning and spoke quickly. What brand? Lu Weiwei asked curiously. It's Review Helper. This brand is good. We all bought it when we were in school. It's indeed a big brand, but how do they cooperate? It seems that they want to sell learning materials, review questions, and the like exclusively in our subject live broadcast. Mr. Li said that if the other party offers a very high price, they can talk about it. If it's not very high, just refuse it directly. Chapter 562, Professor Yuan's Choice. The sky gradually darkened. Jiangqing City. Orchard Experimental Base. Several cars slowly stopped at the gate of the Orchard Experimental Base. Yuan Qinghua pushed open the car door and slowly walked down, looking at the Orchard Experimental Base in front of him, with a little emotion in his heart. After going out to the countryside for a period of time, he would eventually come back. Teacher, let's go in. A student came to Yuan Qinghua with respect in his eyes. This time, the teacher was able to take them to the countryside, which was also a respect for them. After all, when they graduated, this process of going to the countryside was also a resume, which was also very important for them. And it was a respected agricultural professor like Yuan Qinghua. With such a resume, their future path would be much easier. Yeah, Yuan Qinghua nodded and walked into the Orchard Experimental Base first. Enter the Orchard Experimental Base, come to the office building, and then enter his office. Although he had been away for a while, it was still spotless here. Obviously, someone would come here to clean it every day. Come to the desk and sit down slowly. He reached out and touched the kettle beside him. It was warm, so he poured a glass of water and took a sip. Then he took out a notebook from the drawer, turned to a blank page, and began to write on it. The contents were all some common problems encountered by farmers in planting during this trip to the countryside. These problems are very common, but they are also easy to be ignored. If they are not serious, the impact on fruit trees is not great, but this problem is a time bomb. Once this problem encounters a suitable environment or climate, then the problem will deteriorate sharply and evolve into a more serious lesion. So he wants to make a column for these problems and then publish it, which can serve as a warning to those farmers to pay attention in the future. Time passed little by little. About an hour later, Yuan Qinghua slowly put down the pen in his hand, looked at the contents recorded in the notebook, and looked at it carefully. After finally confirming that there was no problem, he picked up his mobile phone and made a call. Not long after, a young man knocked on the door and walked in. Teacher, are you looking for me? Well, make a column of the contents here and publish it in the agricultural journal. Yuan Qinghua handed over the notebook in his hand. The young man took the notebook handed over by Yuan Qinghua, his eyes hesitant. Is there anything? Yuan Qinghua looked at the young man's hesitant expression and spoke slowly. Teacher, Even if you publish these contents in the column of the agricultural magazine, it is estimated that not many people will read them. Now is the internet age, and not many people will read newspapers and magazines. The young man looked at Yuan Chenghua carefully. Yuan Chenghua's arm trembled slightly when he heard this, and he looked at the young man calmly for a moment, and then waved his hand weakly. You go ahead and do it. Okay, teacher. The young man didn't say anything this time, and took the notebook and left directly. Watching the young man leave, Yuan Chenghua sighed deeply. His student was right, and few people really read newspapers and magazines now. In today's internet society, not only do young people not read newspapers and magazines, but most elderly people have also started to play with smartphones. Many people used to like newspapers and magazines. First, because they can get some news information in newspapers and magazines. Second, they can be entertained by reading newspapers and magazines. But in today's internet age, those news information can be known more conveniently through mobile phones. Not to mention entertainment. Games, movies, TV series, short videos. Some elderly people also listen to books with their mobile phones, and they can listen for a whole day. In such an environment, how many people will keep the habit of reading newspapers and magazines? Not to mention others. Even he himself spends much less time reading newspapers and magazines than before. Alas, Yuan Chenghua sighed again. He did not blame this era, but he lamented that he did not keep up with this era. At this moment, he deeply realized the popularization and dissemination of agricultural knowledge. Relying on newspapers and going to the countryside, the role played is not much. It's time to change. Yuan Chenghua's eyes were deep, and at this moment, he thought of boring short videos. Boring short videos? This may be the opportunity for change. Buzz, buzz, buzz. While thinking, the mobile phone on the desktop suddenly vibrated. Yuan Chenghua picked up the phone, and took a look with surprise in his eyes. He answered the call directly. Old Tan, what's the matter? Old Tan. Full name, Tan Guoqing. He is the president of Jiangqing Agricultural University. The two have been friends since their student days. Are you back from the countryside? Yes, I just came back today. That's good. CCTV's People's Livelihood channel invites you to do a personal interview. Why? Are you still rejecting it directly like in previous years? Tan Guoqing spoke slowly into the phone, his expression full of helplessness. He has known this old friend for decades and has a good understanding of Yuan Chenghua's personality. He is wholeheartedly devoted to agricultural research and has no intention of appearing on TV. He can no longer remember how many times Yuan Chenghua has rejected interview invitations. This Minqing channel alone has done this 3 times. Previously, the Minqing channel invited people to call Yuan Chenghua's mobile phone, but they hung up without any room for negotiation. So, what does everyone else? So much so that now the inviters no longer look for Yuan Chenghua, but find him first. He was also helpless. What was the use of finding him? With Lao Yuan's character, if he didn't want to go, he wouldn't go no matter what. According to the previous process, the reply he got was probably not to go, or something similar. After Tan Guoqing asked what to say, he was already prepared to be rejected. Okay, when is the time? Well, Lao Yuan, what did you say? Tan Guoqing was stunned for a moment and asked with some uncertainty. I said, I can be interviewed at any time. Yuan Chenghua spoke again. Lao Yuan, what's wrong with you? This is not your character. Maybe something happened to you. Tan Guoqing still couldn't believe it. He didn't understand why Yuan Chenghua, who had always refused to be interviewed, suddenly agreed today. This is really abnormal. It's nothing, just tell me the time. Yuan Chenghua spoke calmly. If it had been before, he might have refused without hesitation. Most of these personal interviews talk about some personal experiences and achievements of the interviewees, which are not very helpful to the development of agriculture. Therefore, he refused all the previous interviews without hesitation. But it's different now. He thought of boring short videos. Chapter 563. Cooperation with the Review Gang. Boring short videos are his hope to popularize agricultural knowledge. But currently, boring short videos have not been known to the public. This time when he went to the countryside, he also tried his best to promote boring short videos. The effect is there, but it's difficult to popularize it to the point where everyone knows it, so he has been thinking of ways to promote this boring short video. No effective method has been found before, but Tan Guiqing's phone call just now reminded him. If he mentions or promotes the boring short video during the interview, does that mean the boring short video will be promoted in various ways? With this idea in mind, he did not refuse the interview this time and directly agreed. It's 7 o'clock on Saturday night. I need to go to Kyoto. If you really agree to go, they will reimburse the air tickets and all food and accommodation. Tan Guiqing took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Okay, that's settled. Yuan Chenghua glanced at the time. Saturday was 3 days later, and the time was right. I hope that after this interview, it can have some popularization effect on boring short videos. On the second day, Nana Coffee Diamond Store. Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei walked in hand and sat down in a free seat. Mr. Lee just called me and said that he wants to be exclusive. Without the exclusive licensing fee of 50 million, he will not be granted exclusive rights. We will not agree to exclusive fees lower than 50 million, no matter what the conditions are. Moreover, this licensing fee is only for 1 year, and the exclusive fee will be readjusted every year. But a condition can be given. As long as they sign the contract this time, their review gang will have the first right to choose every time the contract is renewed if the price is the same. Yang Yao Yao looked at the message sent by Li Shun with a hint of wonder in her eyes. 50 million. The person in charge of the review gang, is this really acceptable? Currently, there are only 170,000 viewers of boring short video subject live broadcasts. Even if one person spends 100 yuan, it is only 17 million. 50 million would take at least 3 months to arrive. And this is just the amount of sales alone. If you calculate the share, it will take at least 6 months to recover the capital. And this is without counting the review helpers who produce review questions. It is estimated that at this price, the review help may not necessarily make much money in 1 year. 50 million. It's so high. Can the review gang agree? Lu Weiwei also exclaimed softly when she heard Yang Yao Yao's words. As she exclaimed, she quickly looked around the coffee shop and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that no one noticed them. It is very important to maintain the environment of Nana Coffee Diamond Shop. She was just worried that her uncontrollable exclamation would affect other guests. After all, Nana Coffee is also Mr. Chen's property. If she accidentally exclaimed and caused dissatisfaction among other customers, it would undoubtedly affect the reputation of Nana Coffee. This situation was not what she wanted. Fortunately, when she just exclaimed, she controlled it in time. I don't know, but Mr. Lee should have his own reasons for doing this. I think he must have reached a consensus with Mr. Chun. Yang Yao Yao shook his head first and then nodded. She and Lu Weiwei have joined the Tomorrow Group for some time. Through her understanding of the group during this period, she also has some understanding of some important figures in the group. Needless to say, Mr. Chun is the founder of Tomorrow Group. Starting from scratch, it took just over a year to develop from a small garment factory to its current scale, which is simply a miracle. In addition to Mr. Chun, there are 2 elder-level figures in the group, Bei Yan, Li Xin. These 2 people can be said to be Mr. Chen's confidants. As the Tomorrow Group has developed to this day, their presence is more or less present. Although they have their own positions, they care about the group and are never limited to their own positions and are good at helping other companies solve various problems they encounter. It is also these 2 people who create a very harmonious environment for all managers of Tomorrow Group. Of course, this is also related to Mr. Chen's personality charm. So no matter what, Li Shun, as the veteran of the group, will not do anything meaningless. The 2 talked quietly, and after a while, a middle-aged woman walked in at the door of the coffee shop, stroked her glasses on the bridge of her nose, and looked around the coffee shop. She quickly noticed Yang Yao Yao and walked over. Director Yang, Director Lu? The woman confirmed the table number, then looked at Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei. Yes, Mr. Wu Hui from the review gang. Yang Yao Yao looked at the woman in front of him and spoke tentatively. The 3 of them looked at each other and confirmed each other's identity. Mr. Wu, please sit down. The coffee here is very good. Take a look and see which one you want to drink. Yang Yao Yao smiled and pushed the drink list of the coffee shop over. Well, the environment is really nice. I didn't expect there to be such a coffee shop in Jiangsheng. Wu took a look at the environment of the coffee shop and nodded slightly, but did not take the drink order. As for what to drink, you should be familiar with this place, so just keep an eye on it. That's fine. Yang Yaoyao nodded, and then ordered 3 cups of the coffee shop's more classic coffee. Then the 3 of them sat on the chairs and chatted for a few words. Not long after, 3 cups of coffee were brought over by the waiter. Yang Yaoyao took the coffee, took a sip, and looked at Wu Hui. Mr. Wu, let's talk business. Okay. Wu Hui slowly put down the coffee and nodded secretly. This coffee shop not only has a good environment, but also tastes good. I don't know, Mr. Wu wants the exclusive right to sell the review materials. What price can he give? Yang Yaoyao's eyes fell on Wu Hui, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This was her first time to discuss cooperation. Price? Based on the current popularity of subject live broadcasts on Wuling short video and the purchasing power of those who watch live broadcasts, we offer the following conditions. 15 million exclusive licensing fees, plus a 50-50 split of sales. What do you think? Of course, there are some specific details here. You can take a look. Wu Hui smiled, took out a document from the file bag, and slowly pushed it to Yang Yaoyao. Yang Yao frowned slightly. The conditions offered by the other party at this time were too different from those offered by Mr. Li Shun. Can they really succeed this time? He was a little nervous, so he reached out and picked up the information on the table and read it carefully. After reading it, he handed the information to Lu Weiwei on the side, and then his eyes fell on Wu Hui again, and he took a deep breath. Mr. Wu, if it's just this condition, I don't think we can reach a cooperation. Chapter 564 Negotiation Collapse. Director Yang, are you not satisfied with the conditions? If so, you can tell us and we can talk about it. Seeing that Yang Yaoyao directly rejected the conditions she gave, Wu Hui was not in a hurry. Talking about cooperation was just a process of coming and going. Well, Mr. Wu, we want 80 million in exclusive licensing fees. As for dividing it into 37 points, 7 for us and 3 for you. Yang Yaoyao thought for a while and spoke slowly. She did not directly expose her bottom line, but directly raised the price. 80 million. Wu Hui was a little stunned when she heard the price given by Yang Yaoyao. This price is not directly proportional to the current popularity of boring short videos. Judging from the current traffic of boring short video, if it were not for the purchasing power of those who watch the live broadcast, their review gang would definitely come over to discuss exclusive licensing. That's right. What they focus on is the purchasing power of people watching the live broadcast. They spend a lot of time observing the live broadcast room. Those who watched the live broadcast had great trust in the various school supplies launched by boring short video. As long as they need corresponding school supplies, they will go to the live broadcast room to buy them. With the support of this trust, those who watch the live broadcast have considerable purchasing power in the live broadcast room. That's why they came to discuss the exclusive authorization of Review Gang. However, the other party directly offered an exclusive licensing fee of 80 million yuan, which made her a little unhappy. This 80 million licensing fee has exceeded the value that boring short videos can currently create. It gave her the feeling of a lion opening its mouth wide, which made her a little unhappy. He stretched out his hand to adjust his glasses on the bridge of his nose and looked at Yang Yaoyao, who was sitting opposite. Director Yang, I am here to seriously discuss cooperation. This 80 million exclusive licensing fee is too high. The current traffic of boring short video has exceeded the current revenue of boring short video. So we have no way to accept this 80 million licensing fee. We can increase the licensing fee to a maximum of 25 million exclusive licensing fees, with other conditions remaining unchanged. Wu Hui sounded serious. When the other party offered 80 million in licensing fees, she stopped bargaining and directly offered her bottom line price. Mr. Wu, if this price is the bottom line price you gave me, then I think there is no need for us to negotiate anymore. Although our bottom line price is not 80 million, it is far from your price. Of course, there is one more thing I need to say. Our boring short video currently does not have a lot of traffic. The licensing price of 80 million is very high, But do you think the traffic of boring short video will always be like this? Definitely not. At present, there are only more than 190,000 people watching subject-based live broadcasts. It is very difficult to create a value of 80 million, but the traffic will increase. By the time there are not many people watching subject-based live broadcasts, it only needs to grow to 500,000 people, but it is still very easy to create 8,000 people. It's just that at that time, the cost of exclusive licensing was not as simple as 80 million. Yang Yaoyao picked up her coffee and took a sip. She had been working on the subject live broadcast section for so long, so she had a deeper understanding of the subject section of boring short videos. This subject section has laid a very good foundation, and the stickiness of watching the live broadcast is very high. She believes that as long as the traffic of boring short videos increases, it will definitely skyrocket. Therefore, she disagreed with Wu Hui's unfavorable remarks. If this is the case, then there is indeed no need to continue the negotiation. Wu Hui nodded slightly, not too frustrated about this. For this boring short video, they were just trying to cooperate. If it didn't work, forget it. The three of them exchanged polite words, and finally the discussion broke up on bad terms. Yao Yao, if the negotiation doesn't work out this time, how will Mr. Li explain it? Lu Weiwei watched Wu Hui leave, then turned to look at Yang Yaoyao beside her with a worried expression. I can only tell the truth. Yang Yaoyao sighed, looking a little frustrated. She didn't expect that her first negotiation would end in failure. Thinking in his mind, he took out his mobile phone, found Li Shun's number, and dialed it. Jingnan Railway Station. Li Shun, Wu Yu, Peng Tao, and Su Jingming watched a group of elderly people board the train slowly under the leadership of their group's employees. Brother Shin, after this batch of poor elderly people are sent away, there is only the last batch left. Wu Yu looked at the old people getting on the bus and felt relieved. After being out for so long, it's finally coming to an end. When they came out this time, they not only experienced physical exhaustion, but also mental torture. Looking at the living environment of those poor elderly people, they suddenly discovered that their usual life was simply paradise. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even if others told him that there was a group of people living such a difficult life, they wouldn't believe it. It turns out that in this society, there are still many people working hard to survive. At this time, he gradually understood Mr. Chen's purpose for letting him go on this trip and understood some of the insights Sultan shared with them. They also experienced it deeply at this moment. Let's go, we have to go to the next stop. Peng Tao stood aside and spoke slowly. The next stop is the last batch of elderly people. After receiving this batch of elderly people, they can go back. He and Su Jingming were doing charity work before, but when they saw these poor elderly people, they realized that their previous charity work was just a small fight. What Mr. Chen did was great love, accepting poor elderly people from all over the country, including some orphans in mountainous areas. They are not orphans, but their parents have accidents, and the children can only be supported by the elderly, and it is a problem for the elderly to support themselves, let alone to support a child. But these poor people have received assistance under Mr. Chen's policy. The elderly who are able to move can join the corner pet park, and those who are not able to move will be arranged in the elderly apartment. Thinking of the elderly apartment, Peng Tao is even more emotional. Now 2/3 of the elderly apartment has been built, and it will be completed next year. At that time, it will be renovated, and those elderly who are unable to work can move in. Those poor children will be arranged to live in the orphanage sponsored by Mr. Chun. All of this shows that Mr. Chun has great love in his heart. He Peng is far behind. Well, let me go. I need to take a bus to the next stop. The bus time is tomorrow morning. Let's find a hotel to stay for one night today. Li Shun checked the timetable and then walked out of the train station. However, just after walking a few steps, the mobile phone in his pocket rang. He looked at the caller ID and found that it was Yang Yaoyao who called, so he answered the phone directly. Mr. Li, the negotiation with the review gang failed. Yang Yaoyao's voice came from the phone. Oh, the negotiation failed, so you guys continue to work on your things. Li Shin said in a light tone after hearing the words, and then explained a few more words and hung up the phone directly. Which one of the review gang did not reach a cooperation? Wu Yu followed beside him and naturally heard Li Shun's call just now. Chapter 565. Thanks. Yeah, but it's to be expected. Don't worry too much. I'll just keep busy with our work. Li Shin nodded indifferently and continued walking forward. When the people from the review gang found him, he waited up and realized that it would make no sense if the low-level people authorized the review gang directly. They now have several brands of review questions, and there is no shortage of review questions for sale. The money they make from selling review questions from Review Help is basically the same as selling review questions from other brands. Choosing Review Help will undoubtedly involve an additional licensing fee. But if the exclusive license is sold at a low price, there will be some restrictions, and the gain will not be worth the loss. Of course, if the licensing price is higher, you can consider it. Li Shin thought lightly, then put the matter behind him and ignored it. Yeongkang City, east of the city. Unfinished building. Early morning. Mr. Chun. Now all the procedures for this unfinished building have been completed and the various construction teams have been arranged. Construction can start at 10 o'clock. And Mr. Chun, this is my preliminary design of the layout of the community building. You can take a look at it. Mei-yin took Mr. Chun to walk around the community of the unfinished building. At this time, because no one had managed and repaired it for many years, the unfinished building was already covered with weeds. And some grapple machines, vehicles, and equipment waiting for construction have also been prepared. While talking, he took out a folded map and handed it to Mr. Chun beside him. Chun Momo really took a look at the environment of the unfinished building, then took the layout plan handed over by Mei-yun and took a brief look at it. In terms of layout, every community was similar except for the lighting problem. On a flat site, he can only build 8 buildings with only 25 floors. As long as the layout is not too excessive, he basically won't worry about lighting. After a brief glance, he confirmed that Mei-yun was designing according to his requirements and returned the map directly to Mei-yun. Well, okay, just follow this layout. Okay, Mr. Chun. Mei-yun took back the map and was very happy for Mr. Chen's recognition. But he soon thought of something. Next, the two of them walked around the area of the unfinished building again, and then left the area of the unfinished building directly. But I just walked out of the unfinished building area and was about to go to the parking place. I saw dozens of people carrying several banners and walking towards this side quickly. What's going on? Chunemo looked at the dozens of people approaching with doubts in his eyes. But after seeing the words on the banner, I understood it instantly. Thanks to Unmanned Real Estate for taking over the unfinished building, and thanks to Tomorrow Group. Wish you good luck in the Unmanned Real Estate project. Preliminary wishes. Real Estate Barley. Mr. Chun, these are probably the people who bought unfinished buildings. They probably know that we want to refund the money they paid for the houses, so they want to come over and thank them. Mei-yin took a serious look at the approaching team and then figured out the whole story. Those who purchased unfinished buildings have already been notified of the refund of their house payments when going through the procedures. These people must have known about the construction of the unfinished building today and came here to express their gratitude. Oh, Chun Emo nodded slightly, looked at the person holding a camera in the crowd, turned around and walked in the other direction. Mr. Chin, where are you going? Why don't you go and meet those people? If those people know that it is the unfinished building that you funded, they will definitely be very grateful to you. Mei-yin followed closely behind Chun Emo and spoke quickly. When Chun Emo heard this, he glanced at Mei-yin lightly. I took over the unfinished building for myself, not for those who bought the unfinished building, so I don't need their thanks. Just wait until you get in touch with those people, but you have to remember that our real estate has just been established, so we need to keep a low profile and not be too public. So just say it briefly, don't say too much. After Chun Mo gave his instructions, he left Mei-yin where he was and walked a long way back to the car. Mei-yin watched Mr. Chen leave and finally returned to the gate of the unfinished building. At this time, the place was occupied by people who came over. Thinking of Mr. Chen's words just now, he cleared his throat and walked over. Soon a group of people came to thank him and surrounded him. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, but returning the house payment is what we should do, so you don't have to thank me. I don't have much intention. I just think this area has great potential, so I'm going to develop it and take a look. I can't say more. This involves our company's development strategy, so I can't disclose more. When will the money be refunded? During this period, someone may ask you for your bank account number. You will be able to withdraw money by then. Mei-yin kept walking among the crowd, occasionally answering a question. At this moment, he finally understood why Mr. Chen turned around and left. This feeling of being surrounded was really bad. Noon. Tomorrow Group. Music Department. Xiaolan, didn't you say you were going to release the fourth song? Why haven't you released it yet? Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei looked at Zhang Lan curiously. It was lunchtime now. After lunch, the two came to Zhang Lan for a while. Oh, I've changed my mind. I won't release the fourth song yet. Zhang Lan looked at Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei and smiled. Why? At this time, we can strike while the iron is hot. Yang Yao Yao looked puzzled. 2 days ago, they discussed this matter and felt that it was necessary to strike while the iron is hot. It can allow the new song to be quickly exposed with the support of this wave of heat. But only 2 days have passed, and Zhang Lan has changed this idea, which makes them a little confused. Well, have you ever thought that if I keep relying on those songs, my own ability may slowly degenerate? Over time, I may lose the ability to create myself. I also plan to consider releasing the fourth song after creating a song of my own, so that I can maintain my creative ability and not affect the release of those songs. Zhang Lan recounted her thoughts, but concealed Mr. Chen's matter. After all, Mr. Chen said that he didn't want too many people to know about the songs. Is that so? If you do that, will the person who gave you the songs agree? Lu Weiwei suddenly thought of this question. I discussed this matter with the person who gave me the songs, and he agreed with my decision. Zhang Lan nodded slightly, with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. It was not her who discussed this matter, but Mr. Chen who took the initiative to wake her up. And after a few days of creative research, she has already had some inspiration for the new song. Is that so? That person is quite easy to talk to. Lu Weiwei and Yang Yao Yao looked at each other, and at the same time were happy that Zhang Lan could do what she wanted. Chapter 566 Interview Content. Tomorrow Group. CEO's Office. Chen Mo brought his account full of skins and enjoyed the admiration of passers-by in the game. Oh my god, isn't this the Catwoman suit that just came out last week? It's a full set. You are so lucky. You got a full set of skins in just 1 week. Boss, wait for me. Let me wear some clothes. Oh my god. Didn't this car skin come out the day before yesterday? You are so lucky. You got this skin. Boss, please paint this car too. Chen Mo looked at several teammates chasing after him, and his mouth curled up slightly. After a while, a game ended, and he felt a little tired, so he quit the game directly. As for the friend requests, he ignored them directly. If you want to show off, it is naturally impossible to do it alone. It feels the best to enjoy the admiration of newcomers every time. Chen Mo sat comfortably in the chair, picked up the coffee on the table, and took a sip. After most of the funds were invested in Juhan Agricultural Base in the past 2 days, the various companies under Tomorrow Group finally gradually returned to peace. He finally calmed down a bit. And although the songs that Zhang Lan put on the shelves brought a lot of income to the group, he also got a part of the profit share. Now his personal assets have exceeded 1.1 million. This is probably the only consolation among all the recent news. The bad news is that those songs can no longer bring him high personal assets. So if he wants to get rich, he still needs to rely on system settlement. This time the system funds are 60 million. If he can grasp it, converting 60 million personal assets at one time can also be considered rich. Chen Mo imagined the situation of having 6,000 personal assets, and his eyes burst out with motivation again. This time, he must settle in full. Now the first task is to continue to look for new money-losing industries. Only in this way can the probability of full settlement be increased. And the old 6 of the company must also pay more attention. Kyoto International Airport. Yuan Chenhua walked out of the airport slowly with a small suitcase. As soon as he arrived outside the airport, he saw a middle-aged woman coming from a distance. Welcome, Mr. Yuan, to Kyoto. The accommodation has been arranged for you. Please follow me. Han Lu looked at the old man in front of her with great respect. As the host of the livelihood interview, she has achieved some success and is considered a veteran in the hosting industry. Some people in the TV station call her Senior Han when they see her. But all her achievements are nothing in front of the old man in front of her. Ordinary people may only know that the old man is a very good agricultural professor who has done a lot of things that are beneficial to agriculture and is very popular with the people. But as a host of CCTV, he knows more than others. This old man has done many things, not just some simple things that are beneficial to agriculture, but a major event to improve the national conditions. And such a big thing. At the request of the old man, no publicity will be done. At this moment, she fully understood a sentence. For a nation to be peaceful and prosperous, there must be someone carrying the burden behind it. And Mr. Yuan was one of them. Well, lead the way. Yuan Qinghua glanced at the visitor indifferently. Okay, Mr. Yuan. Han Lu heard the words and quickly led the way in front, and soon came to a commercial vehicle on the side of the road. He quickly opened the door and blocked the door with his hand. Mr. Yuan, please come in. No need, Tobe. So troublesome. Yuan Qinghua looked at Han Lu's respectful look, and his face was a little unnatural. The reason why he stayed in the agricultural university in Jiangxing, an orchard experimental base, was because of this. In Kyoto, there are too many people who know the inside story. So everyone was respectful when they saw him, which really made him dislike it. After getting in the car, the vehicle started slowly. In the car, Han Lu spoke respectfully. Mr. Yuan, we will arrange for you to stay in a hotel closest to the TV station, and we will also prepare dinner for you. There will be some interview content at that time, and we still need to contact you to see if there is anything that Professor Yuan cannot accept. Well, it's okay, but you know the requirements when I came here. Yuan Qinghua nodded. Since he agreed to come for the interview, he would naturally abide by the rules of the interview. But he did not forget the ultimate purpose of agreeing to the interview, which was to promote the boring short video, and before coming, he also told the other party about this matter. I know, Mr. Yuan, it's okay to promote it, but we have also arranged a process here, which requires that it can be promoted when the interview is about to end. Han Lu spoke quickly and couldn't help but be amazed in her heart. She also learned about the boring short video that Mr. Yuan wanted to promote. That short video platform is a little different from other short video platforms. It doesn't seem Tobe famous at present, but the live broadcast content in it is very practical. The most popular one is the live broadcast of subject teaching. She took a brief look and found that those teaching anchors did have some real talents. After that, it should be the agricultural live broadcast section. This section should be the reason why Mr. Yuan wants to promote it. I just don't know if the establishment of this boring short video platform has Mr. Yuan's background. Qin Yuan Qinghua nodded. It doesn't matter when you promote it, as long as you can promote it. The vehicle moved slowly. Not long after, we stopped in front of a hotel. Mr. Yuan, we're here. Let's get off the bus. Han Lu got out of the car first, quickly came to Mr. Yuan's side door, and opened the door before Mr. Yuan opened the door. When Yuan Qinghua saw this, he got out of the car helplessly. Then we entered the hotel, had a simple dinner, and then went directly back to the room. But there is no rest. We still need to review the process of tomorrow's interview. Mr. Yuan, this is the content of the interview. You can take a look. Han Lu respectfully handed a pamphlet to Mr. Yuan. Yuan Qinghua took the brochure, opened it, and read it carefully. After a while, he slowly closed the booklet and looked up at Han Lu. This interview is too much about my personal deeds. Let's change it and add more agricultural knowledge. Okay, Professor Yuan, then I'll go back and make some serious changes. I'll come back tomorrow. I won't disturb you today. The Mr. Yuan. You can rest. Han Lu thought of the instructions above that as long as Professor Yuan was willing to accept the interview, as long as the request was not too excessive, he could satisfy it. On the second day, it's approaching 6 o'clock. Kyoto TV. In a shooting studio. Mr. Yuan, are you ready? The interview will start soon. Han Lu looked at Mr. Yuan, who was sitting opposite, and her tone was very respectful. Well, you're ready to start. Yuan Qinghua nodded slowly.